Chapter 231 She is here.
Bang!
The door was closed. Feng Tianlin and the others looked at each other in shock. After a while, Henry Chu, Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, and the others walked out of the room. Jiang Yuanfan and others were stunned. Shangwan Songlong and Feng Tianlin didn't have much reaction. Last time Feng Tianlin tried to pry a corner, but was thrown into a monster lair hundreds of miles away by deaf men. He tried his best to save his life. There are 4 weird old men in Chen Fan's family, so it's normal for weird things to happen. Xiao Hei flew out and called the soul-raising Mewmeling over on the training ground. The soul-nurturing wood spirit was next to Chen Fan's house and released the soul-nurturing force field. Bathed in the soul-nurturing force field, Yi Hao, Shen Taotao, and a group of other people's bodies softened, and they almost knelt down. The weird and desperate pressure in the ancient god world is in sharp contrast to the aura released by the current soul-nourishing force field. It's like going from H.L. to heaven. The group of people who were originally tense exhaled heavily and relaxed their whole bodies and minds.
Where have you been during this time?
Feng Tianlin couldn't help but ask.
What's going on with Chen Fan? Why does he look like he's been hollowed out? We went to a secret realm,
Yi Hao said.
We encountered a terrible monster, and Brother Fan rescued us. It's a narrow escape. Don't mention it,
Yi Hao said lightly. Feng Tianlin still wanted to ask. Shen Taotao smiled proudly and changed the subject.
When we just came back, we arrived at the gate of the first martial arts university. And then, I beat Li Xinghai violently. That idiot has no power to fight back in my hands.
Feng Tianlin squinted at Shenado and said with a sneer.
I can't beat you. I admit it. But if you want to defeat Li Xinghai, it's just a dream,
Jiang Yuanfan said.
The strength of their beast masters has improved very quickly recently. It is actually normal to defeat Li Xinghai. Beast control?
Shen Taotao stretched out his right index finger, shook it and said,
to defeat someone like Li Xinghai, do you still need to use beast control? My dragon-blooded mad lion has been carrying Brother Fan on his back, so he is watching the show on the side. I didn't summon the other 2 beasts either.
Hearing this, even Jiang Yuanfan looked speechless. Do you think you are Chen Fan? You won't be taxed if you brag? Seeing that Feng Tianlin and others didn't believe it, Shen Taoao didn't say much, although he is still only a 3rd level 5th level god. With the 12 wings of the God King in hand, he once killed a level 22 skeleton demon in one move in the ancient god realm. What does it mean to defeat a 3rd level Li Xinghai? If I really release the 12 wings of the God King for you to see, I will scare you to death. Suddenly, Shangwan Wulei exclaimed.
Our group of recommended students are all talking about Shen Taotao's defeat of Li Xinghai. What?
Feng Tianlin and others were shocked, and they all gathered around. Yi Hao and Li Fengxing all rolled their eyes. A 3rd level and 5th level heaven, defeating a 3rd level, 1st level, and 2nd level heaven. Is there anything worth bragging about? Shangwan Wulei said.
There is also a video.
With that said, Shangwan Wulei clicked on the video. The video is very clear. Scene reconstruction. Feng Tianlin and others were stunned. Shen Taotao seriously injured the flying purple scorpion with 1 punch, and seriously injured Li Xinghai with 1 move. This guy was taken away by Cripple and the others for more than 10 days. And he came back so powerful? So sad. Forget it if you can't catch up with Chen Fan. Now even a bastard like Shen Taotao can't catch up. Feng Tianlin looked at his beast in the distance and felt that he had no hope for life. You have to find a way to get some money before you can do it. Chen Fan is not willing to help him breed animals unless he gets some more money. The improvement of the strength of his 2 beast masters has lagged far behind Shen Naota's beast masters. Feng Tianlin sighed and said,
That idiot Li Xinghai mocked you for being one of the 2 heroes with bare buttocks. You should be beaten. You and Li Fengxing. Huh? Where is Li Fengxing? Weren't you there just now?
Everyone turned around and saw that Li Fengxing had disappeared. At this time, on the stone table, the orange cat was gnawing on a bone and said,
He just went out and saw Li Xinghai talking about the naked couple. And he went out directly. I guess I went to find Li Xinghai.
Everyone. Feng Tianlin suddenly reacted.
Orange cat. That's my meat.
The orange cat was stunned.
Have you eaten it? Bah. Bah. Bah.
The orange cat spit the meat in his mouth onto the plate. Feng Tianlin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But he didn't dare to offend any of Chen Fan's beasts. In addition to Chen Fan's protection, these beasts are all extraordinary in strength and have very strange and powerful skills. Feng Tianlin took the plate away angrily and brought over another bowl of meat. Xiao Hei, who was immersed in eating, raised his head and said,
How's he? My master wants you and Feng Tianlin to come over.
Yi Hao was stunned.
I didn't hear Brother Fan call me?
Little Black didn't even raise his head.
Idiot! He is communicating with me with his mind. Of course you can't hear it.
Yi Hao threw a bone at Xiao He, but Xiao He dodged it. Feng Tianlin and Yi Hao got up and walked to Chen Fan's room. Jiang Yuanfan and the others thought for a moment and followed. Only Henry Chu and Bai Rouge continued to eat. In the house, Chen Fan opened his eyes, glanced at Feng Tianlin and said,
Your Feng family should have some influence in the Demon City. Right. That's more than just a little bit.
Feng Tianlin smiled proudly.
Our Feng family is like that. Stop.
Chen Fan interrupted him and said,
When I came back, I made an agreement with Zhong Hao at the gate of the First Martial Arts University to fight him in the afternoon of 3 days later. The news should have spread by now. But there won't be many people paying attention. I'll give you 100 million. And you can use the power of the Feng family to help me build momentum. Newspapers, magazines, TV stations, various online platforms. Hype this matter up. The more exciting it is, the better.
Feng Tianlin blinked and said nothing. Chen Fan added,
Hazi, I will give you 300 billion. And you go to the black market. If the black market opens, you put all your money in for me. And I will win.
Jiang Yuanfan, Shangwan Sanlong and others were all stunned. Feng Tianlin couldn't help but asked weakly,
Are you talking about alliance coins or happy beans?
The figure of 300 billion really scared everyone. These days, they are still having headaches over millions of dollars. Chen Fan paid millions every time he helped them breed animals. Now each of them is in debt and struggling for millions. As a result, as soon as Chen Fan opened his mouth, it was like 100 million. Giving Feng Tianlin 100 million is scary enough. He actually asked Yi Hao to bring 300 billion over. You really don't regard alliance coins as money.
Nonsense! Of course it's alliance currency. If you take happy beans to the black market, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?
Chen Fan said weakly.
You take happy beans to the TV station, but they won't accept them.
Everyone was petrified. It's really 300 billion alliance coins. They all know that Chen Fan is rich. After all, store number 9 belongs to Chen Fan. And Chen Fan helped them cultivate the beasts. And any increase in combat power level would cost millions. But shop number 9 has just opened. 300 billion. What is that concept?
Okay, leave this matter to me.
Feng Tianlin patted his chest and said,
I must have done everything right. Haozi has just come back, so he should have a good rest. Just give me 300 billion and give me some hard work money.
That's it.
I'll do the work. Don't worry.
Chen Fan closed his eyes.
I can't trust you.
Feng Tianlin. Chen Fan.
I'm afraid you'll run away with my money.
Feng Tianlin's face turned red and he shouted,
Am I? Feng Tianlin. That kind of person?
Everyone nodded. Feng Tianlin was shocked. You. After a moment of silence, Feng Tianlin said cautiously,
Chen Fan. There is something I don't know about so I can't ask you.
Chen Fan still closed his eyes.
It's inconvenient.
Feng Tianlin whispered,
Can you lend me 1 billion first?
Chen Fan opened his eyes.
I'll discuss it with my wife first.
Feng Tianlin was stunned and glanced at Shen Hongxiu.
You have a wife?
Shen Hongxiu smiled sweetly and was about to speak when Chen Fan said,
It's just not. So there's no need to discuss it. Humph!
Shen Hongxiu stamped her feet. Feng Tianlin.
Isn't it okay to borrow 100 million?
Chen Fan.
Get out!
Feng Tianlin.
10 million?
Chen Fan.
Little skull. Throw this guy out. Have you never seen him? He is so annoying. Okay. I won't say anything anymore.
Feng Tianlin had to give up. But he was a little unwilling to do so.
Chen Fan. What kind of cultivation are you doing now? That guy Zhong Hao is very powerful. My sister has fought against him. Didn't take any advantage. You pressure yourself to win. What if you lose?
Everyone stared at Feng Tianlin fiercely. Feng Tianlin waved his hands repeatedly.
I'm not looking down on Chen Fan. I'm just talking about it. Zhong Hao is a 5th grade and 5th level heaven. There are so many martial arts universities in the Magic City. There are absolutely no 3 people who can definitely defeat him within the 3rd year of college. In comparison, it would be better for Chen Fan to play a fake match to make himself lose. Then this one will definitely make a profit.
Chen Fan rolled his eyelids.
Get out of here.
Feng Tianlin sighed.
You don't listen to such good advice.
Seeing that Chen Fan was about to get angry, Feng Tianlin had no choice but to shut up. Chen Fan waved to Yi Hao.
Come closer, and I will transfer the money to you.
After walking out of Chen Fan's room, Feng Tianlin approached Yi Hao.
Do you think Chen Fan can really beat Zhong Hao? That's 300 billion.
Shangwan Songlong and Jiang Yuanfan also looked a little solemn. They all knew that Chen Fan was very strong. And they also knew that Chen Fan had already left them far behind. But I want to win against a 5th grade and 5th level genius. Is it too risky to spend so much money at once? Yi Hao blinked and said,
I don't want to comment on whether Brother Fan can beat Zhong Hao. But I know. If Brother Fan is willing, he can be hacked to death at the 6th level.
Feng Tianlin, Shangwan Songlong and others. Immediately, Feng Tianlin grabbed Yi Hao and said,
Brother, lend me some money, and I will beat Chen Fan to win. This time, even if I sell everything and lose everything, I still want to beat him to win. Whether you can have wealth and freedom depends on this.
Feng Tianlin was waiting for a group of people to chat while eating. The orange cat walked towards Chen Fan's room. But he was blocked by the little skeleton at the door. The orange cat was furious.
Little skeleton, get out of the way. I have something to see Chen Fan.
The little skeleton raised his hand, flipped the bone knife in his hand, and hit the orange cat on the head with the blade, almost knocking the orange cat unconscious. The orange cat was furious. I, the dignified leader of the heavenly demon sect, was bullied by a skeleton demon? This is intolerable. The orange cat hit him with its spiritual spike. No effect. The little skeleton was already prepared and activated the mental barrier. Moreover, the little skeleton's mental power seems to be quite strong. The orange cat found that his spiritual spike was completely unable to shake the little skeleton's defense. Before the orange cat could react, the little skeleton's eyes flashed with will-o'-the-wisp, and he slapped the orange cat to the ground with a bone knife. Really can't beat it. The gap seems quite big. Forget it. Let's give in first. Really? Any skeleton from the ancient god realm would be so powerful. I remember that in the Tianyi realm. I even fought against the demon king of the nightmare garden. Did not expect. Just wait. Wait until what? The orange cat walked to the old ape, clicked on the smart watch on the old ape's wrist, clicked a few times on the phone with his paw, opened Chindu, and searched. Well, I found it. When the mountain flowers were in full bloom, she was smiling among the bushes. No, that's not the sentence. The orange cat searched again. Yes, this is the sentence. When the yin and yang reverse. Dye the sky with my demonic blood? The orange cat looked up to the sky and smiled, and said proudly,
When the yin and yang reverse. Dye the sky with my demon blood?
Yi Hao, Feng Tianlin, and others all looked over. Xiao He sneered and said,
You idiot! How many milliliters of blood do you have on your body? And you still want to dye the sky? At best, you can only dye toilet paper. If you read a novel, just read the novel. Don't yell about the things in the novel.
The orange cat was furious and stabbed at him with a spirit spike. Xiao He screamed and fell to the ground. After getting up from the ground, Xiao He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. This damn cat. Use his skills against him. So angry. Forget it. Go play with Jade. Xiao He flew over the small lake. In the small lake, Jade was chasing a small fish swimming around. By the lake, Fang Qingqing's ice-white python was teaching Feng Tianlin's wild prison dragon. Xiao He swooped down and caught the fish. Jade. At this moment, the ice-white python on the shore whipped away the wild prison dragon with its tail, and then spat out a breath of cold air. The cold air blew through, and the lake surface was frozen directly. The emeralds in the lake and the little black spots on the lake were all frozen into ice sculptures.
Bang!
Xiao He's frozen ice sculpture fell to the ground. When the ice-white python saw this, he knew that he was in trouble. So he squeaked and ran away. Jade and Xiao He used their strength at the same time to break away from the shackles of the ice, flew up, and chased after the ice-white python. The ice-white python had nowhere to escape and ran towards the goblin, hoping to find the goblin for help. The goblin didn't wait for the ice-white python to come over, and escaped from his pocket with a few bombs, rolling towards the ice-white python from the ground. The ice-white python was startled, stopped its forward movement, and turned its head. But behind, the emerald storm swept over and instantly swept its huge body into the sky. The goblin shook his head repeatedly.
Oh my god! Qinglong, you still want to hurt me? You are so unloyal.
A group of royal beasts were having a great time. In the room, Chen Fan had already fallen asleep. But Chen Fan, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly felt sleepy and opened his eyes again. In front of the bed, a dark figure stood quietly.
Who is it?
Chen Fan stretched out his right hand. Lightning flashed in his palm, and a thunder spear was shot out. The dazzling electric light illuminated the somewhat dark room. Yi Hongyan's face appeared in Chen Fan's sight. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Have you started dreaming again? Chapter 232 God Help Us Tang. At noon. In the garden. Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu, and Fang Qingqing are practicing their swords hard. The four of them, the blind man and the lame man, ran to the back mountain and jingled on the back mountain without knowing what they were doing. Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others were playing on the grass with the ice-white python and other beasts. The old ape was sitting at the stone table reading a book. The small skeleton next to the stone table, like a skull sculpture, remained motionless. Beside, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were watching a video. In the video, Li Fingxing is chasing and beating Li Xinghai. Li Xinghai's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He ran and shouted for help. He was extremely embarrassed. All around, many seniors and sisters were pointing, but no one came out to stop Li Fingxing. Li Xinghai's followers came out to stop him, but each one of them was seriously injured by Li Fingxing. A tutor couldn't stand it anymore and came out to stop Li Fingxing and then rescued Li Xinghai. Yi Hao looked at Li Fingxing.
You ran out yesterday and really went after Li Xinghai? But it's a little too fierce. Isn't it? I strike carefully,
Li Fingxing said calmly.
If I really use my full strength, I can kill him with one punch. It's a circle. You all got something. But I didn't. I'm feeling aggrieved. How dare he come out and mock me? If you see him once in the future, beat him once.
Yi Hao rolled his eyes. At this moment, Chen Fan stretched and walked out of the room. Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others rushed over immediately. Jade was the fastest and put a hat on Chen Fan immediately. The figures on the field flashed, and a few blind and lame people carrying a bunch of weird things appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the things in the hands of the blind men, was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the time.
How long have I been asleep? 1 day,
Yi Hao said.
After you came back yesterday, you fell asleep. Didn't Hongxiu say that you took so many pills and had to sleep for at least several days to recover? Why are you getting up now?
The blind man said.
I set up a formation in his room and combined it with the soul-nurturing force field of the soul-nurturing wood spirit. He has now fully recovered.
Chen Fancher sat down at the table and scratched his head a little weirdly. Yesterday I fell asleep and seemed to wake up once. And then I saw Yi Hongyan? However, I only remember the scene. I don't remember anything after that. Could it be another dream? Chen Fan frowned and said.
When did you come back?
Shen Taodao said.
Less than 10 minutes after you fell asleep. Blind Grandpa and the others came back. Less than 10 minutes after I fell asleep?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and looked at the blind man.
Yi Hongyan ran into my room. Did you notice it?
What? The blind man said a little strangely.
When? I don't know when,
Chen Fan said.
It should have been shortly after I fell asleep. There was still light outside the window, and it was not yet night.
The lame man and the deaf man looked at each other. The deaf man asked.
What then?
Chen Fan said.
Then I didn't remember anything. I just remembered that she appeared in my house, and I subconsciously fired a thunder spear to get out.
Shen Hongxiu took a towel, wiped Chen Fan's face, and said,
Why do you have such a strange dream? Empress Yi Hongyan, why did she come to your house?
On the side, Fang Qingqing pursed her lips. She also wanted to hand Chen Fan a towel, but it was absolutely impossible for her to make such an intimate gesture like Shen Hongxiu. Lame said,
The Yi Hongyan you saw at the entrance to the 5th restricted area is just a long-distance projection. She did not come to the Magic City. If she comes, can you find her?
Chen Fan asked. The cripple's old face turned red.
If she comes, we will definitely find her.
The mute voice sounded in everyone's mind.
Stop bragging. We are just clones and don't have much strength. If Yi Hongyan really ran into Xiufan's house, we wouldn't be able to find her.
The lame man was furious.
If you don't speak, no one will say you are mute.
A few old guys started making noise again. Chen Fan had a headache and said dissatisfied.
Grandpa Lame, why did you throw Henry Chu and the others into the 5th restricted area? I almost killed them.
The cripple said a little embarrassedly.
We attached a spiritual power to them, and then asked Yun Sanhai to protect them. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the 5th restricted area, the space power within them wiped out our spiritual power.
Lost.
We originally thought that the attention of those guys in the Nightmare Court was on the 5-colored sacred stone, and we would not care about them. I didn't expect that they would send people to hunt him down. I went to the Crocodile Island 2,000 miles away this morning and killed a group of nightmare garden rats on the Crocodile Island. It was considered as revenge for them.
Chen Fan and Chu Xian. At this time, the blind man suddenly said,
"See, Fan, have you known Li Mu before?"
Chen Fan was stunned.
"What do you mean? Why do you ask that?" "Last time when the sky-breaking demonic sword attracted him. It was the first time I saw him. Chu Xian and Feng Tianlin told me that he was the top being in our Tang Kingdom and was the Minister of Education."
The blind man thought thoughtfully and said,
"Li Mu noticed that your behavior after I sent you into the 5th penalty area was very strange."
The fire of gossip in Yi Hao's eyes burned brightly.
"How strange is it?"
Chen Fan took a sip of water and looked at the blind man curiously, waiting for the next step.
"How should I put it?"
The blind man touched his beard and said,
"It feels like you are Xiao Fan's illegitimate son."
Chen Fan spurted out a mouthful of water. Henry Chu and Yi Hao also widened their eyes.
"Grandpa Blind, what are you saying?"
Chen Fan glanced at the blind man dissatisfied.
"Let's not talk about this anymore."
The blind man was silent for a moment and said,
"Is there something hidden in Henry Chu and the others? Did you take them inside?"
"Inside is naturally the ancient demon world and other 4 realms." Chen Fan touched his chin.
"Blind Grandpa, can you sense the abnormalities on them?"
If blind people could feel it, then when he and Shen Tao came out of the 5th restricted area, didn't the giants above feel it? To be cautious, his sky-destroying demon sword was directly incorporated into the Sumer ring. But Shen Tao does not have Shumi precepts.
"Can't feel it,"
the blind man said.
"I just heard this kid muttering all the time. So I deliberately used a secret method to check it."
The boy he was talking about was Li Fengxing. Yi Hao and Shen Tao immediately stared at Li Fengxing angrily. Li Fengxing was a little shorter and said timidly,
"We're not outsiders. What does it matter if Grandpa Blind and the others know about it?"
Chen Fan said in a deep voice.
"The 3 realm-suppressing weapons from the ancient god realm, the angel god king realm, and the ancient demon realm have recognized Chu Xian and Hao Zi as their masters."
"What?" The blind man was shocked. Although he didn't know what the 3 items from the ancient god realm and other 3 realms were, they were obviously not much worse than the sky-breaking demon sword that Chen Fan had obtained. He actually recognized Chu Xian and the other 3 as masters? A piece of heaven-breaking magic sword had already shocked them, and Li Mu. Unexpectedly, there are 3 more items. The lame man turned to look at the blind man.
"In this case, wouldn't it mean that the identity of the new generation of human emperors is uncertain again?"
After Chen Fan got the sky-breaking demon sword, the 4 of them had already determined that Chen Fan was the true new generation of human emperor. But now, Chu Xian and the others have also obtained an artifact of the same level as the sky-breaking demon sword. The blind man took a deep breath and said,
"Let me tell Li Mu."
As he spoke, the blind man tilted his head slightly and moved his lips slightly. Next moment, the figure flashed. Li Mu appeared in front of Chen Fan with Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang. Chen Fan glanced at the blind man speechlessly. "Don't you treat Li Mu as an outsider? Why do you tell Li Mu everything?" Seeing Chen Fan's weird eyes, Li Mu laughed dumbly and said,
"Boy, in a place like Blue Star, no matter what, you should trust me more. Not your blind grandpa and the others. After all, they are from Tianyu realm. You should be more careful about them." "Fart,"
the lame man scolded directly.
"The blind man trusts you so much and told you about Chen Fan and Chu Xian. How come you have the nerve to say such shameless words?"
Li Mu smiled, waved his hand and said,
"It's just a joke. Senior, don't worry."
The lame man snorted softly. But the blind man said,
"What he said is actually right. Xiao Fan, in fact, if you are really wary, you should really be wary of us. Not Li Mu. Hey."
The lame man glanced at the blind man bitterly. The blind man continued,
"The lame man and I are both from the Tianyu realm. The so-called new generation of human emperors are just our one-sided words. What if we are the unborn big devil in Tianyu realm, and we are completely taking advantage of you? And Li Mu is the pinnacle of your Tang Kingdom, the patron saint of Tang Kingdom, and even Blue Star."
Hearing this, Li Mu smiled bitterly and bowed to the blind man and the lame man.
"It's the junior who made the mistake. Please forgive me." The 4 seniors.
The faces of the cripples and others became much better. The blind man looked at Xian Chu, Yi Hao, and Shen Tao, and said,
"Take out the things and let us take a look."
Li Mu raised his left hand slightly. Everyone just felt like a blur before their eyes, and they had appeared in a strange void space. Chu Xian and the other 3 looked at Chen Fan at the same time. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Chu Xian and the other three took a few steps to the side and released the artifacts on their bodies. Memorial tablet to heaven. The divine pillar that reaches the sky. The 12 wings of the God King. As soon as the 3 magic weapons appeared, the void suddenly shook. Li Mu and the blind man were a little better. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang felt the overwhelming power released from the 3 magic weapons. And their hearts were suddenly shaken. And their eyes were full of disbelief.
Ha 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 ha!
Li Mu laughed wildly.
God help us!
The Tang Dynasty.
God help us!
The Tang Dynasty.
Ha 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 ha!
The blind man said.
Can these 3 magic weapons, plus Xiaofan's sky-breaking demon sword, get rid of the 6th heavenly demon king?
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Li Mu put away his smile, shook his head solemnly and said,
I'm afraid not. With such a magical weapon, if it were in the hands of Zhang Jiang and I, we would indeed have the confidence to compete with the demon king of the 6th heaven. But the origins of these magical weapons are strange.
And the power contained in them is so domineering and ferocious that it can destroy the world, and no one else can control it except themselves. And Qin Fan and the others are too weak now to unleash the power of these artifacts.
The blind man said in a deep voice.
The 4 of us will guide Qin Fan and others in their cultivation and help them improve their strength. At that time, after helping you solve the problem of the 6th heavenly demon king, can you open the seal and send Xiaofan and the others to Tianyu realm?
Li Mu nodded slightly.
Okay.
Qin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes.
You are negotiating in front of us and using us as conditions? Can't you say these things behind our backs?
Li Mu sighed and said,
I just don't know if I have enough time. The seal left by my master has become loose again. I don't know if I can still suppress the demon king of the 6th heaven.
Death suddenly said.
After Chen Han and his wife seriously injured the 6th heavenly demon king, they sealed him. Theoretically, the 6th heavenly demon king should not be able to break through the seal within 1,000 years. What else are you hiding from us?
The lame man and the mute all looked at Li Mu. But Li Mu remained silent. After a while, Li Mu said,
Then, from now on, I will trouble the 4 seniors more. In addition to Chu Xian and the others, there are also my disciple Yuan Sanhai and Jiang Shui's disciple Yi Wushuang.
The blind man nodded slightly.
Okay.
Li Mu added,
Don't send Qin Fan and others into the 5th restricted area before they break through to the 7th level.
The blind man smiled slightly and said,
You crushed a group of strong men from the Nightmare Garden to death on Tanlang Mountain, and then sent people into the 5th restricted area to kill all the strong men from the Nightmare Garden inside. Is this for Qin Fan?
Everyone present was surprised. Li Mu grinned.
Yes. What's the problem? He has the sky-breaking demonic sword on him, which is the hope for the future of Tang State, and the future hope of Blue Star. How can there be any room for error?
The blind man
looked
at Li Mu and felt something was wrong. Li Mu added,
Senior, I asked you to take advantage of the Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the West region to find their location when they release their projections. Have you found them? It can't be that easy,
said the lame man.
Those shrunken turtles in the Nightmare Garden are hiding far away and deep. How can it be so easy to find them?
Li Mu sighed softly and said,
The 4 Demon Kings were severely injured by Qin Cheng and Zhang Jiang, but the centipede insects were still alive. Only 18 years later, they started to wander around again. If 2 of them are not eliminated, I will have trouble sleeping and eating.
Allure? Chu Xian's second uncle Chu Qingcheng, Qin Fan, and Yi Hao all looked at Henry Chu. Before this, they had heard some legends about Chu Qingcheng, and they all knew that Chu Qingcheng was very powerful. But when Li Mu said this, why did he feel like Chu Qingcheng was more powerful than him? The being who could make Li Mu sleep and eat uneasily was seriously injured by Chu Qingcheng? Qin Fan couldn't help but take a breath of air. Isn't Henry Chu's second uncle, who has been missing for many years, too powerful? At this time, Li Mu said again,
Chu Xian, please put away these artifacts.
As he spoke, he moved his fingers slightly and took out 3 rings.
No method of concentrating breath can be foolproof,
Li Mu said in a deep voice.
These magic weapons are in your body. No matter how you hide them, others may notice them. These 3 Sumer rings are for you. There is a different space within the Sumer ring, which is enough to cover up the aura of these magical weapons.
Henry Chu, Yi Hao, and Shin Tao Tao stretched out their hands to take the Sumer ring. Then the sacred weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument were included in the Sumer ring. Li Fengxing also shamelessly extended his hand. Li Mu gently shook Li Fengxing's hand. Li Fengxing. Suddenly, Qin Fan asked,
in the 5th restricted area. Have you found the specific location of the colorful sacred stone?
Li Mu's expression moved slightly, and he said,
I can only determine the approximate direction. But there are many seals on the way to that direction. Which is extremely weird. Whether it's the people from the Nightmare Court, us, the Demon Clan, or the people from the Demon Sect. They are all working hard to break the seal.
Chen Fan asked.
Then how long does it take to break through?
Li Mu shook his head and said,
I'm afraid it's not that easy. It has actually been some time since all forces entered the 5th restricted area. But the seal inside is so powerful that we can't get in. Even if Blind Lao and the others go in, we won't be able to break it within a year and a half.
Can't break it for a year and a half? Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, there is no need to rush into the 5th restricted area. Li Mu nodded slightly. Everyone was in a daze before they all returned to the stone table in the garden. And Li Mu has disappeared. Li Fengxing looked at Yi Hao and Shen Tao hatefully, with a look of jealousy on his face.
Why do you have the Summer ring? But I don't?
Yi Wuxuang patted Li Fengxing's shoulder lightly and said,
The starting point of envy is people's worry about their vulnerability.
Li Fengxing. Fang Qingqing translated.
The starting point of jealousy is people's worry about their own vulnerability.
Yi Wuxuang said again.
The greater the man, the more restrained his anger.
Li Fengxing had the urge to go crazy. Chen Fan and others were also speechless. Fang Qingqing translated.
The greater a person is, the more he can restrain his anger.
Seeing this, Shen Hongxiu, not to be outdone, also translated.
I'm so angry. But I still have to keep smiling.
Li Fengxing became even more angry. Yuan Sanhai glanced at Yi Wuxuang speechlessly, and then saluted the lame man.
Senior, I will trouble you again in the future.
The cripple looked at Chen Fan.
Xiao Fan. Send them there to practice. I just happened to go take a look.
Li Fengxing's eyes immediately shone.
Yes. Yes. Brother Fan. Send us in. I'm going to find my magic weapon.
Chen Fan was just about to nod when he suddenly came back to his senses.
Don't worry yet. Brother Yun. Please summon the beasts. I'll find a way to help you cultivate the beasts first. It won't be too late to go.
If master-level beings like Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang entered the ancient god realm or the ancient demon realm and killed those demons, wouldn't they kill a large area at once? No matter what, let's help them cultivate the beasts first. By then, these 2 beast masters alone will be able to bring huge system energy. Chapter 233, Breeding the Beast. Let the breeding come more violently. A level 32 strange cold dragon eagle. A level 32 powerful iron-eating beast. A level 32 crying demon. These are the 3 royal beasts of Yun Sanhai. A level 32 ice predator. A level 32 blazing jade rhinoceros. These are Yi Wuxuang's 2 beasts. In the 5th restricted area, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were chased before. These beasts were seriously injured, and now they have not recovered from their serious injuries. See these royal beasts appear. Xiao Bai, Ice White Python and other beasts all gathered around. However, Feng Tianlin and Jian Yuanfan were so frightened that they hid in the distant forest and did not dare to approach. In the past, the Ice White Python, the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and other taming beasts would not have dared to approach this level of taming beasts, especially the demon-type Crying Demon. But after 10 days of fighting in the ancient god realm, even the Golden Horn Dragon in the cold pond, who was most afraid of death, now no longer took the evil aura released by the Crying Demon seriously. The demons in the ancient god realm are much more terrifying than the Crying Demons. Even if there were no demons crawling up in the ancient god realm, the weird and terrifying aura would be more frightening than the aura emitted by the Crying Demon. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon and several other beasts twisted their heads, dodging the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and several other beasts, and climbed to the front line. When Gongzi saw the Black Iron Dragon Turtle being bullied, he charged over and slapped the Handan Golden Horn Dragon's head on the ground with one paw. Xiaobai yelled in dissatisfaction, and Gongzi ran back. A group of beast masters looked at the Crying Demon curiously. Xiaohei looked at the Crying Demon and drooled, making the Crying Demon feel cold. Chen Fan opened the computer and recorded all the data of the 5 beasts. It is not easy to cultivate a beast master of this level temporarily, but I don't know how difficult it is. So far, Chen Fan has cultivated so many beasts, but he has never really encountered any difficulties. For example, the spiritual dragon dew needed to cultivate Xiaobai was actually the saliva secreted by the Handan Golden Horn Dragon. After sleeping for 7 days,
Qin Fan did not get it at first because Li Fingxing was injured by Henry Chu and was hospitalized. As for the
Raging Thunder Mystery,
that helped Xiaobai break through from level 4 to level 5. Although all major Beast Control shopping websites were out of stock, Qin Fan went to the Beast Control forum and paid a high price. And someone made a special trip to pick up 2 pieces. Return. All the plans given by the system are the easiest to achieve. All in all, it's either a matter of money or time. Some things cannot be found on the Yuju shopping website, but they may appear in the families of some people around you. Some things are very rare, but maybe someone Qin Fan knows has them. This moment made Qin Fan wonder whether the system was powerful enough to scan the entire world at will. It can't be too difficult to help Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang cultivate beasts. How can a few level 32 beast-controlling beasts use the materials needed to break through to survive a being like Li Mu? In fact, it is impossible to trouble Li Mu with such a small matter. If it is really difficult to find materials, Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang can go to the Demon City Lord's mansion. Qin Fan recorded all the materials. Then, he first searched his own warehouse, and the warehouse of store number 9. There are indeed several things missing. But Yun Songhai's Crying Demon and Yi Wuxuang's Ice Predator can both be cultivated immediately. Especially the Crying Devil. This Crying Demon is the demon of the Nightmare Garden. Not a demon type like Xiao Hei, but a real abyss demon. Same with the Little Skull. The materials needed by the Crying Demon are mainly the crystal cores of level 30 or above resentful souls. And Qin Fan has all of these things. Before, he, Chu Xian, and the others had been killing each other in the ancient god realm for 10 days. The 4 realms connected by the beast control space are all demons, regardless of whether it is a battle-powered level breakthrough or a race-level breakthrough. All the materials needed for Yun Songhai, a Crying Demon, are readily available. As for Yi Wuxuang's Ice Predator, Qin Fan also found matching materials in the warehouse of store number 9. Those materials were originally intended to be used for the beast control in shop number 9. Qin Fan dialed Lin Zhao's phone number, then sent the required materials and asked Lin Zhao to send someone to deliver the materials to his home. Turn off the phone. Qin Fan took out the crystal nuclei and some spiritual herbs collected in the ancient god world from the Sumer ring. This, Yun Songhai's eyes suddenly widened when he saw the crystal cores that Qin Fan took out.
Are they all demon crystal cores? And they are soul-tired demon crystal cores? Even these materials exude demonic energy.
Demons are, after all, the same as ordinary monsters. Stepping out of the main city, there are monsters everywhere outside the wilderness. But how can it be so easy to find a few purebred demons? Especially soul-body demons. It doesn't mean that a resentful spirit must be a demon. Of the 3 Yun Songhai beasts, the most difficult one to cultivate is the Crying Demon. This thing, Yun Songhai usually finds it very troublesome to get food for it. Did not expect? Qin Fan greeted him and asked he how to go inside and take out the induction cooker and the big iron pot. Yun Songhai was a little better. When he was in Donghai City, he watched Qin Fan help by Tianyu cultivate the beasts and cook hot pot like this. But when Yi Wuxuang saw this scene, his eyes went straight. Yi Wuxuang bumped Yun Songhai lightly with his elbow.
We already had dinner before we came here. Do we want to eat hot pot again? The hot pot should not be placed on the table, but on the ground?
Yun Songhai rolled his eyelids.
It's not for you to eat. It's for my little one to eat. Don't compete with it for a while.
Everyone turned their heads and glanced at Yun Songhai. Little Cry? Is this the devil's name? After this Crying Demon signed the contract. When he heard the name Yun Songhai named him, did he feel like crying? Qin Fan started to get busy. After throwing some spiritual herbs collected from the ancient god realm into the pot, he took a bunch of crystal nuclei and walked to an open space nearby, and began to use those crystal nuclei to lay out the
Star Gathering Array.
The Star Gathering Array is huge. The diameter reaches 45 meters. But there are actually not many crystal nuclei in the Star Gathering Array. They are all demonic cores. Most of them are over 20 levels. But one of them is level 33. And 2 of them are level 30. Only a few minutes. The things from store number 9 have not been delivered yet. But the
Star Gathering Formation
has already been set up. Qin Fan waved to the Crying Demon, and then pointed at the Star Gathering Array. After the Crying Demon glanced at Yun Songhai, his size became a little smaller, and then he floated into the Star Gathering Array like a cloud. Qin Fan didn't say anything and immediately activated the Star Gathering Formation. In an instant, strips of pure demon star power emerged from the demon crystal cores, and then converged towards the Crying Demon in the center. The Crying Demon's eyes showed a look of surprise, and he immediately began to greedily absorb the gathered power. Yi Wu's eyes showed surprise.
Unbelievable.
Yun Songhai.
Speak humanly.
Yi Wuxuang.
Unbelievable. Ordinary beast masters, who want to quickly absorb the power from the crystal core generally need the assistance of this star-gathering array. But the speed at which this star-gathering array absorbs the power of the crystal core is a little too fast. Right.
Yun Songhai said nothing. More than just fast? Before the crying demon could react, the power on the crystal cores had already begun to gather towards him. The seemingly simple star-gathering array has unpredictable powers. It's unimaginable. Beside them, the eyes of the lame and deaf people also changed several times. They have seen Chen Fan arrange a star-gathering array to help the beasts break through. They have seen it many times. But every time they saw it, the four of them felt huge waves in their hearts. With the knowledge of the four of them, what formation has not been seen before? But they have never seen the star-gathering array arranged by Chen Fan. There is no such star-gathering array in Tianyu realm. Just a few crystal nuclei. Just a few simple steps. As rough as child's play. But it can turn decay into magic. It's really unimaginable. Every time, when they thought they knew all of Chen Fan's secrets, Chen Fan would show off such methods that no one could reveal. No wonder Li Mu values Chen Fan so much. There are infinite possibilities in this child. 10 minutes later, the crying demon has almost absorbed all the power from the demon crystal core. The large pot also cooked a bunch of spiritual herbs, emitting a foul smell. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing covered their noses and almost vomited. Yi Hao rolled his eyes, ran out, and hugged Jade over. Jade blew out gently, and the strong wind blew the stinky smell from the pot to the other side. Xiao He, who was standing on the stone opposite, had his eyes blackened and fell down with a thud. The ice-white python and other royal beasts also fled.
Wow!
Li Fengxing frowned and said,
This stench feels like Brother Fan is boiling old shit from 1982. What are you talking about?
Bai Rouge was so angry that he kicked him directly. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Li Fengxing.
Do you want me to feed you?
Li Fengxing slapped his neck.
I'd rather die.
Yi Hao smiled sinisterly and said,
If you eat a mouthful of shit, you can break through to the 5th level. Do you want to eat it or not?
Li Fengxing was stunned. To eat or not to eat? Li Fengxing frowned, as heaven and man were at war in his heart. To eat or not to eat? You can break through to the 5th level. Everyone was speechless when they saw Li Feng's difficult behavior. When Chen Fan saw that the crystal nuclei had all turned into gray stones, and that the last step was left on the crying demon's attribute panel, he immediately waved to the crying demon. The crying demon floated over and reached the cauldron. Chen Fan took the cauldron down and put the prepared ice cubes in. Water vapor transpiration. Chen Fan picked up the cauldron and poured it into the mouth of the crying demon. The crying demon gurgled and gurgled several times and drank until there was no trace left. Yi Wuxuang stared closely at Chen Fan's movements. But Chen Fan made no further moves. After a while, Chen Fan gently patted the crying demon and said 66 points of system energy into it. At this time, the materials Chen Fan asked for were delivered to store number 9. These materials are the materials for cultivating ice predators. They were all ice-type materials. Yi Wuxuang looked at those materials, and his eyes moved slightly. At this time, the crying demon's body shook violently, and let out a weird cry.
Boom!
Starlight fell from the sky, and the crying demon's combat power level broke through from level 32 to level 33. And Yun Songhai immediately received the star power and spiritual power fed back by the crying demon. Yi Wuxuang looked at Yun Songhai, dumbfounded. But everyone else, including Yun Songhai, looked as usual. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly took out 2 strange fruits from the sumer ring. Those 2 fruits, one was only the size of a kiwi fruit, were completely black and covered with knots. The other one was like a football, with a diameter of more than 20 meters. The same black appearance, with strange patterns like grimaces on it. Chen Fan signaled the crying demon to open his mouth, and then threw 2 fruits, one large and one small, into the crying demon's mouth. After the crying demon chewed the fruit and swallowed it, Chen Fan sent another 80 points of system energy to the crying demon. 10 seconds later, the body of the crying demon shook violently again.
Boom!
His entire body has grown tremendously. This is... Yun Songhai was surprised and delighted.
Has the racial level been broken through?
Chen Fan nodded.
I have broken through from high-level extraordinary to low-level lord.
Monster name, crying demon. Combat power level, level 33, overlord level. Racial level, lower lord. Racial skills, magic cry illusion plus. Soul tier plus. Mist illusion array plus. Void soul suppression plus. Soul Whip Plus. Haunting releases 15 ghosts, causing a lot of shadow damage to the target. And entangle the other party's soul, plus. After checking the Crying Demon's attribute panel, Chinfan said,
A new skill has been awakened. Haunting.
This Crying Demon is really powerful. No wonder he was able to block a level 35 demon with illusions when he was still at level 32 in the 5th restricted area. This kind of soul targeting skill will be easy to fall into unless the mental defense is activated from the beginning. Unbelievable. Yu Wushwang looked at Chinfan and said this word. In just 10 minutes, he helped the most difficult to cultivate Crying Demon break through a combat power level and a race level. And the Crying Demon has awakened a new skill. Shouldn't Yun Sanghai, the master of the Crying Demon, know about this first? No wonder even Pastor Li values him so highly. It's unimaginable. Chinfan didn't pay attention to Yu Wushwang's gaze. He conveniently raised the skill proficiency of the Crying Demon to 100. It doesn't consume much system energy anyway. He didn't move the other beasts. After all, the Crying Demon has just broken through a combat power level and a racial level. So it makes sense that his skills have become stronger. Several other beast masters were watching the show. And all of a sudden their skills became stronger. It was hard to explain when asked. Chinfan didn't stop for a moment and started to sort out the ingredients and cook hot pot again. These materials can only help Yu Wushwang's beast, Ice Predator, break through a combat power level. As for the other beast-controlling beasts, we can only wait until the materials are collected. It only takes 2 or 3 days. Chinfan acted quickly and spent more than 10 minutes helping the Ice Predator break through from level 32 to level 33. Yu Wushwang endured it for a while, but finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked,
Can't you help my Ice Predator improve its racial level?
Seeing that Yun Songhai's Crying Demon's combat power level and racial level had both broken through, he was also very envious. The two were originally about the same strength, but now because of this Crying Demon, the gap between them has widened instantly.
Not today.
Chinfan shook his head and said,
There are several missing materials to help these beasts break through. It will probably take a few days before they are ready. Now, let me take you there first. But it may not succeed.
Which way is that over there? Yun Sanhai and Yu Wushwang's expressions moved slightly. Before, Shi Lao said that he would send them there to practice. But they didn't understand. At this time, the deaf man came over and gently placed his hands on the shoulders of Yun Sanhai and Yu Wushwang. The two youngest grandmasters of the Tang Kingdom suddenly felt like a huge mountain was pressing on them. Unable to move at all, the deaf man then said,
We can trust you too, because your masters are Li Mu and Han Jiangxue. But you remember, from the moment you enter this house, everything you hear and see must not be spread out. If you dare to spread the word, even Li Mu and Han Jiangxue won't be able to protect you. Deaf man, I want to kill a few people in the Tang Kingdom. They can't stop me.
Yun Sanhai and Yu Wushwang looked at each other and nodded slightly at the same time. The blind man nodded slightly and waved his left hand lightly. The whole world seemed to dim. Yun Sanhai and others looked up and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a powerful barrier that had completely enveloped Chinfan's house. The beasts controlled by Feng Tianlin, Shangwan Sanlong and others, including the Shadow Demon and the soul-raising Woodwood Spirit, have all been moved out of the barrier. At this moment, it is estimated that even his master Li Mu would have difficulty spying. Right? The strength of these seniors is really unfathomable. Yun Sanhai and the others wiped their sweat, and then put all their beasts into the beast control space. Then, the blind man nodded towards Chinfan. Chinfan directly opened the whirlpool portal in the beast controlling space. Yun Sanhai and Yu Wushwang looked at each other and smiled. In the 5th penalty area, Chinfan used this move to save them. The reason why Yun Sanhai recognized Chinfan, who was wearing a helmet, was because he had secretly escorted him on the way to the Demon City, and had seen Chinfan use this trick a long time ago. Under the gaze of the two people, Chinfan asked everyone to hold hands, and pulled everyone in. Xiaobai, Gengzi, and the others stayed outside. The space for controlling beasts is still a bit small.
Here it is!
Yun Sanhai and Yu Wushwang looked around and were both stunned. Before this, they all knew that Chinfan had a strange space where he could come and go freely. But when they actually entered this space, the two couldn't help but be surprised. Chinfan said,
This is my beast-controlling space.
Yun Sanhai and Yu Wushwang were stunned. After entering here, they thought it was Chinfan's space skill awakening from the beast control. In any case, none of them thought that this would be a beast-controlling space. Can a beast master enter his own beast master space? Can a beast control master also bring others into his own beast control space? Unheard of. Chen Fan added.
These 4 gates in my beast-controlling space are connected to 4 strange worlds.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang. The blind man said.
Li Mu refused to open the seal, and deliberately left the 4 of us in Blue Star. In the final analysis, he just wanted to steal our wool. He wanted the 4 of us to help your Tang country, and help your Blue Star do something. But to be honest, Blue Star's resources are really limited, and the vitality of heaven and earth is far inferior to that of Tianyu realm. Even if the 2 of you are extremely talented, in this environment, it would be foolish to dream to help you break through to level 9 or above in a short period of time.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang listened quietly. The blind man continued.
But the 4 worlds connected by Xiaofan's beast control space can solve this problem. Of course, there is another prerequisite. That is, you can get in.
Yuan Sanhai was stunned.
Are there any special conditions required to enter one of these 4 worlds?
The blind man shook his head and said.
Qian Chu and the others can go in. But I can't. Let Xiaofan try it later. If you can enter the environment of these 4 worlds, it will be very suitable for you to practice. The weird pressure inside, and the extremely abundant vitality of heaven and earth are unimaginable. Let me try it first,
Chen Fan said, stepping into the ancient god realm. Yi Wuxuang also took a step forward.
Bang!
Yi Wuxuang's body was bounced back. At this time, Chen Fan, who had entered the ancient god realm, had opened the space portal of the beast-controlling space and stretched out his hand. Just like pulling them into the beast-controlling space, Chen Fan pulled Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang into the ancient god world. As soon as they entered the ancient god realm, both Yuan Sanhai and Yuan Sanhai's hair stood on end. At this moment, they finally understood the weird pressure that the blind man said. They have felt this kind of pressure in the 5th penalty area. But the difference is, the pressure here is 100 times that of the 5th penalty area. Even with their powerful mental power in the mid-7th level, they almost wanted to turn around and run away when they felt the despair and fear in the void. What the hell is this place? It feels like as soon as you step into this place, you are being targeted by a demon that will destroy the world. If you stay at a place like this for a while, you will probably have a mental breakdown. But having said that, as Blind Old Man said, the abundant vitality of heaven and earth in this world is countless times stronger than that of Blue Star. If you practice in a place like this, your cultivation speed may be many times faster than that of Blue Star.
It was not moved back.
Chen Fan nodded slightly.
It's strange.
While he was talking, splashing sounds began to come from the cracks everywhere. Yuan Sanhai's expression changed.
Devil. So many demons.
Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, he was suddenly stunned. On the attribute panel he saw, a large number of demons above level 33 appeared. What happened? He and Henry Chu and others fought here before, and only occasionally encountered a few demons above level 30. Most demons are only a little over level 20. Right? How come when Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang appeared here, a large number of demons above level 33 climbed up?
Careful!
Chen Fan reminded.
There are many level 33 demons.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang immediately summoned all their beasts. Chen Fan said.
There are countless cracks here, which are bottomless. There will be many demons crawling out of the cracks.
Yuan Sanhai looked at Chen Fan and asked.
You came here before and killed many demons above level 30?
Chen Fan shook his head.
When we came in, most of the demons crawling out of the cracks were level 20 demons. Occasionally, a few demons above level 30 would appear.
A flash of light flashed in Yu's hands, and he had already grasped a spear. Yuan Sanhai is also ready. Chen Fan added.
Brother Yuan, you can practice here. I will send my beast master to keep an eye on this place. And Blind Grandpa and the others will also come in from time to time to check. You should sit her here, and don't stray too far from here. Otherwise, if there is a crisis, I will not be able to help immediately.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang nodded at the same time.
I understand.
Chen Fan turned around and returned to the beast-controlling space. Blind Man and the others wanted to help Li Mu and train Yuan Sanhai and the others as soon as possible. Chen Fan didn't think so much. What Chen Fan wanted was to go back and help them cultivate all the beasts, and then let them kill more demons. A beast master of more than 30 levels can kill a demon of more than 30 levels. The speed at which the system energy increases is extremely fast. In the beast-controlling space, Henry Chu said.
Send us there too.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and then said.
Don't be so anxious. Tonight, I will first help you raise the combat power level and race level of the beasts. Haozi and Dao Ao are now at the 3rd level and 5th level. If the beasts break through, The star power fed back will be enough to help them reach the 4th level. I'll send you in then. However, when Brother Yun and the others entered the ancient god realm, most of the monsters they attracted were above level 30. You should go to the ancient demon world later.
Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu nodded at the same time. Monsters over level 30 are still a bit too powerful. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Shen Taoao have magic weapons on their bodies, so maybe they won't be afraid. But when the others faced level 30 demons, they were completely dead. Not even a chance to escape. Suddenly, the cripple said,
Xiao Fan, would you like to send me over there to have a look?
The blind man couldn't get through. But the lame men and the others were obviously unwilling to let it go if they didn't try. Chen Fan had no choice but to enter the ancient god realm again, and then pulled the lame people over. No! They are all like a blind man. As soon as everyone was pulled in, they were immediately moved back to the beast control space by an irresistible force. The cripples were also very speechless. After leading everyone out of the beast controlling space, Chen Fan sent the orange cat back to the beast controlling space. The orange cat, who was holding a fish and gnawing wildly, was very dissatisfied.
What do you want to do? You can't even make a meal taste good.
Chen Fan,
you sleep in all day long. I will give you a task this time. You can help me keep an eye on this beast control space. If Brother Yun and the others in the ancient god realm encounter any trouble, alert me immediately. I won't do it.
Orange Cat was furious.
Let Xiaohei come. I am the leader of the demon sect. You let me do such a stupid thing.
Chen Fan,
I'll help you break through a combat level and a racial level tonight.
Orange Cat,
go ahead. Only I can do this kind of thing.
In the garden, the blind man has already withdrawn the barrier. A group of people, including Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Songlong, walked in.
What's the situation?
Feng Tianlin was a little frightened and said,
We just walked into the door of your house, but our eyes blurred and we appeared outside again. I thought there was a ghost.
A group of royal beasts rushed over with a roar, each rushing to their master. Chen Fan glanced at the beasts controlled by Feng Tianlin and others, and suddenly became angry.
I said, you keep letting me control your beasts here to raise pigs?
Jiang Yuanfan and others all blushed a little. Shangwan Songlong blushed and said,
Chen Fan, we will definitely give you this money. Don't worry.
Is it a matter of money? Chen Fan glanced at Shangwan Songlong depressedly. I breed beasts for you. Do you care about the money? I want your beast to go out and harvest system energy. After helping you cultivate the beast, you leave the beast here. What is this? After opening his mouth, Chen Fan said after a while,
Are you all short of money?
Jiang Yuanfan, Mu Yuan and others all nodded sheepishly. Chen Fan nodded and said,
Let's do this. I will lend you money. Each of you 500 million. And you can buy a better armor and weapons. Then take your beast master and go to the secret realm. Mining, killing monsters, making money.
Feng Tianlin and others were stunned for a moment.
How much? 500 million.
Chen Fan said.
That's enough for you to buy a set of high-grade Xuanbing level armor and weapons. But I only borrow it for 1 year. And I have to charge interest. For 1 year, the interest is 20%. After 1 year, pay me back 600 million.
Feng Tianlin immediately shouted.
It's too exaggerated. Brother, are you trying to knock out the bones and suck out the marrow? Are you pretending to be a bastard?
Chen Fan directly slapped Feng Tianlin on the head.
Do you want it? If not, take your beast and get out now. I won't breed any more beasts for you anyway. Yes.
Feng Tianlin answered very simply.
Come here. I'll give you some money.
Chen Fan waved. Damn it. He helped them cultivate the beasts and paid the money. This is simply unreasonable. If it weren't for the system energy, I wouldn't even give you a hair. Do you really think I want to earn that little interest?
Huh? I've given you the money. What are you still doing here? I'm a little hungry. Let's have dinner before leaving. Roll.
After driving Feng Tianlin and others away, Chen Fan started to be busy again. I have to be busy. He had been killing in the ancient god realm for 10 days. After rescuing Yun Songhai and the others, they slept in the beast controlling space for another day. I haven't bred any animals in more than 10 days. Let's go to shop number 9 first and cultivate a batch of beasts. After coming back, I have to help Xiaobai and the others break through in the evening. After all, they have to fight Zhong Hao, and they still need to improve their overall strength. If you lose accidentally, you will lose face, and it will still be very painful to lose all 300 billion. Correct. You have to tell Lin Xiao. In the future, all the beasts cultivated by shop number 9 will be asked to talk to their owners carefully when they are
leaved out of the cage.
Every cultivated beast must be taken out by their master to kill monsters like crazy. Any reason? The newly cultivated beasts will immediately enter into a frenzied fight. The experience of blood and fire will help to achieve breakthroughs in combat power level and race level later on. Especially racial class. Isn't this common sense that all beast masters know? Chen Fan asked Henry Chu and the others to stay at home to practice. And he activated the
Wings of Wind
and flew directly to the 9th store. The lame people didn't take it seriously. It always felt like Chen Fan was not doing his job properly. After getting 1 trillion from Li Mu, he is obviously no longer short of money. Why are you still obsessed with breeding animals? But the blind man did not allow them to meddle in their own business. The cripples and the others had no choice but to run away and drink. Chapter 234, Mental Power Surges. This battle attracts everyone's attention.
Kachigi!
The 5-meter-tall black-haired spiritual fire demon rabbit kicked away the wild prison dragon and chased Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin was shocked and turned pale. Turned around and ran away, shouting as he ran.
Help! Dear ladies! Come and save me!
As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual fire demon rabbit behind him opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of flames. Seeing that Feng Tianlin was about to be submerged in flames.
Roar!
Shangwan Wulei's angry brown bear rushed over, blocked behind Feng Tianlin, and spurted out a pillar of fire. The two flames clashed together, and the larger angry brown bear retreated step by step. Emergency moment. Shangwan Sanlong's Crypt Spider King rushed over and sprayed out an
Earthbound spider web
to trap the spirit fire demon rabbit. Just when the spirit fire demon rabbit wanted to break free from the spider web, the Crypt Spider King used another skill. Venom spray. Venom poured all over the sky and fell on the spirit fire demon rabbit. And black smoke suddenly rose from the spirit fire demon rabbit. At this time, several other beasts also seized the opportunity and rushed over. Shangwan Sanlong's eye centipede used a poisonous needle skill, and the scorpion tail was directly nailed to the belly of the spirit fire demon rabbit. The spirit fire demon rabbit screamed.
Ha!
A figure fell like a meteorite. Shangwan Sanlong held a big sword and slashed it towards the head of the spiritual fire demon rabbit. The spiritual fire demon rabbit, whose defense was not very strong, was instantly separated from its corpses. Several other people killed the monsters around them and came over. Shangwan Wulei sneered and said,
I have never seen a grown man being chased by a rabbit until he has no way to go to the sky or the ground.
Feng Tianlin said angrily.
That's the spirit fire demon rabbit. A level 14 spirit fire demon rabbit.
Jiang Yuanfan frowned and glanced at Feng Tianlin. 2 days ago, after Chen Fan lent the money, the others all changed into a pair of armor with strong defense and high-grade mysterious weapons with powerful attack power. This guy is the only one still holding the same weapons and wearing the same armor. If he changes into the kind of armor worn by others and gets a high-grade mysterious weapon, why should he be afraid of a mere level 14 spirit fire demon rabbit? Jiang Yuanfan said angrily.
It's okay to eat at Chen Fan's house every day. Why the do you come to us to lick the monster? Can you please have some face?
It's as if you didn't go to Chen Fan's house to have dinner. Feng Tianlin accompanied him with a smile.
Brothers, please take care of me. I'll treat you when I get back today.
Shangwan Sanlong said, Where is the money Chen Fan lent you? Where did the money go? Feng Tianlin was silent for a moment, and then said,
I'm going all in on the black market.
Everyone was stunned for a while. Feng Tianlin said,
Not only did I put down all the 500 million, I also borrowed a large amount of money from home, and then borrowed tens of millions from Yi Hao. Brothers, I will succeed or die this time.
Shangwan Wulei was in disbelief.
You spent all your money on the black market to beat Chen Fan to win? What if he loses? Aren't you going bankrupt?
Mu Yuan sneered and said,
More than just losing everything? That's a real billionaire.
Jiang Yuanfan sighed.
If Chen Fan loses, I think you will have to sell yourself to pay off your debts.
Feng Tianlin rolled his eyelids.
Don't tell me. I'm so handsome. I can still sell it for a good price.
Jiang Yuanfan nodded.
Sell you to carry dung for 300 alliance coins a day.
Feng Tianlin.
Get out.
Shangwan Wulei nodded.
Let me tell you something. With your current fighting strength,
as long as you work hard, you can become a billionaire even if you are just picking up the manure.
Feng Tianlin was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But he had been
rubbing
monsters for the past 2 days, and he didn't dare to offend the
big men
in front of him. Shangwan Songlong dug out the crystal core of the spirit fire demon rabbit and silently glanced at Feng Tianlin.
It's too risky for you to do this. I know that this little money is nothing to your Feng family. But after we turned 18, our family basically stopped giving us much money. If you really lose everything, you can only make money by killing monsters and picking up crystal cores. How can it be so easy to lose?
Feng Tianlin disagreed.
It's not like you don't know that Chen Fan is a monster. Yi Hao also said that he can kill someone in the 6th level. And when he said this, neither Shen Hongxiu nor Shen Tao objected. It is obvious that they have all seen Chen Fan kill the 6th level person with their own eyes. Besides, Chen Fan has already invested 300 billion. He can let himself lose? Killing the 6th level realm and competing with the 5th level peak are not the same concept.
Shangwan Wulei shook his head and said,
for example, we are not yet at the 3rd level realm. But we are wearing such a battle armor. Wearing a top-grade mysterious weapon. With our mid to late 2nd level strength. It is possible to kill ordinary 4th level people. But when we actually compete, will we be allowed to wear such armor and use such high-grade mysterious weapons? Working hard and competing are not the same thing. As for Chen Fan's 300 billion, I don't know how much money he has. But I am sure that even if he loses 300 billion, he can still live a very comfortable life. But if you lose this money, your life will not be easy.
Feng Tianlin,
you usually call Chen Fan brothers. But now you don't think so highly of him? This is not to be optimistic.
Shangwan Songlong said.
We are just analyzing rationally. Zhong Hao is indeed too strong. My sister and your sister are among the top geniuses in the Magic City in the past few years. Right? Not only are they extremely talented, they also have the support of our two families behind them. But they didn't get the slightest advantage against Zhong Hao. Having said this,
Shangwan Songlong smiled bitterly.
Chen Fan actually doesn't need to agree so quickly. Zhong Hao is a sophomore at the Magic University of Martial Arts. But Chen Fan is just like us. Although he has entered the first martial arts university, he is actually only a senior in high school. If it were me, even if I was confident enough, I would postpone the date of the fight for a month and then prepare well.
Feng Tianlin waved his hand, clicked on the map on the smartwatch, and said,
stop talking about this. The map I bought shows that there is a valley more than 6 miles ahead. And there is a level 16 bird in the valley. The black wolf of thick soil. Let's go kill that thick black wolf. The crystal core and fur of that thing are much more valuable than this flexible magic rabbit. Kill that thick earth black wolf and go back. Chen Fan will also fight Zhong Hao in the afternoon. We have to go and help him out.
Everyone looked at Feng Tianlin and were speechless for a while. This guy was chased up and down by a level 14 spirit fire demon rabbit. Now he is bewitching them to kill the level 16 thick soil black wolf. In the forest behind the mountain, Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the grass.
The thunder knife
that had been replaced by the sky-breaking demon knife was floating beside him, rotating rapidly around him. The thunder knife rotates faster and faster. When we got to the back, we could almost only see an afterimage, and even the shape of the thunder knife was hard to distinguish.
Call out.
The thunder knife suddenly flew out like lightning and shuttled quickly through the forest.
TSK, 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 TSK.
Big trees were pierced by thunder knives, leaving a small opening. But the power of thunder on the thunder knife was not released. So the big trees were not destroyed. In just 2 breaths, the thunder knife pierced through more than a dozen big trees and flew back to Chen Fan.
Well, not bad. Very good.
The blind man's figure appeared on a piece of bluestone nearby, and he nodded with satisfaction.
You have completely mastered this method. Chen Fan opened his eyes and smiled slightly.
With the same mental power. After I practiced the method taught by Blind Grandpa, my power has increased a lot. It's really unimaginable. You are truly unimaginable.
The lame man appeared next to the blind man out of thin air and sighed. Then, he said a little puzzled,
Xiao Fan is still only at the 5th level and 2nd level. Although his mental power has increased several times, he should still be majoring in star power at this stage.
Right, the blind man said calmly.
You should take care of Henry Chu and the others. You don't need to worry about Xiao Fan's cultivation.
The lame man flattened his mouth and said,
Xian Chu and the others are practicing there, and we can't get in either. After Xiao Fan breaks through to the 7th level, shall we pass on all the secrets of the 4 holy lands to him? Is it the secret knowledge of the 4 holy lands?
The blind man was silent for a moment, then said after a while,
For Xiao Fan, it may be just the icing on the cake. He has his own way of cultivation. The so-called martial arts secrets have never been about winning with numbers. You have to practice your divine legs and my heavenly eyes to the extreme, so that you can touch the unfathomable divine power. If the four of us had practiced the divine legs, heavenly eyes, and Tiantianyi realm at the same time, we would have been finished.
Lame, the blind man continued.
He has mastered the 9 sky-breaking swords to the extreme. Can there be any rivals in this mortal world?
The lame man blinked and said,
There are 9 swords in total, and he has just started. How about I take him to the imperial capital of the Tang dynasty and let Zhang Jiang teach him the complete 9 swordsmanship?
Hearing this, Qin Fan hurriedly said,
Is the Zhang Jiang that lame grandpa is talking about my master's younger brother? The strongest member of the number 1 beast breeding family in the Tang dynasty? Not only is he the strongest member of the Tang kingdom's number 1 beast breeding family,
Cripple said,
although that boy is dull, he is addicted to the art of swordsmanship. His real strength is probably even stronger than Li Mu. That boy Li Mu is known as the number 1 man in the Tang dynasty, but he only made it so by himself.
Qin Fan, after giving a wry smile, Qin Fan said,
There is no need to rush to find my uncle now. Let's wait until I can practice the 4th and 5th swords first.
This is just a delaying tactic. Outsiders think that Qin Fan's 9 heaven-breaking swords were passed down from Zhang Jiang's disciple by Tianyu. But in fact, the 9 blades of cutting heaven is a unique skill in the system. Qin Fan successfully mastered the first of the 9 heaven-breaking swords not by practicing hard, but by consuming a large amount of system energy. If he wanted to practice the next few swords of the 9 cutting heaven swords, Qin Fan didn't need to go to his uncle Zhang Jiang at all. At this time, the cripple said again,
He is only in the 5th level now. Although his mental power has increased several times, the cultivation of mental power at this stage seems a bit sacrificing the basics. Right.
The blind man raised his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something, and did not speak. Qin Fan just listened quietly without interrupting. His mental power surged from more than 600 Hz to 2,496 Hz. It was impossible to hide it from the lame and the deaf. I just went to the 5th restricted area, which lasted only 11 or 2 days. Qin Fan's mental power has undergone such strange changes. But Qin Fan has many secrets. Although the lame and deaf people were puzzled, they didn't ask any more questions. When the 4 elders gathered together, they only discussed how to improve Qin Fan's strength. The lame, deaf, and mute were responsible for the cultivation of Chu Xian and Yun Xinghai. The blind man is responsible for Qin Fan's training. But the blind man seems to have just let Qin Fan go. Except for teaching Qin Fan to condense and use his mental power this time. He did not care about Qin Fan most of the time and allowed Qin Fan to practice on his own. In this regard, many lame people complained. This time, the cripple also felt that Qin Fan's practice was a little off track. So he couldn't help but run over to discuss it with the blind man. At this stage, the methods of studying spiritual power seem wrong to most people. Very wrong. Normally, the spiritual power growth rate of ordinary beast masters and star warriors cannot keep up with the growth rate of star power. Star power is the most important power for beast masters or star warriors, as well as beast masters. And mental power can only be regarded as a kind of power paired with star power. After a beast master or star warrior breaks through to the 3rd level, his mental power can cooperate with his star power to practice and use martial arts with various attributes. From this point of view, mental power can definitely be regarded as an indispensable power for beast masters or star warriors. But it's still just a coordination force. Star power is the real, leading, force. The reason is simple. Because it is much more difficult to increase spiritual power than to increase star power. Whether it is Blue Star or Tianyu Realm. Whether they have the skills to cultivate spiritual power or not. The growth of spiritual power of beast masters or star warriors lags far behind the growth of star power. After reaching the 3rd level, beast masters or star warriors can integrate spiritual power and star power to practice and use martial arts. After reaching the 5th level, beast masters or star warriors can separate mental power from the body, form a mental power barrier, or control objects. After reaching the 7th level, the mental power of a beast master or star warrior will undergo a qualitative change and be greatly enhanced, becoming a powerful means of attack. But no matter what, star power is the dominant force for all practitioners. Even if one has a master beast like Xiao He or Crying Demon, the growth of a cultivator's spiritual power is far from being able to keep up with the growth of star power. Even if you reach the 7th level realm, or even the 8th level realm, mental power is still only the matching power of a beast master or a star warrior. Except for some unique mental attacks of beast masters. Very few beast masters or star warriors use mental power alone as a means of attack. For example, using mental power to control a sword. The 5th level realm uses mental power to control the sword to attack the enemy. With such intensity of attack, it is almost impossible to kill a beast master or star warrior of the same level. Because it's not strong enough. Because it's not fast enough. Both the lame and the blind man knew that Chen Fan's current mental power had reached the 6th level and 4th level. Even the mental power of ordinary 6th grade and 4th level heaven may not be stronger than Chen Fan's mental power. But how to practice later? With Chen Fan's talent and so many beast masters, it won't take long to break through to the 6th level and 4th level. But it would be extremely difficult to increase his current mental strength again. Or even double it. The attack power that Chen Fan can now produce with his mental power has exceeded the attack power that his star power can produce. But this state cannot last long. The night before yesterday, he helped Xiaobai and Gongzi break through a combat power level. And their star power skyrocketed to 31,569 cards. But the mental strength only increased a little. That little bit of mental power was given back to Xiao He after his breakthrough. So it won't take long. Even if Chen Fan never practices, just relying on the star power fed back by these beasts, his star power will soon exceed the strength of his mental power. What is the use of studying mental power now?
There are no shortcuts to improving mental strength,
the blind man said faintly.
Xiao Fan has a shortcut to improve his mental power, and others don't.
The lame man was startled.
You mean?
The blind man said.
Side up with a few more beasts like the crying demon.
The cripple's eyes widened. Yes. It is difficult for others to contract multiple beasts. But Chen Fan can.
I've also thought about this method.
Chen Fan frowned and said.
But the number of soul-like beasts with strong spiritual power is too rare. There are 4 realms such as the ancient god realm. But they are all crazy and violent demons. And he's also a void demon. The little skeleton is a special case. In fact, Henry Chu and I have been running around the ancient god realm for 10 days. And we have never encountered a demon like the little skeleton. Those void demons are much more terrifying than those demons in the Nightmare Garden. In their heads, there is only killing and destruction. It is very confusing.
The blind man was silent for a moment and then said,
I heard you say it once before, and I still don't understand it. What kind of demon is the void demon?
The lame man also shook his head.
I haven't seen it. I haven't heard of it. I don't understand either.
Chen Fan said.
Anyway, with the word
empty,
it is more evil than a devil. I have never seen such a demon in the outside world.
The lame man asked.
Is there any way to purify it?
The blind man said.
The lightning-like mark on the little skull's forehead should be able to purify the power of the void demon. The little skeleton himself is a void skeleton demon. And he has stayed in the ancient god realm for who knows how long. However, the power in his body is extremely pure. And he has no negative emotions because of the divine power on that mark.
The cripple rolled his eyes.
The problem is that he doesn't know how to use it himself.
Blind man.
That's true.
The lame man said.
I'll go tell Limu. Tang is so big and the strongest country in Blue Star. I don't believe that it can't get a few soul-type beasts. As long as he can get it, the more the merrier.
The lame man's voice is still echoing in the void. But the man has disappeared. The blind man also stood up.
I'm going to see the little skeleton. If you can find a way to control that power, you don't need to go elsewhere to find a soul-like beast.
After the blind man left, Chen Fan closed his eyes again. Signing up with a few more spiritually powerful soul beasts is certainly a good way to improve your spiritual power. But this method is still not as good as breeding animals. Obtain system energy through breeding animals. And then use the system energy to enhance mental power. 3 days have passed since returning from the 5th restricted area. After rescuing Yun Songhai and the others, he still slept in the beast control space for a day. 4 days have passed, and the system should have a lot of energy. Chen Fan looked at the system panel. System energy, 6852569. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 5th grade 2nd level heaven. Star power, 31,569 cards plus. Psychic power, 2,536 Hz plus. Soul veins, 17 plus. Fusion of life and death, 12% plus. 685W. Chen Fan casually clicked on the details and took a closer look. Among these energies, Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang made the greatest contributions, followed by Chu Xian and Yi Hao. It's a pity that those materials haven't arrived yet. Otherwise, if Yuan Songhai and his 2 other beasts are cultivated, the energy of this system should be greatly increased. The system energy harvested by high-level beast masters is much higher than that of low-level ones. Chen Fan looked at the 685W system energy and was silent for a moment. If it is used to open up soul veins, with so much system energy, there should be a lot left after breaking through to the 5th level and 3rd level. But it should be impossible to break through to the 5th level and 4th level. The higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Chen Fan is now more inclined to improve his mental power. On the one hand, he had exhausted his mental power twice before in the 5th penalty area and left him with a psychological shadow. He still hoped to improve his mental power as soon as possible. On the other hand, the Whisper of the Demon King is really a bit ridiculously powerful, and the ghosts and gods are unpredictable, if there is enough mental power to support it. In many cases its power may be higher than the 9 sky-breaking swords. Although the 9 sky-breaking swords are powerful, their attack range is limited, and you have to kill the enemy. Whisper of the Demon King is different. The attack range of Whisper of the Demon King is much larger. Moreover, when it is used, no one is aware of it. What is particularly important is that this move can restrain the demons and the strong men of the Nightmare Court. Maybe now he can't kill an ordinary 7th level person by using Whisper of the Demon King, but it is easy to deal with level 35 demons who are comparable to the peak of 7th grade. The power displayed by the Whisper of the Demon King seemed to make Chen Fan see a new continent. Use it to increase your mental strength. Chen Fan took a deep breath and made up his mind. The benefits brought by improving mental power in a short period of time are much greater than breaking through to the 5th level and 3rd level. With his current cultivation level, it is still a bit difficult to kill a 5th grade and 5th layer peak person by simply using star power, without using the heaven-breaking devil sword, or using the 9 heaven-breaking swords. Even if it can be done, it will take a lot of effort. But if you use mental power, it will be much easier to kill a 5th grade and 5th layer peak person. His current mental power has reached the 6th level and 4th level. The mental power of a 6th grade, 4th level heavenly being may not necessarily be able to kill a 6th grade, 2nd level heavenly being. But when used to deal with beast control masters or star warriors of 5th level and 5th level and below, it is like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Because of this, when he helped Yuan Songhai cultivate the crying demon before, Chen Fan also thought about copying some of the crying demon's mental skills. However, considering the past few days of practice, there was no need to rush into copying the crying demon's skill. So Chen Fan suppressed this idea for the time being. Xiao Hei's Spirit Spike, Sol Yang Mumu Ling's Mind Control, and all the skills of the crying demon are very powerful mental attack skills. Which one to choose? Chen Fan wanted to laugh a little bit. Why choose? I want them all. Although he already had the indescribably powerful skill, Whisper of the Demon King, Chen Fan was not willing to leave behind skills such as mental spikes and mind control. There is not enough energy in the system now. So please wait for a while. Although Xiao Hei's unkillable, spiritual spike is far inferior to the Whisper of the Demon King, it is still simple and crude, and is a rare control skill. The mental power consumed by Whisper of the Demon King is too huge. However, skills such as mental spikes and mind control do not consume much mental energy. Chen Fan planned to copy all these skills after waiting for a while. As for now, let's improve our mental strength first. Chen Fan clicked on the plus sign behind 2536 He. Is it necessary to consume 20,000 system energy to increase mental power by 1 Hz? Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan frowned. In the past, when I used system energy to enhance my mental power, it seemed that I couldn't use so much system energy. Right? Increasing 1 Hz requires 2W system energy. So the 685W system energy can only increase the mental power by 324 Hz. Chen Fan hesitated a little. This much system energy is enough to activate the 2nd level of the 9 heaven-breaking swords, or the 2nd level of the Demon King's Whisper. Forget it. Let's improve our mental strength first. The 9 sky-breaking swords are indeed extremely powerful, but they require star power as a foundation. The Whisper of the Demon King is unpredictable, and without strong enough mental power, it is useless. Chen Fan took a deep breath and began to increase his mental power crazily. The number after mental power was 2536, which finally became 2860. A strange power flowed through Chen Fan's body. As Chen Fan thought, his mental power immediately spread out and began to cover the entire forest in the back mountain. Lizard jumping on rocky rocks, hiding snake. The wind blows the fallen leaves. The grass swayed. Everything is in sight. Extremely clear. Very strange feeling. the first martial arts university. At the gate, the crowds were huge. Chen Fan gave 100 million to the Feng family and asked the Feng family to help promote it, although it only lasted for 3 days. It seems that the hype is indeed very effective. On TV and on the Beast Control forum, the battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao was discussed everywhere. And this battle is indeed full of gimmicks. A kid who is still in his senior year of high school in theory has to fight against a top-notch genius who is a sophomore. This kind of thing has never happened before, thanks to the Feng family's momentum. After noon, the entrance to the first martial arts university was already packed with people. Many people came here in advance to see if the boy who dared to fight Zhong Hao had 3 heads and 6 arms. The first martial arts university martial arts club sent many people over to maintain order. But there are too many people. There was no other way. So the first martial arts university had no choice but to send out a group of instructors. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhong Hao has been waiting for 2 hours. But no trace of Chen Fan has been seen yet. In the crowd, Su Wenqin turned to look at Kong Yang, the vice president of the martial arts club, and said, "Who do you beat to win this time? How much did you beat?" Kong Yang looked at Su Wenqin and frowned. "It's not like you don't know that I don't like gambling." Su Wenqin didn't take it seriously. "Then do you think Chen Fan can win over Zhong Hao?" Kong Yang frowned. "It's too difficult for Chen Fan to win against Zhong Hao." From behind, Ray Feng Kimura squeezed over and said in a deep voice, "It is undeniable that Chen Fan is an extremely talented person, but it is almost impossible for him to win against Zhong Hao. The reason why he agreed to Zhong Hao's fight that day was obviously because he didn't know Zhong Hao's cultivation level at all. He may have never even heard of Zhong Hao." Su Wenqin glanced at Kimura Lingfeng and said lightly, "So, you beat Zhong Hao to win? How much did you beat in the black market?" Kimura Rifeng's face was as dark as water. "It's 200 million. Su Wenqin was slightly startled. "Hey, you are quite rich." Kimura Lingfeng snorted and said, "At least, I want to win my knife back." At this point, his expression moved slightly. He tilted his head and said, "Who do you beat to win? How much did you beat?" Su Wenqin said calmly, "Oh, it's not much. I asked someone to borrow some money, and I borrowed a total of 1.5 billion. Kimura Lingfeng, Kong Yang. Kimura Raifeng looked strange and said, "You also beat Zhong Hao to win? How is that possible?" Su Wenqin said, "Chen Fan is a student of my first martial arts university. I will definitely support the students of our school." Kimura Lingfeng was stunned. "You beat Chen Fan to win? Madman!" Kong Yang's face also looked a little ugly. "Xiao Gambu Yiqing, you are exaggerating. I just wanted to join in the fun," Su Wenqin said. "When I went to the black market, I saw Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao." Kong Yang was stunned. "You saw Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao? And you are so stressed? Are you crazy?" The corners of Su Wenqin's lips curled up, and she said with a slight smile, "Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao found a group of people from the Shangguan family to disperse the 300 billion, then staggered the time, and finally put all the pressure on Chen Fan." Kong Yang and Kimura Lingfeng's eyes widened, as if they had turned into sculptures. "Don't you understand?" Su Wenqin rolled his eyes. "To put it simply, someone gave Yi Hao 300 billion to win over Chen Fan. In just 3 days, the news about Chen Fan and Zhong Hao's fight has spread to the imperial capital. Various TV stations, various forums, and communities have been discussing this matter these days. Didn't you notice something was wrong?" Kong Yang and Kimura Lingfeng blinked. Kimura Lingfeng's whole body trembled. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Su Wenqin said lightly. "You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. You don't have any money even if I believe it." Kimura Lingfeng was confused. At this time, Li Xinghai came over with a group of people. "Senior," Li Xinghai said proudly, "I borrowed a large amount of money and went to the black market to beat Zhong Hao to win. This time, I want to make a good fortune through Chen Fan." Kong Yang, Su Wenqin and others were silent. Li Xinghai added, "That guy Chen Fan may have investigated Zhong Hao after he returned. Now he doesn't even dare to come. Look, even Chu Xian and Yi Hao didn't show up. This time, it's so easy to make money." Kimura Lingfeng couldn't help but ask, "How much did you press?" Li Xinghai said, "I asked my family for a sum of money, and then I went out and took out a loan, totaling 800 million. This time, I want to thank Chen Fan. This is the god of wealth." Loan. Su Wenqin and Kong Yang looked at each other and rolled their eyes at the same time. Kimura Lingfeng was silent for a moment, but still couldn't hold it back. "Are you a little too crazy? Do you also think Chen Fan will lose?"
Of course, Li Xinghai said with a sneer. Putting aside the grudges between me and him, we will base it on the facts. Don't you know how terrible Zhong Hao is? Qin Fan is only a little better than you at most. Zhong Hao can beat the shit out of him.
But Guiyanu. Kimura Lingfeng glared at Li Xinghai fiercely. You specifically said that Qin Fan will be beaten to shit by Zhong Hao. And you also said that Qin Fan is better than me. Doesn't this mean that I will be beaten to shit by Zhong Hao? I'll hack you. Chapter 235 3 Beasts are enough. The sun sets. In the forest behind the mountain, Qin Fanqi floated in the air. Motionless. He is still only at the 5th level and 2nd level. But at this moment, he seemed to be in the 6th level. Floating in the air. Around him, there was not the slightest fluctuation of star power. Suspended in the void, Qin Fan relied on his powerful mental power. And the blind man taught him how to use his spiritual power. With his current mental power, if Qin Fan were to fly at full speed, he would probably be faster than mid-6th level. After my mental strength became stronger, I felt completely different. Strange. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Do not care. Qin Fan sensed the air around him. And with a rush of mental energy, he immediately flew out of the forest quickly. Outside the forest, Jade in the small lake saw Qin Fan, and immediately activated the wings of wind, chirping, and flew towards Qin Fan. Jade curiously flew around Qin Fan twice. It remembered clearly that when Qin Fan flew in the past, he would use his skill, wings of wind. But this time, there were no wings behind Qin Fan at all. Jade blinked her little eyes and flew to Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled and hugged Jade over. Jade's little hand pointed at Qin Fan's back. Gigi, no wings. No, Qin Fan said. I use my mental power to fly. Jade blinked, half understanding. At this time, Xiaobai threw himself into Qin Fan's arms with a flash of lightning. Gongzi and the others also ran over. The other group of beast masters all raised their heads and looked curiously at Qin Fan in the air. Qin Fan put Jade on his head, then flew down with Xiaobai in his arms, and sat on the chair. The other beast masters gathered around. Only the little skeleton sat quietly under the big tree, motionless like a sculpture. Qin Fan glanced at Xiaobai's attribute panel and felt a little depressed. Xiaobai and his team's skill proficiency broke through the limit of 150 points on the way to the Magic City, and after being raised to 250 points by him. After so many days, they have not yet exceeded the upper limit of 250 points. It is easy to increase their skill proficiency from 150 points to 250 points. Even the system energy consumed was only 100 points. But Xiaobai and the others had been killing people in the ancient god realm for 10 days. The upper limit of their skill proficiency still has not exceeded 250 points. It feels like breaking through the upper limit of skill proficiency is much more difficult than improving combat power level and racial level. Fortunately, after helping Xiaobai and the others break through again last night, the racial levels of Xiaobai and Lao Yuan have undergone qualitative changes. Name of the royal beast, Purple Lightning Cat King. Xiaobai. Combat power level, level 13. Racial level low legend. Racial level evolution route 3. The third. Hidden mutation evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Purple Electric Cat King Purple Electric Thunder Tiger Bays. Name of the beast, Three-Eyed Demon Ape. Old Ape. Combat power level, level 13. Racial level low legend. Racial level evolution route 3. The third. Hidden mutation evolution route. Red-eyed ape, three-eyed demonic ape, ancient demonic ape, chaos demonic ape. Except that the racial level of the little skeleton is still a low-level lord. Xiaobai. Gongzi. And Orange Cat's race levels are already low-level legends. Xiaobai and Gongzi's combat power levels also broke through again, reaching level 13. A combat power level of 13 is not that unusual. On the streets of Magic City, you may even see beast masters above level 30. But there are probably only a few beasts in the entire Tang Kingdom with a legendary racial level. The improvement of racial level is much more difficult than the improvement of combat power level. Therefore, even though Yun Songhai, a 7th grade master's beast master, has a combat power level of over 30, his racial level is still only high and extraordinary. An ordinary beast controlling beast may be able to increase its combat power level multiple times within a year, but the racial level is likely to take several years to break through. There are even some beast masters whose racial levels have not changed much after many years. Awakening. Transcendence. Lord. King. Legend. Epic. Myth. There are 7 racial levels, each divided into low, medium and high. There were not many royal beasts in the Tang Kingdom with the racial rank of King. There are only a handful of beast masters whose race level is legendary. But now, Chen Fan has raised Xiaobai's race level to low-level legend. Even if Xiaobai's race level is no longer improved in the future, this lower legendary race level will make them more potential and more powerful than other beast masters. Xiaobai finally evolved from a ragdoll cat to a purple electric cat king. The old ape finally evolved from a red-eyed ape to a three-eyed demon ape. Xiaobai's hair is still the same as before, but the flashing electric light around him has completely turned purple. And a third eye also appeared on the old ape's forehead. This third eye also brings a unique skill to the old ape. The Curse of Fatigue can reduce the enemy's movement speed by 40% for 15 seconds. Ignore the Star Power Armor defense. This move is simple and crude, and it can actually ignore the defense of Star Power Armor. You know, the old apes. Shadow Poison Claw, Frog Transformation, and Vampire are all affected by the enemy's Star Power Armor. Skills such as the opponent's Star Power Armor and Shadow Poison Claws cannot be broken, so they are completely useless. But the Fatigue Curse can penetrate the Star Power Armor defense, reduce the movement speed by 40%, unless the opponent is much stronger than Lao Yuan or Chen Fan. If you are hit by this move, you will basically be beaten passively within 15 seconds. Not bad. Chen Fan actually didn't care much about awakening skills. Now that they can copy skills from other beast masters, it doesn't matter at all that Xiaobai and Lao Yuan can awaken new skills. The improvement of overall strength is the most critical. Don't look at Xiaobai and Lao Yuan. Their current combat power level is only level 13. But now they can easily defeat monsters up to level 25 one-on-one. At the beginning, the improvement in strength brought by raising the racial level by 1 level was actually not as good as the improvement in combat power level by 1 level. But after the racial level reaches King, the strength improvement brought by each racial level improvement has far exceeded the strength improvement brought by the combat power level. After all, it is extremely difficult for even those master-level beast masters to help a beast break through to become a king or a legend. Chen Fan's eyes swept around all the beasts and then landed on the orange cat. The orange cat is eating fish. This foodie. It's only been so long since he arrived in the Magic City, and he has already gained weight. Chen Fan frowned when he saw the orange cat's attribute panel. The orange cat's proficiency in all skills is still 100 points. Chen Fan flicked his finger, and a wisp of wind hit the orange cat's head.
I said, while Xiaobai and the others are training hard, have you been sleeping in?
The orange cat slowly ate the fish and then said,
I'm not a beast.
All the beasts looked at the orange cat. The orange cat said,
I don't need to train these skills. You can help me improve my combat power level and race level. When my strength reaches a certain level, I can condense the residual soul by myself, and then extract it from the orange cat.
Out. What do I need these beast-controlling skills for? I have been practicing for hundreds of years. Isn't all kinds of escape and martial arts better than the skills of controlling beasts?
Chen Fan pursed his lips.
Then what do I need from you?
Orange cat. Chen Fan said with a dark face.
Why don't you practice the spiritual spike?
The orange cat wondered.
I've known it a long time ago. Do I still need to practice?
Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said,
The skills of controlling beasts all require proficiency. This is the same as the martial arts or sword skills of a beast master. If you practice a move 10,000 times, it will definitely be much more powerful than practicing it only 8 times 10 times. You have lived for hundreds of years, and you still want me to tell you this truth?
The orange cat rolled his eyelids.
Okay. Next time I will practice the spirit spike well and, okay.
When Chen Fan saw the orange cat's appearance, he flicked it with his mental power and threw the orange cat away. The orange cat also activated his mental power, landed lightly on the ground, and then swaggered into the house to watch TV.
Xiao Hei took the opportunity to fly down on Chen Fan's right shoulder, coughed lightly and said,
Orange cat is an idiot. Don't worry about him. The spiritual spike is my unique secret. Just leave it to me from now on.
Chen Fan was speechless for a while. At this time, the smartwatch on Chen Fan's left wrist lit up. It was Feng Tianling's call.
Chen Fan? Where are you? You're at home. You have something to talk about. Why are you looking for me? Why don't you come? Where to go? Zhong Hao has been waiting here for a long time at the entrance of the first martial arts university. I forgot.
Feng Tianlin. A group of people standing behind Feng Tianlin. Has he forgotten such a big thing? We've been waiting here all afternoon. The students around were furious. Chen Fan is so disgusting. Everyone was talking about it. Even a group of instructors couldn't help but smile bitterly. With such a big battle, The protagonist actually forgot about it.
Ha 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 ha.
In the crowd, Li Xinghai laughed.
Did you see it? Did you see it? I told you that Chen Fan simply doesn't dare to come. He doesn't dare to fight Zhong Hao at all.
A group of students from the First Martial Arts University all stared at Li Xinghai coldly. Su Wenqin kicked Li Xinghai directly and said mockingly,
Why? Chen Fan doesn't dare to come. Or are you happy that Chen Fan lost this battle? Are you a student of the First Martial Arts University or the Madu Martial Arts University?
Li Xinghai shrank his head and did not dare to say a word. But when Su Wenqin turned his head, he immediately whispered to the people behind him,
800 million. I beat 800 million. This time, I am going to get a lot of money. I'll treat you to a big dinner later.
The group of people around Li Xinghai were all elated. At this time, the crowd suddenly separated to both sides like a tide. Two women wearing battle armor and full of evil aura walked over. Feng Tianlin was stunned for a moment, overjoyed, and rushed over, Sister.
Bang!
As soon as Feng Tianlin shouted, Sister, he was kicked out by one of them and fell to the ground rolling over.
Ha 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 ha!
Li Xinghai laughed out loud.
Bang!
A stone hit Li Xinghai's face, causing Li Xinghai's face to be covered in blood.
Feng Xiao.
You? Li Xinghai covered his face and squatted down. The two women who came over were Feng Xiao and Shang Guanxiu, genius students from the First Martial Arts University. Feng Xiao has short hair and is very heroic. Shang Guanxiu has long hair hanging down her shoulders, and her whole body exudes a heart-stopping aura. The two walk side by side and walk slowly to Zhong Hao, who was sitting on the ground. Zhong Hao opened his eyes and stood up. The corner of Feng Xixia's mouth curled up slightly.
When we enter the secret realm, you come to the First Martial Arts University to block the door? You can't find us. So you're going to bully the juniors who just entered school?
Zhong Hao was silent for a moment and said,
Chen Fan released the news early in the morning, but he has not been seen for more than 10 days. He needs to give us an explanation.
Feng Xiao and Shang Guanxiu looked at each other. Zhong Hao continued,
Today is the battle I have arranged with him. After defeating him, I will come back here in 3 days and wait for you.
Feng Xiao raised his eyebrows.
Why 3 days later? Look down on us?
Zhong Hao shook his head.
You have just returned from the secret realm. Your bodies are scarred and your breath is unstable. I hope you will be at your peak when you play against me. That's the respect I have for my opponent. It's also my own confidence.
At this time, Feng Xiao and Shang Guanxiu both raised their heads and looked into the air behind Zhong Hao.
Here it comes! Chen Fan is here. This bastard is finally here. The battle between him and Zhong Hao has been very popular on TV and the internet these past 2 days. I hope he can catch Zhong Hao's 3 moves. Otherwise everyone's enthusiasm will be wasted. I am no longer looking forward to the battle between him and Zhong Hao. I am only looking forward to the battle between Feng Xiao and the others and Zhong Hao. Feng Xiao and Shang Guanxiu are back. Our First Martial Arts University finally doesn't have to be so aggrieved.
In the midst of people's discussion, Chen Fan, with an emerald on his head, activated the
Wings of Wind
and floated down from the sky, quite lively, looking at the crowd of people around him. Chen Fan grinned. For the First Martial Arts University, letting Chen Fan challenge the geniuses of various martial arts universities is a way to train students and a way to compete for resources. The losing school must contribute a large amount of resources to the winning school. But for Chen Fan, this challenge has lost its meaning. He now lacks neither money nor experience. How can competing with other Beastmasters or Star Warriors compare to the life and death battles in the ancient demon world and other 4 realms? In fact, even studying at the First Martial Arts University is meaningless. When the number of cultivated beasts continues to increase and reaches a certain level, Chen Fan can even lie down completely and harvest huge amounts of energy while sitting. Of course, there is still a prerequisite. That is, the Demon King of the 6th Heaven, who gave Li Mu and the others a headache, suddenly jumped out. But Chen Fan still agreed to the First Martial Arts University and planned to go to various martial arts universities to block the doors. He also promised Zhong Hao to come here for a fight. Doing so makes him more like a normal student. That's all.
Are you Chen Fan?
Feng Xiao glanced at the hat on Chen Fan's head, frowned and said,
Strictly speaking, you are only a senior in high school and have not yet truly entered the First Martial Arts University. So you can refuse Zhong Hao's invitation to fight. No one will say no to you. It's okay.
Chen Fan shrugged and said,
Anyway, I am idle.
Feng Shishu's eyes turned slightly cold. She was afraid that Chen Fan would suffer. But this guy's attitude made her a little annoyed. But Shang Wanxiu patted her shoulder gently and said,
"Give the place to them."
Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Fan and said calmly,
"I hope you won't embarrass the first martial arts university, and at least you can hold on for 10 or 8 moves."
Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. At this time, the crowd began to slowly retreat, leaving a large open space. In the air, 6 instructors suddenly flew over, each carrying a pillar.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Pillars were inserted into the ground. The 6 instructors stood in front of the pillar and slapped their palms on the pillar at the same time. The pillars immediately released electric light. Lines of electric light connected all the pillars together. A transparent barrier formed quickly, surrounding Chen Fan and Zhong Hao in the center. Chen Fan and Zhong Hao stood opposite each other and nodded slightly at the same time. Zhong Hao silently took off the mace behind him, and then summoned the 2 beasts. Level 24 Polar Ice Fox. Level 25 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King. Name of the beast, Polar Ice Fox. Combat power level, level 24, commander level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Beast control attribute, Ice System. Racial skills, Ice Storm. Ice Arrow. Blizzard. Ice Shield. Ice Orb. Royal Beast name, 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King. Combat power level, level 25, commander level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Beast control attribute, Wind. Thunder. Racial skills, Thunder Fury. Thunder Spear. Thunder Blade Storm. Chain Lightning. Thunder Snare. Glancing at the attribute panels of Zhong Hao's 2 beasts, Chen Fan was slightly startled.
Are there only 2 beasts?
After returning from the 5th restricted area, he heard Feng Tianlin talk about Zhong Hao during a meal. Feng Tianlin said that Zhong Hao's talent is amazing. Zhong Hao came from outside when he was 18 years old, and he was different from people like Feng Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanxiu. People who come from
outside the country
only really start to practice when they come to Blue Star after they are 18 years old. At the same time, people who come from
out of town
are unlikely to have huge family support behind them like Feng Xiaoxiao, Shang Wanxiu and others. A student who came from
out of town
has cultivated to the peak of the 5th level in less than 2 years. This talent is so strong that it is unimaginable. And locals, like Feng Xiaoxiao and Chu Xian of Blue Star, started practicing at a very young age. Because of this, Chen Fan thought Zhong Hao had more than 3 beasts. After all, in the world of beast masters, when it comes to talent, it is often calculated based on the number of master beasts. A person with 4 beasts can practice faster than a person with 3 beasts. No way. But Chen Fan never expected that Zhong Hao would only have 2 beasts. It seems that Zhong Hao's talent should be more reflected in his own cultivation.
My Polar Ice Fox's combat power level is level 24. And its race level is high and extraordinary.
Zhong Hao said calmly.
My 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King has a combat power level of 25. And his racial level is also high and extraordinary.
Chen Fan, you are quite candid. But I can't be as honest as you. If I reveal my beast-controlling combat power level and race level, a large number of people will be frightened. The combat power level is just okay. Even for the little skeleton, the combat power level is only level 22. But Xiaobai and Gongzi's race levels are already low-level legends. A level like legendary would scare people to death. Chen Fan pursed his lips and summoned Xiaobai, Xiaohei, and the little skeleton. Then, he sent Jade back to the beast-controlling space. Shadow assassins like Lao Yuan are helpless against flying beasts, like the 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King. And they are also restrained by the ice element. Jade's true strength may not be weaker than the 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King. But Jade's flying speed is definitely not as good as the 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King. And the thunder-based skills of the 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King are also somewhat restrained against Jade. Anyway, there are a few little wights and little skeletons. That's enough. Even Shao Qing didn't need to be summoned at all.
3 beasts?
Zhong Hao's eyes moved slightly and said,
I checked your information and found that you have at least 5 beasts. Isn't it too much to ask 3 beasts to fight me?
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
It's not that I'm overstating you, nor that I'm looking down on your 3 beasts. It's enough.
Zhong Hao glanced at Chen Fan silently and took 2 steps back. The next moment, the aura around him began to rise crazily. The 8-Wing Thunder Eagle King moved its wings and flew into the air. And the Polar Ice Fox also stared at the little skeleton with cold eyes. Chen Fan also took 2 steps back. The little black monster screamed and flew up. Xiao Bai and Xiao's skull were on Chen Fan's left and right. and their whole body shone with light at the same time. Outside, Feng Tianlin was furious.
Chen Fan! Summon Fei Sui and Xiao Qing! You are so irresponsible!
Su Wenqin also shouted.
Hey! Zhong Hao is very strong. Don't be arrogant and careless. Summon the other beasts out quickly.
A group of people who suppressed Chen Fan to win were all very angry with Chen Fan. However, the battle on the field has begun. Xiao He in the air struck first and hit him with a spiritual spike. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King screamed, and his huge body immediately staggered down like a kite with its string broken.
Crack!
Xiao Bai's body flashed with lightning, and a thunder flash rushed into the air. He opened his mouth, and the thunder gun instantly hit the head of the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King.
So fast!
Zhong Hao was startled and swung the mace in his left hand into the air.
Call out!
The short mace flashed with ghostly light and blasted towards Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai had no choice but to give the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King a last-ditch hit, and flashed a lightning flash behind the polar ice fox below. The polar ice fox was originally staring at the little skeleton and had just blown out an ice storm. When it sensed something was wrong behind it, it flashed with light and was immediately covered by a spherical ice shield.
Bang!
Xiao Bai's thunder blade struck the ice shield, splitting the shield into cracks like spider webs. The polar ice fox sneered, ignored Xiao Bai behind him, and directly activated another skill. Snowstorm. The wind howls. It's snowing heavily. The blizzard instantly covered all areas within the barrier, whether it was the little skeleton or Chen Fan. As soon as they came into contact with the blizzard, a thick layer of ice crystals formed on their bodies. Chapter 236: The Violent Storm. The cooperation of Xiao Bai and Xiuhe.
It's over.
Outside the barrier, Li Xinghai sneered. Kong Yang, Su Wenqin and others' expressions changed, and the light in their eyes dimmed. The blizzard of the polar ice fox would certainly not be able to trap Chen Fan and Little Skull. However, when masters compete, victory or defeat may be just one move away. Chen Fan is too careless. Really. At the moment when Su Wenqin and others were sighing in their hearts, Zhong Hao's figure swayed, and the short mace in his hand already had an afterimage, and he smashed the mace into Chen Fan's chest, which was frozen in ice.
Boom!
The ice on Chen Fan's body exploded and disappeared into thin air.
Thunder flash?
Zhong Hao's move failed, and he quickly turned around to find Chen Fan's location. But there was a flash of lightning in front of him, and Chen Fan had appeared in front of the polar ice fox. There was Xiao Bai behind the polar ice fox, and Chen Fan in front. He was attacked from both sides, and was suddenly shocked.
Brush!
The moment Chen Fan appeared, Zhong Hao made a move with his left hand. The short mace he had thrown out to attack Xiao Bai immediately hit Chen Fan with a whistling sound. Chen Fan turned slightly to avoid the blow, and then walked to the edge like a leisurely stroll. He neither attacked the polar ice fox nor turned around to fight Zhong Hao.
What's going on? Chen Fan could have attacked the polar ice fox just now. Chen Fan thinks he can't beat Zhong Hao, so he doesn't want to fight Zhong Hao head-on. Why doesn't Chen Fan take action? What is going on?
Just in the midst of people's discussions, the little skeleton shattered the ice on its body, shook its body, and disappeared out of thin air.
What?
Zhong Hao was surprised. A demonic beast can actually sneak? Little did he know that the little skeleton couldn't sneak originally. But Chen Fan copied the shadow demon's stealth skill into the little skeleton. Zhong Hao quickly released his mental energy, trying to find the sneaking little skeleton. The polar ice fox opened its mouth and wanted to use blizzard again to force the little skeleton to appear. But how could Xiao Bai give it this chance? Xiao Bai, who had circled to the right side of the polar ice fox, opened his mouth and released the thunder dragon that had been gathering momentum for a while.
Roar!
The thunder dragon roared, instantly shattering the polar ice fox's ice shield. The polar ice fox was startled and rolled quickly on the frozen ground to avoid the brontosaurus. But it escaped the thunder dragon, but not the thunder spear. After breaking the polar ice fox's ice shield, Xiao Bai opened his mouth slightly and shot out with a thunder spear.
Boom!
Jiang Jigang's thunder spear made the polar ice fox scream, and was thrown away, hitting the barrier hard.
Brush!
Almost at the same time, a dark shadow flashed on the field, and the little skeleton appeared, slashing at the polar ice fox with the bone knife in his hand. Oops! Zhong Hao was so anxious that he raised his right hand, ready to throw the short mace out. But as soon as he raised his hand, Xiao Bai's thunder spear on the other side had already hit his chest.
Boom!
Zhong Hao's chest armor glowed with light, and his whole body was pushed back by the fierce force. Xiao Bai's move did not hurt him. But after being blocked like this, the little skull bone knife flipped over, and the blade hit the polar ice fox on the head, knocking the polar ice fox unconscious. The other side, the black one in the sky, was still circling around the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King on the ground. As soon as the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King moves, Xiao Hei throws a spiritual spike. The mental spike couldn't kill the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King, but it also made the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King so disgusted that he screamed in anger. Chen Fan still didn't take action. He stood at the edge of the barrier, like an outsider. Even the knife was not unsheathed. Zhong Hao glanced at the polar ice fox, who was stunned, and stamped his right foot on the ground. Boom! Large chunks of ice flew up with stones. Zhong Hao kicked with both feet, kicking the frozen stone towards Little Skull and Little Hei. Xiao Hei flew into the air. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King finally recovered. But as soon as the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King took off, Xiao Bai has passed through the lightning flash and moved over. Thunder and lightning snare. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King was also angered. We are all lightning attributed beasts, but a little ragdoll cat can bully an eagle too much. A thunder net, formed by the condensed thunder and lightning, directly covered Xiao Bai. In addition to the thunder armor, Xiao Bai did not have any armor from Gongzi and Shao Qing. Seeing this, he moved out through the lightning flash. What happened? Zhong Hao frowned when he saw Xiao Bai using thunder flash continuously. Not long ago, Chen Fan borrowed Xiao Bai's thunder flash. Theoretically, Xiao Bai should not be able to use thunder flash in a short period of time. Why? Could it be that the previous information was wrong and that Chen Fan had other lightning attributed beasts? The enemy was facing him. Zhong Hao had no time to think about it. He swung his body and killed the little skeleton. Since Chen Fan is unwilling to take action, he should get rid of these beasts of his first. Bang, bang, bang. After Zhong Hao ran 3 steps quickly, he opened his mouth and sprayed flames at the little skeleton. The little skeleton turned around, activated the stealth skill again, and disappeared. Zhong Hao's expression moved slightly, and he kicked his right foot violently, stamping on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a force of energy centered on Zhong Hao's right foot swept out in all directions, covering the entire area where the barrier was in an instant. The little skeleton that had just entered stealth and touched the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King was instantly affected by the energy and appeared. Gah! The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King saw the little skeleton coming towards him, and saw the light of thunder and lightning flashing on Xiao Bai on the other side. He immediately flapped his wings and quickly rose up. Spiritual spike! The little black guy in the sky is disgusting again. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King guarded Xiao Bai and Xiao's skeleton below, but forgot about Xiao Hei in the sky. Hit again. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King screamed strangely and fell down again. When Zhong Hao saw this, his hand shook violently, and the light burst out. Brush! Brush! The 2 maces in his hands flew toward Xiao Hei and Xiao's skull respectively. Xiao Hei in the air had no time to dodge, and was hit by the short mace with a bang, and was thrown away with a scream. The little skeleton just swayed and avoided Zhong Hao's shortcomings. Next moment, Zhong Hao saw that the fingers of his hands were pointing like swords, and he used his mental power to control both maces, and he continued to attack Xiao Hei and Xiao's skeleton respectively. Zhong Hao's mental power is much stronger than the average 5th grade peak. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still had no intention of taking action. Meow! Xiao Bai screamed angrily, and with a thunder spear, he flew away the mace that attacked Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei seized the opportunity and flew up staggeringly. Damn it! If I hadn't asked Shao Qing to add a green crystal armor to me before I came out, you would have beaten me to death this time. Just wait for me. I want you to. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hitting Xiao Hei with incomparable precision. This is the skill of the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King. Thunder Fury. Xiao Hei screamed. Black smoke erupted from his body, and he fell down. This bastard. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Xiao Hei's true strength is actually not much weaker than the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King. But this guy can't do anything except use spiritual spikes. All other skills were wasted by it. It seemed that he would have to copy all the skills of Yuan Songhai's Crying Demon to Xiao Hei. This guy is quite suitable for this type of mental attack. Meow! Xiao Bai's cry came from the air. Xiao Bai rushed into the air through the lightning flash, caught Xiao Hei, who fell down in his mouth, and then landed on the ground with another thunder flash, avoiding the thunder spear that followed the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King. But the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King, who had regained his composure, was really angry this time. Before Xiao Bai put down Xiao Hei, The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King screamed and activated the Thunder Blade Storm. The storm surges. The thunder blades condensed with countless thunder and lightning powers instantly enveloped Xiao Bai and Xiao He.
Aren't you ready to take action?
Zhong Hao recalled his mace and rushed toward Xiao Bai and Xiao He while quickly glancing at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was just like everyone watching a show outside. Just watching this scene silently. Motionless. It's too late. It's faster than that. In front of Xiao Bai, a small skeleton suddenly appeared.
Black Flame Sword.
As soon as the little skeleton appeared, the black energy of the bone knife in his hand surged wildly, and he blasted the knife forward.
Boom!
The terrifying black energy exploded, cutting through the storm in an instant, putting aside thunder and lightning's restraint on the demon type. In terms of pure strength, Little Skull and the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King are equally powerful. But the power of the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King's move was too scattered, and the little skeleton sword condensed its power. On the other hand, Chen Fan had already raised the skill proficiency of the little skeleton to 150 points. With one strike, not only was the storm dispersed, but the black energy condensed in the sword directly hit the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King was shocked. His wings moved and he flew sideways, narrowly avoiding the little skeleton's sword. At this time, Xiao Bai and Xiao behind the little skeleton disappeared at the same time. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately climbed crazily into the sky. But although it is fast, how can it be faster than Xiao Bai's thunder flash? Lightning flashed in the air, and Xiao Bai's two front paws condensed thunder blades, which appeared on its right side. It still had Xiao He in its mouth.
Silly bird!
Xiao He flew out of Xiao Bai's mouth and shouted,
Eat my mental spike!
This trick again. Chen Fan was speechless. But I have to say that this method is the simplest and most direct. Xiao He's mental spike immediately gave the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King black eyes and a splitting headache. Xiao Bai seized this opportunity and slashed the wings of the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King with the thunder blades of his double claws. Blood spilled. The 8-winged Thunder Eagle King screamed and fell quickly like a kite with a broken string. On the ground, the little skeleton slashed at Zhong Hao 3 times.
Black Flame Sword
Forced Zhong Hao back 3 meters. The next moment, the little skeleton swayed and was already heading towards the fallen 8-winged Thunder Eagle King.
Not good!
Zhong Hao wanted to rescue, but the distance was too far, so he could only throw the mace out again. The 2 short maces hit the small skeleton with a whistling sound. But I saw the body of the little skeleton moved, split into 4, and turned into 4 little skeletons. This is his skill. Clone Shadow. Zhong Hao's mace penetrated a figure. The little skeleton bent his knees and rushed to the fallen 8-winged Thunder Eagle King like an arrow. The bone knife in his right hand was filled with black energy and was placed directly on the 8-winged Thunder Eagle King's neck.
Another beast has been destroyed.
There was silence on the field. Zhong Hao's 2 beasts were both destroyed. The weirdest thing is, Chen Fan never made a move from beginning to end. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao He swooped down and hovered above Zhong Hao. Xiao Bai was more than 10 meters away from Zhong Hao and slowly rotated around Zhong Hao. The little skeleton entered the stealth state again and disappeared without a trace. Zhong Hao held his maces in his hands, his mind spinning. If he used the explosion of energy to find traces of the little skeleton like before, then Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were watching eagerly, would definitely take this opportunity to take action. If he didn't look for traces of the little skeleton would probably get to him and sneak up on him. If he fights alone, he will naturally not be afraid of the 3 beasts, such as little skeleton. But with 3 beasts surrounding him, he felt a lot of pressure. Because he had checked Chen Fan's information before and knew Xiao He's skill, Psychic Spike. He opened the mental barrier early. But to be honest, Zhong Hao was not entirely sure whether he could completely block Xiao He's move. And Xiao Bai's lightning flashes came and went without a trace. Several instant lightning skills, and their attack power was extremely powerful. The little skeleton is also very weird. It is a small skeleton, but it can explode with giant-like power when fighting. The most terrible thing is that their cooperation is so tacit. Like before, Xiao Bai flew into the air with Xiao He in his mouth. Most people have never seen this kind of thing. Headache. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and activated his star power. After consolidating the star power armor, he also pushed the defense of his armor to its strongest state. Subsequently, his hands holding his maces tightened, and then he stepped on the ground.
Boom!
The ground exploded, and a large boulder flew up, blocking his way. And Zhong Hao's explosive kick also hit the small skeleton on his left-hand side until it reappeared.
Boom!
Xiaobai's thunder spear hit the big rock in front of Zhong Hao. Although the thunder spear shattered the boulder, its power was reduced by half, and Zhong Hao easily dodged it. Zhong Hao shook his hands violently. The two maces flew toward Xiao He and Xiao's skull respectively. As soon as the two maces flew out, Zhong Hao stepped into the middle of the palace, punched out with a quick step, and punched Xiao Bai, who was directly in front of him. Xiao Bai's defense was not strong enough, and he didn't have any armor, so he didn't dare to fight hard. So he moved out with a lightning flash. But Zhong Hao punched out. But he didn't pay attention to Xiao Bai's moving position. Instead, he suddenly turned around and looked at the little skeleton, moving his hands and fingers quickly.
Martial arts hell cage!
With a shout, the ground around the little skeleton immediately shook rapidly, and a cage rose up, trying to completely envelop the little skeleton.
Crash!
Seeing that he couldn't escape, the little skeleton instantly fell apart. Bones were thrown out in all directions. Zhong Hao. Everyone. It was obviously a control skill. But how could it inexplicably knock the little skeleton apart? At the moment, when everyone was stunned, the countless white bones clattered and gathered together again, forming the shape of a small skeleton. The little skeleton swayed and activated the clone shadow, turning into 4 figures and outflanking Zhong Hao.
What a weird skill.
Zhong Hao found that his mental power was unable to find the little skeleton's true identity, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Immediately, his palms suddenly merged.
The blue dragon spits out clouds and icy heaven and earth, and the tiger roars to the extremes of the sky.
Just behind Zhong Hao, the phantoms of a blue dragon and a fierce tiger appeared at the same time. The blue dragon spits clouds. The tiger roars. The power of the ice attribute and the power of the wind attribute appeared at the same time.
Call!
The cold air, which was more terrifying than the blizzard of the polar ice fox before, swept out in an instant, covering the entire area directly in front of Zhong Hao. 3 of the 4 figures of the little skeleton disappeared instantly, leaving only one, frozen by the cold air. However, Xiao Bai flashed and moved behind Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao was not afraid, and suddenly turned around. His palm was wrapped in ice blue cold air, and he grabbed Xiao Bai with one claw.
Crack!
Xiao Bai used Thunder Flash again, and moved behind the frozen little skeleton. Zhong Hao was slightly startled. Xiao Bai opened his mouth, and a thunder spear hit the ice surrounding the little skeleton.
Boom!
The power of the little skeleton combined with the power of Xiao Bai shattered the ice in an instant. In the air, Xiao He swooped down.
Spiritual spike!
Zhong Hao frowned. He could clearly feel it, as if a sharp needle had stabbed his mental barrier hard. So close. Just a little bit. The mental barrier was broken. Zhong Hao was a little lucky. However, just as he was thankful, another spiritual spike hit him. His mental barrier was shattered instantly. This is not Shuhei's spiritual spike. This is Chen Fan's spiritual spike.
Ah!
Zhong Hao screamed and held his head with both hands. Little Skull and Little Bai seized the opportunity and sneak in at the same time.
Black Flame Sword. Thunder Spear.
2 powerful attacks hit Zhong Hao at the same time. Zhong Hao groaned, flew out, and hit the barrier hard.
Black Flame Sword. Thunder Spear.
Xiao Bai and Little Skeleton pursue the victory. At this moment, Chen Fan took action. He swayed and stood in front of Zhong Hao. The attacks of Xiao Bai and Little Skeleton were all blocked by the shield he opened.
You lose.
Chen Fan stretched out his hand. Zhong Hao rubbed his head with his left hand, held Chen Fan's palm with his right hand, and was pulled up by Chen Fan.
I lost.
Zhong Hao smiled bitterly. Outside, Feng Tianlin laughed loudly.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Win. Chen Fan wins.
People who didn't know better thought that he was happy for Chen Fan because of how good his relationship was with Chen Fan. Only Shangwan Wulei and a few people know. This guy is not here to make Chen Fan happy. He just got a lot of money. So he was so excited that he got a little carried away. The other side, Li Xinghai sat down on the ground. His face turned pale. 800 million. I lost 800 million in one fell swoop. What is this? Chen Fan obviously didn't take any action. Chen Fan didn't take any action. But he defeated Zhong Hao with just 3 beasts. Li Xinghai raised his head slightly, with only despair in his eyes. Su Wuqin smiled and shook his head.
How can I be embarrassed to make so much money so easily? I have the money to go to shop number 9 to cultivate beasts.
Kong Yang frowned and complained.
Why didn't you tell me before? I told you. Would you believe it?
Su Wuqin sneered and said,
Before the fight just started, you didn't think much of Chen Fan.
Kong Yang was silent. The edge of the barrier. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Shang Wanxior and said,
How is it? Are you sure?
Shang Wanxior sighed.
Where can I be sure? He didn't even take action.
Feng Xiaoxiao laughed.
No. He took action.
Shang Wanxior was stunned.
You mean? Zhong Hao screamed that time.
Feng Xiaoxiao pursed his lips.
This boy's true strength has not been shown at all. But based on the fact that he broke Zhong Hao's mental power barrier, it can be determined that his mental power far exceeds Zhong Hao.
Shang Wanxior and the people around him were shocked. You know, Zhong Hao is already at the peak of 5th grade and 5th heaven. Even Feng Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanxior dare not say that they can defeat Zhong Hao 100%. Chen Fan's mental power is much stronger than Zhong Hao's. Doesn't that mean that Chen Fan's mental power has reached the 6th level? A student wearing a battle armor walked up to Zhong Hao. Zuantianji, a genius as famous as Zhong Hao from the Magic City Martial Arts University. Xiantianji looked at Zhong Hao for a while, and then asked,
What's wrong? You were beaten to the point of doubting your life?
Zhong Hao sighed.
No, but I don't understand how I lost. Xiao Hei's mental spikes should not be able to break through my mental barrier. But Chen Fan's other beast masters don't seem to have this skill. If you lose, you lose. There's nothing to say. It's true that my skills are inferior to others. But what's frustrating is that after the fight, I can't see through Chen Fan's strength even more. He didn't take any action at all.
Xiantianji blinked, smiled slightly and said,
Isn't it too confusing? Couldn't it be that Chen Fan borrowed Xiao Hei's skills to stab you?
Zhong Hao. He found that he had indeed fallen into a misunderstanding. Chen Fan hasn't really entered university yet. Therefore, he took it for granted that Chen Fan's mental power must be much weaker than his. After all, mental power is different from star power. And mental power is much more difficult to cultivate than star power. After being hit by the spiritual spike, what he was thinking was, if Xiao Hei's previous spiritual spike couldn't break through his mental barrier, why could it break through it again? It turned out that it was Chen Fan who did it. At this time, a tutor from the Magic City Martial Arts University came over, patted Zhong Hao's shoulder lightly, and said,
You are not unjustly defeated in this battle. Chen Fan's mental power is probably even stronger than that of the 6th grade 3rd level heaven.
What? Zhong Hao and Xiantianji were shocked. The mentor in front of him is already a 7th grade master. What the instructor said is absolutely correct. But? Zhong Hao turned around and looked at Chen Fan, who was walking towards Feng Tianlin and others. After Xiantianji reminded him, he already knew that Chen Fan's mental power was even stronger than his. But? The instructor said that Chen Fan's mental power is stronger than that of the 6th grade 3rd level heaven? Xiantianji frowned, looked at his mentor, and said,
Then at our Magic City Martial Arts University, is there anyone below the junior year who can win against him?
The instructor shook his head and said very simply,
No.
Xiantianji and Zhong Hao. The instructor said,
With this mental power alone, no one below the junior level in our schools can win against him. Besides, he doesn't only have these 3 beasts.
The group of students around them were silent. Next, Chen Fan should go to their school to block the door. Right? Then, the door was really blocked. One student sighed.
When Chen Fan comes to our school to block the door, I will beat Chen Fan to win. I will spend all my savings to beat him to win. I'll beat you to death.
Xiantian was extremely angry and slapped the man on the head. Then, Xiantianji looked at his mentor.
Teacher Zhao, lend me some money. I'm going to beat Chen Fan to win.
The instructor laughed.
Get out!
The other side. A group of instructors and students from the First Martial Arts University surrounded Chen Fan. A group of girls hugged Xiaobai and Xiaohei and praised them non-stop. But no one dared to hold the little skeleton. The bone knife in the little skeleton's hand is a bit scary. Zhang Chen stood next to Chen Fan, looking at Zixiong, as if it was not his uncle who defeated Zhong Hao, but him. Kimura Lingfeng looked at the knife Zhang Chen was holding, and then at Chen Fan. He wanted to die. Chapter 237. A woman came to the door. Feng Tianling got rich and wanted to treat Chen Fan to dinner. But while he said he would invite Chen Fan to dinner, he followed Chen Fan all the way back home. Along the way, this guy was beaming with joy and looked like he was giving advice. He talked from the gate of the First Martial Arts University to Chen Fan's house. When he arrived at home, Chen Fan turned around and looked at Feng Tianlin silently, which made Feng Tianlin feel guilty.
Didn't I ask you to take the beasts out to kill monsters? Why did you come back? I'll come back to help you out. I'm going to compete with someone, and I want you to help me out. If I lose, can you help me fight back?
Chen Fan put his arm around Feng Tianlin's shoulders, and then waved to Shangwan Songlong and the others. Wait until everyone gets closer. Chen Fan sighed and said,
I have a trick for raising animals that I can teach you.
Feng Tianlin blinked.
How much does it cost?
Chen Fan.
It's free. The key is you have to do what I say. Have you noticed that Xiaobai and Gongzi's skills are much more powerful than those of beast masters or monsters of the same level?
Jiang Yuanfan was slightly startled and said,
This is normal, because Xiaobai's race level is much higher than other beast masters with the same combat power level.
Feng Tianlin and others nodded.
This is another matter.
Chen Fan scratched his head and asked Jiang Yuanfan to summon a beast. Monster name, Wild Bear. Combat power level, level 9 elite. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute Earth. Racial skills, Fist of Thousands. Defensive Earth Wall. Sky full of lust. Roar of Violent Bear, amplification skill. 1 roar. Can increase the strength of up to 12 companions by 30%. Lasting for 30 seconds. Chen Fan took this group of people to a corner of the training ground. There stands a row of stone pillars. Each stone pillar is made of hard black steel rock, with countless runes engraved on it, making it extremely defensive. Chen Fan pointed to a stone pillar in front of him and said,
Let your wasteland violent bear use the Fist of Thousands to attack this pillar with all your strength. Okay.
Jiang Yuanfan immediately said to the wild bear. The wilderness violent bear stepped forward, gathered some momentum, and punched the stone pillar with one punch.
Boom!
Amidst the loud noise, the stone pillar shook, and several cracks appeared. Shangwan Songlong nodded enviously.
The wild bear is really powerful. Except for Chen Fan's beasts. If the beasts of the few of us fight head-on, no beast can resist this punch head-on.
Feng Tianlin wondered.
Then what? What do you want to tell us?
Chen Fan took a look at the skill proficiency of wilderness bears. 1,000 fists. 59 points. Chen Fan ran to the warehouse. Without looking, he just took a bamboo shoot and gave it to the wild bear. The wild bear's eyes were straight. I am a wild bear, but I am not an iron-eating beast. I don't like eating bamboo. But it had seen Chen Fan's methods and had been trained by Chen Fan to reach its current level of combat power. So it didn't dare to disobey Chen Fan's orders. So it grabbed the bamboo shoots and swallowed them whole. This bamboo shoot is of no benefit to the violent bear in the wilderness. Bamboo shoots were what Chen Fan used to deal with this group of people. After the violent bear in the wilderness ate the bamboo shoots, Chen Fan immediately increased his proficiency in the Qianjun Fist skill to 100 points. The wild bear suddenly shook its body and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. After eating this bamboo shoot, its Qianjun Fist became much stronger? How can this be? Although it has stayed here for a long time, it knows that Chen Fan's method of raising beasts is like a god. But that's just a bamboo shoot. Chen Fan said,
If you go over and hit another stone pillar, you should still use the Qianjun Fist and use all your strength.
Everyone's eyes were full of question marks. I saw the wilderness violent bear walking over, looked at his fist, and then punched out.
Boom!
The stone pillar shook violently, and spider web-like cracks opened on it. Everyone. What's the situation? Chen Fan took a bamboo shoot and fed it to wilderness bear. Did wilderness bears, 1,000 Fist, become so powerful? Neither the combat power level nor the racial level has been improved. In just 10 seconds, the strength of the wild bear increased dramatically. Jiang Yuanfan ran to the first pillar and looked at it, then ran to the second pillar and looked at it. Finally, he closed his eyes slightly and communicated with the wild bear's mind. After a while, his eyes widened.
The power of this skill has nearly doubled. Chen Fan, how did you do this? Incredible.
Several other people also stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Chen Fan said calmly,
How should I put it? I didn't want to tell you this originally, but if I don't tell you, you may not be able to find the correct direction for training beasts. If you can't find the exact direction for training beasts, it's easy to do useless work. To put it simply, each beast controlling skill actually has a level of proficiency. It's just that we can't digitize it.
In fact, I can digitize it. Chen Fan murmured in his heart and continued.
The attack power of a beast that has just awakened a skill is completely different from that after it has used this skill tens of millions of times.
Everyone nodded. It's a very simple truth. Everyone knows it. The same is true for beast masters or star warriors who practice a martial art or sword skills. Practice makes perfect.
But therein lies the problem,
Chen Fan said in a deep voice.
Let the beasts attack stone pillars and puppets in this kind of training ground. And the training effect is very different from going to the wilderness or secret realm to kill monsters.
Shangwan Sanlong and others were stunned for a moment. The effect of fighting monsters in the wilderness with a beast master is definitely much better than training in a training ground. But it's quite different. It seems too exaggerated.
Right? I see doubts in your eyes,
Chen Fan said.
This is actually something I studied for a long time before I came up with it.
Simply put,
if you put the beast masters in the training ground and let them attack stone pillars and puppets every day, it will be difficult for me to help you increase the attack power of the beast master skills. But if you continue to kill monsters with your beast masters, I can use certain materials to help them catalyze the attack power of certain skills when the beast masters reach a certain level.
Everyone looked at each other. Chen Fan's words set off huge waves in their hearts.
Why did I kick you out and let you go to the secret realm to kill monsters?
Chen Fan continued.
Do I feel bad because you guys are eating here every day?
Shangwan Wulei's face turned red, and he turned his head. Chen Fan said,
I just want you to take your beasts to kill monsters and experience life and death fights. Then I will use some materials to stimulate your beasts and help your beasts become stronger. These beast masters stay here every day. Although their skills can become stronger, they are far inferior to going out to kill monsters. You took the beast masters out to kill monsters for a few days. Now that you are back, I can use some methods to help the wild bear increase the attack power of its skills. Do you understand?
Exhausted. In order for these guys to take the beasts to kill monsters and remove the harvest energy, Chen Fan felt that he was really worried. He felt that he was under pressure that he should not have to bear at his age. However, looking at the gleaming eyes of these guys, if he doesn't need to urge them in the future, they will probably go crazy and go out to kill monsters.
Right?
Really? Shangwan Songlong nodded fiercely and said,
I understand. Brother, I won't say thank you. From now on, I will take the beast to the secret realm with me whenever I have time.
Feng Tianling quickly said,
Hey! Don't go alone. Go together. There is strength in numbers. Our cultivation is not high enough, and it would be too dangerous to disperse into the secret realm.
This bastard is afraid of death. Shangwan Wulei also nodded.
I understand.
Chen Fan was very pleased. After talking for so long, it was finally not in vain. Suddenly, Feng Tianlin asked timidly,
Chen Fan, can I tell my dad about this?
Everyone looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan glared at Feng Tianlin, and then said,
Of course not. If you dare to tell me, I will beat you to death. If I have to say it, I can only say it to the owner of the beast that I have trained. I made his money. You tell him this trick. No problem. In the future, after he kills many monsters with his beast master, he will come back to me to cultivate them. I will still have money to earn. If you dare to tell others, once I find out, you will never expect me to breed a beast for you in this life. Don't expect me from the Feng family to breed beasts for you. No. No. Absolutely not.
Feng Tianlin waved his hands repeatedly.
Listen to you. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken.
Chen Fan smiled and nodded, patted Feng Tianlin on the shoulder and said,
Shop number 9 is too small and can't accommodate too many beasts. Tell your family that I will visit your Feng Tianlin every week.
Jia, help your Feng family cultivate beasts. But price-wise, there is absolutely no problem with the price. Even if it is a bit higher than the price in store number 9. There is no problem.
Feng Tianlin was overjoyed.
I'll call my dad right away.
Shangwan Wulei coughed lightly and timidly said,
Then our Shangwan family.
Chen Fan blinked.
I have such a good relationship with Songlong. How could I leave Shangwan's family alone?
Shangwan Songlong glanced at Chen Fan gratefully. Muyuan spoke.
What about our family?
Chen Fan kicked Muyuan.
Your family is in Demon City. It's not like you're in Demon City.
Muyuan and Jian Yuanfan looked at each other and sighed. Wait for everyone to leave. Chen Fan called Lin Xiao at the number 9 store again.
Shop number 9 adds another business. When you leave the beasts that have been trained in our number 9 store, you need to make it clear to their owners. Let them take the beasts to the wilderness or secret realm to kill monsters. After 20 days, they can bring the beasts back to shop number 9. We can keep their beast combat power levels and race levels unchanged. Help them increase the attack power of their beast control skills. All the beasts that have been cultivated by our number 9 store, after killing monsters outside for 20 days, can return to the number 9 store and upgrade a skill for free. But we must make it clear to them that the killing must take more than 20 days. The longer the time, the higher the success rate. If the time is too short, it may fail. As for the price of this new business, you can discuss it with Mr. Zhao and the others before setting the price.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He really hadn't thought about this before. Shangwan Sanlong and Jiang Yuanfan had trained their beasts when they were in Dahai City. As a result, these guys have been keeping the beasts at this training ground. This is simply unreasonable. All the cultivated beasts must be driven out and allowed to kill monsters. Chen Fan couldn't find a good excuse before. Now that I have this excuse, it's much easier to handle. After tasting the sweetness, those beast masters will definitely take their beast masters to the wilderness or secret realm to kill monsters at the risk of their lives. Chen Fan grinned when he thought of the rising system energy. Sudden, Uncle Dong, the housekeeper, came over and said,
"Young Master Fan, there is a girl outside looking for you."
"Looking for Tao Tao?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. "If you find Henry Chu, it will be normal even if a bunch of girls come. But looking for Shinado?" Chen Fan nodded slightly.
After a while, Uncle Dong walked in with a woman. The girl appears to be in her early 20s, tall and delicate in appearance.
"Who are you?"
Chen Fan has never seen this girl before.
"Hello. Are you Chen Fan? Do you live here?" "Yes. But he and Henry Chu went to the secret realm." "Then may I ask, when will he come back?" "Not sure. Maybe 2 or 3 days. Maybe 10.5 months. Do you have anything to do with him? When he comes back, I'll ask him to contact you." "He won't be willing to contact me. He has been avoiding me since he came to Shanghai."
At this point, mist rose in the girl's eyes, and she burst into tears. Chen Fan frowned. He suddenly remembered someone. On the way to the Magic City, Shen Tao suddenly became uneasy, and then told a story. The story is about a friend of Shen Tao's, and that friend's girlfriend. That night, Tao Tao's friend's girlfriend actually called out Tao Tao's name. That night, Dou Yi was possessed by Now. That night, I couldn't argue. That night, 3 people couldn't sleep. At that time, Chen Fan and Yi Hao all took it as a joke. But now, Chen Fan looked at the girl crying and suddenly remembered this matter. TSK. This is much more difficult than raising animals. At this time, the girl wiped her tears and said,
"My former boyfriend was Tao Tao's good friend."
"It really is." Chen Fan almost wanted to roll his eyes. "Just don't get involved with me in this kind of thing. I want to breed animals. I don't like watching bloody dramas like yours either," the girl added.
"Actually, I have broken up with my ex-boyfriend for a long time. I like Tao Tao, but he kept avoiding me and refused to see me."
At this time, should I say something? Chen Fan said helplessly.
"Love is when 2 people are happy. Wishful thinking will be thankless. He likes me too."
The girl raised her head, and her voice was much louder.
"I know. He likes me too. He can't hide it from me."
Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and then said,
"Then what do you want to do now?"
The girl said quietly.
"I want to see him."
Chen Fan sighed.
"He went to the secret realm."
The girl looked at Chen Fan timidly.
"Then can I wait for him here?" "Sorry, I can't."
Chen Fan refused bluntly and said,
"But I can convey what you said to him. As for whether he sees you or not, or whatever, that's his business, and I can't control it."
The girl nodded slightly.
"I understand. Thank you."
Watching the girl's leaving figure, Chen Fan thought of Yi Hongyan again. Night. Chen Fan took Chu Xian and Shen Tao out of the ancient demon world. Then, he summoned Gongzi and Xiao Bai, Shen Hongxiu's Phantom King, Green Python, Golden Horn Beast, slithered up to Chen Fan's neck, put its little head against Chen Fan's face and cried,
Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Don't let me go there! It's too scary! Ah! I was almost bitten to death by a demon just now! I'll never go again!
Shen Hongxiu's face turned red. She caught the little snake back and patted her head gently.
You are the only one who talks more. You are the only one who talks more.
He had been killing in the ancient god realm for 10 days before. Unexpectedly, the golden horned beast still didn't adapt. But all the other beast masters didn't say anything. And it was too embarrassing for you to just cry there. Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips and whispered,
The ancient demon world is indeed more terrifying than the ancient god world.
Gongzi came over and patted the Phantom King, Green Python and Golden Horned Beast, saying that it would go there next time and that it was there. So there was no need to be afraid. Xiao Hei flew onto Chen Fan's shoulder and said,
Gongzi, he only knew how to fight before. He was a fighting maniac. I didn't expect that. Now I know how to pick up girls.
Chen Fan, Shin Hongxiu and others. Xiao He yelled again.
Gongzi, you should give up. You are not of the same race. And there is no suitable posture for you.
Gongzi was so angry that he rushed over and bit Xiao Hei's wings. Because Xiao He was injured before. He didn't dodge this time. And immediately screamed in pain. Chen Fan ignored their fuss and turned to look at Shin Tao Tao.
Tao, she's here to find you.
Shin Tao was stunned.
Who is it?
Chen Fan tilted his head.
When we were approaching the Magic City, didn't you tell us a story? The heroine of that story.
Before he finished speaking, Shin Yao Tao stood up like a frightened bird and looked around.
Left already.
Chen Fan frowned and said.
She ran to me and cried for a long time. She also said she would wait for you here. I didn't agree. So she left sadly.
Shin Tao Tao sat down on the stone bench. Li Fengxing wanted to eat the melon. But Chen Fan glared at him, and was so frightened that he immediately shut up. Chen Fan.
The ancient demon world is indeed scarier than the other realms. Otherwise, let's go to the Angel God King realm next time.
Bai Rouge asked.
Can't we go to the ancient god realm?
Chen Fan shook his head.
After Brother Yun and the others entered, large numbers of demons over level 30 emerged. It would be too dangerous for you to go there.
Henry Chu took a sip of coffee and then said,
Why is this happening? When we go in, most of the ones crawling out of the cracks are over level 20. And occasionally there are a few over level 30. Why did so many level 30 demons appear as soon as they entered? I don't know,
Chen Fan said.
I haven't had time to study it yet. Have a rest after eating. And then I will send you to the Angel God King realm.
Yi Hao asked.
Aren't you going with us?
Chen Fan.
I'm going to the ancient god realm.
Go to the ancient god realm and look for the colorful divine stone. Regardless of whether you can find it or not. Try to shorten the distance first. By the way, let's explore the ancient god realm again. Chapter 238. Can I pay on credit? When Chen Fan entered the ancient god realm, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang were fighting to the death with 2 level 35 skeleton demons. The two of them brought their own beasts with them, and each faced a level 35 demon. And the fight was shocking. He is worthy of being the youngest grandmaster in the Tang dynasty. With a level of cultivation at the 3rd and 4th heavens of the 7th grade, he was able to challenge a demon that was comparable to the peak of the 7th and 5th heavens. But he did not fall behind at all. When they were in the 5th restricted area, if the 7th level peak people from the Nightmare Court didn't bring a few level 35 demons with them, the two of them would have been able to kill those people from the Nightmare Court without Chen Fan taking action. When out,
boom!
Yuan Sanhai used the crying demon to perform illusions. After finding the flaw, he smashed the demon's head with a sword. Then, he stretched out his hand, collected the crystal core of the level 35 demon, and flew towards Chen Fan with a smile. Yi Wushuang on the other side suddenly became anxious. Yi Wushuang moved his left hand slightly, and threw out a small seal, which rose up in the wind and released a beam of light, instantly suppressing the skeleton demon. Immediately, the ice predator and the fiery jade rhinoceros used their ultimate moves at the same time. The ice cone emitting blue light penetrated directly through the skull demon's big head. The blazing flames drowned the skeleton demon in an instant. Yi Wushuang flipped his left hand over and pressed down violently.
Boom!
The mountain-like seal crushed the skeleton demon into slag in an instant. Yi Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, put away the skeleton demon's crystal core, and flew over. Brother Yun. Chen Fan smiled and said,
I want to find something in the ancient god realm, so I may have to travel a long way. I'll send you to the ancient demon realm first.
The location where the beast-controlling space connects with the 4 realms has always been based on the position where Chen Fan entered the 4 realms. The position where Chen Fan now enters the ancient god realm from the beast-controlling space is also the position where he last returned from the ancient god realm to the beast-controlling space. If Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang still stay in the ancient god realm, and Chen Fan runs away thousands of miles in the ancient god realm, then the distance between the two parties in the ancient god realm will really become thousands of miles. Once Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang encounter something unexpected, even if Chen Fan wants to rescue them, it will be too late. The two parties may also become separated and find it difficult to meet again. Because of this, after Chen Fan sent them to the ancient god realm, he told them to use this point as the starting point and not to leave too far away. After all, these realms are too weird and too dangerous. Although the cripples are powerful, they cannot enter these 4 realms.
Good.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang didn't ask any more questions, just nodded. After Chen Fan sent the two to the ancient demon world, they returned to the ancient god world.
Come.
The call of the colorful sacred stone is still very weak. Another demon began to emerge from the nearby cracks. Only one is a level 30 demon. Too strange. Chen Fan activated.
Thunder and lightning acceleration.
The next moment, his right foot suddenly landed on the ground. And like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards the call of the colorful sacred stone.
Roar!
The group of demons still climbing up roared and rushed towards them crazily. But how can a demon at level 20 be faster than Chen Fan? Before those demons could climb up the crack, Chen Fan had already disappeared into the distance. A group of demons. In the beast-controlling space. The cripple sitting cross-legged slapped the orange cat on the head.
What is Xiao Fan doing in the ancient god realm?
The orange cat opened his eyes angrily and said,
Didn't you see it? He's running. Exercising.
Lame. When the exploration function of the beast control space is turned on, the sight of the lame man and the orange cat is a bit strange. In the angel god king realm on the left, Chu Xian and Yi Hao were fighting a group of winged demons. In the ancient demon world on the right, Yuan Songhai and Yi Wushuang were both a little embarrassed. There were too many high-level demons, and they were under great pressure. And right in front, Chen Fan spread his legs and ran quickly. But it's like the camera has been following Chen Fan. Rocks and trees were quickly passing by on both sides of Chen Fan. But Chen Fan's back looked like he was less than 5 meters away from the lame man and the orange cat. The lame man glanced at the orange cat again and said,
You are really crippled. After Yi Hongyan sealed you into the orange cat, you were completely unwilling to work hard and just fell asleep every day. You should be the most rubbish of all the previous leaders of the demon sect.
The orange cat rolled his eyelids and said,
It is impossible to practice cultivation. Human meridians are completely different from cat's meridians. How do you want me to practice? When Chen Fan helps me raise my combat power level to above level 35, maybe I can regroup my physical body. That's when I can truly practice.
The lame man shook his head.
Poor people must be hateful.
The orange cat glanced at the lame man's feet and sneered.
To each other. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat directly.
You little bastard. How dare you mock your lame grandpa? When the founder of the demon sect meets me, he must respectfully call me
Senior.
The orange cat was slapped to the point of tears, but did not dare to retort. The lame man was still angry.
I said, You are getting fatter and fatter now. Why don't you also go for a run in the ancient god realm?
What? The orange cat stood up, all the hair on his body standing on end. The lame man was speechless.
It's really an embarrassment to the demon sect. You're so brave. You can't even compare to Shen Hongshou's Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast.
Seeing that the lame man didn't really want to send him to the ancient god realm, the orange cat lay down again. The lame man shouted angrily,
Yuan Songhai, use moon step. I taught you the moon steps, and you don't need to. Why are you running? Yi Wushuang. Every day I take your little seal and smash it. And if you use that thing again, I will break the magic weapon for you directly, and see how you use it. You still need to use so many magic weapons to defeat a few level 30 demons. You idiot. The expressions on the faces of the people nearby were also extremely ugly. It was because of Li Xinghai's original
Do-do-do-do.
The phone was hung up. Li Xinghai was furious.
She looks irregular at first glance. She hung up the phone before I even finished speaking. Let me know who she is, and I'll beat her to death.
A group of people were cautious, and did not dare to speak. Li Xinghai looked at one person and said,
Lu Qing, did you sell the originium mine you dug in the secret realm last time?
Lu Qing was stunned and said,
It's sold.
Li Xinghai said,
Well, then this time you invite me to Hong Romantic Bar. They have just opened. They will give you 3,000 when you top up 10,000. And you will get 7,000 when you top up 20,000.
Lu Qing almost cried, Boss. Li Xinghai was angry.
What? I used to invite you every day. But now you are not willing to invite me even once?
You used to just treat us to dinner. But now you ask us to treat you to a romantic event. Lu Qing nodded with a grimace.
Okay.
Li Xinghai said again.
Zhang Long, you and Zhao Yi go and keep an eye on Chen Fan.
Zhang Long and Zhao Yi almost knelt down. Li Xinghai said coldly.
Write down everything for me where Chen Fan went, and what he said to so and so.
Zhang Long and Zhao Yi looked at each other, and wanted to die. To stare at Chen Fan? It would be better to go to Longtan Tiger's den. They didn't know how powerful Chen Fan was. But Chen Fan could kill them with just any beast. The most important thing is, why should we keep an eye on Chen Fan? Why are you staring at Chen Fan? Alas, Bosley lost miserably. And now his brain is not working very well. The people above the martial arts club had warned him. But he still insisted on provoking Chen Fan. Do you really think that since you are from the Li family in the Demon City, Chen Fan will not attack you? That guy Chen Fan is cruel and vicious. Can you provoke him? Last time at the first martial arts university, if Senior Su Wenqin hadn't appeared, Chen Fan would have killed you. Still looking for discomfort. It's okay to feel uncomfortable. If you don't want to go, why don't you let us go?
Go quickly!
Li Xinghai roared.
What are you doing with such a long face? I'm not asking you to kill him. I'm just asking you to stare at him. He can still eat you. It's a street away from here. It used to be easy to find Zuo's house. Go quickly.
I know. Zhang Long and Zhao Yi had no choice but to walk out of the woods reluctantly. The two of them thought they were going to be romantic just now. As a result, I took on such an errand. The two of them ran to the gate of Chen Fan's house and walked around for a while. Then walked to the pavilion in the garden opposite and sat down, looking at the big iron gate of Chen Fan's house from a distance. After looking at the big iron gate quietly for a while, the two of them turned their heads. You looked at me. I looked at you.
What are we doing here? What do you think these two fools can do under the orders of a big fool?
Both fell silent.
I'm a little bored. I'm going to buy some melon seeds and beer.
Zhao Yi stood up and stretched.
What do you want?
Zhang Long held his chin with one hand and said,
What kind of melon seeds are you getting? Get some barbecue skewers and get some more oysters, roasted kidneys, and leeks.
Zhao Yi wandered away. Zhang Long turned his head and looked at the door of Chen Fan's house.
Tisk! This house is really big. It's surrounded by mountains and rivers. In a place like the Magic City where every inch of land is precious. How much does it cost?
Just jealous. A loud banging sound came from Chen Fan's house. What the H.L.? Could it be that someone lost money and went to Chen Fan's house? Zhang Long stood up with squinted eyes. Then, he walked to the right side of the gate and walked around the iron fence for a long distance. Only then did he see a group of beasts training on the training ground. Xiaobai and Gonzi are both there. A large group of royal beasts were catching and fighting each other. And the fight was shaking the sky and the earth.
Are these beast-controlling beasts a bit ridiculously strong?
Zhang Long looked through the iron fence at the fighting beasts and was speechless. After a while, a group of chefs came over pushing various monster meats and fruits. Xiaobai and the others stopped, rushed over in a swarm, and devoured the food.
Is there any mistake?
Looking at the food, Zhang Long's eyes widened.
These beasts eat better than us. Let me test. How much does this meal cost? Ah! That green-eyed honey badger took a bite of the green dragon fruit and threw it away. That was the green dragon fruit. Asshole. You're a demon-type soul-eating bird. And you're eating fire-type skyfire ant meat? What a waste!
Zhang Long felt like he was going crazy. What happened to the rich people? Can a rich person let his beast master be so wasteful? A meal of just one beast is more than I make in a month. No. This is intolerable. You have to go find Chen Fan and have a good talk. Zhang Long angrily jumped over the iron fence.
Bang!
As soon as Zhang Long landed, he fainted. Beside the stone table, the blind man waved his hand lightly.
Call!
Zhang Long, who fainted, flew out and landed on the grass. After a while, Zhao Yi came back with a large bag of barbecue skewers.
Where are the people?
Zhao Yi put down the things and looked around. He was startled and ran over to help Zhang Long up on the grass.
Wake up! Wake up!
Zhao Yi patted Zhang Long's face.
What's going on? Why did you faint on the grass?
Zhang Long scratched his head, frowned and said,
I just saw a group of beasts wasting food at Chen Fan's house. So I climbed over the iron fence on the side and wanted to talk to Chen Fan. But then I couldn't remember.
Zhao Yi examined Zhang Long for a moment.
How do you feel?
Zhang Long.
My head hurts a little.
Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes.
Does your butt hurt?
Zhang Long shook his head.
It doesn't hurt.
The two looked at each other, relieved. Zhao Yi helped Zhang Long back to the pavilion, grabbed a roasted kidney, and said while eating,
The boss is also so angry that he asked us to stare at Chen Fan. Why are you staring at Chen Fan? Is it illegal in his own home?
There are flaws in what a human being is. Could it be that Chen Fan could kill people and set fire to his own home?
Zhang Long took a grilled oyster and said,
Oh, this thing. Before we came to Blue Star, we treated this thing as a treasure. But
Zhang Long put down the oyster again, a little depressed.
If we eat this thing, it will not help us increase our skills.
Zhao Yi was a little angry.
Didn't you ask me to buy it? I didn't even pay for it. So I'm still picky. No.
Zhang Long picked up the grilled oysters again.
I just saw that Chen Fan's beasts are eating real delicacies from the mountains and seas. You haven't seen that small mountain of roasted fire ants. I could smell the smell from a long way away, and my mouth watered. And that green dragon fruit is bigger than your head. At least 50 years old.
Zhao Yi turned his head and glanced at Chen Fan's house. Rolled his eyelids and said,
There is no comparison. We are all from other places. Chen Fan is from the imperial capital. And his master is a master of beast breeding.
Zhang Long asked, a little annoyed.
What should we do next? Do you really want to listen to Li Xinghai and stare at Chen Fan here?
Zhao Yi said while eating.
Just take a look. Don't worry. We will go back to school after we finish eating.
Are you kidding?
We are classmates with Li Xinghai. Just because the Li family has some power in Shanghai and wants to be attached to him. But we are not his slaves. Does he pay us wages? Depend on. Now that Chen Fan has eliminated Zhong Hao, our first martial arts university can feel proud. The higher-ups will definitely do their best to cultivate such a top talent. Don't tell me that Chen Fan won't do any messy things. Even if he did, would anyone really dare to touch him? In the world of beast control, the strong are respected. Even if there is rule of law in the main city, it is only for the weak. I heard about it. When Chen Fan and Chu Xian came to the Magic City, they were chased by people from the Nightmare Garden and passed through the sparkling Firefly Swamp. And Li Xinghai's brother Li Xinghai happened to die in Shining Firefly Swamp.
Speaking of this, Zhao Yi lowered his voice.
So after the Li family made a big fuss in the city lord's mansion some time ago, they found Chen Fan.
Zhang Long narrowed his eyes.
What then?
Zhao Yi sneered and said,
What's next? Don't you see that Chen Fan is living a happy life now? I heard that people from the Li family swaggered in and came out with sweat on their backs about the murder of Li Xinghai. Now there is no news at all. And the Li family has admitted it.
Zhang Long blinked.
Is it because Chen Fan's master is Master Zhang Hai?
Of course,
Zhao Yi said.
Master Zhang Hai has a lot of background. He is not just the #1 beast breeding family in the Tang dynasty.
Zhang Long's eyes lit up.
Go on.
Zhao Yi shook his head.
I can't say it anymore. Existences at that level are not something people like us can discuss. If we continue to talk about it, we will be in trouble.
Zhang Long was furious.
Chow, you are just like those who write online novels, breaking the chapter when you get to the exciting part. Believe it or not, I will curse you.
Zhao Yi shook his head again.
I am different from those authors. What's different? After they break the chapter, they will still release a new chapter the next day. I have no follow-up. Hack, you are a eunuch. Does your butt still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Right. My butt doesn't hurt. What hurts is my head. It's my head. That's good.
In the garden, the deaf man came over and sat opposite the blind man. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he said,
Why did you make that kid faint? It would be good to let him come in and talk to us.
The blind man said nothing. He was holding a palm-sized iron plate and was carving pictures on it. Gongzi walked by. Hearing the deaf man's words, Gongzi raised his head and turned to look. Then, it ran to the gate, looked out from the iron gate, and happened to see Zhang and Long eating barbecue in the pavilion opposite. Gongzi rolled his eyes and ran back quickly. He ran to Xiaobai and chatted in foreign languages for a long time. A group of royal beasts gathered around. Xuqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he was about to go out to beat someone, but was held back by the old ape. The old ape pointed at himself, then at Xiao He, and finally in the direction of Zhang Long and Zhao Yi. Xiao He said,
It doesn't have to be so complicated. Old ape, you can hide yourself over there. Give them 2 claws. Coat them with inert poison. And then catch them back and that's it. Catch them here. Torture them. And find out who instigated them and what they want to do.
This time, even Xiaobai didn't object. A group of royal beasts swaggered and prepared to go out. The blind and the deaf. The little black talker blurted out,
What are you looking at? Do you believe I can poop in your tea?
The deaf man stretched out his hand, and of force grabbed Xiao He, and slapped him several times, making Xiao He dizzy. Xiaobai and Gongzi both rolled their eyes. It's a miracle that this stupid bird like Xiao He can survive to this day. Chapter 239 Phantom Demon and Skeleton Lizard Bone Dragon. In the pavilion, Zhang Long and Zhao Yi were playing skewers and drinking beer. The 2 idle guys looked at each other and saw a trace of sadness in each other's eyes. People who come from outside the country are so miserable. After finally hugging the thighs of the Li family in the magical city, they were even rushed here to eat barbecue. Now, even Li Xinghai, the man they hugged, has become a pauper and is in debt. Alas, I don't know when these miserable days will end. Sudden. The old ape appeared behind Xiao Yi and grabbed Xiao Ye's back, scratching Xiao Ye's back until it was bloody and bloody. Xiao Yi and Lao Yuan were both stunned for a moment. One is that he never expected to be attacked by surprise in the main city of Demon City. The other one didn't expect that the target of the sneak attack would be so weak.
Asshole!
Zhang Long on the other side reacted. Quickly stood up. And with a flick of his wrist, he wanted to hit the old ape with a punch. But as soon as he raised his hand, Xiao Hei in the air hit him with a spiritual spike.
Ouch!
Zhang Long screamed and hit his head on the stone table, causing it to collapse.
Call!
The old ape walked around behind Zhang Long with a ghostly step, and also gave Zhang Long a claw on the back.
That's unreasonable.
Xiao Yi was furious and drew his sword.
How dare you dare to do the same thing with a small skill? A mighty dragon.
Xiao Hei was another spiritual spike. The mental spike that ordinary 5th grade and 5th level people could not withstand hit Zhao Yi on the head. Zhao Yi also let out a strange cry and fell together with Zhang Long. Gongzi and Xiao Bai wanted to give them another try. But when they saw the two of them holding their heads and howling miserably on the ground, they had to stop. Xiao Qing tilted his head slightly and hit the condensed rock cannon onto the rockery on the other side, destroying the entire rockery. A group of beast masters gathered around, looking at the two people rolling on the ground with speechless expressions on their faces. Too weak. How can it be so weak? We have been preparing our tactics for a long time. Was he defeated by Xiao Hei's one move? The little black fly in the air landed on the old ape's shoulder, looking at Zixiong and saying,
How dare the shining fire compete with the bright moon?
Xiao Bai and Gongzi glanced at Xue speechlessly. After watching a few TV series, this guy always likes to use the lines in the TV series to pretend to be different. The key is that you score clearly, and the villain is decent. What the villain said. Do you use it every day?
Ah!
Zhang Long on the ground roared and stood up suddenly. When the little skeleton saw this, he turned the bone knife in his hand slightly and slapped Zhang Long on the head.
Bang!
Zhang Long groaned and squatted down again. Xiao Yi got up. The little skeleton's bone knife struck again. Xiao Yi squatted down. Get up. The little skeleton kept clicking like a whack-a-mole. Xiao Bai and Gongzi. After filming for a while, the two gophers squatted with their heads in their hands, not daring to get up. At this moment, they all saw clearly. It was Chen Fan's beasts that attacked and besieged them. Zhang Long and Zhao Ye's faces turned pale. They don't know how strong the other beast masters are. But Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei, and Little Skeleton are existences that are comparable to the peak beast masters of the 5th grade and 5th heaven. And both of them are only 2nd grade and 3rd level heaven. The two of them worked together, but they couldn't defeat one of the beasts. If you continue to resist, you will be seeking humiliation and death. At this time, Xiao Hei on the old ape's shoulder spoke again.
Come here. Take these two spies back. If you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy.
Zhang Long and Zhao Yi were startled and threw their swords aside at the same time. None of the surrounding beasts moved. No one took Xiao Hei's words seriously. Xiao Hei sighed.
Oh, they are a bunch of idiots who can't even understand people's words. Hey, they are so lonely.
Gongzi was furious, jumped up with a hiss, and slapped Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei had already expected this and flew up with a hula, dodging Gongzi's slap. Xiao Bai raised his paw slightly.
Meow!
Xiao Qing immediately came over and kicked Zhang Long. Zhang Long. Xiao Qing kicked Zhao Yi again. Zhao Yi. The two of them held their heads and continued to squat, not daring to stand up. Xiao Bai was speechless and could only look at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei smiled proudly and said,
Hey, those two idiots on the ground. My eldest sister wants you to stand up and follow us obediently.
Zhang Long and Zhao Yi looked at each other, and while looking at the little skeleton's bone knife, they stood up carefully.
Meow!
Xiao Bai waved his paw again. Xiao Hei translated.
My eldest sister said, You should follow us, or we will beat the shit out of you.
Zhang Long and Zhao Yi. Noob. The previous paragraph was translated well. There's nothing like that in the next paragraph. Jade curiously circled around Zhang Long and Zhao Yi, then flew up and landed on Zhang Long's head. Zhang Long didn't dare to move. No way. Not a single beast here can easily kill them. However, Chen Fan, the master of these beasts, was not present. Then, Little Skeleton and Xiao Qing pressed the two of them and walked back. In the garden, the deaf man and the blind man were drinking tea leisurely. When the shadow demon saw Little Skeleton and the others escorting the two of them back, he immediately grabbed the chain that had been used to lock it and dragged it over. There is a big stone ball at the head of the chain. and the Shadow Demon drags it with a little difficulty. After dragging him over, Shadow Demon looked at Xiao Bai and pointed at the chain. Noob. Xiao Zhonglong and Xiao Yi. Xiao Bai blinked and tilted his head slightly toward Xiao He. Xiao He chuckled and said to the Shadow Demon,
Hey, that Shadow Demon. Bring a chair for me. The uncle is going to start interrogating the prisoner.
The Shadow Demon ran into the house and brought a chair over. Xiao He flew to the chair. His butt fell down, and then he fell directly. Xiao He had no choice but to stand up. Stand on the chair, coughed slightly and said,
You have the right to remain silent,
but everything you say will become evidence in court.
Zhonglong and Zhao Yi. A group of beasts. Xiao He.
Gender? Age?
Xiao Bai was furious and waved his paw at Xiao He. Xiao He smiled awkwardly and said,
2 questions. First, who sent you here? Second, what is the purpose?
Hearing this, Xiao Bai nodded slightly. Xiao He has finally become a little bit more normal. Zhonglong and Zhao Yi, with mournful faces, told the truth about Li Xinghai asking them to come and stare at Chen Fan. All the beasts were angry. Li Xinghai is the longevity minister who hangs himself because he thinks he has a long life. Right. Even Jade waved his little hands angrily.
Chi chi chi. Chi 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 chi.
Xiao He nodded.
Jade said that he would capture Li Xinghai and beat him half to death.
A group of beast masters all looked at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai hooked his claws at the beasts. A group of royal beasts all put their heads together. Then, Xiao He flew to Zhonglong's shoulder and said,
Boy, take us to find Li Xinghai.
Zhonglong and Zhao Yi froze. What the hell? This group of beast masters want to deal with Li Xinghai? Where is Chen Fan? Where is Chen Fanren? Zhonglong looked around but couldn't find Chen Fan. When the little skeleton saw Zhonglong looking around, he flipped the bone knife over and hit Zhonglong on the head with another bone knife, making Zhonglong grin.
Li Xinghai went to Hong Kong for romance.
Zhao Yi smiled bitterly. Xiao He was stunned.
Where is that place?
Zhao Yi looked strange and said,
It's a bathing center.
Zhonglong said,
That's it. A place to take a bath.
Xiao He blinked.
Swimming pool?
Zhao Yi.
It's almost the same.
Xiao He moved his wings.
Let's go then. First find Li Xinghai and beat him up. Then we can take a bath and swim together.
Xiao Bai felt like something was wrong. But I don't understand what is wrong. Zhonglong opened the low morality map, found Hong Romance, and turned on the navigation. A group of royal beasts, led by Zhonglong and Zhao Yi, left their homes and headed toward Hong Kong. In the garden, the deaf man looked at the blind man.
You just let them go like this?
The blind man said.
Is there any problem?
The deaf man said angrily.
Why don't you ask me to come with you?
Blind man.
Get out of here. Uncle.
Shop number 9.
The vice president and dean of the Madu Martial Arts University sat opposite Mr. Chung with a smile on his face.
Behind them were Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao, the 2 strongest geniuses in the sophomore year of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Their hands were hanging down at this moment, looking frightened. On a training ground far outside the building, several of Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao's beasts were eating. Mr. Chung is one of the 4 senior breeders in shop number 9. Above the senior beast breeders, there are extraordinary beast breeders and beast breeders. The Magic City Martial Arts University itself has more than a dozen senior beast breeders. However, when facing Mr. Chung, who was only a senior beast breeder, the vice president and dean of the Magic University of Martial Arts looked like they were facing a master beast breeder. Their faces full of respect.
No way.
Although store number 9 has only been open in Shanghai for less than a month, but the reputation of shop number 9 has spread throughout the upper circles of Shanghai. Not to mention these martial arts universities. Several big families almost fought in order to send their beasts to the 9 store. This is a legendary animal breeding shop with a mysterious color. Shop number 9 became popular at first because there was a master of animal breeding, Zhang Hai. But now, even if another beast breeding master comes to the Magic City and opens another beast breeding shop, I'm afraid it's impossible to do it as well as the 9th store. Shop number 9 is cultivating more and more beasts. Word of mouth. All beast masters have regarded store number 9 as a sacred place for beast breeding. After Zhong Hao was defeated by Chen Fan, the Magic City Martial Arts University immediately panicked. Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao are the 2 strongest sophomores at Madu Martial Arts University, and they are equally powerful. Zhong Hao failed miserably. Xian Tianji will definitely lose against Chen Fan. When Zuan Tianji is defeated again, The Magic City Martial Arts University may really become the second martial arts university in the Magic City. Now!
All the hopes of the Magic City Martial Arts University are placed on the ninth store. Only by letting shop number 9 help Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao's beast control break through can they hope to stop Chen Fan. Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao both have 3 beasts. If the combat power levels of their 3 beasts are increased by 1 level, the strength of the 3 beasts will increase dramatically. On the other hand, the breakthrough of the 3 beasts may also help Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao both break through to the 6th level. In this way, they can hope to stop Chen Fan. Chen Fan may go to the Magic University of Martial Arts to block the door at any time. After all, he was just a student who had just entered the first martial arts university, and he hadn't even entered his freshman year yet. The Magic City Martial Arts University really cannot afford to lose this face. The vice principal and dean of students were also anxious. This time, regardless of the cost, shop number 9 must help Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji break through the beast control. Chung Laozi turned his head and glanced at the beasts of Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao in the distance, nodded slightly and said,
"Don't worry. It will take about 20 days.
The vice president of Madu Martial Arts University was a little anxious.
Mr. Chung, can you shorten the time? Although I know that 20 days is short enough for a breakthrough in level 25 beast control. We are really a little anxious here.
You look, Mr. Chung said a little embarrassed.
The main reason is that queuing up is time consuming, and it will take a while before it's their turn to control the beast. Especially during this period, the Zhua family sent a large number of beasts over. We're just a little overwhelmed.
The vice principal and dean looked at each other, extremely jealous. Zhuajia? This family can only be considered average in the Magic City, not even comparable to the Feng family and Shangwan family. But the people in the Zhua family are so smart. As soon as Master Zhang Hai arrived in the Magic City, they came over immediately. The large area of the store number 9 was given by the Zhua family. Well, in fact, the Magic City Martial Arts University can also afford it. But now it's too late. Seeing the vice principal and dean of students crying, Mr. Chung couldn't help but smile and said,
"Well, I'll think of a way to shorten the training time for their beast masters. Try to keep it to about 15 days.
The eyes of Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji suddenly lit up. The vice principal was overjoyed.
"Thank you so much, Mr. Chung."
Mr. Chung waved his hand and said,
"Who told me to know those old guys from your university? You should go back and wait for news."
Ancient God Realm. Chen Fan increased his speed to the extreme, with sparks and lightning all the way, and he ran towards the direction where the sound of the colorful sacred stone came from. Countless demons lined up to eat ashes behind him.
Bang!
Chen Fan lifted his feet off the ground and flew quickly. He turned his head and looked back, and couldn't help but frown. Demons below level 30 simply cannot catch up with his speed, and have already been left far behind. But now, the 2 demons have chased him less than 800 meters behind. A level 34 skeleton lizard dragon. A level 35 phantom. The skeleton lizard dragon has 2 wings that shake the strong wind at extremely fast speeds. The phantom demon is a soul-like demon similar to the crying demon. At first glance, it looks like a strange black cloud, and its speed is faster than that of the skeleton lizard dragon. Along the way, the phantom kept using spiritual spells to attack him. If Chen Fan's current mental strength was not comparable to that of the late 6th stage realm, he might have fallen into the trap of the phantom demon. After Chen Fan's mental power skyrocketed, he also thought about signing contracts with some soul-type beast masters to increase his mental power. Mute has already gone to Li Mu for this matter. Chen Fan wanted to surrender the phantom demon, following him. But the demons in the ancient god realm are void demons with pure evil thoughts, chaos and violence, and the difficulty of conquering them is too great. If Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang were allowed to come in, the 3 of them would be able to capture the phantom demon alive. But if you can't purify the evil thoughts of the phantom, it's basically impossible to sign the contract. Even if you can sign a contract, you may not be able to control it. Moreover, the demonic power and demonic aura of this void demon can easily affect the beast master. Stop talking about this terrible void demon. The ordinary demons signed by those in the nightmare court eventually affected the people who signed the contracts, making the people who signed the contracts develop into demons. Yuan Songhai signed a contract with a crying demon, and it was obviously his master Li Mu who took action. But even if Li Mu takes action, it will be difficult to completely crystallize the devil. At least, the blind man and the lame man have no good ideas now. The vision and knowledge of these people are still higher than Li Mu.
Violent!
Just as Chen Fan was flying and thinking about it, the phantom behind him launched another attack.
Soul tearing!
A skill similar to that of the crying demon is enough to make the person hit by it miserable, and lose his attack power in a short period of time. For a demon of this level, 800 meters is about as close as you can get. Chen Fan only felt a strange force pressing in, and the mental barrier that was stretched open was like a rubber ball. And it was almost broken. Fortunately, there is still the ring belonging to the leader of the demon cult. Otherwise, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, and the sky-breaking demonic sword suddenly came out of its sheath. He turned around and slashed at the skeleton lizard bone dragon. The skeleton lizard bone dragon couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Phantom demons attack you. But you hit me. Is this human being stupid or crazy? Chapter 240 Purification. The skeleton lizard bone dragon didn't take Chen Fan's sword seriously. In its eyes, the human in front of it could not only run faster, but also had a very weak aura. Even if he stood still and let him chop, he would not be able to chop himself. Brush! The sharp sword light slashed down. The skeleton lizard bone dragon sneered and tilted his head slightly. The next moment, it saw a huge skeleton without a head falling downwards. The skeleton lizard bone dragon was slightly startled. Darkness swept in. The will-o'-the-wisp in the skull lizard bone dragon's skeleton eyes went out, and its big head fell to the ground with a bang. Juan Mo was stunned for a moment when he saw that the bone dragon, which was not much weaker than it, was killed with a single blow. Immediately, a red light flashed in its eyes, and it was ready to cast the illusion. Spiritual binding cage. But Chen Fan is faster than it. Change the object of the illusion to yourself. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and activated the Whisper of the Demon King. After my mental power has become much stronger, it is easy to use. Whisper of the Demon King. On a level 35 demon alone, the phantom demon who was affected by the Whisper of the Demon King cast the Spiritual Binding Cage on himself without any hesitation. Call! The phantom demon trapped in the Spiritual Binding Cage fell to the ground like a cloud. Juan Mo, who came back to his senses, was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan sheathed the knife and grabbed it casually. The powerful mental power had torn open the skull lizard bone dragon's big head. A sparkling crystal core flew over and was caught in his hand. Chen Fan put away the crystal core and flew above the phantom. Looking down at the phantom below, the phantom remained motionless, under the influence of the Whisper of the Demon King. What Juan Mo saw now was not Chen Fan in front of him, but a demon king that could shake the sky and the earth. Facing this demon king, the phantom demon whose mental power is bound by his own illusion is completely unable to resist, and does not dare to resist at all. Chen Fan frowned. The demon in front of him was releasing unspeakable evil thoughts. Negative emotions such as destruction and killing merged together to become the purest evil. He was floating in the air, still more than 10 meters away from the phantom demon. His emotions had been affected by the phantom demon's evil thoughts, and he suddenly wanted to kill like crazy. There is indeed a huge difference between a void demon and an ordinary demon. Simply speaking, from the perspective of evil aura, Yuan Songhai's crying demon is like a 3-year-old child compared to a giant compared to the phantom demon in front of him. Not on the same level at all. The evil thoughts of the demons who were chasing Yuan Songhai and Yi Wushuang together may not be as powerful as this phantom demon. What does void mean? What happened to the void demon? Why are there all void demons here? Chen Fan was a little hesitant. With the Whisper of the Demon King, he should be able to completely suppress the demon in front of him and then force him to sign a contract to become a beast master. But if such terrible evil thoughts cannot be purified, then with my current mental strength, I may not be able to stop its evil erosion. If you are really corrupted by its evil, you may slowly become a demon. Moreover, if we really sign a contract with this phantom, when the phantom is released, Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others will probably be greatly affected. Woo! The phantom demon below began to struggle. Chen Fan had a thought in his mind and said quietly, Submit! Give up resistance! Under the urging of the Whisper of the Demon King, dozens more red threads were released from the Demon King and penetrated into the phantom demon's body. The phantom demon trembled and crawled on the ground. In the beast-controlling space, Cripple and Orange Cat looked at this scene, dumbfounded. They all thought that they knew Chen Fan well enough. Never imagined Chen Fan subdued such a phantom demon without even using a single move. How is this possible? Even if Chen Fan's mental power is strong, comparable to that of a mid to late stage 6th level player, it can only be said that he has a huge advantage in mental power. But he cannot subdue such a mentally powerful monster with mental power alone. The cripple scratched his head and looked at the Orange Cat. In addition to Xiao Hei's spiritual spikes,
Do those beast-controlling beasts of Xiaofan have other powerful spiritual skills?
The orange cat raised his head, widened his eyes, and thought for a moment.
It seems like maybe it should be. Right. Trash.
The lame man cursed and asked,
Have you ever taught him spiritual martial arts?
The orange cat shook his head.
His mental power was not very good before. And even after teaching him, he couldn't use it. So he put Xiaohei's mental spike on me. And he had to rely on my strong mental power to perform this trick. Well,
cripple,
didn't you awaken that spiritual spike move by yourself? Did Xiaofan give it to you? Xiaofan copied it from Xiaohei to you?
The orange cat snorted softly.
So, you see that although he calls you lame grandpa, you don't know many things about him. But I am closer to him. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat on the grass.
I am the father of your founder and ancestor of the demon sect. And I have already stepped down many generations. Do you dare to say I in front of me?
The orange cat knew that what the lame man said was true and did not dare to argue. He rolled his eyes and got up. He glanced at the cripple, shook his head in annoyance, and turned around to lick his butt. But as soon as his tongue stuck out, the orange cat turned to stone. His head turned a little stiffly. Half of his tongue stuck out, and he looked at the lame man. The cripple was looking at him silently. The orange cat, like a doryman, turned its head with some difficulty, showing a look of despair. Immediately, he raised his head high and waved his paw fiercely.
I and the Nightmare Garden are inseparable. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat to the ground again.
What are you yelling about? You scared me.
Orange cat. At this time, in the ancient god realm, Chen Fan had already made a decision. He fell down and activated the
Whisper of the Demon King
to the extreme, completely suppressing the phantom demon. After his mental power increased by hundreds of points, he activated the
Whisper of the Demon King,
and the effect was much more powerful than when he was in the 5th restricted area. The phantom demon in front of me was trembling all over, but he didn't dare to move. Chen Fan immediately opened the beast-controlling space summoning circle. The beast-controlling space is open. Do you want to sign a contract with the void demon, 1MO? Chen Fan clicked, yes. With a click of, yes. The tip of his left index finger hurt, and a drop of blood spilled out. The drop of blood flew out from his index finger, and fell into the 6-pointed star array at the sole of his foot. The 6-pointed star array immediately began to move slowly. The 2 6-pointed star arrays rotated rapidly, flickering with golden light, and condensed into a white paper burning with golden flames in the air, appearing between Chen Fan and Huan Mo. Surrender.
Sign.
Chen Fan murmured in his heart. But the words heard by the phantom demon were uttered by the Supreme Demon King. Without even a hint of resistance rising in Huan Mo's heart, he obediently chose to sign the contract.
Boom!
Endless negative emotions are transmitted from the phantom demon. Chen Fan's body was filled with black energy. His eyes instantly turned red, and he was filled with killing intent.
Oops!
The cripple in the beast-controlling space was shocked and stood up.
He signed a contract with that devil.
Signing a contract with Yusho is a complicated process in itself. The cripple was just wondering what Chen Fan wanted to do. In just a few breaths, Chen Fan had already signed a contract with the phantom demon, and he couldn't even stop him in time.
Xiaofan!
In the beast-controlling space, cripple shouted.
Go back to the beast-controlling space quickly.
In the ancient god realm, Chen Fan listened to the lame man's voice, as if it came from another universe, distant and vague.
Go back to the beast control space.
Chen Fan tried his best to suppress the feeling of going crazy, opened the beast control space, and quickly ran forward.
Bang!
He rushed directly into the beast control space and threw himself to the ground. In the beast controlling space, the orange cat was frightened by Chen Fan's demonic energy, and ran to the corner of the beast controlling space with a look of horror on his face. The cripple took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and covered the back of Chen Fan's head with his 5 fingers. Chen Fan was lifted up by the lame man, and then he sat down cross-legged under the control of the lame man. The lame man's vast and unpredictable mental power immediately merged into Chen Fan's mind, suppressing all the negative emotions caused by the phantom. Who? Chen Fan's eyes regained clarity, and he was breathing heavily. Although he had expected early on that he might be affected by the evil thoughts of the void demon, but Chen Fan never expected that he still underestimated the horror of the void demon. Although the
Whisper of the Demon King
completely controls the phantom demon, it cannot control the transmission of its evil thoughts.
Tranquility.
The lame man directly used his mental power to send a message to Chen Fan and said,
Don't worry about anything. I'll teach you a way to clear your mind. I'll say something and you'll recite it silently. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be surprised if the sky falls. Things are changing but still stable. The spirit is refreshing and the energy is calm. Do not be stained by dirt or stained by worldliness. The void is tranquil and there is nothing in it.
Chen Fan took a deep breath and began to learn the mental methods taught by the lame man. Half an hour later, the last evil thoughts that were introduced into his mind by the phantom demon were all eliminated. Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sudden. Chen Fan, who had not yet opened his eyes, was stunned for a moment. On the system panel, a cloud flashed with golden light. Above the clouds, two big characters appeared.
Purify.
Among the skills that have not been activated yet. Is there a purification function? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Just like when Bai Tianyu passed on his
9 heaven-breaking swords.
Because of the
9 heaven-breaking swords.
Transmitted by Bai Tianyu. The system panel was activated by the 9 heaven-breaking swords and dispersed the clouds. This time, it was obviously the evil thoughts of the void demon that had not been purified that resonated with the purification function. Chen Fan was overjoyed. All worries were crushed in an instant. Demon King. All demons are my little brothers.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Chen Fan laughed wildly. Lame. It shouldn't be. Just now, I clearly used my mental power to help him suppress all the evil thoughts of the phantom demon. Moreover, the Qingxingju really helped him expel all the evil thoughts of the phantom demon from his body. Right? The orange cat walked over cautiously.
Old man, what you just taught is useless. If you can't do that, why don't you bring over the blind and deaf people?
The lame man flicked his hand. And the orange cat screamed, flew out, and hit the space barrier hard.
Lame grandpa. I'm fine.
Chen Fan stood up and activated his star power, absorbing and integrating all the power he had just signed with the phantom demon. The level 35 phantom not only fed back powerful star power, but also fed back 82 Hz spiritual power. Really? Signing a contract with a spirit-type beast with strong mental power is also a good way to improve your mental power. Previously, he consumed 685W of system energy and increased his mental power by 324 Hz. Unless there is a large amount of system energy balance, it is better to find a way to help Phantom Demon upgrade a few more levels. By increasing one combat power level and one racial level, it is estimated that the mental power can be increased by more than 160 Hz.
See a fan?
The lame man waved his hand in front of Chen Fan.
Are you okay? Why did you sign the contract with that phantom? It's too risky.
Chen Fan came to his senses, smiled and said,
Thankfully Grandpa Lame helped me suppress those evil thoughts, and I'm fine now. No.
The cripple frowned and shook his head.
The Qingxingju cannot completely drive away the evil thoughts of this level of demons. Unless the blind man and I are always by your side. The evil thoughts of the devil will erode your soul all the time.
Orange Cat walked over and said,
If you let him terminate his contract with the Phantom now, a large portion of his star power and soul power will be cut off. If it doesn't work, just leave the Phantom Demon in the ancient god realm and let the Phantom Demon go away. When his mental power becomes stronger in the future, for example, after he breaks through to the 7th level, he will come back to find the Phantom Demon.
Standing in the beast control space, looking towards the ancient god realm, I saw a black cloud-like phantom lying motionless on the ground. The Phantom Demon obviously didn't understand why he signed a contract with a human being. It couldn't understand even more why the owner disappeared inexplicably after signing the contract. At this time, the Phantom Demon no longer looked as ferocious as before. Instead, it looks more like an abandoned child, looking around at a loss, not knowing where to go.
I have a solution,
Chen Fan said.
But not now. Just follow what the Orange Cat said. Let him stay in the ancient god realm first.
Chen Fan looked at Purge on the system panel. Turning on Purification requires 800W system energy. According to the current growth rate of system energy, we will have to wait at least 5 or 6 days. Chen Fan communicated with the Phantom Demon through voice transmission through his mind.
You can move around freely in the ancient god realm. I will come back to you if anything happens. Okay.
Wan Mo was overjoyed when he heard Chen Fan's voice. In the beast control space, Cripple watched the Phantom Demon fly away, and then looked at Chen Fan in confusion.
Do you really have a way to purify that demon?
This matter is no small matter. If Chen Fan can really purify the devil, what does that mean? Whether it is Blue Star or Tianyu Realm, the biggest threat is the devil. The Nightmare Court can turn these two worlds upside down, and it relies on demons. If Chen Fan could purify the devil. The cripple's eyes were a little red. Tens of thousands of years. A new generation of human emperors is finally about to rise. Tens of thousands of years. He finally saw hope.
Xiao Fan, take me out,
the lame man said softly.
I want to go and have a drink with the blind man and tell them the good news.
He did not ask Chen Fan what method he used. But he had no doubts about Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded, opened the portal to the beast control space, and sent the cripple out. The orange cat also wanted to go out, but was kicked back by Chen Fan.
You are watching from inside.
The orange cat was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
I've only heard of guard dogs, never of guard cats. You are raising me like a dog. Don't say that.
Chen Fan's voice sounded in the beast control space. The orange cat's complexion improved a little. Chen Fan continued.
Raising a dog is better than raising a leader like you.
The orange cat was furious.
Come in. I will fight you.
Chen Fan.
Tomorrow I will find you a level 30 thunder rat. Let's see if your orange cat can beat a rat first.
Orange cat. Chen Fan.
How about finding a female mouse? Let her chase you. And if she catches you, she'll hack you.
The orange cat was expressionless.
Stop arguing. I'm observing you in Songhai and Chuxian. They are all being besieged by demons now. And they are a bit stressed.
Chen Fan.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you.
Orange cat.
I'll do the work. Don't worry.
After leaving the beast control space, Chen Fan went straight to the 9th store. Let's wait for 2 days before going to the ancient god realm to find the colorful sacred stones. In the next few days, go to shop number 9 to breed animals first. Each of these functions on the system panel is more exciting than the other. There are several clouds above. Although I don't know what skills they are. They must be very incredible. It's terrible. There is always not enough energy in the system. The Void Divine Body hasn't even been activated yet. In any case, let's cultivate a few hundred beasts in the next few days. When the time comes, let Lin Xiao and the others bewitch the masters of the beasts. And let them take the beasts to the secret realm and kill them in the secret realm. My future depends entirely on you. Etc. If it can be suppressed with the
whisper of the Demon King.
Can it suppress other demons and force them to sign contracts with Chu Xianyahao and the others? In theory it should be possible. But if you really want to operate it, it seems to be quite troublesome. The first step is to purify the devil first. After purification, help Henry Chu and the others sign a contract with the devil. Wrong. Whether Chu Xian and the others can sign another contract with the Beast Master mainly depends on whether their Beast Master space can support it. Otherwise, when they were in Donghai City, the Chu family and the Yi family would have probably signed up some level 2 and 3 little beasts for them. No matter. Let's try it later. Chapter 241. Yi Hao still thinks about the succubus.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At the entrance of Hong Romantic Bathing Center, Li Xinghai was thrown out. Also thrown out were 2 4th-grade star warriors from this club. The bodies of the 3 of them were covered in scars, and were in a terrible state. In the bathing center, women's screams and men's screams came one after another, turning into a mess. Under the stunned gazes of the people, Xiaobai walked out with Gongzi and the others in a swaggering manner.
Chen Fan!
Li Xinghai, who was wrapped in a bathrobe, was filled with grief and anger, and roared,
Get out of here! Take good care of these beasts like you!
Of course Chen Fan didn't get out. At this time, Chen Fan was focusing on breeding animals in the 9th store. Li Xinghai yelled for a long time, but failed to call Chen Fan out. And his face suddenly showed despair. These beasts are too strong. Terrible. Every beast master is comparable to a 5th grade, 5th level beast master. Not to mention a 3rd grade beast master like him. Even the 2 4th grade star warriors, who were holding down the scene in Red Romance were maimed, and are now lying on the ground howling. And those people he brought with him now don't know where they are hiding. Li Xinghai looked at the people pointing around him, and suddenly felt very happy that he had been talking about life with a young model for a long time, and hadn't had time to take off his pants. If you take off your pants and are thrown out, you will be completely screwed. If that were the case, Daiichi Martial Arts University would definitely expel him, and his father will never recognize his son again. Having said that, it's still very embarrassing now. Li Xinghai sat up angrily and rubbed his arms. It wasn't the pain from falling. It was from being slapped with a bone knife by the little skeleton. Fortunately, it was a shot, not a cut. Otherwise the arm would be dead. Li Xinghai rubbed his arms while looking around, trying to find Chen Fan. He just asked Zhang Long and Zhao Yi to keep an eye on Chen Fan. He didn't do anything. Did Zhang Long and Zhao Yi burn down Chen Fan's house? Why did Chen Fan and these beast-controlling beasts find Hong romantic? At this time, Xiao He flew over and flew twice above Li Xinghai's head. Just when Li Xinghai and Xiao Bai thought Xiao He was preparing to.
Mighty heavenly dragon.
Xiao He made a click and pooped on Li Xinghai's head. Li Xinghai was petrified. Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others were also stunned.
Ah!
Li Xinghai screamed and stood up.
Spiritual spike!
Xiao He hit him directly with a spiritual spike. Li Xinghai screamed, holding his head and lying on the ground again.
Say it or not.
Xiao He yelled and threw another mental spike. Although he didn't use all his strength, the pain still caused Li Xinghai to scream in agony.
You haven't said it yet?
Xiao He received another mental spike. Li Xinghai went crazy.
You're asking? What did you want me to say?
Oh, Xiao He blinked and landed on the old age shoulder.
I forgot to ask me. What do you want to do when you sent 2 people to guard our door after you were full? Answer honestly, or I'll kill you.
At this moment, a luxury sports car sped over and stopped in front of Li Xinghai. In the sports car, Feng Tianlin took off his sunglasses and looked at Li Xinghai. Then at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Shangwan Wulei, who was sitting in the back, opened the car door and got out.
Xiao He, what are you doing?
With that said, she picked up Xiao Bai. When Jade saw it, she immediately flew over and wanted to land on her head. Shangwan Wulei was startled and immediately pointed at Feng Tianlin in the car and said,
Jade, you fall on his head.
Jade happily flew towards Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin blinked, knowing that he could not beat Jade, nor could he run away from Jade. So he had no choice but to let Jade fall on his head and put a green hat on himself. People around.
No tears.
Li Xinghai almost cried with joy when he saw the savior coming.
Help me. Help me. These beasts are crazy. They beat me without saying a word. And they hit me hard.
Feng Tianlin walked out of the sports car with an emerald on his head. He looked at Li Xinghai speechlessly and said,
I found out that you are more courageous than my sister. You were beaten half to death last time. Haven't you learned your lesson? You still dare to provoke Chen Fan? Do you believe that any one of Xiaobai and Gongzi can kill you?
Li Xinghai almost vomited blood and roared.
I didn't provoke him. I just found 2 people to stare at him at the door of his house. I didn't do anything.
Feng Tianlin looked at Xiao He. Xiao He nodded.
Those 2 guys were having barbecue in front of our house. I took Lao Yuan in them, beat them half to death, and dragged them to the garden.
The poor 2 guys were beaten even after having a barbecue. Feng Tianlin grinned. He turned around and saw Li Xinghai, smiling even more happily. He also provoked Chen Fan before, and was beaten violently by Chen Fan. But Li Xinghai is obviously worse off than he was before. Li Xinghai looked at Feng Tianlin and had the urge to kill this guy. But Xiaobai and Xiaohe were here. How could he dare to take action? Feng Tianlin shook his head and dialed Chen Fan's phone.
Chen Fan, where are you? Aren't you at home?
Chen Fan saw the jade on Feng Tianlin's head, as well as Xiao He and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the red romance sign behind Feng Tianlin.
Your uncle.
Chen Fan's face turned dark.
Why on earth did you bring Xiaobai and the others to a place like this? No. No.
Feng Tianlin was startled and waved his hands repeatedly, pulling Shangwan Wulei over and said,
Wulei and I were passing by here and saw Xiaohe and the others beating Li Xinghai. So I'll give it to you. Make a call.
Chen Fan also noticed Li Xinghai, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said,
Are you taking advantage of my absence to bully my Xiaobai and the others?
Li Xinghai almost fainted with anger.
Can I bully them? Each of them is stronger than the mid to late stage 5th grade people. Can I beat them? I was almost beaten to death by them.
Feng Tianlin said,
This guy found 2 people and ran to your front door to spy on you. But Xiao He and the others discovered them. Xiao He and the others beat up those 2 people and then found their way here.
The smile on Chen Fan's face slowly disappeared. Li Xinghai was startled and said hurriedly,
I just defeated Zhong Hao and won. I lost a lot of money and was in a bad mood. That's why I said people, and I didn't do anything. They didn't do anything.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said calmly,
Didn't your family tell you not to provoke me?
My family? Li Xinghai was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan didn't say much. He just looked at Feng Tianlin and said,
Help me take Xiaobai and the others home. I understand.
Feng Tianlin nodded. Before he could speak, Xiao He had already led Xiao Qing, Xiao Skull, and the others into the sports car. My sports car. The corners of Feng Tianlin's mouth twitched. Fortunately, these beasts controlled by Chen Fan are not big. Otherwise it would be really depressing. Feng Tianlin tilted his head toward Shangguan Wulei, and the two got into the car, taking Xiaobai and the others away in the dust, leaving Li Xinghai alone in the wind. After a while, a manager from Hong Romantic walked over cautiously.
Mr. Li.
You?
I'm kidding you. Uncle.
Li Xinghai was furious.
What nonsense is romantic? You can't even guarantee the safety of your customers. Wait until the door closes. Money back.
Night. Yi Hao and Shen Tao were all engrossed in devouring the food. Feng Tianlin narrowed his eyes.
Why are you all so starving? How long have you not eaten?
Yi Hao raised his head and threw a bone in his hand towards Feng Tianlin. But Feng Tianlin turned his head to avoid it. Feng Tianlin looked at the tattered armors worn by Yi Hao and others, and became even more puzzled.
Where have you been? How did you end up like this?
Shangguan Songlong and the others beside them also had question marks in their eyes.
Going to the secret realm,
Bai Ruch said.
I went to the secret realm to practice.
Feng Tianlin was stunned.
Which secret realm did you go to?
Bai Ruch was speechless. Yi Hao laughed strangely and said,
Grandpa Deaf and the others sent us there. How do we know what secret realm it is?
Feng Tianlin glanced at Yi Hao with some disbelief, and said with some uncertainty,
Why do I feel that your aura has changed so much? Is it my misunderstanding? I feel that the evil energy on you is so strong, which makes me a little bit I'm so scared. It's not an illusion.
Shangguan Songlong said.
I felt it too.
Jiang Yuanfan and Mu Yuan on the side all nodded. Yi Hao grinned.
I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I tell you.
Feng Tianlin sneered.
What can you do to attack us? In the previous battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao, although you also won a lot of money, I won too. I borrowed a large amount of money, and then I made a lot of money.
Yi Hao rolled his eyelids.
I have broken through to the 4th level.
Feng Tianlin, Shangguan Songlong and others. Shen Tao said expressionlessly.
I have also broken through to the 4th level.
Feng Tianlin and others. Li Fengxing said.
Me too. I'm in the 4th level.
Feng Tianlin was a little crazy.
Impossible. I don't believe it.
Feng Qingqing gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue and said,
There is actually nothing to be proud of in the 4th level. Henry Chu is ready to attack the 3rd level of the 4th level.
Feng Tianlin and others were silent. What are you doing? I thought that after Chen Fan arrived in the Demon City, letting Chen Fan help cultivate the beasts could narrow the gap between the two parties. Why is this gap getting bigger and bigger? Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth.
Where is Chen Fanren? Now that I have money, I want to find him to breed animals.
The words just fell. Chen Fan put his hands behind his back, floating more than 2 feet above the ground, and circled around the crowd.
I come with the wind. Gone with the wind again.
Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, Yi Hao screamed.
Brother Fan, have you broken through to the 6th level?
Henry Chu, who had been silent, also widened his eyes. Chen Fan landed lightly, sat down next to Yi Hao, and said lightly,
No. How can the 6th level realm be that simple? I am only in the 5th level 2nd heaven now. I just use my mental power to fly.
Henry Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Hao still had a look of disbelief on his face.
That should at least be a mental power above the 6th level. Yeah.
Chen Fan nodded. Bai Ruch leaned over and whispered,
Uncle, how on earth do you do this? Teach me. Don't ask. Asking is talent.
Chen Fan said.
There is a way to help you grow. I am still thinking about it, and I am not sure whether it will succeed. If we can succeed, we may be able to help you do this kind of thing in a short time. Give me 20 days. 20 days later, I will be fully prepared and try again.
Before he finished speaking, Feng Tianlin's head came over.
Please don't forget me.
Chen Fan stretched out his hand and pushed the heads of Feng Tianlin and Bai Ruch away. But there was excitement and expectation in the eyes of everyone present. Chen Fan looked at Shen Tao. After this guy came out of the Angel God King realm, his mood seemed a little wrong. Chen Fan opened his mouth and said after a while,
Now, that girl came here to see you.
Li Fengxing was stunned.
Is there a girl looking for you? It's impossible. Right. I'm so handsome, and no one is looking for me.
Shen Tao was unusually lifeless and just nodded slightly.
I understand.
Yi Hao bumped Shen Nao with his elbow.
The girl that Brother Fan is talking about is not the one you mentioned on the way here. Is it?
Shen Tao said expressionlessly.
Yes.
Yi Hao. Bai Ruch was stunned for a moment and asked.
Who is it?
Shen Hongxiu sighed.
His friend's girlfriend.
Everyone. Feng Tianlin patted Shen Nao on the shoulder.
Brother, we can't help with matters like feelings.
Shen Tao made no sound. At this time, the smartwatch on his left wrist flashed, and a phone call came. Shen Nao glanced at his smartwatch, frowned, stood up, and walked into the room before dialing the phone.
Now, I miss you. You have a boyfriend. And your boyfriend is still my good brother. Is this interesting? He and I have broken up for a long time. How do you want me to face him in the future? Tao, do you have someone you like? As long as you know. Is it the one whose WeChat name is Xiaolinger? How did you know? That's my trumpet.
Shen Dao walked out with a gloomy face.
Brother Fan, I want to go to the secret realm to practice.
Chin Fan,
let's rest for a day or two first. Blind Grandpa said that you need to relax and practice.
Shen Tao sat down and ate silently. Everyone was a little worried when they saw him like this. If Henry Chu is like this, no one will worry because Henry Chu has always been like this. Like a piece of wood. But when he suddenly became taciturn and careless, it made people a little worried. When Feng Tianlin saw this, he was speechless and asked,
which secret realm did you go to? Let's go together next time.
Yi Hao asked,
do you know anything about the secret realms near the Demon City? How many have you been to? I was born and raised in the Magic City. Of course, I know the secrets of the Magic City.
Feng Tianlin smiled proudly.
I have been to one.
Yi Hao sneered.
I've only been to one. How can you be so proud?
Feng Tianlin was helpless.
What can I do? My cultivation level is too low. I dare not go to other secret realms. But if I am with you, it will be no problem.
Yi Hao smiled obscenely and asked in a low voice,
which secret realm in the Demon City has a succubus?
Shen Hongqiu's face turned livid, and she gritted her teeth at Yi Hao. Fang Qingqing and Bai Ruge's faces turned red. Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. When Yi Hao was in Donghai City, he talked about the succubus in the secret realm every day. It's a pity that I missed it. If it hadn't been for the troubles caused by the Nightmare Garden, they wouldn't have come to the Magic City so quickly. I wonder if there are succubi in the ancient god realm and other realms. Chen Fan smiled and touched his chin, but saw Fang Qingqing looking at him secretly. Chen Fan was stunned, immediately sat up straight, and slapped Yi Hao.
When it comes to the 9th secret realm of Succubus Demon City, there is one,
Feng Tianlin said.
What do you want to do? There is a succubus in the 9th secret realm of the demonic city?
Yi Hao was overjoyed and gearing up. Li Fengqing also came over.
Really? Are you beautiful?
Bai Ruge blushed and wanted to hit someone. Shen Hongqiu chuckled, took out his sword and rubbed it on the stone table, making a toothache-inducing sound. Fang Qingqing blushed and said nothing, but quickly glanced at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan lowered his head and gnawed on the bones, pretending not to hear. Feng Tianlin laughed and said,
stop dreaming. It's impossible.
Yi Hao was stunned.
Is the 9th secret realm dangerous? We have been to more dangerous and scary places. We are so scared. I am now in the 4th level, and I can crush level 30 monsters to death.
Before he finished speaking, Yi Hao covered his mouth. Accidentally, I spilled the beans. Feng Tianlin squinted his eyes and said mockingly,
you are really awesome at the 4th level, but you have to kill a level 30 monster at the 4th level. Are you dreaming?
Yi Hao coughed lightly and said,
I'm just bragging. What did you mean when you just said it's impossible? Is the 9th secret realm of the Demon City dangerous?
Feng Tianlin shook his head and said,
I'm not saying that the smallest succubi in the 9th secret realm are more than 3 meters tall. Your model is not up to par.
Yi Hao and Chen Fan. Feng Tianlin added,
what's the point of taking a toothpick and stirring it into the well?
Bai Ruge couldn't help it any longer. Stood up, held down Feng Tianlin's head, and beat him violently. Feng Tianlin is only in the 2nd level. How can he compete with Bai Ruge, who is in the 4th level? Bai Ruge held his head, and he was completely unable to resist. Shangwan Songlong and the others just rolled their eyes. And if they didn't go over to stop him, they wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. After Bai Ruge beat Feng Tianlin, he looked at Yi Hao again, but Yi Hao ran out quickly. Feng Tianlin got up from the ground, with tears in his eyes.
What does this have to do with me? Yi Hao asked me, and I just answered. I didn't say anything. Why did you hit me?
Bai Ruge squeezed out a few words through his teeth.
If you discuss the succubus again, I will beat you to death. You bastards have brought my uncle down.
Chen Fan was unhappy.
I didn't participate in this topic from beginning to end.
Bai Ruge pouted.
You've been listening.
Chen Fan shrugged.
Nonsense. I'm a normal man. I'm not an eminent monk. Anyway, you have to be careful and don't let them lead you astray.
Bai Ruch snorted and turned his head away. Yi Hao came back, sighed and said,
Well, I have been carrying the seeding needle for 18 years, and I haven't subdued a female goblin yet. I just want to talk about succubus. I can't just talk about it. Right.
Shen Hongxiu's face was red. Her eyes were like knives, and she wanted to kill someone. Shang Wenwulei glared at Yi Hao fiercely and turned away. Fang Qingqing was stunned.
Where is the 18th year? Didn't you just get it a few days ago?
Li Fengxing nodded.
Yes. Didn't you just get it a few days ago?
Shen Hongxiu looked at the two of them and shook her head.
One is pretending to be innocent, and the other is really stunned.
Fang Qingqing was a little annoyed.
What did you say? Who is pretending to be innocent?
Bai Ruch had no choice but to say something in Fang Qingqing's ear. Fang Qingqing's face turned red with pain, and then she silently pulled out her sword. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Yi Hao turned around and ran away. Feng Tianlin was puzzled.
Yi Hao just got the Dinghai needle a few days ago.
Shen Hongxiu was furious, picked up Feng Tianlin and threw it out. With a hiss, Feng Tianlin drew a beautiful parabola in the air and hit the stone pillar with a bang, almost collapsing it. Yi Hao couldn't help but shook his head.
Back then in Donghai City, Feng Xing was the one who got beaten. But now it's Feng Tianlin. If he works harder, he should be able to surpass Xiao Hei.
Chen Fan picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth, then turned to look at Shangwan Songlong.
Songlong, please take me to your house later. I promised to breed beasts for your Shangwan family before. I will go to your house first to record the data of your Shangwan family's beast control and prepare it.
Shangwan Songlong was overjoyed.
Okay. I'll call my dad now.
Feng Tianlin rushed back anxiously.
And our Feng family. Don't miss our Feng family.
Henry Chu opened his mouth and said after a while,
There is also the Chu family.
Yi Hao flattened his mouth and said,
You guys, I'll call my dad and ask them if they want to move from Donghai City to Magic City.
Chapter 242 opens Purification and Void Divine Body. 10 days. After Chen Fan signed a contract with Phantom Demon, another 10 days passed. 10 days, for ordinary people, comes in the blink of an eye. But for Chen Fan, it was an unspeakable torment. Because, during these 10 days, he resisted not to look at the system energy. He was afraid that after seeing it, he would move. After moving, they lost everything. The system energy is increasing more and more. But it is never enough. This is too uncomfortable. During these 10 days, in addition to raising beasts in shop number 9, he also traveled back and forth to the Chu family, Feng family, and Shangwan family every day to help these three families control the beasts. Breeding beasts in shop number 9. Chen Fan breeds about 20 beasts every day. Anyway, even if the cultivation is successful, they may not be released immediately. But in the Chu family and other 3 families, Chen Fan didn't dare to be so presumptuous. After all, it was too shocking. Although Li Mu now pays special attention to him, and even sent people into the 5th restricted area to hunt down the people in the Nightmare Garden because of him. And there are blind men and other 4 elders behind him to support him. Chen Fan still does not dare to really let go. To control the beast. As it is now. That's good. Cultivating beasts is not a one-time deal. All the beasts that have been cultivated have become machines for harvesting system energy. We still need to continue to persevere and endure. Help the Chu family and the Feng family to cultivate 5 royal beasts each day. This is the number Chen Fan limited after weighing the pros and cons. Shop number 9 sells 20 pigs a day. And the Chu family and 3 other families have a total of 15 pigs a day. 10 days passed. And more than 360 royal beasts came out of the cage. There are also many beasts above level 20. All the beast masters, under the bewitchment of shop number 9 and Chen Fan, immediately went to the wilderness and secret realm to fight crazily with monsters. After enduring it for 10 days, Chen Fan looked at the numbers on the system panel and almost cried with joy. System energy, 22368549. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 5th grade 2nd level heaven. Star power, 32,786 cards plus. Psychic power, 2,955 Hz plus. Soul veins 22 plus. Fusion of life and death, 14% plus. 2236 W energy. Being a month for 10 days was all worth it. After cultivating a beast, Chen Fan walked out of the training ground and directly found a forest in the 9th store to sit cross-legged and prepare to use the energy. Purify. Void divine body. There are 2 clouds that have been opened on the system panel, but have not yet been opened. Turning on the
Void Divine Body only requires 450W system energy. However, the Void Divine Body, like the 9 Sky-Breaking Swords, is also divided into many realms, and each realm requires a large amount of system energy. Turning on Purification requires 800W system energy, which is also divided into levels. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. Although there is now 2236W of system energy, the landlord still has no surplus food, and it is still not enough. Let's turn on Purify first. Purification, combined with Whisper of the Demon King, can almost completely suppress the demon, whether it is dealing with the demons in the Nightmare Court or the demons from the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms. This is a heaven-defying weapon. Chen Fan immediately clicked Purify on the system panel. Do you want to consume 800W system energy and turn on Purification? Please click Yes to confirm. Chen Fan clicked Yes. Purification was turned on, and a colorful ribbon made of strange energy circled around Chen Fan twice. In the darkness, this scene was very magical. After Purification was turned on, a talent tree appeared under the Purification cloud, just like the 9 Sky-Breaking Blades and the Demon King's Whisper. Purify the first level, Ordinary Demons. Purify the second level, Ordinary Void Demons. Purify the third level, God-level Demons. Purify the fourth level, God-level Void Demon. Purify the fifth level. Above the 5th floor, there are several more floors, but starting from the 5th level, the talent tree was obscured by clouds again, making it completely unclear. Chen Fan looked at the first 4 levels of Purification on the talent tree, and felt a huge wave in his heart. Judging from this level of purification alone, the Void Demon is indeed superior to ordinary demons. What does the God level on the 3rd and 4th levels mean? A demon who has reached the level of legendary gods and demons? Chen Fan took a deep breath and clicked on the first level of purification. Whether to consume 200W system energy. Please press Yes to confirm whether to turn on Purification first layer. Opening this first level of purification does not consume a lot of energy, but after it is turned on, millions of system energy will still be consumed every time in the future to purify demons. Just like the copy skill. After Chen Fan clicked Yes, he clicked on the second level of purification. There is no way. The Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms are all filled with void demons. If this second level was not clicked, Chen Fan would not dare to return to the Ancient God Realm now, because there is still a signed Phantom Demon in the Ancient God Realm. If the Phantom is not purified, every time it comes over, its evil thoughts will corrode Chen Fan's soul. Do you want to consume 400W system energy and turn on the second level of purification? Please click Yes to confirm. The second level doubled the amount. Chen Fan was a little crazy and clicked Yes again. The third layer will not be opened yet. God level demon. Can we meet God level demons here in Blue Star? This is almost impossible. There may be some in the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms, but I have not encountered them yet. Let's save more system energy later. Now, there are 836W of system energy left. Chen Fan immediately looked at the Void Divine Body, and then consumed 450W of system energy to activate the Void Divine Body. Countless mysterious characters were immediately released from the Void Divine Body on the system panel and entered Chen Fan's mind, making him feel a pain in his head, just like the 9 Sky-Breaking Swords. After the Void Divine Body is activated, if Chen Fan has no system energy to consume, he can also practice it on his own through these techniques. Boom! A strange force, centered on Chen Fan, rippled in all directions. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees suddenly changed, flourishing and growing taller. Call! Li Mu, the blind man, the deaf man and the mute. 4 people appeared around Chen Fan almost at the same time. The 4 of them looked at Chen Fan with disbelief in their eyes. Chen Fanruo felt something and opened his eyes. Seeing Li Mu and the others standing by, Chen Fan was startled and almost jumped up. Hey! Hey! Can you stop being like this? I'm afraid I'll give you a heart attack. Li Mu and the blind man looked at each other, then turned to Chen Fan and said, What did you just do? I just activated the Void Divine Body. Chen Fan blinked and did not say what was in his heart. Instead, he said a little cautiously, Is there any problem? The mute pointed at Chen Fan's arm, and a voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Look at your arm. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, raised his right hand, and looked at the back of it. Just on the back of his hand, countless strange golden characters were swimming around like tadpoles.
His whole body was still shining with golden light. Careless. The skills of Void Divine Body and Copy are not the same. This is cultivating the divine body, and the body will definitely have abnormalities. As soon as something unusual appeared, it attracted the attention of these guys. If I had known better, I should have entered the beast control space first. Chen Fan smacked his lips and said,
I am practicing a method of body training.
Li Mu looked at the blind man.
Did you teach him?
The blind man opened his eyes and told lies.
Yes, but I didn't expect that he has such a high talent and can practice so quickly.
The deaf and mute made no sound. Li Mu blinked.
Teach me too.
The blind man smiled.
You open the sealed door and let us go back to Tianyu realm, and I will teach you.
Li Mu sighed.
There is no way I can open the sealed door.
The blind man said nothing. If he had eyeballs, he would be rolling his eyes at this moment. Li Mu hesitated to speak. Senior. Blind man.
Get out!
Li Mu had no choice but to look at Chen Fan again, and then disappeared into thin air. The blind man flicked his sleeves.
Call!
Chen Fan's eyes flashed as he was taken home by the blind man. As soon as he appeared in the garden, the blind man waved his palm again, condensing a barrier and covering the entire garden. After doing all this, the blind man said,
Xiao Fan, let's go in and talk.
When you enter, you will naturally enter the beast-controlling space. Chen Fan immediately brought the three blind men into the beast-controlling space. In the beast-controlling space, Cripple was pointing at Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang in the ancient demon world through the space barrier. When he saw Chen Fan and others coming in, Lizzie was shocked.
God's power?
At this moment, Chen Fan understood why opening the void divine body immediately attracted the attention of Li Mu and the blind man. After the void divine body was activated, his body was already transforming into a divine body. Even though the first level has not yet been opened, his star power is already transforming towards divine power. Chen Fan raised his palm and took a look. The golden characters on Ruo Lu's skin had disappeared, but there is still a faint golden light shining on the skin. The lame man looked at the blind man and the others in disbelief.
What did you do to him?
The blind man was a little annoyed.
You are lame, but you are not blind. Can we get this kind of power from Xiao Fan? We practiced separately back then, and spent tens of thousands of years cultivating our lives. We only managed to cultivate a pair of eyes, a leg, and a pair of ears to the realm of gods and demons. Even so, how can that kind of divine power be as pure as his current divine power?
The orange cat also got up, circled around Chen Fan twice, then looked at the blind man and said,
Divine power? You said the power in him is divine power?
The cripple shook his head.
Not yet, but it has already begun to transform towards divine power.
The orange cat's eyes widened.
How did you do it?
Chen Fan rolled his eyelids and said,
I am practicing a divine body refining technique.
The orange cat was overjoyed.
Quick! Quick! Teach me the magic trick.
The mute said nothing and was kicked away by the orange cat. The orange cat ran over again. The deaf man said speechlessly,
I taught you. Can you practice it? You are a cat, and your meridians are different from those of humans.
The orange cat froze. After a while, he waved his paw and roared,
I am inseparable from the nightmare court.
The four blind men stopped paying attention to the orange cat and all looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he said,
Blind Grandpa, this door god technique is in my mind. I can write this door god technique for you.
Although the four people in front of him are from Tianyu realm, they are Chen Fan's biggest support now. But they are not the real ones, but clones, and their power is not as good as Li Mu. If they practice the divine art of void divine body, they might be able to help Blue Star deal with the threat of the sixth heaven demon king. Well, a mute sigh sounded in Chen Fan's mind. The mute gently touched Chen Fan's head. His expression was very kind and gratifying.
Your blind grandpa and I are all dead. Things like the divine secret have only appeared in legends, and even we have never really seen it. We old immortals, relying on tens of thousands of years of experience, found some secret scriptures from ancient times in several forbidden areas in Tianyu realm, and then touched the edge of a little bit of divine power. The divine art you have practiced may be very powerful, but we are too late to practice it.
The lame man sitting on the ground said calmly,
We are about to live for a long time, and we will probably be able to survive for another 35 years.
Chen Fan was surprised. The lame man added,
The old emperor's condition is worse than ours, and he may not be able to survive another 15 years. This is why we are so anxious to find a new generation of human emperor. If the old man emperor cannot hold on, Tianyu realm may face the catastrophe of annihilation first. If something happens to Tianyu Realm, it will also be a dead end for Blue Star. Shinha and Seal can stop us, but not them.
Chun Fan looked solemn.
Who are they that lame grandpa is talking about?
The lame man was silent for a moment before saying,
The Demon Clan. That is the real Black Hand behind the Nightmare Garden. The sixth Heavenly Demon King who threatens Blue Star now is the powerful Heavenly Demon Clan who fought with us for tens of thousands of years. That is a race that can drive demons. An evil and powerful race.
At this time, the blind man also said,
We have never told you about the Tianyu Realm. The main reason is that we don't want to put too much pressure on you.
The orange cat sneered and said,
Nonsense. What's the use of telling these things to a small 5th level person? It's just a fool's errand to expect such a little kid to save Tianyu World.
The blind man was furious, and with a snap of his crutch, he knocked the orange cat away. After the orange cat fell, he ran back.
But this kid is indeed extraordinary. Look at this beast controlling space. The 4 realms connected to the beast controlling space. And his knife. He must be the new generation.
Human Emperor. You don't have to worry too much. This kid is very weird. I wouldn't be surprised at all if anything weird happens to him.
The faces of the cripples became a little better, and they nodded at the same time. At this time, Chun Fan said,
Blind Grandpa, let's do this. I will write you the secret of the Void Divine Body first. This Void Divine Body has been cultivated to the ultimate level. The Divine Body is complete. The Divine Soul is immortal. It can evolve into the void. All laws are indestructible, and all evils cannot invade. Even if you can't cultivate to the ultimate level within a few decades, there is definitely no problem in increasing your longevity.
The lame and deaf people's eyes widened at the same time. The orange cat was also very excited even though he couldn't practice at all before transforming.
That. The blind man's voice trembled a little. I'll go get a pen and paper,
Chun Fan said, immediately left the beast control space, and came in with paper and pen from somewhere.
Void Divine Body.
Chun Fan took a deep breath and gently wrote the first word of the divine secret on the paper. Call. As soon as I wrote the first stroke, the paper started to burn, and the pen in Chun Fan's hand also turned into ashes. Chun Fan. The 4 cripples. How so? The lame man's breathing became heavier.
This divine secret technique, just the first stroke of the first word of the divine secret technique, can actually affect the power of heaven and earth. Unimaginable. Incredible.
Chun Fan frowned.
What should I do? Don't worry, the blind man said. It won't be too late to write again after you have reached a certain level in practicing this divine sect and can borrow the sky-destroying demonic sword.
The deaf man nodded.
Shinju also recognizes the master. I'm afraid it won't work if you want to pass on the divine secrets to others simply and directly. But after you practice to a certain level, you should be able to control it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Orange Cat also said.
Anyway, I can't practice now. It won't be too late to practice after I gather my physical body and transform into a human form.
The cripples glared at the orange cat fiercely. The blind man said,
Let's go out first. Sifan, you continue to practice.
Chun Fan nodded and led the 3 blind men out of the beast-controlling space. As soon as he left the beast-controlling space, Limu came out from behind Chun Fan.
It's so sad. You did this deliberately behind my back.
Chun Fan was shocked. What happened to this nominally number 1 person in the Tang dynasty? The ghost appears and disappears all day long. The blind man glanced at the barrier he had set up and felt a little annoyed that the barrier was not broken at all. But Limu got into the barrier. Sure enough, the clone is far from comparable to Limu. The blind man said a little annoyed.
If you continue to be sneaky like this, then take Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang back and teach them yourself.
No. Limu waved his hands and said,
Aren't I just curious? Zhang Jiang and I have been stuck in this realm for too long. We also hope that some seniors can give us some pointers so that we can break through.
The blind people didn't speak.
Alas,
Limu sighed and said,
Several seniors have always refused to believe me. I am also very helpless.
The blind man sneered.
Believe you? Aren't you just trying to make money by trapping us here?
Limu smiled bitterly.
What's the matter? Cooperation. Sincere cooperation.
The 3 blind men walked to the stone table without saying anything and began to make tea. Limu was a little embarrassed and patted Chun Fan's shoulder gently.
Practice well and remember, we are in the same group.
Before Chun Fan could speak, Limu had disappeared. When the deaf man saw Limu disappear, he looked at the barrier set up by the blind man and said,
You are getting worse and worse now. If you set up a barrier, Even a junior can't stop it.
The blind man sneered.
I am happy today, and will not quarrel with you. If you have the guts, go and decorate one.
Chen Fan shook his head and returned to the beast control space.
Void Divine Body. This is the Divine Body refining technique, which can ultimately transform the body into a Void Divine Body. It is divided into two parts, body refining and soul refining. You can use the void value to hit points to improve it. Cultivation to the ultimate level. The divine body will be perfected. The divine soul will be immortal. It will be able to evolve into the void. All laws will not be broken. All evil will not invade. And all calamities will be immortal.
The talent tree of
Void Divine Body expands downwards. The first layer of the Void Divine Body.
Skin refining. After the body is transformed into the Void Divine Power. The Void Divine Power is used to condense the void characters on the skin. In the end, 90,000 void characters can be condensed. And each character has terrifying power that is overwhelming.
The second level of the Void Divine Body
is to open up the meridians and open up 90,000 void divine veins. Each divine vein needs to be engraved with the 90,000 void characters. A divine vein is like an ancient divine dragon.
The third level of the Void Divine Body.
The Devil's Heart.
The fourth level of the Void Divine Body. Dao Bone. The fifth level of the Void Divine Body. Void Soul.
There is still 386W system energy left. The first level should be enough. Right. Chen Fan clicked on.
First level of Void Divine Body.
The system energy is not enough.
The first level of Void Divine Body
needs to consume 400W system energy. Still missing 14W system energy. This makes Chen Fan depressed. But it's only 14W. Maybe waiting for a few hours will be enough. Chen Fan spoke to the lame man and asked the lame man to cast a burst of spiritual power to protect his mind, and then stepped into the ancient god world. After entering the ancient god realm, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and called out the phantom demon in his mind. After a while, from the crack, a cloud-like phantom demon quickly flew out. As the phantom demon quickly approached, an indescribable negative aura immediately passed through the connection between the Beast Master and the Beast Master, and crazily pressed towards Chen Fan. But something strange happened. All evil thoughts were instantly annihilated the moment they touched Chen Fan's mind.
This is not the effect of the cripple's mental power. This is purification at work. After turning on purification, all the negative emotions of the void demon can no longer affect Chen Fan. Chen Fan was overjoyed and immediately gathered his energy and clicked.
Purify second level.
A strange power immediately appeared in his mind. That power was like his spiritual power, controlled by him, spreading out from his mind and heading towards the phantom shroud. The phantom seemed to feel the power, became restless, and wanted to retreat.
Don't act rashly.
Chen Fan did not use
Whisper of the Demon King.
He has now signed a contract with the phantom demon, and the contract can directly suppress the phantom demon. Under his command, the phantom trembled and lay motionless on the ground. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the power of purification increased speed and instantly enveloped the phantom demon.
Boom!
The body of the phantom shook violently, revealing a look of pain. Next moment,
Zitsizi!
Streams of black smoke emerged from the phantom demon. The phantom screamed, and many demons crawling out of the cracks seemed to have sensed this strange power, and they jumped down the cracks like crazy.
The power of purification can actually scare the void demon.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up. I just don't know if this power can scare high-level demons. It seems that if you want to purify a demon that has not signed a contract, you still have to activate the
Whisper of the Demon King
to suppress the opponent before using Purify. 3 minutes later, the phantom demon seemed to have been evacuated from his body, lying on the ground tiredly and motionless. There is no more black smoke coming out of his body. Name of the beast, Phantom. Combat power level, level 35. Racial level low legend. Beast control attribute, void demon, purified. The word, purified, appeared on the phantom's attribute panel. Chen Fan flew lightly to the phantom demon. At this time, the phantom demon was just like a little skeleton. Although it was still a demon, it no longer had the terrible evil thoughts in it. However, the devil is still a devil after all, and the power within it is still the power of darkness. This kind of power can make ordinary people feel uncomfortable or even afraid. Really cleansed, Chen Fan felt very happy looking at Wanimo, who was as cute as a kitten. In the beast control space, Cripple, who was a little nervous at first, scratched his head and felt relieved when he saw that Chen Fan was fine.
From today on, you will be my mount.
Chen Fan grinned. Mo immediately came up and rubbed Chen Fan's feet like a baby. Although it is a soul body, a beast master of this level can still make the body very solid. Chen Fan sat on Mo's back and pointed his finger in the direction of the colorful sacred stone.
Let's go!
Mo cheered and flew out with Chen Fan. In the beast-controlling space, the orange cat turned to look at the lame man and said,
Well, do you understand? How did he do it? Didn't you say that the void demon still cannot be purified? When he first signed the contract last time, he was almost corrupted by the devil's evil thoughts. How come nothing happened this time?
The cripple's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a Mona Lisa-like smile. Can't you understand? That's right if you don't understand. Because I can't understand it at all. Chapter 243 Void Divine Power. Ancient God Realm. Chen Fan was lying on Mo's back, legs crossed, sleeping soundly. The ancient demon world. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang were chased by several demons and jumped up and down, because the lame man did not allow them to use the gourd and the small seal. The two of them were carrying the beasts, and they were a little embarrassed as they could not withstand the attack of the two powerful demons. Angel God King Realm. The cooperation between Henry Chu, Yi Hao and others has become more and more tacit. Occasionally, they encounter demons whose strength far exceeds theirs. They only need to sacrifice the Heaven Sacrifice Monument or the Heaven-bearing Divine Pillar to easily reverse the situation. A group of people were divided into several small teams and fought until they were sweating like rain. Even Li Fengxing's Handan Golden Horn Dragon and Shen Hongxiu's Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast were no longer as timid and fearful as before, but became extremely brave under the constant killing. Beast Control Space. The lame man glanced at the orange cat and couldn't help but said,
What on earth is Xiao Fan doing? He was running wildly in the ancient god realm before, and now he is lying on the body of the phantom demon and letting the phantom demon lead him to run wildly.
The orange cat took a look and said,
He used to run wildly in the ancient god realm to exercise. Running wildly on the phantom now is of course to let the phantom exercise. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat on the grass. The orange cat screamed and climbed up, saying,
Looking for the 5-color sacred stone. Don't you know this?
Cripple, isn't the 5-colored sacred stone in the 5th restricted area? Chen Fan went to the ancient god realm to find the colorful divine stone? Seeing the lame man in a daze, the orange cat smiled and said,
Didn't he tell you? Chen Fan heard the call of the colorful divine stone in the ancient god world, so he suspects that the ancient god realm is probably connected to the 5th restricted area. The 5th restricted area is too dangerous now. Various forces such as the Nightmare Court have sent a large number of 7th grade peak people to enter. Even geniuses like Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang almost died in it. So, Chen Fan is going to look for it in the ancient god realm first. If you can find the 5-color sacred stone in the ancient god realm, there is no need to take risks in the 5th restricted area. Paw!
The lame man slapped the orange cat to the ground again.
Why didn't you say anything just now?
The orange cat was photographed with tears in her eyes. The cripple rolled his eyelids and shouted,
Xiao Fan, it's been several days. It's time to let Henry Chu and the others go out to rest.
Chen Fan, who was on Mo's back, woke up. Chen Fan sat up straight and looked at the time. For days have passed since the phantom was purified. Chen Fan looked at the surrounding environment. This environment is really damn good. The phantom flew for 4 whole days, but in the end, the surrounding environment was not much different from the initial position. There are still bottomless cracks all around. You know, the speed of the phantom is much faster than the high-speed rail. If it were on the Earth, it would have flown for 4 days and 4 nights. And it would have definitely crossed the mountains and the sea. As a result, he had not flown out of the wasteland after flying for 4 days in the ancient god realm. Chen Fan squinted his eyes slightly and carefully sensed the summoning sound of the colorful sacred stone. This thing was like a repeater, repeating itself in his mind. The calling voice seems clearer than before? Sure enough, the run was not in vain. Chen Fan smiled and looked at the system panel again. System energy, 816-6529. Finally, the first level of the void divine body can be opened. Chen Fan jumped down from the phantom, and then thought about it. Below the phantom, the summoning circle immediately appeared, and the phantom's body slowly sank. Almost at the same time, Chen Fan's beast-controlling space shook. Chen Fan, who was about to open the beast-controlling space portal, was slightly startled when he realized that his beast-controlling space had begun to expand outwards. Has the beast-control space become larger? Is it because of the phantom? In just a few seconds, the length, Width and height of Chen Fan's beast control space increased by more than 30 meters. Even the huge phantom demon did not appear crowded at all after appearing in the beast control space. Chen Fan opened the beast controlling space portal and stepped in. In the beast control space, Lame Man and Orange Cat were looking at the phantom demon curiously. The enlargement of the beast control space did not seem to arouse their interest.
Have you purified the phantom demon?
The cripple's mental power is vast and unpredictable. With just a casual glance, he found that the void demon in front of him had fewer negative emotions than ordinary demons. The Orange Cat walked to Chen Fan's feet.
How to purify it?
Chen Fan picked up the Orange Cat with his foot and flew out. The Lame Man was overjoyed and said,
If you can purify this kind of demon, then there is no need for Li Mu to find soul-like monsters in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. There are countless such soul-like demons. When the time comes, we can seize this evil spirit, purify it, and then sign the contract.
The Orange Cat came back again.
Maid, what's going on with this guy's beast control space? Why can he sign a contract with a beast master if he wants to? In this case, he doesn't need to practice at all. Wouldn't it be okay if he just signed a lot of beast controlling contracts? You know nothing,
Cripple said.
Xiaofan's star power and spiritual power can indeed be improved through the feedback of a large number of beast masters. But in the realm of cultivation, you still have to understand and make breakthroughs by yourself. Because there are more beasts to control, there will be more star power to feed back. But there is a limit to the star power that any cultivation realm can contain. If he has 1,000 beasts now, then I'm already dead,
Chen Fan said with a wry smile.
I discovered this problem before when I was in Dahai City. Because of the star power that Xiaobai and the others fed back, my star power almost reached the limit of my cultivation level at that time, which caused me great pain. So I didn't dare to help Xiaobai and the others break through, and I asked them to feed back less star power. A little? A few days ago, after signing the contract with 1MO, the star power fed back by 1MO has made my current star power unable to reach the limit of 5th grade 2nd level heaven.
The Orange Cat said a little annoyed.
That's it. You still want to squeeze me and let me give you star power in return? Snapped.
The Lame Man slapped the Orange Cat and said,
You can't give back star power if you don't want to give it back? That's the rule of heaven and earth. You sleep in all day long and don't do anything to help Xiaofan help you break through. How can you say the word squeeze? It's obviously you who is exploiting him.
The Orange Cat shrank its head and didn't dare to say any more.
Let me take them out first.
Chen Fan entered the ancient demon realm and the angel god king realm, brought Yun Sanhai and Chu Xian out, and then sent them to the outside world. After sending everyone and the phantom demon out, Chen Fan himself returned to the beast controlling space. The system energy is sufficient, and it is time to open the first level of the
Void Divine Body. The first level of the Void Divine Body.
Skin refining. After the body is transformed into the divine power of the void, the divine power of the void is used to condense the characters of the void on the skin. In the end, 90,000 void characters can be condensed, and each character has terrifying power that is overwhelming. After looking at the instructions again, Chen Fan took a deep breath and clicked on the first layer. Do you want to consume 400 W of system energy to open the
first level of Void Divine Body?
Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan clicked yes.
Boom!
A vast and unpredictable force instantly exploded in the beast controlling space centered on Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan groaned, feeling as if thousands of ants were eating his heart. No, not heart eating. It was the endless ants that were tearing at his internal organs, his bones, every meridian, and every inch of his skin.
Boom!
The star power started to move spontaneously, like a mighty river. One after another, strange and unpredictable characters appeared on Chen Fan's skin. Vaguely, Chen Fan felt that each of these characters was as heavy as a mountain.
Is this the Void character?
More and more characters. Star power is also changing rapidly under a strange force. Unspeakable pain swept through Chen Fan's body. Hold on. Be sure to hold on. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. The unspeakable pain and changes all over the body lasted for 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan, who was sweating profusely, gasped and opened his eyes. It is finally over. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. System energy, 4066529. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 5th grade 2nd level heaven. Void divine power, 3.3 cards plus. Psychic power, 3059 Hz plus. Soul veins 22 plus. Fusion of life and death, 14% plus. The star power, on the system panel turned into void power. Chen Fan remembered that his previous star power was more than 3.3 W. After converting to void divine power, it becomes 3.3 cards? Can 10,000 star power be converted into only one card of void power? Mental strength also seems to have increased a bit. Chen Fan looked down and saw that there were no longer those strange void characters on the exposed skin of his hands. But he could feel the power of those characters. Although the power of the void is very low, the power of each character seems to be able to turn the world upside down. Chen Fan silently sensed the void characters hidden on his skin, and then gently grasped them with the palm of his right hand. Crack! A bolt of golden lightning exploded in his palm, shocking Chen Fan. Damn it. There are a total of 90,000 void characters, but the power of only one void character can be called upon. Is it because the power of the void is too weak? But even if it only has the power of this one character, it is still incredibly powerful. Although it only opens the first level. Although it only converts star power into void divine power. Although it can only call upon the power of one void character. But this kind of power is simply unimaginable. If the power of the void character could be called upon and poured into the sky-breaking demon sword, then Chen Fan immediately entered the ancient god realm, and then took out the sky-breaking demon sword from its scabbard. A void character. Chen Fan silently sensed a void character on his palm. At this time, another crashing sound came from the surrounding cracks. Demons began to climb out of the cracks one after another quickly. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. He just silently sensed the power of that void character and held the sky-breaking demon sword motionless. After a bunch of demons crawled out of the surrounding cracks. Ha! Chen Fan shouted loudly, and the power of the void character summoned in his palm was instantly poured into the sky-breaking demonic sword, splitting the Huashan mountain with one strike and slashing out wildly. Boom! There seemed to be angry thunder exploding in the void. The peerless sword light showed its sharp edge, and with one strike, a large canyon was opened in front of it. All the demons directly in front, whether they were level 20 or 30, were instantly wiped out. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly felt palpitations. If he felt something, he immediately opened the beast control space and got in. Next moment, in the sky above the ancient god realm, a pair of strange and huge golden pupils appeared. This is, looking at those huge golden pupils, Chen Fan's heart was shaken. After struggling in the ancient god realm for so long, this was the first time he saw other existences besides the demons crawling out of the cracks. An eye is like a mountain. Is this a demon or something? He saw the golden eyes above the void, silently scanning the canyon opened by Chen Fan, and then disappeared into the clouds. Chen Fan stood in the beast-controlling space, looking at the sky of the ancient god realm, speechless for a long time. Ancient god realm. Could it be said that what appeared above the clouds was an ancient god? Chen Fan frowned, his expression a bit ugly. He couldn't tell whether the other party was friend or foe. It seems that in the future, in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, we will still have to use the void divine power or the sky-breaking demonic sword less. When you are not strong enough. If you accidentally attract such a terrifying existence. If the other party is an enemy, wouldn't you blow your breath and be wiped out? Chen Fan sat down cross-legged, gritted his teeth, and looked at the second level of the void divine body. Second level of void divine body. Tom Mai. To open up the 90,000 void divine veins. Each of the 90,000 void divine veins needs to be engraved with the 90,000 void characters. A divine vein is like an ancient divine dragon. Chen Fan directly clicked on the second floor. The system energy is not enough. The second layer of void divine body needs to consume 800 W system energy. Depend on. The second level will be doubled. Double it. Double it. Anyway, with the current increase in system energy, it will only take about 4 days. Chen Fan's face was a little gloomy. He walked out of the beast control space, and then jumped from the window into the garden outside. In the garden, Yi Hao crossed his legs and sang loudly. I've been waiting for you to destroy me for 1,000 years. Waiting for you to destroy me. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years to ruin it. I regret it. Sleep with empathy. Tired of romance. It's hard to be close and resentful at the same time. My wife sleeps. I am tired. Chen Fan raised his hand and slapped Yi Hao on the forehead. What the hell are you singing? Yi Hao rubbed his head and said. Sure enough. Only Brother Fan is my confidant. Only Brother Fan can understand my songs. Only Brother Fan can understand my lustful heart. Henry Chu's pupils shrank slightly. Why does your face look so ugly? Call! The 4 blind men appeared around Chen Fan out of thin air. The cripple's eyes widened. Your power. Chen Fan did not speak, but stretched out his right hand, called a void character, and shook it gently. Crack! A golden lightning exploded in his palm. Crazy, violent and strange power, centered on his fist, was released outwards. Everyone present had their eyes widened. Shin Dao Dao howled miserably. I wanted to go to school with Housie just now. We pretended to be better than I thought. After practicing hard for so long, we made rapid progress. Enough to scare a group of people. I didn't expect it. Brother Fan, how on earth do you practice? Fong Qingqing's big eyes flickered as she looked at Chen Fan. All have been converted. The deaf man glanced at the blind man and the others, his eyes full of disbelief. They are all really transformed. The transformation he was talking about naturally meant transformation into divine power. The four of them had practiced for tens of thousands of years, and worked hard for their lives before they could cultivate a pair of eyes and a leg alone to develop divine power. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Fan entered the beast-controlling space, all his star power was transformed into divine power. After they knew that Chen Fan was practicing the divine art before, they thought it might take several years, or even decades, to transform his body into a divine body and transform star power into divine power. It's unimaginable. Yi Hao glanced at the deaf man and asked, Grandpa Deaf, what kind of transformation are you talking about? What has Brother Fan transformed? Power. The deaf man took a deep breath, his eyes filled with ecstasy. Yi Hao and the others didn't understand even more. Wait a moment, the lame man said. This is a good thing. A great good thing. Why do you look so ugly? Chen Fan glanced at the blind man. The blind man flicked his hand and laid another barrier. Then, he coughed lightly and said, This barrier was specially designed by me. It cost a lot of crystal cores. Even if Li Mu wanted to peek, it would be impossible. Yun Songhai came over and said, Does my master always come here to peek? The cripples glared at Yun Songhai fiercely. Yun Songhai looked up at the sky. At this time, Chen Fangai said, I just entered the ancient god realm to test my strength and slash with the sky-breaking demon sword. As a result, a pair of golden eyes as big as a mountain appeared in the void of the ancient god realm. Everyone, Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuan looked at each other and said, We have been fighting in the ancient god realm for so long, but we have never encountered any other existence except the demons in the cracks. Is Golden Eyes a more powerful demon? I don't know. Shin Fan shook his head. Until now, neither you nor I know much about the four realms. Listen to these names in the ancient god realm and ancient demon realm. Who knows what kind of terrifying existence there will be in them? Next time, everyone should be more careful, whether it is a powerful demon or other terrifying existence. With our current strength, we are simply unable to fight against it, and Blind Grandpa and the others can't get in. Yun Songhai and Chu Xian all nodded. Correct. Chen Fan waved to Henry Chu. Didn't I say before that I would give it a try and let you sign a contract with Shadow Demon? During this period of time, the Shadow Demon has regarded this place as his home, and his anger has been almost dissipated. Come over and give it a try. Okay. Henry Chu nodded. Everyone followed Chen Fan to the training ground. On the training ground, a large group of beast masters were surrounding the phantom demon, looking up and down. After living in the ancient god realm and other realms for so long, no matter whether it is Xiaobai, Gongzi, or the beasts such as the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon and the Earth-Splitting Fire Dragon, they are no longer afraid of these demons. What's more, it's still a purified phantom. On the contrary, the soul-raising with spirit had been frightened by the illusion before and hid directly in the forest. Although purified, the devil is still a devil after all, and his body still exudes overwhelming devilish energy. Brother Fan, how did you capture this phantom alive and then sign a contract with the phantom? Yi Hao clicked his tongue a little. Grandpa Blind said that this phantom demon has level 35? At level 35, isn't it more powerful than Brother Yun's beast control? Oh, Chen Fan said. I just walked up to it and asked it. Little magic demon, do you want to sign a contract with me? The phantom said. Okay. Then it was signed. Everyone, you are lying here. Chen Fan waved to Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon walked over cautiously and looked at Chen Fan timidly, his eyes full of expectation. Chen Fan pulled Xianchu over and said, My brother is extremely handsome and extremely talented. Are you willing to sign a contract with him? Yun Songhai and others looked at each other and smiled. There are also people who confuse beast-controlling people into signing contracts like this. Sign a contract with Henry Chu? Shadow Demon glanced at Henry Chu, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. After this period of observation, it almost regarded Chen Fan as a godlike existence. If I could sign a contract with Chen Fan. But Henry Chu seems to be pretty good too. When it was captured before, it made a fuss and struggled, and was punished by Chen Fan. It was Chu Xian who stepped in to stop it. Seeing that Shadow Demon didn't respond, Chen Fan added,
If you sign a contract with me, I can help you become stronger. If you sign a contract with Henry Chu, I can also help you become stronger. The treatment you can enjoy is the same.
At this time, the Dark Blood Stone Man came over and gently patted the Shadow Demon's shoulder with his palm. The Shadow Demon was silent for a while, blinked, and nodded. At that moment, the deaf man took matters into his own hands, took out a few crystal cores, and set up a magic circle. The signing ceremony is actually quite complicated. Of course, Chen Fan is not included. After the deaf man arranged it, he tilted his head towards Henry Chu. Henry Chu came over and opened the summoning circle.
Shen Taotao smiled and said, If Henry Chu fails,
then I. Before he could finish his words, Chen Fan had already covered his mouth.
Shut up!
Shen Taotao glanced at Chen Fan resentfully. No one can say anything. The signing ceremony was very smooth. It was so smooth that after successfully signing the contract with Shadow Demon, Henry Chu himself couldn't believe it. Although he has already broken through to the 4th level and 2nd level. But after all, there were already 3 beasts in front of him. With 3 beasts in hand, it would be very difficult to sign a 4th beast. It turns out, so smooth. With a movement of Chu Xian's body, he had already received the power of Shadow Demon's contract to feed back. Seeing this, Yi Hao came close to Chen Fan and whispered,
Brother Fan, why don't you get some beasts for us and try to sign a contract? I feel that after practicing in that space during this period, in addition to increasing my strength, my mental power also seems to have become much stronger. Moreover, we are already at the 4th level. Maybe we guys can sign more beast masters.
Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing all gathered around.
Also,
Chen Fan nodded and said,
Then, let's go to the beast control market together.
Bai Rouge cheered.
Uncle Master, let's go to the beast market to buy the beast cubs now. Cub?
Chen Fan grinned.
No. Let's find a beast master around level 25.
What? Bai Rouge and Yi Hao were stunned for a moment. If you want to sign a contract with a beast master, it is definitely easiest to sign a beast master cub. The higher the level of the beast master, the more difficult it is to sign a contract. Could it be that after buying it, like the Shadow Demon, it was first locked for a period of time, and then beaten for a period of time? Chapter 244, Being Poked in the Eye by Li Mu. The winter sunshine is pale and empty. Li Xinghai sat at the table of a roadside stall, looking at the bowl of beef noodles with only soup left, and almost burst into tears. Born and raised in the Magic City, he grew up in fine clothing and fine food. He never thought that one day he would go to a roadside stall to eat beef noodles. What was most difficult for him to accept was that the beef noodles at this roadside stall were surprisingly delicious. He can't wait to have another bowl. But no. All the money was lost. The battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao turned him into a pauper in an instant. Now that debt collection calls are flooding in, he feels like he is going crazy. If it doesn't work, why don't you go back home to get the money? But the atmosphere in the family is also very strange now. Since the eldest brother Li Xinghai died inexplicably in the sparkling fireflies swamp, everyone in the family seems to be enveloped in a bad smell. Li Xinghai sighed. He looked at the stall owner and said quietly,
Life is never smooth sailing. Poverty, illness, responsibility, and endless pressure will always accompany you. No one can stay out of it. People will always encounter all kinds of dissatisfaction and difficulties. Downfall is only temporary.
The noodle stall owner glanced sideways at Li Xinghai and said calmly,
What nonsense are you talking about? A bowl of beef noodles is only 30 yuan. So pay quickly.
Li Xinghai stood up and paid silently. Only 30 yuan. But his heart ached. Because, after paying the 30 yuan, he only had 3 yuan left in his account. There is no other way. Go out of the city and kill monsters. They went there in armored combat vehicles. He could only run all the way. Suddenly, Li Xinghai saw a billboard on the street opposite. It read in bright and eye-catching characters. When you are short of money, those who can take out 1W are friends. Those who can take out 5W are relatives. Those who can produce 50W are brothers and sisters. It's the parents who can afford 500W. But the only one who can spend 10 million, 100 million, or even 500 million is me. Gone. This is the most touching high-end bag advertisement I have ever seen. Li Xinghai spat. Part of the money he borrowed before was from the high red bag. You can't borrow a usury bag. Go and return the usury bag. Hey. I'm in a bad mood. Even the air smells bad. At this time, an old sanitation man came over with a broom and shovel and said,
Young man, give way. You stepped on a dog and made a mess.
Li Xinghai looked down and froze. He endured his anger, suppressed the despair and anger in his heart, and said,
Uncle, this shouldn't be a dog. Look at the shape, the amount of feces, and the smell. This should be a relatively large piece of meat. Beast-like.
The uncle glanced at Li Xinghai strangely, shook his head and walked away. Li Xinghai raised his feet and took a look.
Am I wrong? This is definitely not a dog. Shit! How can dog shit be so big and smelly?
Sudden. Li Xinghai raised his head. What am I doing? What am I doing? I've been so unlucky that I stepped on shit. And I'm still wondering if it's dog or shit. Li Xinghai raised his head at a 45-degree angle. I heard that from this angle. Tears will not flow down. Li Xinghai turned around and looked around. There was a public toilet not far away. He sighed, wiped his shoes on the grass, and walked to the public toilet to wash his shoes. As soon as he walked to the public toilet, Li Xinghai suddenly felt uncomfortable in his stomach. Forget it. After washing your shoes, go to the toilet. Asshole. This simple public toilet only has one compartment. And it's extremely dirty. Do not care. Li Xinghai walked in and closed the door with a clang. But as soon as he squatted down, there was a knock on the door.
Someone!
Li Xinghai shouted angrily. I heard a young mother say to her baby.
Baby, please be patient. There is someone inside.
Li Xinghai. Immediately afterwards, the mother said,
Baby, come on. Let's cheer for Uncle.
The baby's tender voice and the young mother's voice sounded at the same time.
Uncle, come on. Uncle, come on.
Li Xinghai was petrified. What's wrong with me? After a while, Li Xinghai walked out of the public toilet with a dark face. Standing on the side of the road, Li Xinghai was a little confused. Where do I come from? Where am I going? A luxury car approached, slowed down a little, and passed him. In the car, Feng Tianlin waved his hand.
Li Xinghai? Why are you standing on the side of the road stupidly? Are you going to sell yourself to pay off your debts?
Li Xinghai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he lowered his head to search, picked up a stone, and threw it at the luxury car that had driven away.
I'm kidding you.
Sure failed to catch up with Feng Tianlin's car.
Feng Tianlin is such a bastard. Sooner or later he must be taught a lesson,
Li Xinghai said with a sullen face, walking in the direction where Feng Tianlin left. The first martial arts university is also in that direction. Li Xinghai had nowhere to go, so he could only go back to school first, and then prepare to find a few people to form a team to go to the secret realm. Just walk to the gate of First Martial Arts University. I saw a large group of people surrounding the school gate. Li Xinghai walked over and took a look, only to see Feng Tianlin's luxury car parked beside it, and the ground was filled with flowers. Feng Tianlin held a bouquet of flowers in both hands, knelt on the ground on one knee, and was looking at a girl. Li Xinghai was surprised. That girl is Xia Yimo from their class. When he first entered the First Martial Arts University, he saw Xia Yimo and then launched a crazy pursuit. But Xia Yimo doesn't look down on him at all. This kid Feng Tianlin actually wants to seize food from the tiger's mouth? Li Xinghai wanted to step forward and taunt him. But then he stopped when he remembered Xia Yimo's temper. Xia Yimo came from the imperial capital, and his family was not much worse than the Li family in the magical capital. He had a very high level of vision. How could he like Feng Tianlin? Really? Xia Yimo looked at Feng Tianlin with a half smile and said,
You want me to be your girlfriend? Tell me a reason that makes my heart move.
Li Xinghai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and glanced at Feng Tianlin's car. This kind of luxury car can be used to deceive girls from
out of town.
But for a person with Xia Yimo's family background, even if you give her 10 or 8 cars, it will be of no use. Feng Tianlin stood up and approached Xia Yimo's ear. Li Xinghai immediately took a few steps forward and pricked up his ears. Feng Tianlin's voice was very small, but Li Xinghai was already in the 3rd level after all, so he still heard clearly. Feng Tianlin said,
Sister, I know the real owner of shop number 9 and have a very good relationship with him. We are brothers.
Li Xinghai. Xia Yimo's eyes flashed. Feng Tianlin lowered his voice and said,
When I first entered the First Martial Arts University, some of my beast masters were only level 9.
But now,
my beast masters are already level 11. And their race level is already low, lord.
Xia Yimo's eyes widened, and her beautiful eyes flickered. Feng Tianlin is not yet a freshman, and he is just a recommended student for special training. And the time he came to the first martial arts university for special training was only a little more than a month. Xia Yimo took the flowers and held Feng Tianlin's hand.
Take me to see your friend. If what you say is true, I can agree to be your girlfriend. If you tell lies to me.
Feng Tianlin smiled slightly and helped Xia Yimo open the car door very elegantly. In the crowd, Li Xinghai was stunned. Can you still pick up girls like this? Is this enough? Does Feng Tianlin know the owner of shop number 9? Or a brother? This is impossible. Shop number 9 is opened by Master Zhang Hai. Are Feng Tianlin and Master Zhang Hai brothers? Finished. Feng Tianlin. You little brat. If you offend Xia Yimo, you are dead. Li Xinghai laughed as he watched Feng Tianlin's car drive away. Magic City Pet Market. This is the largest pet market in the Tang Dynasty. Here, there are countless types of beasts to control. From a beast cub to a high-level adult beast. As long as you have money, you can buy a satisfactory beast. Of course, it is the buyer's own business whether they can successfully sign the contract after purchasing it. And the pet market will not be responsible. But all the beasts in the pet market, whether they are cubs or adults, have been raised and trained for a long time. And most of their anger has been eliminated, as long as the beast master's own conditions allow. And he buys such a beast and goes back to sign a contract. The success rate is very high. Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and the others went to the number 9 store to get an armored tank and went straight to the Demon City Pet Beast Market. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang did not follow. These two youngest grandmasters in the Tang Kingdom have made rapid progress after practicing with Lizzie and the others. Now they even eat with Lizzie and the others, unwilling to waste any time. Besides, Li Mu and Han Jianxue had already arranged their beast control, so they didn't need to worry about it at all. In the car, both Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing were sitting cross-legged and were practicing. Among this group of people, they are the two who work the hardest. Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge looks tired, resting their heads on Shen Fan's shoulders, sleeping soundly. Yi Hao was browsing pictures of beautiful women online. Gongzi lay on his lap with a puzzled look on his face. It obviously couldn't figure out why Yi Hao liked to look at these women wearing very little clothes. Can't you please watch some honey badger videos? Since Shen Taotao got involved with his friend's ex-girlfriend, he has become a lot more taciturn, always showing an expression of,
but it's a cold day.
Jade was flying around in front of Shen Taotao, but it didn't attract his attention. Chen Fan was holding Xiao Bai and caressing Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Hei, who was standing on his shoulder, suddenly touched his ear lightly with his wings.
Master, look at Li Fengxing.
Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at Li Fengxing. Fengxing seems to be in love recently. He has a girlfriend and is chatting with her on WeChat. That girl was also a recommended student of the first martial arts university. She was a native of Magic City. She was pretty and had a good family background. This was what Feng Tianlin told Chen Fan. Chen Fan poked his head around and saw the content on Li Fengxing's chat box.
This is your first time coming to my house. Let me teach you some manners. Buy 5 wood monster crystal cores for my dad. The level must be 28 or above. A box of green with spiritual fruits. Must be more than 30 years old. Buy a piece of water spirit jade for my mother. The water spirit energy emitted by the water spirit jade can beautify the skin. There are 4 uncles, 3 aunts, 1 uncle, 2 uncles, and 3 aunts in the family. Each of them has a monster core of level 25 or above. Please note the attributes of these cores. Remember 4 metal ones, 3 earth ones, and 6 water ones. If you bring monsters above level 25 or below, they won't want them. In addition, my family and relatives have many children, more than a dozen, and each child needs to be given a red envelope of 200,000 yuan. I'll tell you the rest when I remember.
Li Fengxing fell silent. He does not lack this little money, not to mention the money earned in Donghai City. During this period, the demon crystal nuclei he obtained in the ancient god realm and the angel god king realm were worth at least several billion. What does this little money mean? But, although he was stunned, he still felt something was wrong. Seeing Li Fengxing in a daze, Chen Fan couldn't help but shook his head and said,
Send her a message.
Li Fengxing's eyes showed joy.
Brother Fan, how should I reply? Send this sentence to her.
Chen Fan said.
Did you come to my place to purchase goods? Then, block him.
Li Fengxing was stunned for a moment. Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge were awakened. The two of them leaned over to take a look, and the anger in their eyes rose. Shin Hongxiu slapped Li Fingxing on the back of the head.
If Xiaofan asks you to do it, do it. If he asks you to block him, just do it. Why are you hesitating? If you don't block this kind of woman, why don't you keep her for the new year?
Bai Ruj shook his head repeatedly.
I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people bully you like this. You don't know how to resist?
Among this group of people, Li Fingxing was the most dumbfounded, although Shen Taoao was a little stunned. In comparison, Shen Taoao also knew how to cheat, and was far from being a fool like Li Fingxing. Bai Ruj also didn't expect that Li Fingxing, who could kill level 20 demons alone in the Angel God King realm, would be bullied into this state by a woman. If it had been Yi Hao, I'm afraid a lot of swear words would have been sprayed out. Seeing that Li Fingxing was still in a daze, Chen Fan sighed.
It's not easy for others to interfere with things like feelings, but we really can't do it without interfering with you. Post it. I'll block you after you post it. This kind of woman is not worthy of you.
Li Fingxing nodded, took a deep breath, and sent Chen Fan's words.
Did you come to my place to purchase goods?
He didn't have time to block him. The other party sent a long series of voice messages. Li Fingxing was about to click on the voice button when he was stopped by Chen Fan. Chen Fan said,
Give her a reply, send text messages, and I will not click on anyone who sends voice messages. After you finish posting, just block it.
Li Fingxing did as he was told.
Ha ha ha.
Shin Hongxiu and Bai Ruj laughed like two laughing ants. On the other side, Fang Qingqing, who was practicing, also opened her eyes, pursed her lips and smiled. She also saw the scene just now. After a group of people made a fuss for a while, Chen Fan looked at the navigation. It is estimated that there are still 10 minutes before we can reach the Magic City Pet Beast Market.
How about trying Whispers of the Demon King here?
Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao and the others, closed his eyes, and activated the
Whisper of the Demon King.
Next moment, a three-dimensional and clear picture immediately appeared in his mind. Except that the color is not as bright as reality. Yi Hao, Shin Hongxiu and others in the car are all clearly visible. Almost at the same time, Shin Hongxiu and Bai Ruj, as well as Li Fingxing and Fang Qingqing, as well as the uncle driving the car, were all shocked at the same time. Xiaobai and Gongzi also had their hair standing on end. Jay chirped, jumped directly onto Chen Fan's head, and hugged Chen Fan's head tightly. Yi Hao was stunned and raised his head.
What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?
The hair on Shen Hong's sleeves stood up. She leaned closer to Chen Fan, took Chen Fan's hand and said,
I don't know why, but suddenly I felt cold all over, as if I was being targeted by something.
Bai Ruj on the other side also held Chen Fan's other hand and said,
It's not something. It seems to be a devil.
Fang Qingqing was shocked and said,
It's so strange. It feels like I was suddenly pulled to another world by a force.
Yi Hao was stunned.
I was transported to another world. What world? I don't feel anything.
The uncle driving in front slowed down and said,
Master Fan, something seems wrong.
Fang Qingqing said,
It's a bit similar to the ancient god realm, but not quite the same.
Everyone looked through the car windows. Everything is normal outside. This is still a magical city, with cars coming and going. But Fang Qingqing and Shin Hongxiu, including their uncle who was already at the 6th level, all felt hairy. What was wrong? They couldn't tell. Yi Hao and Xian Chu looked at each other, but both shook their heads. Shen Taoao also said,
Why don't I feel this way?
Li Fingxing approached Shen Taoao and took Shen Taoao's hand. Shen Taoao turned around and glanced at Li Fingxing. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. He could see that Xian Chu, Yi Hao, and Shen Taoao were all wrapped in a strange force. The power of
Whisper of the Demon King
failed to penetrate. That should be the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar, as well as the power of the God King's 12 wings. In order to break through this power and penetrate it, Chen Fan felt that his mental power would have to be increased several times.
Who wants to have a heart that will never be empty?
Chen Fan sang a song in his heart.
I am willing to only decorate your dreams. I would rather my heart hurt for a long time than let you caress it.
The Demon King's whisper seemed to resound in the hearts of Shin Hongxiu and others. The sound is there or not, as if from a distant horizon. It's like whispering in the ear. Bai Ruj looked sad.
Who is it?
Yi Hao came over, narrowed his eyes and said,
Are you tapping on my window?
Bai Ruj seemed not to hear Yi Hao's voice, and his eyes were confused.
Who is singing?
Yi Hao.
Warming the loneliness?
Shen Taoao continued.
The white clouds and blue sky are still filled with tears.
The eyes of Shin Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing also became blurred. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan quickly retracted the red thread released by the Demon King. Although Shen Hongxiu and others have made rapid progress recently, they are still at the 4th level after all. And Chen Fan's current mental power, stimulating the whisper of the Demon King, is enough to suppress the 7th level peak powerhouse. After he withdrew the red line, the eyes of Shen Hongxiu and others began to become sober again, showing fear. Henry Chu glanced at Chen Fan, couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said,
"It's Chen Fan who is causing trouble."
Everyone was stunned. Chen Fan didn't open his eyes and just said,
"Don't slander me,"
Henry Chu said.
When Hongxiu and the others said something was wrong, you didn't react at all.
And you didn't even open your eyes. Rouge's eyes were confused. When someone was singing, you still didn't open your eyes. And there was a smile on the corner of your mouth.
Chen Fan retracted the
whisper of the Demon King
and opened his eyes. Shen Hongxiu raised her eyebrows and twisted her fingers on Chen Fan's arm.
You want to scare us to death.
Bai Rouge also looked at Chen Fan angrily. Uncle Qian glanced at Chen Fan through the rearview mirror and sighed secretly in his heart. Although I don't know what kind of technique Chen Fan is practicing, it can easily affect his 6th level realm, which shows how powerful that technique is. Fan Xiao is really getting stronger and stronger. When I was in the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association, I was still in the 2nd level. Unexpectedly, several months have passed. Yi Hao hugged Gongzi and approached Chen Fan.
Brother Fan, were you trying some magic skill just now? I think the expressions on Gongzi, Xiaobai, and Hongxiu's expressions seem very strange. Teach us. We are already at the 4th level and can practice various martial arts.
Chen Fan pursed his lips.
It's not that I don't want to teach. It's just that I really have no choice. I practiced a divine body refining technique before, and I wanted to write it down and teach it to you. However, as soon as I wrote the first character or two, the pen and paper couldn't bear it and turned into ashes. Only when I become stronger and can suppress this power can I pass it on to you.
Everyone present widened their eyes with disbelief. Uncle Qian's eyes were also full of hope. Suddenly, Bai Rouge said,
Why didn't Haozi and the others feel this way just now?
Shen Hongxiu reacted.
Is it because of them?
She didn't finish her words. But she, Fang Qingqing, Bai Rouge, and Li Fingxing all had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. Yi Hao laughed loudly, and just as he was about to speak, Chen Fan glared back.
Okay, don't disturb me. I need to practice more,
Chen Fan said, closed his eyes again, and activated the
whisper of the Demon King. It starts again.
Shen Hongxiu and others were a little helpless. This feeling is quite different from the feelings in those realms of the ancient god realm, but just as scary. Fortunately, after knowing that Chen Fan was causing trouble, most of the fear in the hearts of Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing dissipated.
Strange.
After Chen Fan activated the
whisper of the Demon King,
with a thought, the area covered in his mind became larger and larger. It's weird. That's what's weird here. His mental strength is not enough to cover such a large area. But after activating the
whisper of the Demon King,
the area covered in the mind continued to grow and grow. After exceeding the limit of mental power coverage, it continued to expand outwards. Chen Fan stood in the void like a demon king holding the sky and stepping on the ground, looking down at the demon city below. In the magic city, there are figures with soaring momentum. Maybe it's the 7th level. Maybe it's the 8th level. Maybe it's stronger. Chen Fan did not dare to touch those powerful existences, but deliberately avoided them. Even so, in the demon city, a powerful man felt something was wrong, and subconsciously released a more powerful aura, rising into the sky. The area covered by the
whisper of the Demon King,
as Shen Hongxiu and others said, seemed to be dragged into the netherworld. Many people feel uncontrollable fear and despair. Figures flew into the sky one after another. Looking around, the Lord's mansion of the demon city was operating rapidly like a sophisticated machine. Figures with powerful auras flew out from the city Lord's mansion and flew everywhere. The instigator, Chen Fan, looked at this scene. Although he was a little panicked, his heart was filled with a kind of joy after the prank, and he continued to urge the
whisper of the Demon King
to continue to expand.
Huh?
Just as they were expanding, Chen Fan saw a familiar figure on the window of a building in the main palace of the demon city.
Li Mu.
I saw Li Mu sitting on a chair with his feet on the table, flipping through a thick book. It turns out, Chen Fan was surprised and happy,
and quietly looked
at Li Mu. At this moment, Li Mu didn't even raise his head, raised his right hand, and lightly poked.
Ah!
Chen Fan screamed.
My eyes. My Krypton gold dog eyes. My Krypton gold dog eyes are blind. The uncle who was driving was startled, braked suddenly, and stopped on the side of the road. Everyone in the car was also shocked. We have known Shen Fan for so long, and this is the first time we heard him scream like this.
Ah! It hurts me so much! It hurts me so much!
Shen Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he let go of his hand and raised his head, everyone was shocked. Shen Fan's eyes were extremely red and swollen, as if he had been sprayed with pepper spray. Moreover, the snot and tears flowed together. Henry Chu frowned.
What on earth did you do?
Yi Hao.
Brother Fan. Who did this?
Shen Fan glanced in the direction of the city lord's mansion bitterly and said,
Ministerly did it.
Yi Hao was stunned.
Brother Fan. Did you just spy on Ministerly? How strong is your mental power now?
Shen Fan wiped his tears.
I didn't do anything. I just saw him reading a book. I took another look and it's not a woman. What's wrong with taking a look? Uncle. Keep driving. We are almost at the pet market. It hurts so much. I have grown so old. And the tears I have shed are not as many as today.
Chapter 245 Temple. Barrier.
I want this level 10 dragon armored beast. I want this level 11 lightning bird. I want this level 9 tentacle with spirit. I want this level 12 double-headed dragon eagle.
Shen Fan took Henry Chu and others through the pet market quickly. Behind him, a good-looking young woman followed closely, quickly recording on her computer as she walked. Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu were stunned. Is it so casual to buy a pet animal? Although Shen Fan is rich now, he doesn't care about this little money. But when choosing a pet animal, you should consider many factors, right? For example, Shen Hongxiu's current 3 beasts are the Phantom King, Green Python and Golden Horn Beast, the Charming Eye Fire Spirit, and the Blood-Eating Demon Bat. Among these 3 beasts, the Illusion King Green Python Golden Horn Beast is a control beast. Its most powerful skill is illusion. It can only be coordinated, and it is difficult to run rampant like Chu Xian's Dark-Blooded Stone Man. The Charming Eye Fire Spirit is also good at illusions, and has powerful fire attribute attack skills. But its defense is too weak, and it cannot withstand beatings. The attack power of the blood-devouring magic bat is very strong if it is accompanied by a large group of followers. Among all this group of people, Shen Hongxiu's 3 beast-controlling combinations are the weakest. It's not that her 3 beasts are too weak, but this combination is really bad. Normally when encountering an enemy, Shen Hongxiu would act as a warrior and charge into battle, because none of her 3 beasts can stand alone, and they are not suitable as human shields. Therefore, if conditions permit, Shen Hongxiu can sign more beasts. Then her priority should be beasts like Chu Xian's Dark Blood Stone Man, or Bai Rouge's Black Iron Dragon Turtle. On the one hand, you can fight the enemy head-on from the front. On the other hand, you can shield all your allies. But Shen Fan didn't discuss it with anyone at all. He just walked over and quickly picked out the beasts faster than picking vegetables at the market. Everyone followed behind, full of questions. After another 15 minutes, Shen Fan stopped and said,
That's it. I'll pay the deposit. And you can send the beast to number 12 Huayuan Street, Nanchang, the Magic City. I will send you the location in a moment. Okay. Okay.
The woman's eyes were shining, and her voice was trembling. A total of 40 beasts. Except for those big families in the Magic City. I have never seen anyone do such a generous thing. Which family are these people from? Shen Fan didn't say much. After paying the deposit, he waved his hand and left directly with Henry Chu and others. As soon as I got in the car, Li Fengxing couldn't help it anymore.
We finally came out for once. Why don't we have some fun? Snapped.
Bai Rouge slapped Li Fengxing.
Why are you playing? Why are you playing? If you don't do business, you just know how to play. Whatever my uncle says, just follow it.
Li Fengxing rubbed his head like a deflated rubber ball. Shen Taodao said,
Brother Fan, are these beasts chosen for us? Are they too many? Although our cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds during this period, we may only be able to sign 1 or 2 more beasts in a short period of time. Bar? If you can't sign the contract now, just keep it for now.
Shen Fan said calmly. Bai Rouge rubbed his hands.
Uncle Master, can we choose those beasts ourselves? No.
Shen Fan said.
I will allocate it to you. As for how to distribute it, it's actually very simple. You also know the iron triangle in the game, treatment, tanking, and output. Based on the formation of the iron triangle, I will pair you with at least 1 more shadow beast. After ensuring these 2 points, The choice of other beast masters actually doesn't matter as long as they can sign the contract. Combat power level and racial level are not issues. Just give me enough time.
Everyone nodded, and their eyes became intense. Except for Yi Hao and Chu Xian. Everyone else only had 3 beasts. Although having 3 beast masters at this age and level has already made other beast masters extremely jealous. But if they can sign more beast masters, their overall strength will rise a lot again. The most important is, under Chen Fan's super beast breeding method, multiple beasts can help them practice faster and more fiercely. Fong Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said,
however, even if the beasts are of the same type, the skills of each beast are very different. Do they need to be matched according to the skills of the beasts?
Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu looked at each other and nodded.
Unnecessary.
Chen Fan didn't explain too much. Just shook his head. If he does not have the copy one skill, then when choosing a beast master, the beast master skills will definitely be taken into consideration. But the copy one skill allows him to copy and grant beast controlling skills at will. Henry Chu has now signed a contract with Shadow Demon. But if Chen Fan is willing, he can also copy the Shadow Demon's stealth skill to other people's beasts.
Once the copy function is turned on, you can copy the skill of the beast by touching the beast, and then give it to your own beast or the beast you have cultivated. Copying and granting require energy.
Considering beast controlling skills? No need at all. But Chen Fan didn't explain too much. Chu Xian and Yi Hao also looked depressed. At this time, the uncle driving in front suddenly sighed softly. Although this sigh is very weak. But how huge is Chen Fan's current mental power? Chen Fan glanced at his uncle's back and fell silent. Uncle Qian is a star warrior, not a beast master. If it weren't for following his master Zhang Hai when he was in the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association, maybe he would still be in the 5th level. Star warriors do not have beast masters, and can only rely on their own cultivation. Training is much more difficult than that of beast masters. Chen Fan looked at his uncle, and immediately thought of the Nightmare Garden. The Nightmare Court can help star warriors contract demons. 4 star warriors. This is too tempting. I'm afraid it's hard for any star warrior to resist this temptation. Of course, it is another matter that after signing a contract with a demon, you are eventually corrupted by the demon's evil thoughts, and become a demon step by step. It is impossible to tell those star warriors about the Nightmare Garden. Even if they really told those people about the demonization, ordinary people would not be able to resist the temptation brought by this powerful power. Too strange. How did the Nightmare Garden do it? Let's go back and ask the 4 elders at home. They must know something about it. Chen Fan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, Feng Tianlin called.
Chen Fan, where are you? I went to your house to find you. Uncle Dong said you went to the pet market. I immediately drove to the pet market. But I walked around the pet market and didn't see you.
Oh, Chen Fan said.
We just came out of the pet market and are now on our way home. What are you looking for me for? Didn't I ask you to go to the secret realm to kill monsters? I went. I just came back this morning.
Feng Tianlin rolled up his sleeves and showed Chen Fan a shocking wound on his left arm. And then said,
Songlong and I were both injured, and we came back to find a healing beast. After some treatment, it's not completely healed yet. Yeah.
Chen Fan looked a little better, nodded, and hung up the phone.
Hang up my phone again.
Feng Tianlin muttered. Beside, Xia Yimo looked at Feng Tianlin with strange eyes.
You seem a little afraid of Chen Fan? Are you going to the secret realm and have to explain to him? Didn't you say you would take me to meet the real owner of shop number 9? Why did you bring me to find Chen Fan?
Feng Tianlin looked around and made sure there was no one nearby. Then whispered,
Shop number 9 is opened by Master Zhang Hai, and Chen Fan is Master Zhang Hai's only disciple.
Xia Yimo. Feng Tianlin continued.
Actually, Chen Fan is the real owner of shop number 9. You must never tell anyone.
The 5th restricted area. Figures exuding a terrifying aura floated in the air. There are people from the Nightmare Garden. People from big countries such as Tang Kingdom and Star Kingdom. People from the Heavenly Demon Sect. And strong men from the Monster Clan in the far north. Everyone was silently staring ahead. In front of them, between the 2 mountains, there was a layer of strange light flowing. This is a strange and powerful barrier. All forces have been searching for a long time before they found this place. But they stopped here. Until now, no one can be sure whether the colorful sacred stone is inside. But the barriers built by the mountains kept everyone out. Although the 5th restricted area is large, if there is a colorful divine stone, it must be here. The issue is, no one can break this barrier, Above the void, a group of strong men from the Nightmare Garden looked very unhappy. It's been months. People from the Heavenly Demon Sect, because the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect has a 5-colored sacred stone, have long known the approximate location of the 5-colored sacred stone. But during this period of time, people from the Demon Sect have been milling around outside, stalling for time. A group of strong men in the Nightmare Garden were walked by the Demon Sect's people like dogs for several months. In the past few months, the Demon Sect, the Tang State, and the people from the Monster Clan have joined forces and have been studying how to break this barrier. The group of strong men here in the Nightmare Garden were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. But the colorful sacred stone is important. Not to mention seeing the 5-color sacred stone now. Even the outermost barrier has not been broken through yet. It would be unwise to have to fight against those strong men from the Tang Kingdom and the Demon Sect, especially among those people from the Tang Dynasty. The guy wearing a bamboo hat. Last time, Li Mu sent him in and killed everyone in the Nightmare Court. If a fight breaks out, even though I have a trump card on my side, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. Among a group of strong men in the Nightmare Court, a man in black robes with curly hair said coldly,
"You have been studying this barrier for so long, but you still haven't figured out how to break it?"
On the side of the Demon Clan, a woman with 2 horns on her forehead sneered and said,
"Nonsense! We have thought of a way to crack it. Why are we still here? It's your turn to point fingers here?"
Curly-haired man in black robe. At this time, a middle-aged man from Tang State said,
"We gathered more strength before and opened a small gap in the barrier. Looking through the gap, there seems to be a towering temple inside." "Temple?"
The curly-haired man in black robe looked at him.
"What kind of temple?"
The strong man from the Tang Dynasty said nothing. The curly-haired man in black robe's expression darkened, and he added,
"This is still the outermost barrier. If you can't break this barrier, everything will be false. We've been fighting back and forth for so long, but it's pointless, and we haven't even seen the 5-color sacred stone yet. Why don't we join forces and find a way to break this barrier first?"
The powerful men from all sides exchanged looks. Above the void, spiritual powers exchanged rapidly.
"Joining forces with the Nightmare Court is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Without their help, we cannot break through this barrier. What if after this barrier is broken, the 5-colored sacred stone is snatched away by them? It's not that simple. This is still the outermost layer of enchantment. I don't know how many layers there are in it. When we opened the gap before, we all saw it. There were dots of light flashing around the temple. I'm afraid the forbidden enchantment is worse than it's much scarier out there. Last time, your people from the Tang Kingdom came in and slaughtered all their people. This time they have been prepared. These people are difficult characters. It would be terrible if they snatched away the 5-color sacred stone. I have no choice but to take one step at a time."
After the powerful people from all sides exchanged opinions. On the Tang side, the middle-aged man who spoke before nodded slightly and said,
"Then, let's join forces first. Concentrate your strength and break the outermost barrier first."
The curly-haired man in black robes smiled slightly.
"He who knows the current affairs is a hero."
At this time, a short-haired woman came out from the Heavenly Demon Sect and said,
"More than 400 miles from here to my right, there is a place where the power of the barrier is relatively weak, especially at 11 o'clock in the evening. There will be a strange force impacting outward from the barrier at that location. If you want to break through this barrier, you can break through from that point."
Mud. The curly-haired man in black robe and other powerful men in the Nightmare Court cursed in their hearts at the same time. The people from the Heavenly Demon Sect were the first to come in, and they discovered the weakness of the barrier as expected. As a result, they are still pretending. Seeing that the people in the Nightmare Garden were silent, the short-haired woman from the Heavenly Demon Sect sneered and said,
"Why? Just now you said you wanted to join forces, but now you're not happy? How is that possible?"
The curly-haired man in black robes smiled and raised his hand.
"Please lead the way."
The short-haired woman from the demon cult raised her lips slightly, swayed, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the air. People from the Tang Kingdom, the Yao Clan, and the Star Kingdom, and other forces immediately followed. In the Nightmare Court, a group of strong men looked at each other.
"Do you really believe them? After we killed the leader of the Demon Sect, the people of the Demon Sect fought back like crazy. They wanted to die with us. Their words are not credible. Yes, these people are an alliance in themselves. What if they join forces to harm us? That's enough."
The curly-haired man in black robes snorted.
"Now, do we have any other choice? They want to use our strength. So why don't we want to use theirs? On our own. Even after hundreds of years of research. We can't break this barrier.
After seeing a group of people who didn't dare to say anything, the curly-haired man in black robes said again,
This time, we are well prepared. So what if they join forces with all their strength? It's really a fight. No matter what, I must get the 5-colored sacred stone.
A group of men in black robes nodded at the same time. Immediately, everyone turned into a black energy and chased the previous people at extremely fast speeds. Chapter 246 The sound of the colorful divine stone summoning is getting closer and closer. So beautiful. Xiao Bai's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan, who was sitting on Huan Mo's back, opened his eyes. What comes into view is the endless glaciers. The majestic glaciers are magnificent. Like a fantasy wonderland. Chen Fan looked back and saw that the wasteland behind him had faded away. The phantom had already led him, Xiao Bai and the others, into the glacier. A bone-chilling wind blows in your face. But he broke through to the 5th level and 2nd heaven and activated the void divine body, so he didn't feel too cold. Chen Fan touched Xiao Bai and Gongzi's little heads and asked,
Is it cold? It's not cold.
Xiao Bai and Gongzi both shook their heads. But Jade has already slipped into Xuqing's arms. Although Jade, like Xiao Bai and the others, has broken through to level 15. And his racial level has also reached the medium legendary level. Slime is not very adaptable to this cold weather.
Dual YOLO. Dual YOLO. The cold wind will freeze me to death. I will make a nest tomorrow.
Xiao Hei's head came out from under Xiao Qing's fox tail.
Let me go back to the beast control space. I don't like this kind of glacier. There are only birds flying south. How can there be birds flying to the ice and snow? Hiss.
Gongzi bared his teeth at Xiao Hei. Chen Fan said calmly,
I let you come out because I want you to get more accustomed to this world. The pervasive, weird, and terrifying aura in the void seems to be very effective in increasing spiritual power. Besides, your combat power level is already level 15, and your racial level is already a medium legendary. How can you feel cold if you activate your star power?
Xiao Hei muttered and retracted his head under Xiao Qing's tail. Jade also shrank into a ball, just like Xie Qing's child. Xiao Qing hugged Jade and wrapped Jade tightly with her hair, leaving only Jade's 2 small eyes exposed. Gongzi saw this and hissed at Jade.
Call!
Chen Fan exhaled and looked around. 15 days. During these 15 days, he only spent a quarter of his time every day going to shop number 9 and breeding animals with several major families. The rest of the time, I just kept running on the phantom. Fortunately, there is a phantom sitting on the back of the phantom. You can still practice. If you run by yourself, it will be a waste of time. After running for so long, I still haven't seen any other creatures except demons. And the golden pupil that appeared in the void last time never appeared again. It's good to have Xiao Bai and the others with them. Otherwise, in such a big world with only one living person, the loneliness would be a bit torturous. Chen Fan squinted slightly and glanced at the system panel. System energy, 34085576. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 5th grade 2nd level heaven. Void divine power, 3.9 cards plus. Psychic power, 3,369 Hz plus. Soul veins, 37 plus. Fusion of life and death, 19% plus. During these 15 days, he has been practicing on his own without using the system energy. After opening the first level of Void Divine Body, last time, there was still 400 W of system energy left. After 15 days, the energy has reached 3408 W.
Xiao Bai, you guys play here for a while, and I'll go back to the beast control space.
Chen Fan asked the phantom to stop, and after giving instructions, turned around and entered the beast controlling space. In the beast control space, the blind man raised his head slightly.
What's wrong?
Chen Fan sat down cross-legged and said,
I have some insights. I want to try the 2nd level of the divine art.
The blind man nodded. He didn't know where Chen Fan learned the magic technique, and he didn't ask. But he was indeed very curious about Chen Fan's practice. Chen Fan closed his eyes, motionless like a stone sculpture, in the blind man's induction. Although a strange power was flowing around Chen Fan, the divine power in Chen Fan's body was not functioning. How to distribute the 3408W system energy? Chen Fan always has a headache every time he faces this choice.
9 sky-breaking swords.
I only learned the first one.
Whispers of the Demon King.
Only opens the first level.
Void Divine Body.
Also only opens the first level. Skin refining. The second sword of the 9 cutting blades requires 900 W system energy. The second level of Whispers of the Demon King requires 800W system energy. The second level of the Void Divine Body requires 800W system energy. If these three secret techniques all open the second level, there will be more than 9 million system energy left in the end. The remaining system energy is not enough to open the third level of one of them. But if you temporarily abandon the second floor of one of the doors, you can also open the third floor of one of the other two doors. The third level of any of these three doors must be far higher than the second level. Chen Fan's eyes fell on the
9 sky-breaking swords.
There is no doubt about the tyranny of the
9 sky-breaking swords.
Holding the heaven-breaking demonic sword in his hand, and using the first of the 9 heaven-breaking swords, Chen Fan could kill even if he was at the peak of the 7th grade and 5th level heavens. If he could hit it. However, the 9 blades of cutting heaven are limited by one's own star power, divine power. If the star power, divine power, is not strong enough, the attack power of this knife will be greatly reduced. The most terrible thing is that the divine power is not strong enough, and the attack range of this knife is also very limited. Back in the 5th restricted area, Chen Fan had encountered this kind of embarrassment. A group of strong men from the Nightmare Court were chasing Yun Sanghai and Yi Wushuang. As a result, the distance was too far, and he couldn't even cut them. In the end, he had no choice but to use the
Whisper of the Demon King
to suppress the opponent, and then used his mental power to control the sky-breaking demon sword, tricking the opponent and killing one of them. In terms of attack range, activating the second level of
9 sky-breaking swords
is not as good as activating the second level of
Whisper of the Demon King,
because the range covered by the
Whisper of the Demon King
far exceeds the range of the 9-sword Duantian sword attack. When he and Henry Chu and others went to the pet beast market, they tried it once on the way, but the
Whisper of the Demon King
directly extended to the Demon City Lord's mansion. In terms of attack distance, at this stage,
Whisper of the Demon King
is obviously more useful than
9 sky-breaking swords.
Moreover, the first level of
Whisper of the Demon King
can suppress and control level 35 demons. This second level is definitely much more powerful than the first level. As for the
Void Divine Body,
this is a real life-saving means. Once you reach great success in cultivation, you will be immortal and immortal. Isn't this tempting enough? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan made up his mind. Open the second level of
Whispers of the Demon King.
Open the second level of
Void Divine Body.
Do you want to consume 800W of system energy to activate the second level of
Whispers of the Demon King?
Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan directly pressed yes.
Boom!
An extremely evil aura was released from Chen Fan. The orange cat was sleeping on the grass. Its hair stood on end, and it scurried behind the blind man. The blind man also felt his hair stand on end and couldn't help but swallowed hard. What are you doing? Where does this evil aura come from? Do you want to consume 800W of system energy to open the
second layer of Void Divine Body?
Please click yes to confirm. Without stopping, Chen Fan opened the second level of the Void Divine Body's channels. The second level of the Void Divine Body opens up 90,000 Void Divine Veins. As the system energy was consumed, Chen Fan immediately made a rumbling sound all over his body. The divine power flows through the meridians like a torrential flood. Strange power circulated throughout Chen Fan's body, and one divine vein after another was being opened up. 90,000 divine veins are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain. After each divine vein was opened, the 90,000 void characters condensed in the first layer immediately began to be engraved on the divine vein. Bone-piercing cone. But it's extremely enjoyable. Contradictory and weird feelings flowed through Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and persisted. Around him, 90,000 void characters appeared, spinning rapidly around him. The blind man watched this scene and was horrified. He immediately concentrated his energy and tried desperately to write down the strange characters. Behind him, the orange cat also poked his head out, suppressing the fear in his heart and trying his best to memorize the characters that revolved around Chen Fan. 15 minutes later,
call!
90,000 void characters were all integrated into Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. The dazzling light made both the blind man and the orange cat have to turn their heads.
There is still 1800W system energy left.
Chen Fan glanced at the
Void Divine Body
and
Whisper of the Demon King.
Irritable. Since when did you have difficulty choosing?
The Demon King Whispers
is limited by mental power and consumes a lot of mental power. Even if the third level is opened, It may not be usable. Void Divine Body is limited by the current divine power because the divine power is too weak. Although the 90,000 characters on the first level are condensed, he can only call one character. But the opening of the Void Divine Body means the growth and change of the divine body. Even if the divine veins and void characters are difficult to call, the divine veins have been opened after all, and the void characters have been condensed and engraved on the divine veins. Even if it is difficult for him to use these powers to attack, the passive power of the divine body can still form an extremely terrifying defense. Do you want to consume 1600 W of system energy to open the third level of Void Divine Body? Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan directly clicked yes.
Boom!
Chen Fan's body shook violently again. 90,000 void characters appeared around him again. The blind man and the orange cat immediately started trying to remember again. The third level of Void Divine Body is the Devil's Heart. This third level is to completely transform the heart. Then inscribe 90,000 void characters on the heart and connect 90,000 divine veins.
Ah!
The moment the first void character was engraved on his heart, Chen Fan screamed. It's the same as inscribing void characters, but inscribing it on the heart is 100 times more painful than inscribing it on the divine veins. Chen Fan could no longer maintain his sitting position and fell directly to the ground, clasping his hands on the ground.
See a fan!
The blind man was shocked. The orange cat was also horrified.
I'm fine!
Chen Fan's whole body convulsed with pain and shouted.
Get out first! I can't control this power!
Chen Fan maintained some clarity, opened the whirlpool portal in the beast controlling space, and pushed the blind man and the orange cat out.
Ah!
Chen Fan kept screaming and rolling crazily on the ground. Bolts of lightning appeared all around him. Crackling, crazy and violent energy swept through the beast control space, as if it was the end of the world. Exactly 20 minutes later, the depressed Chen Fan walked out of the portal in the beast controlling space. The lame and deaf people all gathered around.
Xiao Fan, it's right to practice hard, but don't be so desperate,
the lame man said.
I just heard the blind man tell you about your situation, and it made us all anxious.
Deaf's mental power quickly glanced at Chen Fan and said,
He's fine. He's just a little weak, but he's much stronger than before. It's hard for my mental power to penetrate.
The mute nodded.
I'm fine.
Chen Fan waved his hand softly and said,
After cultivating to the heart, it feels like holding a red-hot dagger to carve words on my heart. And it hurts as if I have been walking around in a circle in the gate of H.L.
The cripples looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Chen Fan became stronger quickly, which was a good thing. However, I always felt that the techniques he practiced were a bit unreliable. How could it be so perverted to hold a red-hot dagger and carve righteous cultivation techniques on the heart? They wanted to study it carefully. But Chen Fan had already tried it last time. Before he could write a single character, the paper and pen exploded into ashes. I can't do research even if I want to. Chen Fan exhaled a heavy breath and his body shook slightly.
Boom!
The sweat and filth were instantly dispersed from the body by the powerful force.
Don't worry. It's okay. I just need to rest.
After Chen Fan comforted them, he took the blind man and the orange cat back to the beast controlling space. Then, he entered the ancient god realm again, and with a slight jump, jumped onto the back of the phantom demon.
What's wrong?
Xiaobai got into Chen Fan's arms and looked up at Chen Fan with a little worry. Gongzi stood up, lying on Chen Fan's legs with his front paws, and looked at Chen Fan with concern. They had all seen that Chen Fan was extremely weak now.
I practiced for a while and endured a little pain.
Chen Fan smiled and comforted Xiaobai and the others.
It'll be fine if you have a good sleep.
Chen Fan patted the phantom and said,
Keep flying in that direction.
The phantom carried Chen Fan and Xiaobai and the others, and immediately flew into the air again, flying towards the depths of the glacier. The call of the colorful divine stone is getting clearer and clearer. Chen Fan glanced ahead and closed his eyes. System energy 2085576. Host Chen Fan. Level 5th grade 2nd level heaven. Void divine power 5.1 cards plus. Psychic power 3536 Hz plus. Soul veins 37 plus. Fusion of life and death 19% plus. There is still 208W system energy left. The divine power of the void has increased a lot. Probably because of the divine body of the void. The mental power has also increased a bit, which should be due to the whisper of the Demon King. After Chen Fan glanced at the system panel, he fell asleep directly. Too tired. He didn't even bother to try the power of the current void divine body. In the void, there seems to be endless star power, quickly gathering towards him.
After the body is transformed into a void divine body, even if there is no movement technique, will the divine body spontaneously pull the surrounding heaven and earth energy over? Good. The sound of the call of the colorful sacred stones is getting closer and closer, as if it is right next to my ears.
Chapter 247 Ancient Palace.
It's over. The master is dead and can't even be woken up. Little skeleton, use your bone knife to stab the master bastard. What are you stabbing me for? Believe it or not, I will give you a mental spike. Xiao Bai, use your thunder and lightning to shock the master. Holy shit. I asked you to shock the master, but you can shock me. I'll give him a mental spike.
Chen Fan was furious. Xiao Hei, this bastard. He just took a nap, and was still chattering on the side. He also used thunder and lightning and mental spikes. Chen Fan opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Xiao Hei with his mental strength. He grabbed Xiao Hei with one hand, and with the other hand, he hit Xiao Hei on the head. Xiao Hei was beaten until he was dizzy. He took 3 steps, then grabbed Xiao Qin's tail, and used it as a quilt, covering his body. Xiao Qin glanced at Xiao Hei speechlessly. After not being beaten for a few days, this guy's skin is itchy again. Chen Fan stretched and looked at Xiao Bai.
How long have I been asleep?
Xiao Bai raised his head slightly, patted Chen Fan's face gently, and said through his mind,
It's been 3 days.
Jade.
Chi 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 chi. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Have you slept for 3 days? Chen Fan rubbed his temples, looked up, and was immediately surprised. No wonder Xiao Hei kept shouting next to him. In the distance ahead, I saw a huge palace that was completely frozen. A palace with a gate as high as 1,000 meters. Although he was still far away from the palace. Looking at it like this, Chen Fan still felt as small as an ant. This palace is not for people to live in. Right? Chen Fan was shocked by the hugeness and magnificence of the palace. And his heart also felt a little throbbing. After running around in the ancient god realm for so many days, nothing but wasteland is glaciers. Nothing but demons are demons. This time, I finally saw something different. If there is a palace, there may be people. Or God. Chen Fan became a little nervous. He checked the time. The outside time should be around 10 o'clock in the evening. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, he sent a message to Xiao Bai and the others.
Xiao Bai, Gongzi, you go back to the beast control space first.
Not just a novice. Chen Fan only left the phantom demon behind, and sent Xiao Bai, Lao Yuan, and the others back to the beast controlling space. After all, the phantom demon is already level 35. Then, with a thought in his mind, the Sumera ring in his right hand flashed.
Click!
The sky-breaking demon sword placed in the Sumera ring was held in Chen Fan's hand.
Walk!
Chen Fan held the sky-breaking demon sword and gave orders to the phantom demon. A bit strange. The phantom seemed to be very resistant. The closer he got to the palace, the stronger the illusion became.
What's wrong?
Chen Fan was a little surprised that his mind communicated with the phantom. The next moment, he felt it. The demon is afraid. It couldn't tell what was in the palace ahead. But the phantom demon felt the terrible threat coming from within. Chen Fan summoned Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei. Chen Fan said.
Xiao Hei, what do you feel when you look at that palace?
Xiao Hei was stunned for a moment and said.
I don't feel anything at all. It just feels like a fancy nest. Why make it so big? We birds are more pragmatic. We can make a nest with just a few branches.
Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Hei. If he hadn't known that Shen Tao Ao didn't know this kind of transformation spell, he would have suspected that the Xiao Hei in front of him was transformed by Shen Tao Ao. Chen Fan frowned.
Don't you feel a terrible aura?
Xiao Hei blinked.
Without this world, is there anything more terrifying than your knife?
Chen Fan kicked Xiao Hei back to the beast control space. Xiao Hei didn't feel any abnormal aura at all. The phantom beneath his feet was still trembling with fear. The closer you get to the palace, the more frightened you become. No way. Chen Fan also sent the phantom back to the beast controlling space. He turned and glanced. There is not a single demon behind him. It wasn't like this before. Although the phantom demon is fast, there will always be demons chasing after it. But now, there is not a single demon behind. This reminded Chen Fan of the boundary monuments of the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm. The void demons that crawled out of the cracks were far away from the boundary monument and did not dare to get closer. Chen Fan raised his head and looked to the left. The Tontian divine pillar is still clearly visible. No matter how long you walk. No matter how fast you walk. The Tontian divine pillar is always in your sight. Neither getting closer nor getting further away. Chen Fan unfolded the defenses on his armor. Then held the sky-breaking demon sword and walked step by step towards the frozen palace in front of him. Extremely cold to the bone. Silent. The huge palace was like a giant beast with its bloody mouth open, waiting for Chen Fan to be sent in. As Chen Fan approached the palace, he released his mental power and explored the interior of the palace. There are restrictions. After his spiritual power penetrated into the palace, it bounced back in many places. Waves of spiritual power quickly circled around the palace. Nobody. There is no god. No living creatures were found. Chen Fan was still very nervous. It is not unusual for there to be gods in the ancient god realm. With his mental power, it was normal for him not to be able to discover the gods of the ancient world of gods. And unknown things always make people fear. Chen Fan walked up the steps step by step. Obviously his mental power did not detect any existence. But he still tensed up and was cautious, fearing that his footsteps would be too heavy and wake up some terrifying existence. Too big. Stepping up the last step, standing on the platform, and looking up, Chen Fan was shocked again. The vicissitudes of ancient times came to my face. Chen Fan suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. What on earth is this place? The sound of the colorful sacred stone became clearer. However, Chen Fan vaguely felt that the five-colored sacred stone was not within this palace. Chen Fan held the hand of the sky-destroying demon sword tightly and walked inside step by step. In the beast-controlling space, the blind man was even more nervous than he was.
A miracle. This must be a miracle left over from ancient times.
Xiao He raised his head slightly.
Maybe it's just a palace where a certain giant race lives?
The blind man slapped Xiao He away. Xiaobai and Gongzi were not nervous. They followed Chen Fan's camera, curiously as if they were watching TV, pointing and talking from time to time. Empty. Chen Fan was walking in the huge empty palace and suddenly felt an unspeakable loneliness. Once upon a time, this feeling also appeared in a dream. In the dream, there is also such a palace. That was the palace of Empress Dutian Yihongyan. But this palace is still different from the one in the dream. In the dream, the palace of the Dutianyi clan was even more exaggerated and magnificent than this. Chen Fan felt depressed and wanted to shout loudly. Time passes little by little. As he walked, he activated his mental power and stretched along the huge corridors towards the entire palace, until everything inside the palace completely appeared in his mind. He still did not discover the existence of humans or gods. Not even a trace of abnormality. In the palace, in addition to the runes engraved on the walls and the prohibitions arranged, there are also huge statues on both sides of the passage. Each of these statues is 100 meters high, wearing divine armor and holding divine weapons. Without exception, they were all wrapped in ice. At first glance, it looks like an ice sculpture. Under the detection of Chen Fan's mental power, all the statues were breathless, and there was no energy fluctuation around them. Chen Fan didn't find any other strange places. Without any hindrance, Chen Fan paused and turned to the left at a corner. Although he didn't go far, his mental power had already explored the entire palace at this time. This huge palace is divided into 4 floors. On the top floor, there is an empty throne. On that throne, Chen Fan sensed the fluctuation of divine power. That is a very pure divine power. Although it is not comparable to his void divine power, it is thousands of times stronger than the star power of external beast masters or star warriors. Chen Fan followed the passage, along the steps, all the way up. He didn't know why. Although his mental power didn't detect any existence or sense any danger, he just didn't dare to run fast or use his mental power to fly. This huge palace was empty, but it still seemed strange.
Duh.
Chen Fan's footsteps echoed in the palace, neither urgent nor slow, like walking in the wilderness of nothingness. Chen Fan seemed to have lost the concept of time and did not know how long he had walked until he reached the throne that was detected by his mental power. The huge throne is surrounded by colorful divine lights. Next to the throne, there is a big sword. It's really a big sword. A big sword with a height of 100 meters. When Chen Fan first saw it, he thought it was a pillar. All around, there were statues with strange shapes sitting. Some statues hold axes. Some statues hold swords. Some statues hold long bows. The statues we saw earlier were all standing. These statues are all sitting. Each statue is lifelike. But Chen Fan did not sense any life breath. Chen Fan took a deep breath and looked at the throne again. This throne, like those statues, is also frozen. But on the throne, There is a colorful divine power flowing. How old is this throne? What kind of existence and power can remain in a place like this for so many years? Sudden. The voice of the colorful sacred stone rang.
Sit on.
What? Chen Fan was surprised and thought he heard wrongly. But the voice of the colorful sacred stone rang again.
Sit on the throne.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment. Then held the sky-breaking demon sword tightly. Walked a few steps forward. And sat on the throne.
Call!
Above the throne. The colorful light surged and instantly enveloped Chen Fan. Next moment, all the colorful lights disappeared. And Chen Fan also disappeared without a trace. In the main hall, a huge statue carrying a bow and arrow suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the throne.
You are back.
The sound echoed in the hall. But at this time, Chen Fan could no longer hear. Chen Fan felt as if he was in a trance. The scene in front of him had changed, and he appeared in a strange place. This is... Chen Fan looked up. He stood in the middle of an altar. Around the altar, there are high mountains, grass growing and orioles flying.
This is not the ancient god realm.
Here, there are also countless cracks. The cracks are bottomless. Here, there is also the terrifying atmosphere of the ancient god world. But that aura is much weaker. Like the fifth restricted area. The fifth restricted area? Chen Fan's expression suddenly changed, and he looked around. Standing on the high altar, you can't see the sky-reaching divine pillar of the ancient god world. However, Chen Fan saw another palace. The entire palace is built on a mountain as tall as a cloud. The palace almost completely enveloped the mountain. It is lined with strange stones, dotted with pavilions, towering palaces, and majestic pavilions. What is different from the previous palace in the ancient temple is that there is no ice here. Just like in spring, the trees are lush, and the birds are singing in the mountains. High in the sky, a ray of light fell down, making the Delong Palace look extremely holy. Come here. The sound of the five-colored sacred stone rang in Chen Fan's mind. Shocking Chen Fan. Before this, the sound of the five-colored sacred stone had always been vague and very weak. Even in the fifth penalty area, it's the same. But the sound of the colorful sacred stone just now was as if the colorful sacred stone was right in front of me. The sound is crystal clear. Chen Fan's eyes widened, and he looked at the palace on the top of the mountain ahead. The sound of the colorful sacred stones came from that palace. The five-colored sacred stone allows you to go to that palace. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Jumped up, activated his mental power, and soared into the air.
Bang!
As soon as he jumped up, he felt a mountain-like pressure suddenly and inexplicably hit him. He fell to the ground and fell under the altar.
What happened?
Chen Fan was startled and got up. Standing under the altar, he twisted his neck and moved his hands and feet. Everything is normal. Mental power swept out again, lifting him up 3 feet from the ground. A vast and unpredictable force struck again.
Bang!
Chen Fan hit the bottom with both feet, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. At this time, in the beast-controlling space, the blind man's voice rang out.
Xiao Fan, I'm afraid there is a ban here, making it impossible to fly.
Unable to fly? Chen Fan frowned, activated
thunder and lightning acceleration,
and ran towards the palace on the top of the mountain ahead.
See?
Chen Fan, who activated the second level of the Void Divine Body, activated the lightning to accelerate, and his speed far surpassed that of the Phantom Demon. He slithered away and fled far away. Almost at the same time, the fifth restricted area, the strong men from all parties, under the guidance of the strong men from the Heavenly Demon Sect, found the weakest point in the barrier and set up a formation there, hoping to use the formation to shake it, but still not working.
Just wait a little longer,
the short-haired woman from the Demon Sect said.
It will be 11 o'clock in the evening soon. At 11 o'clock, a strange force will impact outward from this location in the barrier. That's when the barrier is at its weakest. When the time comes, all of us can join forces and hopefully tear a small hole in the barrier here.
A group of people around them all nodded. Although they have joined forces, the forces of the Nightmare Court, Tang Kingdom, Star Kingdom, Yang Kingdom, Heavenly Demon Sect, and Monster Clan are still in separate camps. 10 minutes later, the barrier in front of everyone suddenly flickered with light.
Time is up!
A group of strong men became a little excited. On the Tang side, the uncle wearing a bamboo hat said in a deep voice.
Everyone took action at the same time, using the power of the formation previously arranged to tear a hole in the barrier. Wait a minute!
On the side of the Nightmare Garden, the curly-haired man in black robes said coldly.
After tearing a hole, who will be sent over first?
The short-haired woman from the demon cult laughed.
I respect your opinion, and I will give it to whomever you want.
Curly-haired man in black robe. He originally suspected that Tangua and the people of the demon sect were colluding, and he was already prepared. But the words of the woman taught by the demonic demon choked him half to death. To whom? Send your own people there first? If it's very dangerous inside, wouldn't the first person to go there be treated as a test subject? And if we send people from Tang State there first, what should we do if they get the 5-colored sacred stone first? Well, the short-haired woman from the heavenly demon sect shook her head.
I say you people from the Nightmare Garden are worthless, but you still don't admit that I'm giving you a chance. So you're useless.
You, a group of strong men in the Nightmare Garden, looked gloomy. Then, the curly-haired man in black robe said,
First catch a demonized monster. After tearing the barrier apart, throw the monster in and see what happens.
Before anyone else could speak, the curly-haired man in black robe made a gesture. A strong man from the Nightmare Court immediately moved out and grabbed a demonized 3-cornered rabbit.
Do it!
The short-haired woman from the heavenly demon cult just glanced at the demonized 3-cornered rabbit and waved her hand. The strong men from all forces immediately dispersed and stood in the prepared formation positions.
Open!
As the uncle wearing a bamboo hat from Tang State shouted loudly. The formation was activated, and the 2 big hands condensed by the vast and surging star power directly grasped the weakest part of the barrier. At this moment, within the barrier, a force from nowhere is also impacting the barrier. Under the
internal and external cooperation,
2 big hands directly tore the barrier into a hole the size of a football.
Call!
The curly-haired man in black robe threw the triangle rabbit in his hand. No response. After the triangle rabbit was thrown in, it rolled twice on the ground and ran away.
Let our people come first!
The curly-haired man in black robe shouted. People from other forces did not say anything. If the people from the Nightmare Garden can enter smoothly, they can follow immediately. A few seconds earlier makes no difference. Seeing that no one objected, the curly-haired man in black robe immediately waved his hand. Behind him, a man in black robes with a goatee swayed, turned into a flash of light, and got into the cracks in the barrier.
Boom!
The faster you get in, the faster you get out. The goatee that turned into light screamed and was blown away like a ball.
Bang, 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 bang.
The goatee's black robe was broken and rolling on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that everyone else was also at the peak of 7th level and had extremely fast reactions, he might have been hit by him.
What happened?
The curly-haired man in black robe stretched out his hand, grabbed the goatee with his mental power, and grabbed it. I saw that the goatee's body was covered with shocking scars. At first glance, it looks like someone has hacked him with thousands of knives. He just turned into an escaping light and flew in. Why did he suddenly feel like he was cut into pieces by 1,000 swords? The curly-haired man in black robe shook the goatee a few times and said,
Tell me, what's going on?
Goatee's breath was dying and he said,
I don't know. As soon as I entered, I was enveloped by an overwhelming force and bounced out. There should be restrictions within the barrier. There is no way you can enter the 7th grade 5th level heaven. There's more. The moment I was blasted out, I seemed to see someone running wildly inside. That man has lightning all over him.
After saying this, the goatee tilted his head and fainted. People from all the forces present were shocked. Can people at the 7th level not be able to enter? Is there anyone inside? The curly-haired man in black robe looked coldly at the short-haired woman from the demon cult.
Are the people inside from you?
The short-haired woman was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said,
Are you Sabi? You don't know the power of this barrier. So many of us joined forces to tear a small gap in it. Do you think we, the demon cult, can open it on our own? If we can open it, what's the use of this waste like you?
The curly-haired man in black robe gritted his teeth, retracted his gaze, and said in a deep voice,
The 13th level triangle rabbit can get in after a few more attempts. But the 7th level peak can't get in. Find this balance point, and then see what is the highest level of cultivation you can pass.
Chapter 248 Void Fear Demon.
Boom!
Chen Fan was activating
thunder and lightning acceleration
when a loud noise suddenly came from the void on his right, which startled him. Chen Fan subconsciously rolled around, hid behind a big rock, and then opened a shield. The battle armor was activated by the star power, and his face was immediately covered with a mask. Chen Fan is facing a formidable enemy. Strong wind. Chen Fan was frightened and took a look. Above the void, a huge spherical barrier appeared and disappeared. The huge spherical barrier seemed to envelop this entire space. And below the barrier, a giant beast with 2 wings opened its big mouth and a dark red light beam from its mouth attacked the barrier. Monster name, Void Terror Demon. Combat power level, : racial level, : beast control attribute, demonic system. Beast weakness, thunder, fire. Qin Fan. Except when he saw a question mark on the panel of the Demon Empress Yi Hongyan at Qixing Mountain in Donghai City. This was the second time he saw a monster with a question mark. The combat power level cannot be seen. You can't even tell your race level. This shows that the fear demon in front of him is at least on the same level as the Demon Empress Yi Hongyan. Qin Fan swallowed hard. He had heard the blind men say before that Yi Hongyan might be a little weaker than Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. But she would definitely not be much weaker. She was the pinnacle existence of Blue Star. How could there be such a terrifying demon in this dimension? Qin Fan took a deep breath. And with a thought in his mind, he was ready to escape into the beast-controlling space. At this moment, another change occurred. In the palace located on the top of the mountain, a khaki-yellow beam of light suddenly shot out of the air and hit the head of the Void Fear Demon. The Void Terror Demon didn't even let out a scream, and its huge body turned into fly ash, flying all over the sky. Qin Fan's eyes widened. A being at the same level as the Demon Empress was simply crushed to pieces by such a beam of light? This power is very similar to the power of the five-colored sacred stone obtained by Qixing Mountain. However, the five-colored sacred stone that had been taken away by Yi Hongyan was emitting emerald green light. And this beam of light is earthy yellow. And the five-colored sacred stone in Qixing Mountain doesn't seem to be that powerful. Right? If he were so powerful, the leader of the heavenly demon cult would not be hunted down to the point where he would have no way to go to heaven or earth. Qin Fan raised his head and looked around. After the Void Fear Demon was extinguished, there was no other abnormality except that the barrier was still flashing with light. Come! Come here! The sound of the five-colored sacred stone sounded in Qin Fan's mind again. Just now, it was really the power of the colorful sacred stones. Without thinking, Qin Fan swayed, activated thunder and lightning acceleration again, and ran towards the mountain where the palace was located. He just ran a few hundred meters away. The barrier above the void was suddenly torn open by a force. Qin Fan felt something was wrong and raised his head. From the small opening in the barrier, a ray of light flew in like lightning. As soon as the escaping light flew in, it suddenly turned into a man in black robes. People from the Nightmare Court. Qin Fan's hand holding the sky-breaking demon sword tightened subconsciously. The strong man from the Nightmare Court screamed, and his robe was instantly cut into pieces by an unpredictable force, and then suddenly flew out. And then flew out from the small opening, between lightning and flint. The man in black robes saw Qin Fan, who was running wildly. However, Qin Fan was wearing a suit of battle armor and a helmet, and his body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, making it difficult to distinguish between male and female. The small crack in the barrier only appeared for a few seconds and then disappeared. Afterwards, even the barrier disappeared into the void. Looking up, the night sky is clear. This is probably the 5th restricted area. Qin Fan ran faster and faster, his mind racing. People from the Nightmare Garden actually have a way to enter here. Gotta speed it up. Like a bolt of lightning, Qin Fan quickly walked through the jungle and arrived at the foot of the mountain in a short while. Directly in front, there is a stone staircase made of pure white jade, extending upward from the foot of the mountain like a heavenly road. At the end of the long stone steps is the palace. After Qin Fan raised his head and glanced twice, he stepped up the steps and rushed up. Boom! As soon as his right foot landed on the step, it was like hitting a wall, and his whole body was bounced back. Qin Fan did a somersault in the air and landed steadily. Frowning, there are restrictions on this road and on the mountain? The sound of the colorful sacred stones rang again. Come! Come! Come on! Sister! Qin Fan yelled in his mind. If you want me to go up, you can at least open up a passage for me. He didn't know whether Wu Cai Shinsher could hear this sentence. However, nothing has changed on this mountain. Qin Fan tried it twice, but every time his foot hit the step, it bounced back. Fan, there are restrictions on that step. You come back first. In the beast control space, the blind man screamed. Qin Fan opened the whirlpool portal of the beast controlling space and stepped directly into the beast controlling space. The colorful sacred stone must be in the space on the top of the mountain. But I can't go up now. What should I do? I just saw that people from the Nightmare Court came in, but were pushed back by a strange force. That's also the power of the barrier, the blind man said. I saw it too. I suspect that the space enveloped by the barrier, like the ancient god realm and other 4 realms,
also limits the cultivation of those who enter.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said,
Try it first before talking.
With that said, he stepped out of the whirlpool portal, then reached out and took the blind man's hand, and took the blind man out of the whirlpool portal.
Call!
The wind rises from the flat ground. A strange force enveloped the blind man, as if thousands of knives were slashing at the blind man at the same time. The blind man's robe swelled in the wind, and the protective aura blocked the power of the barrier.
What a terrifying power!
The blind man looked ugly and said,
I can barely block this power for a while, but I won't be able to hold on for long. Send me back first.
Chen Fan stretched out his hand and pushed the blind man into the whirlpool portal.
Chong chong chong.
The force that had acted on the blind man before cut into Chen Fan's arm. Fortunately, this armor itself had extremely strong defense. It was later refined by the blind man and engraved with formations and runes. So Chen Fan's arm was not injured. After Chen Fan retracted his hand, he took a step and returned to the beast control space.
Why is that?
As soon as he entered the beast control space, Chen Fan said,
If this barrier limits the cultivation power of the entrant, then what happened to the fear demon that bombarded the barrier before?
The blind man said in a deep voice.
Maybe that is the devil trapped here?
Chen Fan frowned.
I don't know anything about the rules and restrictions. What should I do next? The people in the Nightmare Court have already found a way to get in, and they may send others in soon.
The blind man said.
The lame and I are the best at runes and formations, but in the beast control space, I can see the runes on the steps, but I can't feel the power on them. If you want to break the restriction, you must touch the steps. I just felt it after I went out. If the power of this barrier does not change, I should be able to hold on for about half an hour with the power I felt just after I came out. But it is absolutely impossible to thoroughly study the prohibition in half an hour. Those runes are all things I have never seen before. I'm afraid the restriction here is the legendary divine restriction. Nervous?
Chen Fan blinked. The blind man said,
The restrictions placed by gods and demons are called divine restrictions.
Chen Fan was speechless. The blind man said again,
There is a way you can try. Call the cripples and the others in. Use their power to protect me, so that I can stay strong longer. When the lame man has exhausted his strength, he will be replaced by the deaf man. After the deaf man has exhausted his strength, he will be replaced by a mute man. That way, I should be able to stay in there for 2 hours. Then we will enter the beast control space and continue after recovering. That's all.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. Although I don't know how long it will take to break the divine ban, except for the method mentioned by the blind man. There is really no other way. Chen Fan walked to the other side of the beast controlling space, opened the whirlpool portal, and stepped out. As soon as he walked out of the whirlpool portal, Chen Fan was stunned. Here. It's still at the foot of the mountain where the palace is located.
It's over.
Chen Fan walked back to the beast control space again, with a depressed look on his face.
I can't go back.
Blind? Chen Fan said.
The beast control space has been moving with my movement, and it is not really located at home in the Magic City. I think the outside world, such as somewhere in East China Sea City, or somewhere in the Demon City, enters the beast controlling space, and then enters the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. No matter how far you go in those 4 realms, after returning to the beast controlling space, you can directly return to the Demon City and enter the beast controlling space. But this place is no longer the ancient god realm. This should be the 5th restricted area.
The blind man was speechless for a while. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, walked to the gate of the ancient god realm in the beast controlling space, and then stepped out.
Call!
He appeared directly in front of the throne of the palace in the ancient god realm. On the throne, colorful lights are flickering. Chen Fan had no choice but to return to the beast controlling space. The blind man said that the method of asking the lame man and the others to help seemed not to work. Chen Fan scratched his head irritably.
Excuse me. I want to send a message to Minister Li to ask about the situation in the 5th restricted area and inform him about the entry of people from the Nightmare Garden. But it doesn't work. You don't need to worry too much about this.
The blind man said.
The fact that the people from the Nightmare Court came in first does not necessarily mean that the Nightmare Court is really one step ahead of the Tang Kingdom and the Demon Sect. How terrifying is the power of this barrier? Where can a few late 7th grade people be able to tear it apart? I suspect that the Nightmare Court and the Tang State, as well as the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Demon Clan, have temporarily reached an agreement, and they join forces to tear apart the barrier, and then send someone to explore the way. They want to send someone over later, and they will probably send someone with a lower level of cultivation. After they confirm that people under a certain realm can come over, it is estimated that all forces will send people over. With your current strength, as long as you are not a 7th grade or 5th level swordsman with the sky-breaking demon sword in your hand, you won't be afraid at all. Chen Fan nodded. The blind man was unsure of his true strength. He himself hasn't had time to test his strength yet. But after activating the 2nd level of the Void Divine Body, he held the sky-breaking demonic sword. If he really wanted to fight, ordinary 7th level people would probably chop them off one by one. The only trouble is, what should I do if I can't get to the palace? Chen Fan touched his chin, walked out of the beast control space again, and stood in front of the steps. Immediately, he raised his head and shouted, "Open a passage for me. You can kill the fear demon, but I don't believe you can't open a passage out. If you don't open a passage, I'll slap my butt and leave." Nothing happens. In the beast control space, the blind man smiled bitterly. Is it useful to act rogue like this? Sudden, a ray of earth yellow light shot out from the palace on the top of the mountain and went down the steps. Blind man, is this okay? Chen Fan blinked and took a cautious step forward. Not balanced. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. But why does it feel like I'm carrying a mountain on my shoulders? Chen Fan climbed up the stairs and walked 150 steps. He felt a little unable to hold on anymore. He opened the beast controlling space portal and entered the beast controlling space. Whirring. As soon as he entered the beast control space, Chen Fan sat on the grass, panting heavily and sweating like rain. The blind man looked at the steps outside and then at Chen Fan. Chen Fan gasped and said, "Although the restriction is opened, walking on the steps feels like carrying a huge mountain, which is extremely difficult." Even though his body had been transformed into a void divine body, it still felt so difficult. Chen Fan was also stunned for a moment. I guess my divine power is still too weak. If the divine power were stronger and could summon more void characters, it might be possible to rush to the top of the mountain in one breath. The blind man nodded slightly. It's okay. Just rest and go out again. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the grass and closed his eyes. System Energy 857-6676. Host Chen Fan. Level 5th grade 2nd level Heaven. Void Divine Power 5.1 cards plus. Psychic Power 3536 Hz plus. Soul Veins 37 plus. Fusion of Life and Death 19% plus. After opening the 2nd level of the Void Divine Body, he slept for 3 days and 3 nights. It was not until he arrived at the bottom of the Glacier Palace that Shiohei and the others woke him up. Originally, there was only 200 W system energy left. 3 days later, it has increased by 600 W. 857 W system energy is not enough to activate the 2nd level of the 9 sky-breaking swords. Nor is it enough to activate the 3rd level of Whisper of the Demon King and Void Divine Body. On this mountain, it would be useless to unlock the higher levels of these 3 secrets. Although the Void Divine Body has been opened to the 2nd level, it is limited by its weak divine power and cannot exert its power. Chen Fan looked at Void Divine Power. Without opening up more soul veins, the greatest benefit would be gained from increasing the divine power of the Void alone. I just don't know what the limit of divine power can be in the current 5th grade and 2nd level realm. Wrong. Now the body has become a divine body. This should be completely different from the training of a mortal beast master. Now this divine power can only call upon one void character. From this point of view, the void divine power that the current void divine body can contain should be very huge. Chen Fan clicked on the plus sign behind the 5.1 card. Does it need to consume 2 W system energy to increase 0.001 void power? Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan. 2 W system energy can increase the void power by 0.001? When he was in the 2nd level, he hardly used system energy to increase star power later on. Unexpectedly, after the star power was transformed into the void divine power, this ratio changed again. If 2 W system energy increases the void power by 0.001, then 857 W system energy can only increase the void power by 0.2. Now to increase the void power by 1 point. Does it require 2000 W of system energy? Do not care. Let's add it first. Chen Fan directly consumed 800 W of system energy and increased his void power by 0.2. Void divine power, 5.3 cards plus. Although only 0.2 cards of void divine power were added, Chen Fan could clearly feel that his own strength had skyrocketed. With a thought,
Chen Fan communicated with the 90,000 void characters.
Boom!
A burst of energy, centered on him, swept out, blowing Xiao Bai and Little Skull, who were approaching, to the ground.
Ha 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 ha!
Xiao Hei, who was flying up, burst into laughter.
A bunch of bastards! They fell down and got their shit!
Gongzi was furious, and a charge flew into the air, biting Xiao Hei's wing, and then unleashed a punch that made Xiao Hei howl and scream. The orange cat shook his head repeatedly.
I have never seen such a thing that deserves a beating!
Xiao Hei broke away from Gongzi's mouth, glanced at the orange cat and said,
Brother, don't laugh. Second brother, you were beaten 4 times a day by the lame and the blind. Do you think I didn't see it?
The blind man raised his eyebrows, grabbed Xiao Hei, slapped it on the head and said,
Call Grandpa!
Xiao Hei.
Alas! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang!
The blind man slapped him a few times, and Xiao Hei was beaten half to death. He howled miserably.
Grandpa! I call you Grandpa! Can't I call you Ancestor? Ancestor!
Xiao Bai.
Meow!
Gongzi.
Hey!
Jade.
Hey!
Xiao Hei.
Gongzi! You taught Jade bad. Jade! Don't follow these bad guys.
Jade flew over.
Chi 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 chi! What kind of egg is the bad guy?
Xiao Hei. The old ape smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiao Qing rolled her eyes and kicked Xiao Hei to the side. Xiao Hei was so angry that he shouted,
Xiao Qing! You are bullying me too!
No! Still only one void character can be called. Chen Fan sighed. But the time to control this void character seems to be a little longer. After going out during this period, we still need to help Xiao Bai and the others improve their combat power level and race level as soon as possible. Helping Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others break through. And the star power they feed back will eventually be transformed into void divine power. It seems to be much more cost effective than using system energy to hit points. System energy is better used to activate
Whisper of the Demon King
and
Void Divine Body.
Chen Fan took a deep breath and activated the divine art of the void divine body. The divine power of the void immediately began to flow rapidly within his body. After turning on the
Void Divine Body,
it will be okay to only practice the void divine body method in the future. And there is no need to practice other techniques at all. After running for a few days, go out and climb the steps. Chapter 249 Crisis.
Brother Fan, open the door! We are going back to take a shower.
In the Angel God King realm, Yi Hao shouted.
It's so noisy!
Chen Fan opened his eyes and entered the realm of the Angel God King. There is heavy snowfall in this area. But Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and the others were all sweating profusely. Seeing Chen Fan coming out, a group of people gathered around him. Bai Ruch took Chen Fan's arm and said,
Uncle Master, I have made a breakthrough again. I estimate that in a few days, I will be able to reach the 4th level and 3rd level.
Shen Hongxiu sneered and said,
You are the last one among us to break through to the 4th level and 3rd level. What do you have to show off?
Bai Ruch was a little annoyed.
That's because you came to the Demon City a few days before me. And my uncle trained the beasts for you first.
Shen Hongxiu smiled.
Low talent means poor talent. It's useless to make any excuses. Who are you saying is poor talent?
Bai Ruch was furious.
Do you want to fight?
Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyelids.
I'm not interested in fighting with juniors.
Bai Ruch let go of Chen Fan's arm and wanted to make a move, but was held back by Chen Fan. Yi Hao smiled and said,
Brother Fan, open the door for us. Let's go back. Take a shower and rest.
Shen Taodao said,
Brother Fan,
help us cultivate the beasts and make breakthroughs. I think we can all reach the 4th level and 4th heaven.
Chen Fan frowned and looked at this group of people, and said a little depressed,
Since I let you know about the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, you have opened the door for me on time to come in, and you have opened the door for me on time to go out, making me feel like I am at work.
Yi Hao and Shen Taodao laughed. Others also smiled. Chen Fan also smiled.
I can't open the door this time. I can't go back.
Fan Qingqing was stunned. What do you mean? Chen Fan sighed and told everything about entering the 5th restricted area from the ancient god realm like a bamboo tube. Everyone. Henry Chu.
So, when you open the portal from the beast control space, you will appear on the steps of the mountain in the 5th restricted area.
Chen Fan nodded and led a group of people into the beast control space. In the beast control space, everyone looked at the winding steps extending to the top of the mountain and were speechless for a while. Henry Chu said in a deep voice,
If this is in the 5th restricted area, Then this barrier must be broken before it is possible to return to the Magic City from the 5th restricted area.
Yi Hao looked solemn.
Breaking this barrier? How can it be so easy? Didn't you just listen to what Brother Fan said? When he came in, he saw a big monster attacking the barrier, but was beaten into ashes by the power of the 5-color sacred stone.
Bai Rouge waved his hand and said,
Isn't my uncle here just to find the 5-color sacred stone? Get the 5-color sacred stone first. Maybe if you get the 5-colored sacred stone, you can go out?
Fong Qingqing glanced at Chen Fan, who was frowning, and said,
Have you noticed that the 5-colored sacred stone is here? Just like Chen Fan's sky-breaking demon sword is in the ancient demon world. And it's like Chu Xian's heaven sacrifice monument is in the ancient demon world. The 5-colored sacred stone must be suppressing something here. Right? This is also what worries me.
Chen Fan said with a bitter look on his face.
The fear demon that appeared before and then attacked the barrier. I can't judge its level at all. But based on the available information, I suspect that the fear demon may not be much weaker than Minister Li Mu.
What? Fong Qingqing and others were shocked. Even Henry Chu, who is usually used to being expressionless, exclaimed at this moment,
Are you sure?
Li Mu, Minister of Education of the Tang State, was the most famous person in the Tang State. The void terror demon that Chen Fan saw was as powerful as Minister Li Mu. Is there such a terrifying existence sealed within this barrier? At this time, the blind man who had been silent said,
If there are only a few fear demons sealed here, then the problem is not that big.
Everyone looked at the blind man. The blind man said,
Although the fear demon is strong, it was still turned into ashes by the colorful divine stone. So as long as Xiaofang gets the 5-color sacred stone, he won't have to worry about this kind of monster. What I'm afraid of, that's just a soldier. What the 5-colored divine stone suppresses may be 100 times more terrifying than the fear demon.
A group of people present were stunned. Even the mean-mouthed Xiao He remained silent at this moment and did not dare to interrupt. Chen Fan took a
I did teleport here from the palace of the ancient god realm. Since I can come from the ancient god realm, it is not impossible for cracks to appear in other places. I make a bold assumption. A group of powerful void demons from the ancient god realm escaped through the cracks and into the 5th restricted area. And some unknown powerful existence has set up a barrier to seal them in this area of the 5th restricted area. But those unknown existences don't know where they went. After tens of millions of years, the power of the barrier continued to weaken. So those void demons crawled out and began to continuously attack the barrier, trying to escape. In addition, just outside this barrier, the Nightmare Court and the Tang Kingdom, as well as the Demon Sect and the Demon Clan and other powerful people have probably joined forces for the time being to break through the barrier and come in to find the 5-color sacred stone. Before, they used the fear demon to attack the barrier. When the power of the barrier became weak, they tore a hole in the barrier and sent one person in. It's just that after the power of the barrier severely injured the man, it bounced him back.
Henry Chu and others broke into cold sweat after hearing this. Although what Chen Fan said is still just speculation. But this speculation is obviously infinitely close to the truth. Even if the guess is wrong, there is no doubt that there is a powerful demon comparable to Minister Li in the barrier. If this is really the 5th restricted area, once those demons break through the barrier, they will soon rush to the outside world through the 5th restricted area. By then, the Magic City will bear the brunt. Can Minister Li and the Demon City Lord's Mansion stop this terrifying existence? Even if it can be blocked, how can it protect the Demon City?
Damn it!
Yi Hao clenched his fists and said,
Now we can't even get the news out. Those powerful men in the Demon City actually joined forces with the people from the Nightmare Court to attack this barrier. There is no way to spread the news.
The blind man said quietly. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the blind man again. The blind man said,
The void demon in the crack crawled out to attack the barrier. This kind of thing must have happened many times. And it will continue to happen in the future. Even, maybe very regular. Those people outside the barrier have obviously discovered this. So they accurately found the location where the fear demon attacked the barrier, tore the barrier apart, and sent the people in. Wait until the next time a void demon attacks the barrier and the barrier is torn open.
Shen Tao was overjoyed, interrupted the blind man and said,
When the time comes, will the blind grandpa escape directly through the crack?
The blind man shook his head.
That's definitely not possible. Before, when I stepped into the barrier from Xiaofan's beast-controlling space, my power was suppressed. Let alone using the escape technique. I couldn't move at all.
There was disappointment on everyone's faces. The blind man said,
But when I send people in from outside, I can attach a ray of spiritual power to them. This can be done.
Great. Fong Qingqing and others cheered. The blind man sighed and said, but unless Li Mu and the others can completely seal the entrance and exit of the 5th restricted area. Otherwise, everyone's mood became heavy again. The blind man looked at Chen Fan and said, for today's plan, we still need to get the 5-color sacred stone first. If this barrier and the 5-colored sacred stone are really meant to seal some kind of terrifying existence, then by getting the 5-colored sacred stone, we may get more relevant information. All I can say is, take it one step at a time. Chen Fan nodded and prepared to open the whirlpool portal in the beast controlling space. Wait a moment. Henry Chu stopped him and said, let's go together. No. The risk is too great. You are too weak. You may not be able to withstand that kind of pressure. Chen Fan shook his head. Fong Qingqing and others' faces turned slightly red. Henry Chu said, I have the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to protect my body. If the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument confronts the power of the barrier, I will carry you up on my back, which can save you some energy and time. Yi Hao puffed up his chest. I have the heaven-bearing divine pillar. Shen Taoao smiled proudly. I have the 12 wings of the God King. Li Fengxing sneered. I have Brother Fan. Snapped. Bai Rouge slapped Li Fengxing on the back of the head. How long has it been and you're still joking? Shen Hongxiu and Fong Qingqing looked at each other and turned their heads at the same time. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, that's okay. Let's try it first. His sky-breaking demonic sword is mainly for killing, and the energy of the sword destroys all things, so it cannot be used to protect the body at all. But Chu Xian's heavenly sacrifice monument and Shen Taodao's 12 wings of the God King have another wonderful function, integrating offense and defense. At that moment, Chen Fan opened the portal and pulled Xian Chu out first. Chu Xian, who had activated the Heaven Sacrifice Monument early in the morning, glanced at Chen Fan in confusion after stepping onto the steps, and said, I also feel the pressure, but it's not as serious as you said. What? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Henry Chu gently running up the 3 steps. Chen Fan. In the beast control space. Yi Hao immediately shouted, Brother Fan, pull me out and let me try. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao both walked out and stood on the steps. There is definitely pressure, but it's very subtle. To be honest, I don't feel much. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao both looked at Chen Fan. But when Fong Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu came out, they were all in agony and sweating like rain. Chen Fan quickly pushed them back to the beast control space. Come! Yi Hao shouted. Brother Fan, I will carry you up. No one can compete with me. Henry Chu and Shen Taoao looked at each other, shook their heads, and returned to the beast control space. Yi Hao carried Chen Fan on his back and almost burst into tears. Finally, I am no longer a burden to Brother Fan. Chen Fan patted Yi Hao on the shoulder. I never said you were a burden to me. In the beast controlling space, Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips and said, why don't I have a divine pillar that reaches the sky? If I had one, I could carry my Xiao Fan on my back. Yi Hao didn't even look back and shouted, nonsense! How can you, a woman, have a divine pillar that reaches the sky? Shen Hongxiu was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Haozi, come in. I will kill you. Yi Hao rushed up the mountain quickly with Chen Fan on his back. Suddenly, he turned his head slightly and said, Brother Fan, you pushed me. Ah! Chen Fan was shocked. A group of people in the beast control space were also stunned. Yi Hao said dissatisfiedly, Brother Fan, the handle of your knife touched me. You held the handle of the knife against my chest. It's a bit uncomfortable. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. That bastard Yi Hao's car drove unexpectedly, and he was almost hit by the car. Chen Fan grabbed the hilt of the sky-breaking demonic sword and struck Yi Hao on the head. Yi Hao screamed, activated his star power, and ran faster. After all, he is already in the 4th level and 3rd level. After the power of the Tongtian Divine Pillar withstood the pressure of the barrier, Yi Hao carried Chen Fan up the mountain without any difficulty and ran faster than a car. 10 minutes later. Arrive! The gate of the palace on the top of the mountain appeared in the eyes of Chen Fan and others. Yi Hao jumped up, taking Chen Fan directly up with him, and landed on the upper platform with a bang. Strange. The pressure is gone. Chen Fan jumped off Yi Hao's back and stretched his muscles. On the steps, although Yi Hao was carrying him on his back, he still felt heavy pressure. But once on this platform, that pressure disappeared without a trace. What a big palace! In the beast control space, Shen Hongxiu and others were amazed. Chen Fan smiled and said, Is it big? It's not as big as the palace in the ancient god realm.
With that said, he opened the beast-controlling space portal and pulled Shen Hongxiu and others out. The blind man also came out. But as soon as the blind man came out, he groaned again and returned to the beast control space.
The pressure at the top of the mountain is more than 10 times stronger than at the bottom of the mountain,
the blind man said, a little depressed.
Xiao Fan, hurry up and find the 5-colored sacred stone. If you find the 5-colored sacred stone, you may be able to control the formation here.
Chen Fan nodded and winked at Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Henry Chu, Yi Hao, and Shen Tao immediately dispersed. Chen Fan is at the front. Henry Chu is at the back. On the left is Yi Hao. On the right is Shen Tao. The four of them took out their magic weapons and walked to the palace on the top of the mountain together with Shen Hongxiu and others. A group of people just arrived at the gate. Inside the palace, footsteps suddenly came.
Duh.
A figure slowly walked out. Chapter 250, Guardian of the Divine Stone. Ceiling formation. It's quiet at night. In the back garden of Chen Fan's house, the three cripples were drinking. Feng Tianlin was holding the wine pot and waiting on the side. Respectfully. Suddenly, the butler Dong Shu walked in with the two of them.
Principal? Director? Why are you here?
Feng Tianlin greeted him. The visitor was the vice president and dean of the First Martial Arts University. The dean said,
Isn't Chen Fan at home? I sent him a lot of messages and called him, but he didn't get any reply. Oh, Grandpa Lai. They said that Chen Fan and Chu Xian went to the secret realm to practice.
Feng Tianlin said,
I don't know when they will come back. Principal, do you have anything to do with him? Going to the secret realm to practice?
The vice principal frowned.
It's not an urgent matter. I just want to ask him about challenging other martial arts universities. It's been more than half a month since he defeated Zhong Hao last time. He is not free,
the lame man said without raising his head.
When they come back in a few days, let Henry Chu go. Huh?
The vice principal and dean of students were both stunned for a moment. At this time, the figure on the field flashed, and Li Mu had appeared next to the lame man. The lame man rolled his eyelids and said,
Are you here to rush your armor again? Are you really treating us old guys like donkeys?
The deaf man rolled his eyes. The mute drank alone, not paying attention to Li Mu's arrival. Li Mu shook his head.
If something big happens, where is Chen Fan?
Both the mute and the deaf raised their heads. Li Mu's true strength was naturally far inferior to their own. But in Blue Star and Tang State, Li Mu could definitely cause a big earthquake with just a stomp of his foot. He tells great things. The lame man looked slightly stern.
Speak clearly.
Li Mu glanced at Feng Tianlin and the principal, who had their ears erect, and waved his right hand gently.
Call!
The principal and Feng Tianlin felt as if their eyes were blurred as they appeared on the campus of the First Martial Arts University. In the garden, Li Mu said in a deep voice,
Not long ago, a breath came from the 5th penalty area that made my heart palpitate.
What? The three deaf people were startled. Li Mu said,
I sent someone to check it out. The specific situation is that the various forces that entered the 5th restricted area joined forces to tear a hole in the ancient barrier where the 5-color sacred stone may exist, and sent a person from the Nightmare Garden in. As soon as the person in the Nightmare Garden entered, he was severely injured by the power of the barrier and was thrown back. That's not the point. The point is, the moment they worked together to tear open the barrier, I felt an indescribable aura of terror. That terrifying aura escaped from the ancient barrier and then rushed out of the 5th restricted area.
The cripple's eyes narrowed slightly.
How scary is it?
Li Mu was silent for a while and then said,
Compared with the demon king of the 6th heaven, I'm afraid he is only stronger than weak.
The three cripples looked at each other and fell silent. They have all fought against the demon king of the 6th heaven. They have also seen existences more powerful than the demon king of the 6th heaven. But the lame man raised his head slightly and disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a lame man's voice rang out in Chen Fan's room.
Xiao Fan? Blind man?
After calling a few times, as soon as the figure flashed, the lame man returned to the stone table. His face became a little ugly.
It's a bit troublesome. The change you sense might be related to Xiao Fan and the others.
Outside the palace on the top of the mountain, Chen Fan is holding the sky-breaking demonic sword and is ready to fight. But inside the palace, a little stone man less than 1 meter in height walked out step by step. Monster name, Thunderstone Man, Guardian of the Divine Stone. Combat power level, : racial level, : monster attribute Thunder. Monster status, friendly, happy. If he hadn't seen friendly and happy At the bottom of the attribute panel, Chen Fan would have almost slashed through it with a knife. Question mark. See the question mark again. This seemingly harmless little stone man is actually on the same level as the void terror demon we saw before? Chen Fan didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand, pointed the tip of the knife at the little stone man, and said,
"Stand there and don't move. Who are you?"
The little stone man stopped and said in a child's voice,
"Stand there and don't move. Who are you?"
Chen Fan.
"I'm asking you."
Little stone man.
"I'm asking you."
Chen Fan.
"Learn how to speak like me."
Little stone man.
"Learn to speak like me."
Chen Fan.
"The person who did this last time had his head blown off by me."
Little stone man.
"The person who did this last time had his head blown off by me."
Chen Fan grinned.
Authentic good herbal tea. Authentic good voice. Welcome to watch the Jiaduobo herbal tea Xiaoguohao. Named by the leading herbal tea brand Jiaduobo. Drink chili tea Andong. Waha chili mental health care products for Xiaoguohao. Come on. Sound. Among all the students of this year's summer voice, the 4 most proud disciples of the instructors will embark on the Waha Chili Music Dream Journey. Send a text message to participate in the interaction and immediately receive a 100 yuan coupon from Suning.com. Thank you Suning.com for supporting this program. If our voice students who strongly support us are recognized by 3 or more mentors, they will receive a Music Dream Fund of 10,000 yuan from Suning.com. Thank you to Shanghai New Jinjiang Hotel for providing hotel sponsorship to Xiaoguo's voice mentor. Follow and join Do About Herbal Tea. Xiaoguo's good voice has more exciting content on and behind the scenes. I am Chen Fan and I am your uncle.
Little stone man. Henry Chu and others behind. After a while, the little stone man raised his head slightly and said,
"Don't get me wrong. I was actually learning your language just now."
The little stone man's speech was a bit choppy, but his words were clear.
"I am the guardian of this place."
The little stone man's words soon became smoother.
"Strictly speaking, I am a puppet made by the Dutian God clan. I was given life by the Dutian God clan and am responsible for guarding this place." "Dutian Divine Clan?"
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
"The Dutian Divine Clan you are talking about. Are you Dutian Clan?"
The eyes of Henry Chu and the others behind him also changed slightly. They had heard about the
Dutian Clan
several times from Chen Fan's mouth.
"Yes."
The little stone man nodded and said,
"The Dutian clan is the Dutian God clan, the most powerful God clan in the vast God realm."
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his fingers towards Yi Hao behind him, then pulled Yi Hao to the little stone man and said,
"Do you know him?"
"Yi Hao?" "Everyone." The little stone man shook his head.
"I don't know. Among you, you are the only one who is a god. But why is he holding the divine pillar of Babel? And him?"
"Him?" The little stone man pointed at Chu Xian and Shen Tao and said,
"Why are they able to make the heaven sacrifice monument and the God King's 12 wings recognize their masters without a trace of divine power in them?" Oops. My head hurts a little. It's been so many years. I can't remember many things. It's okay if I can't remember,
Chen Fan said.
Since you recognize the heaven sacrifice monument and the heaven-bearing divine pillar in their hands, you should also recognize the heaven-breaking demon sword in my hand. Right.
The little stone man nodded.
Of course I recognize him,
Chen Fan said.
Then tell me, what is going on here?
The little stone man blinked, scratched his head and said,
Let me think about it. More than 10,000 years ago, something seemed to have changed in the vast divine world, causing cracks to appear in countless planes and connecting them to each other.
Chen Fan and others. Cracks appeared one after another in the sky of Blue Star and Tianyu realm. Is it because of changes in the God realm? The little stone man continued. The ancient God world has also been affected and is connected with another small world. And the area you and I are in now is the crack connecting the ancient God world and that small world. Crack. Sure enough, Chen Fan and Chu Xian were extremely shocked. As expected, there was a crack in the ancient God realm, and it was connected to Blue Star. The fifth restricted area is the crack formed by the connection between the ancient God realm and Blue Star. The little stone man said.
Later, several adults used their great magical powers to repair the cracks in the ancient God world. However, there was a void demon with a group of younger brothers who took the opportunity to escape. Several adults spent some effort to set up a large formation, and then used the 5-color sacred stone to suppress the void demon here. However, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the seal has become loose. Those little demons will rush out from time to time and attack the outermost barrier like crazy.
Little devil? The previous void horror was just a little devil in your eyes? Chen Fan subconsciously glanced at the height of the little stone man. This little guy has quite a tone of voice. Chen Fan said in a deep voice.
You just said that the seal was loose. I don't think it's just as simple as loosening. Right. After the Void Terror demon was killed, the people outside had torn a hole in the barrier.
The little stone man's eyes widened with disbelief on his face.
I was discovered by you.
Chen Fan almost went crazy.
Even a fool can see it. Okay. There are colorful sacred stones here. And there is a large formation. Can't you directly use the power of the large formation? Or the power of the colorful sacred stones? To kill those little devils? Yes.
The little stone man said.
I have been doing this for more than 10,000 years.
Chen Fan and others. The little stone man said.
But my strength is about to be exhausted. And the 5-colored divine stone requires powerful force to activate it. Right now, both the 5-colored divine stone and I are very weak. This is also the reason why the upward passage was not open for you before. Originally, I thought you were capable of breaking through the formation and climbing to the top of the mountain. I didn't expect you to be so useless.
Chen Fan turned to look at Yi Hao.
This little guy seems to be despising me.
Yi Hao shook his head.
Brother Fan, it seems that he despises you.
Chen Fan glanced at the little stone man. Seeing as there are question marks on your property panel, I will endure it today. Chen Fan said.
How strong is the sealed void demon?
The little stone man raised his head, blinked, and said after a while,
Very strong. How strong is strong? Have no idea. But you are here now. That's good.
Chen Fan subconsciously stretched out his right hand. The 5-colored sacred stone flew up and slowly floated in the palm of his right hand, emitting a warm light. Next moment, everything centered on this palace suddenly appeared in Chen Fan's mind out of thin air. Palace, mountains, the forest outside, and under this mountain, there is a huge cave. In the cave, countless thick chains locked a huge humanoid monster. There is a magic knife stuck in the chest of the humanoid monster. The sky-breaking demon sword. Chen Fan lowered his head and glanced at the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. That's right. Exactly the same. Even the breath is the same. What a heaven-breaking magic sword. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly felt that he had a connection with the sky-destroying demon sword inserted in the chest of the great demon. The heaven-breaking demon sword in his hand, like the heaven-breaking demon sword on the big demon's chest, seemed to be connected to his soul, just like his arm. Just when Chen Fan carefully looked at the magic knife on the big demon's chest, the big demon suddenly raised his head and looked towards Chen Fan. 6 eyes. The 6 eyes of the big devil flashed at the same time.
Ah!
Chen Fan screamed and felt as if a sharp thorn suddenly penetrated his head. His eyes darkened, and Chen Fan fell directly from the stone platform.
Bang!
Shen Hongxiu hugged Chen Fan, who fell down. Another princess hug. Yi Hao rushed over and exclaimed,
Brother Fan, what's wrong? What happened?
There was a flash of light in the sky, and the 5-colored sacred stone had already circled around Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan rubbed his head and felt as if the sharp thorn had been pulled out, making him feel much better. Your mother. Chen Fan jumped down from Shen Hongxiu's arms. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand to grab weakly below.
Boom!
There was no sound from the outside world, but for some reason, a roar sounded in the minds of Henry Chu and others at the same time. And under Chen Fan's watching, the sky-destroying demon sword inserted into the chest of the big demon in the underground cave suddenly inserted 3 inches inward. The great demon, who was already on the verge of death, was stabbed by the sky-breaking demon sword, and his breath instantly dropped a lot.
What happened?
Henry Chu was a little worried about Chen Fan's condition and couldn't help but ask. Chen Fan said in a deep voice,
Just after the 5-colored sacred stone floated on my palm, the great formation centered on this mountain appeared in my mind, as well as the appearance of the 6-eyed demon sealed under the mountain. He saw me too. Give me a look. I felt like my head was pierced by a sharp thorn. But he doesn't feel well either. He had the sky-breaking demon sword stuck in his chest. I could control the sky-breaking demon sword, so I stabbed him hard again.
Everyone present could not help but wipe their sweat away. Chen Fan suddenly turned around and looked at the little stone man.
Tell me, what should I do now?
The little stone man's finger gently tapped the colorful sacred stone floating in the void. Immediately, dots of light flickered in the void. The formation diagram that appeared in Chen Fan's mind before appeared in front of everyone. The little stone man clicked on each of the 4 positions on the formation map, and then said,
Place the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, the Tongtian Divine Pillar, the 12 wings of the God King, and the heaven-breaking demon sword in these 4 places for reinforcement. Seal. After that, I need crystal cores. A large number of powerful monster crystal cores. To strengthen the formation. I still need your power. Let the 5-colored sacred stone absorb your power.
Shin Naotao, who had been silent until now, was furious and shouted.
Damn it! I thought you were not a good person when I first saw you. You just want to plot the magic weapon in the hands of a few of us. It's just that Brother Fan is communicating with you. And I haven't been able to interrupt. I haven't warmed up the God King's 12 wings yet. So you want to take them away? No way.
Yi Hao also frowned. Henry Chu remained expressionless and noncommittal. Qin Fan gently patted Shin Naotao's shoulder and comforted him.
The divine weapons in our hands are just a projection. Even if they are used here, they can still be summoned again when they go back to the Angel God King realm and the Ancient God realm. If you don't do what he said and are escaped by the Void Demon, the Demon City will be over. No, I'm afraid the Tang Kingdom is doomed.
At this point, Qin Fan looked bitter and said,
I am not the fearful Void Demon who attacked the barrier before. It is very likely that I am a being comparable to Minister Li Mu. And that kind of existence. You just heard about it. The little stone man said. That's just the little brother. The little stone man can activate the 5-color sacred stone and easily destroy that kind of little brother. But he is helpless against the demon suppressed under this mountain. That's a godlike existence.
Shin Naotao and the others suddenly turned pale. At this time, in the beast control space, the blind man spoke.
Xiao Fan, do as the stone man said. I have just been observing this formation. He is right. After placing these 4 magic weapons in those 4 positions, the formation can be consolidated. Since you can communicate with the 5-colored sacred stone, you can control this formation. And the suppressed demon still has a sky-breaking demon sword in his chest. Spend a little time, and if you do it properly, maybe you can completely destroy that demon once and for all.
Chapter 251. Are we saving the world? Qin Fan walked onto the stone platform again. According to what the little stone man said, the little stone man is the guardian of this temple, and the guardian of the sacred stone. But the little stone man is only the supervisor of this sealing formation, not the controller. This is also the reason why when the Void Fear Demon bombarded the barrier, he could not use the power of the formation to deal with the Void Fear Demon, but could only use the power of the 5-colored sacred stone. Precisely because he was unable to control this formation, Qin Fan could only climb up the mountain step by step, like a cow in the production team. The little stone man can't control this big formation. But Qin Fan can. Because among everyone present, including the little stone man, only Qin Fan could truly communicate with the 5-colored sacred stone. Qin Fan used the power of the 5-colored sacred stone to not only materialize the sealing formation, but also, see, the 6-eyed demon sealed at the bottom of the mountain.
Let's strengthen the seal first.
Standing on the stone platform, Qin Fan gave a light drink. Immediately, the heaven sacrifice monument in Chu Xian's hand, the heaven-bearing divine pillar in Yi Hao's hand, and the 12 wings of the God King behind Shin Taoao all flew up and hovered around Qin Fan. But Qin Fan glanced at the heaven sacrifice monument in front of him and said,
I cannot control the 3 divine weapons including the heaven sacrifice monument. And Chu Xian and the others have not yet broken through to the 5th level. And their mental strength cannot even leave the body. There is no way they can put these 3 magic weapons into the 3 positions of the formation. Yi Hao was a little anxious. What should we do? Can't the little stone man put our magic weapons everywhere in the formation?
The little stone man shook his head.
No, you can.
The sound of the 5-colored sacred stone rang in Qin Fan's mind again.
I can.
Qin Fan looked at the 5-colored sacred stone in surprise. But the 5-colored divine stone did not speak out again. After killing the Void Terror Demon, the 5-colored divine stone seemed to be much weaker, as the little stone man said. Qin Fan took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand. The 5-colored sacred stone flew lightly onto his palm. The sealing formation appeared in Qin Fan's mind again. After a slight pause, Qin Fan divided his mental power into 4 parts, and infiltrated them into his 4 magical weapons, including the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument.
Really in control.
Qin Fan felt that his spiritual power had penetrated into the heaven sacrifice monument, the Tontian divine pillar, and the 12 wings of the God King. But he did not encounter any obstacles. His mental power entered those 3 divine weapons just like entering his own sky-breaking demon sword. Weird. The 3 divine weapons, including the heaven sacrifice monument, have clearly recognized Chu Xian and the others as their masters. He can actually control it. Before he had time to think too much, Chen Fan's mental power suddenly surged.
Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out!
The 4 divine weapons, including the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice tablet, immediately turned into a stream of light and flew out of the hall, heading towards the 4 points on the formation.
Boom!
As soon as the 4 magic weapons landed, they immediately made a loud rumbling sound, swelled in the wind, and grew crazy. Within the entire barrier, there were strong winds and lightning and thunder. In Chen Fan's mind, a dazzling light burst out from where the 4 divine weapons had landed. The ceiling formation was quickly activated in an instant, and the 4 divine weapons released rays of light, linked to each other, and then completely connected with the ceiling formation. Within the barrier, light shines. Even in the main hall, Chu Xian and Yi Hao turned their heads and narrowed their eyes due to the dazzling light. And this time, a series of terrifying roars also came from the ground, deafening and deafening. When Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing heard the terrifying roar, their hearts were shaken and their faces were as pale as earth.
Step 2.
In the beast control space, the blind man shouted,
Xiao Fan, take out all the crystal nuclei on your body.
Chen Fan wiped the summer ring on his finger, and with a splash, a large number of crystal nuclei poured out. Then, he looked at Henry Chu and the others.
Take out all the crystal nuclei on your bodies.
Henry Chu and Yi Hao walked over quickly and poured out all the crystal cores in the package. Besides, Chen Fan walked into the beast controlling space and threw a bunch of demon crystal cores stored in the beast controlling space on the palace ground. After doing all this, he walked into the ancient demon world, picked up Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang, who had been killed in the ancient demon world, and then brought them to the palace in the 5th restricted area. Yun Songhai and the other 2 looked confused. This is where? What are you at? Before they could react, Chen Fan had already stretched out his hand towards them.
Brother Yun, give me all the demon crystal cores on your body. Oh, okay.
Although Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang's eyes were full of question marks, they didn't ask any more questions. They both lightly wiped the summer ring on their fingers. 2 white lights flashed, and many demon crystal nuclei appeared on the ground. The level of these crystal nuclei is much higher than the levels of those of Chu Xian and Yi Hao. The demonic crystal nuclei flashed with ghostly light, releasing a heart-stopping aura. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing couldn't help but take a few steps back. Chen Fan squatted down, glanced at the pile of crystal nuclei on the ground, and then suddenly stopped. Then, he raised his head and said,
Everyone, please summon all the beasts.
Everyone didn't understand what Chen Fan was going to do, but they summoned all the beasts without saying a word. After the beasts came out one after another, they looked at everything in the palace curiously. But after Yun Songhai's crying demon came out, crack! A bolt of lightning lit up above the palace. The terrifying power instantly suppressed the crying demon. The level 33 crying demon had no power to resist, and was pressed to the ground with a bang, unable to move. And above the palace, lightning quickly condensed a divine sword. Seeing that the divine sword was about to fall towards the crying demon, Chen Fan raised his hand and waved it gently. Disperse. The divine sword dispersed. The power that suppressed the crying demon also dissipated without a trace. Seeing this, the little stone man said,
The ceiling formation here is set up against the void demon. Although this crying demon is not a void demon, it is still a demon after all. As soon as the crying demon appeared in the temple, the formation started to work on its own.
Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Chen Fan nodded and quickly glanced at the crying demon's attribute panel. Then, he lightly tapped the smartwatch on his left wrist and recorded all the materials present that were needed to improve the beast controlling combat power level and racial level. There is no going back in a short time. The materials in his Sumera ring are very limited, and most of them are just monster crystal nuclei, without the ability to obtain materials from the outside world. It is a bit difficult to help these beasts break through. But, Chen Fan did not forget one thing. That is, the materials in the beast control improvement plan given by the system are the easiest materials for Chen Fan to obtain every time. Now in the ceiling formation of the 5th restricted area, the materials he saw about Xiaobai and the others were completely different from the materials he had recorded in the computer before. Obviously, the materials he saw now were either ready-made by him or Yun Songhai and others, or they were materials that could be found in the ceiling formation, or in the 4 realms such as the ancient god realm. Even if he can't get out, he can still help all the beasts to break through again in a short time. As for now, Chen Fan squatted down again and began to select the monster crystal nuclei on the ground. There are many demon crystal nuclei in it, which can help Yun Sanhai's crying demon and his own phantom demon break through. And some of the monster crystal nuclei he collected before, as well as some crystal nuclei that Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuan obtained from the outside world, can help Xiaobai and Shaoqing break through. After screening out these crystal nuclei, Chen Fan stood up, breathed a sigh of relief, squinted his eyes slightly, and materialized the seal formation again. Countless lights appeared in the void, condensing into a series of shimmering spiritual lines, forming a huge formation. Chen Fan said without looking back,
"Blind Grandpa, how should these crystal nuclei be used? Where should they be placed? Let me take a look first."
The blind man stared at Chen Fan's embodied formation in the beast control space. The blind man once said before, he and Lizzie were the other four, and he was best at formations and runes. Although studying this kind of ancient divine formation now is basically just a temporary solution. There is no other way, and this is the only way. Fine. Just using the crystal core to strengthen the power of the sealing formation is not to modify the sealing formation. After watching for a long time, the blind man said,
"Pull me out."
Chen Fan immediately opened the beast-controlling space portal and took the blind man out. No pressure. The blind man breathed out softly.
No wonder there was nothing unusual after Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuan appeared on the palace.
With that said, the blind man took 2 steps forward, gently placed his fingers on Chen Fan's embodied seal array, and quickly clicked on it.
Here, here,
here. Every time his finger touches the seal formation, a small light spot will be left on the formation. Chen Fan wrote down the specific locations of all the light spots. Wait until the blind man finishes clicking. Chen Fan waved his right hand gently.
Call!
The piles of crystal nuclei on the ground flew out at the same time, heading in all directions. The formation is reinforced again. After doing all this, Chen Fan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It was only then that Yi Wuxuan asked cautiously,
"Sifan, where are we? What are we doing?"
Yun Sanhai's eyes also showed curiosity. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and told everything in detail.
"Is this a 5-color sacred stone? Is this the 5th restricted area? Is there a being more powerful than my master seal below? Is it possible for the demons underground to break out of the 5th restricted area? The various forces outside are trying their best to tear open this barrier and break in."
Even though Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuan were well-informed and tough-minded, they were horrified to the point of turning pale after hearing Chen Fan's words. "I just took out a lot of crystal nuclei. Are you trying to save Tang State and the world?" Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuan broke into cold sweat at the same time.
"What should we do next?"
Yi Wuxuan said a little nervously.
"With our strength, we are still a little too weak. If we can contact the outside world, it's useless to contact him,"
the blind man said.
"Unless we send Xiao Fan out and let him use the beast control space to bring Li Mu and the others in. This palace is the center of the sealing formation, and it is also in formation within information. We are in this palace and don't feel anything, but not outside this hall. To be precise, it should be outside this mountain. The power of the sealing formation covers every inch of space. The stronger your cultivation level, the greater the pressure you will feel. Those people from the outside world want to send people in, but they will probably only be able to send a group of people around the 6th level in the end. Those above the 7th level will either be blasted out by the power of the formation, or directly torn into pieces by the power of the formation."
Having said this, the blind man turned to look at the little stone man and said,
"You said before that the power of you and the colorful sacred stone is about to be exhausted. So you need our power?"
The little stone man nodded.
"Yes."
The blind man frowned.
"What should we do?"
The little stone man said.
"You and all the beasts step onto the stone platform and hold the 5-color sacred stone." "Hold the 5-colored sacred stone?"
Everyone was stunned for a moment. "Are you sure it's okay? This 5-colored sacred stone is no small matter," Li Fingxing shouted violently.
"I'll go first."
As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed onto the stone platform. Everyone, after just a slight hesitation, this idiot took the lead, which was a bit embarrassing. Li Fingxing was so proud that he stretched out his hand and gently shook it towards the 5-color sacred stone.
"Call!"
Li Fingxing's body flashed with light. Then, with a plop, Li Fingxing collapsed to the ground.
"Feng Xing!"
Chen Fan was startled, rushed up to the stone platform, and supported Li Fingxing. The little stone man said,
"He is fine. He just had his star power extracted and fell into weakness."
The paralyzed Li Fingxing smiled slightly at Chen Fan and made a V sign with 2 fingers.
Okay. You got this coin.
Below, Yi Hao laughed and cursed.
You've stolen all our limelight.
Everyone stepped onto the stone platform one after another. After that, there are groups of royal beasts. Finally, there is the blind man. One by one, Chen Fan carried them off the stone platform and placed them on the ground of the hall. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with people and beasts. Only Chen Fan and the little stone man were still standing. Xiaofan elixir. Yuan Songhai struggled to sit up and took out the 3 bottles from the Sumer ring. The names of the elixirs are written on the bottles. On each bottle, there are 7 or 8 shining elixirs.
It's a massive hemorrhage this time. If you can get out alive, you must settle the score with your master and uncle.
Yi Wuxuang smiled bitterly, took out 4 bottles of elixirs, and handed them to Chen Fan. Chen Fan followed the instructions of Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang and distributed 2 pills to everyone and the beast. After taking the elixir, everyone and the beast finally regained some strength.
A drop in the bucket.
Shen Taodao sighed and said,
Our cultivation is too weak. Even Brother Yun and the others are only at the 7th level and 4th level.
Yi Hao sideways glanced at Shen Nao.
Your horizons have become much higher now. That's all. In your eyes, 7th grade and 4th grade heaven are all rubbish. Chow,
Shen Taodao said.
When did I say that the 7th grade 4th level heaven is rubbish? I meant that our overall strength is still too weak. If Grandpa Lame and Grandpa Deaf also come in, just one person will be 100 times stronger than the rest of us.
Yi Hao rolled his eyelids and said no more. The star power was exhausted. And although he took 2 true yuan pills, he was still too weak. Seeing that Yi Hao was silent, Shen Taodao thought that Yi Hao had been rendered speechless by him, and immediately became more excited.
Brother Fan, is there really no way to leave here? I'm not saying to run away. I'm saying that if we can leave here, we can bring Grandpa Lame and Minister Li Muid as well. Our little strength may not be of use. What if there's that thing underground?
Before he could finish his words, Chen Fan covered his mouth.
Sir, shut up. If you have to say something nice. For example, the 6-eyed void demon underground will definitely die this time.
A few people from Yuan Songhai, Lord of the 6-eyed abyss, Yi Hao and others wiped away cold sweat at the same time.
Fortunately, Brother Fan reacted quickly.
Chen Fan released his hand covering Shen Taodao, and then wiped his hand twice on Shen Taodao's armor. Shen Taodao was stunned for a moment, and then said,
Very good. We have done a good job. Now there are 4 magic weapons to strengthen the seal. I don't think the 6-eyed demon in the ground can survive for a few days.
Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
I'll lend you some good luck. You stupid crow's mouth. It's all up to you this time.
Shen Taoao looked at Shen Hongxiu.
Brother Fan, are you praising me or scolding me?
Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyes.
I'm praising you. I'm praising you.
Shen Taoao nodded.
That's good. That's good.
Chen Fan stood up.
You guys rest first, and I'll see if I can help the beast control break through.
Shen Taoao wondered.
Brother Fan, don't you touch the 5-colored sacred stone?
Shen Hongxiu snapped and gave Shen Taoao a slap.
Xiaofan wants to take care of us. Control the formation. And cultivate beasts. Just say it. Why do you always do something?
Shen Taoao said, very dissatisfied.
You always have such a bad temper. How could Brother Fan want you? You should reflect on it.
Shen Hongxiu was so angry that she felt dizzy. Fang Qingqing glanced at Shen Hongxiu, with an unobtrusive smile on her lips. On the side, Chen Fan checked the data and said,
Is there Bingxing purple flame grass in your package?
Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Shen Taoao.
I've never heard of it.
Chen Fan.
Where is Xingmingjing?
Everyone shook their heads again. Shen Taoao.
What is that?
Chen Fan reacted. If these things were in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, then even if Shen Daodao saw them or even collected them, they might not know the names of these things? Have no choice. Chen Fan looked at his beast. The Phantom Demon. The Phantom Demon has the highest level among all the beasts present. Help the Phantom to level up by 1 level, and the benefits obtained in a short period of time are greater than those of all other beasts. Bingxing Purple Flame Grass and Star Dream Crystal are 2 of the materials that help Phantom Demon improve its combat power level. Chen Fan looked at the attribute panel of the Phantom. In the evolutionary line, every material has a detailed description including pictures in addition to its name. It was precisely because of this detailed explanation that Chen Fan took advantage of this when he was in the 9th store to make the 4 senior beast breeders in the 9th store study non-stop every day and had no time to breed the beasts. Every time he was breeding animals in shop number 9, Mr. Zhao and several others would come running over. While Chen Fan was nurturing the beast, he was talking about the effectiveness of the materials after they were fused. Mr. Zhao and the others felt like they had found a treasure every time. They recorded each time in detail, and then took it back to study. At this time, looking at the picture of the material in the evolution line of the fantasy demon, Chen Fan moved his mental power slightly, and transformed into the patterns of Bingxing Purple Flame Grass and Star Dream Crystal.
These are Bingxing Purple Flame Grass and Star Dream Crystal,
Chen Fan said.
Have you seen it?
Everyone was stunned for a moment, and looked at the two patterns at the same time.
Is that Bingxing Purple Flame Grass? I have it.
Fong Qingqing opened her package and took out a jade box. After she opened the jade box, she handed it to Chen Fan and said,
Is this it? I found this by a frozen lake. We didn't know what it was, but we could feel the surging star power on it. So we picked it and kept it in a jade box. I have the Star Dream Crystal.
Yi Wuxuang took out a dreamlike crystal from the sumo ring. Really? Chen Fan looked happy and took the Bingxing Purple Flame Grass and Xingmingjing.
That's great. If we have all the materials, even if we are trapped here, I can still give us these beasts a chance to make a breakthrough.
Yuan Sanhai and others immediately showed expressions of ecstasy. The blind man said weakly,
Xiao Fan, when Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang recover a little, send them back to the ancient god world. They are the strongest. They kill demons in the ancient god realm and can obtain a large number of crystal nuclei.
No one in the production team dared to do this. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then, Yuan Sanhai nodded.
We just took 2 true essence pills, and if we meditate and practice for another 2 hours, we will be fully recovered.
Yi Wuxuan also nodded.
Just leave the crystal core matter to us.
Chen Fan smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. No need to go it alone. He is never lonely. Chapter 252 Kill the Devil to Sacrifice to Heaven. The next day, the night is as cold as water.
Boom!
The entire barrier trembled. Chen Fan, who was sorting out materials and preparing to help the little skeleton break through, stood up. Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and others, who were practicing with their eyes closed, also opened their eyes. The little stone man gently brushed his hand. In the void, a picture appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder at the foot of the mountain where everyone was. Countless rays of lightning converged into a huge power grid. And there seems to be something underneath the power grid that is rushing upwards like crazy, trying to break free of the power grid.
What happened?
Henry Chu said in a deep voice.
It seems like something wants to rush out.
Several people around him immediately became nervous. Although the magic weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument were used to strengthen the ceiling formation, but the thing inside was really terrifying. No one has any confidence in whether it can be controlled. With their level of cultivation, they had no chance or qualifications to participate in such a thing. But now,
don't worry,
Chen Fan said calmly.
It's a void fear demon that came out.
After communicating with the 5-colored divine stone, the image of the entire formation appeared in his mind, including everything under the underground seal. The little stone man said,
There are 9 void terror demons underground, and now there are only 4 left. These void fear demons, every night at this time, will use the power of the 6-eyed abyss lord to rush out of the ground and bombard the barrier at all costs. At the beginning, the power of the seal could completely suppress it. The 2 void terror demons in front were wiped out by the power of the formation. The 3rd void terror was crippled by the power of the formation, and I went down to kill it myself. Although the 4th void terror demon was beaten to death by the power of the formation, it was still extremely powerful. It almost killed me. Later, the 5-colored sacred stone moved on its own and killed it. The 5th void terror demon was barely killed after I gave all my power to the 5-colored sacred stone.
Chen Fan said.
Is it the fear demon I saw when I came from the ancient god realm?
The little stone man nodded.
Thankfully you guys are here. If you don't come again, I'm afraid the 5-colored divine stone and I won't be able to hold on for long. Although the 5-colored sacred stone is powerful, it is difficult for ordinary people to activate it, unless someone from the Dutian god clan appears. It sounds strange. Why can you control the sky-breaking demon sword and activate the 5-color sacred stone?
You ask me? Who the H I am I asking? Chen Fan looked at the little stone man and smiled. Yi Hao couldn't help it anymore.
What about now? With the 4 divine weapons including the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument, can the power of the formation suppress the remaining 4 void terror demons? Is it possible for the void horror to tear open the power grid and rush out? It's hard to say.
Qin Fan shook his head and said,
The existence of this level has exceeded my imagination. Although the entire ceiling formation has become many times stronger after using the power of the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument, it is still uncertain whether it can be completely suppressed. Even if he really breaks the seal and rushes out, I'm afraid he will lose most of his life.
Having said this, Qin Fan suddenly frowned and looked at the little stone man.
Where is the crystal core of the void horror you killed yesterday with the power of the 5-color sacred stone? After communicating with the 5-color divine stone several times, I can now sense every plant and tree in the entire ceiling formation. But I have not discovered where the crystal core of the void terror demon is.
Fong Qingqing opened her eyes wide and said,
Yes, if the void terror demon is so powerful, its crystal cores are probably thousands of times more powerful than the large number of crystal nuclei we had yesterday. Right. If you can get the crystal core of the void terror demon, use it in the ceiling formation.
Everyone looked at the little stone man. The little stone man shook his head and said,
How can it be so easy to get the crystal core of the void terror demon? It already has the power of the six-eyed abyss lord. The moment I killed it, the six-eyed abyss lord, its crystal core has been snatched away.
Everyone. Li Fengxing blinked.
The lord of the six-eyed abyss you are talking about is the strongest demon sealed underground.
The little stone man nodded. Qin Fan frowned and touched his chin. At this moment, the voice of the 5-colored sacred stone rang in his mind again.
Use the heaven sacrifice monument.
Sacrifice monument? There seemed to be a flash of lightning in Qin Fan's mind. The 4 magic weapons each have their own magical uses. Although Qin Fan doesn't know it very well, he understands it somewhat. The sky-breaking demonic sword is mainly for killing. With 1 sword it can break all laws, and with 2 swords it can cut through the sky. The 12 wings of the God King are both offensive and defensive, invincible in defense, and can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. The Pillar of Heaven is a bit weird. Qin Fan remembered that in his dream. He once stole a Pillar of Heaven and used it to refine his backbone. He couldn't remember how strong it was or how to use it. For the time being, Qin Fan could only regard the Tontian Divine Pillar as a stick with destructive power. As for the memorial monument, after the Heaven Sacrifice Monument recognized Chu Xian as its owner, Qin Fan saw with his own eyes that Chu Xian used the Heaven Sacrifice Monument several times. When the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is placed on the ground, all the demons in a certain area around it will become sacrifices. All the demonic power was swallowed up by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Hearing the reminder of the colorful sacred stone at this time, Qin Fan looked happy, turned to look at Henry Chu and said,
I want to use your heaven sacrifice tablet. Do you have any objection?
Henry Chu's expression changed slightly.
Do you want to use the sky sacrifice monument to swallow the power of the void fear demon?
The blind man was startled.
Isn't it too risky? Once the heaven sacrifice monument is used, the power of the formation may drop a lot. On the other hand, both you and Henry Chu are too weak now. If you activate the heaven sacrifice monument, if you cannot resist the power of the void fear demon, there may be irreversible consequences.
Qin Fan pondered for a moment and said,
If the heaven sacrifice monument cannot suppress it and seize its power, I still have the heaven-breaking demon sword and the heaven-bearing divine pillar.
Shen Tao came over and said,
There are also the 12 wings of the God King.
Qin Fan glanced at Shen Tao, and then said,
If the 4 divine weapons cannot suppress it, I can finally activate the 5-color divine stone to kill it. I just communicated with the 5-color divine stone. After gathering the power of all of us and the power of the small stone, the 5-colored sacred stone can still kill this void terror demon.
The blind man nodded slightly.
Then be careful.
Qin Fan took 2 steps forward, raised his hands forward, and then parted them to both sides with some difficulty. Under everyone's gaze, the electric grid that suppressed the void terror demon opened a huge hole on both sides.
Roar!
A void terror demon, like a mountain, rises into the sky. Its 2 huge wings cover the sky and the sun. The next moment, the power of the formation moved quickly. Lightning chains shot through the air from all directions and locked onto the void fear demon. The void fear demon kept roaring and struggled to fly upwards, wanting to attack the barrier above the void.
Snort!
Qin Fan snorted softly, relaxed his hands, and released the underground seal that had just been released. Immediately, he waved his right hand violently and shouted loudly,
Get up!
As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly sacrifice monument, which was originally suppressed somewhere in the formation, appeared at the location where the void terror demon had emerged. As if teleporting,
everything is created to nourish man. Man has nothing to repay to heaven. Kill! Kill to sacrifice to heaven. Kill the gods to sacrifice to heaven. Kill the devil to sacrifice to heaven. Everything in the world is unkillable.
Henry Chu's violent and crazy voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. Around the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, black energy surges crazily. The Sky Sacrifice Monument once again surged in size, as if it had turned into a huge black hole. In the black hole, strips of black air were like chains. With a few hissing sounds, they penetrated the huge body of the Void Terror Demon in the air.
Ugh!
The Void Terror Demon, which was originally struggling to fly upward, was violently pulled by the streaks of black energy, and immediately flew towards the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
Roar!
The Void Terror Demon flapped its wings, and was able to withstand the power of the Sky Sacrifice Monument. The two sides are in a stalemate.
The sky-breaking demon soared.
Chen Fan moved his left hand, and shouted loudly. The sky-breaking demon sword that was suppressing another part of the formation flew up like lightning, and then fell from the sky. The huge sky-breaking demon sword pierced the Void Fear Demon's head until it reached the hilt. The Void Horror screamed, unable to control his body any longer, and quickly flew towards the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. While flying, the body of the Void Terror Demon quickly turned into flying ash.
Success!
Everyone present was overjoyed. Suddenly, in the earth shrouded by the power grid, a huge black ghost claw suddenly broke through the power grid and grabbed the Void Terror Demon, which was almost completely turned into ashes.
Wait for you!
Chen Fan sneered and moved the fingers of his left hand slightly. The sky-breaking devil sword fell like lightning, nailing the black ghost claw to the ground with one strike.
Sacrifice to heaven!
Chen Fan shouted loudly again and activated the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. The memorial monument is in operation again.
Call!
The huge black ghost claw instantly turned into ashes. You! A roar that struck straight to the soul came from the ground. But how could Chen Fan pay attention to him? Chen Fan shook his hands violently. The sky-breaking demon sword and the Heaven Sacrifice Monument returned to their positions instantly.
Plop! Plop!
Two muffled sounds were heard, and Chen Fan and Chu Xian fell to the ground at the same time.
Blind Grandpa!
Fong Qingqing and others screamed and looked at the blind man. Yi Hao stretched out his hand to pull Xian Chu.
Don't touch him!
The blind man was so frightened that he swatted Yi Hao away with one palm, hit the wall and screamed in agony. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this change. The blind man quickly helped Chen Fan up, and then said,
Xian Chu has a very terrifying power in him. You all stay away.
Shen Hongxiu and others' faces turned pale, and they backed away. The little stone man said,
It is the power absorbed by the Heavenly Sacrifice Monument. This Heaven Sacrifice Monument is just a projection, and cannot completely swallow the power of the Void Fear Demon. So it was transferred to him.
Chen Fan was shocked.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Chu Xian is now only the 4th grade in 4th heaven, and has not truly transformed into a divine body. The power of the Void Fear Demon, even if it is only 1/10,000th, is not something that Henry Chu can bear now. The little stone man immediately said,
Let him hold the 5-colored sacred stone.
Chen Fan reacted instantly, and with a move of his hand, the 5-colored sacred stone immediately flew to Henry Chu.
Chu Xian!
Chen Fan shouted.
Hold the 5-color sacred stone.
Henry Chu, who was in great pain, gritted his teeth, used his remaining sense, raised his right hand, and grabbed the colorful sacred stone in front of him. The terrifying power, like a torrent, flowed through his body and into the colorful sacred stone. After a few minutes, Henry Chu, who was sweating like rain, took a breath, let go of his hand, and then fainted. The little stone man immediately stepped forward and placed his hands on Henry Chu's left and right shoulders respectively.
Don't worry. He's fine now.
The little stone man said.
It's really strange. You are obviously a mortal body, but you can recognize him. The master of the heavenly monument. Who are you? Is now the time to ask such a thing?
Chen Fan roared. Then, he looked at the 5-colored sacred stone and roared again.
Why didn't you tell me just now that the Heaven Sacrifice Monument would transfer the overwhelming power to Henry Chu?
The 5-colored sacred stone trembled, circled around Chen Fan twice, and then rubbed against Chen Fan's face, as if acting coquettishly, and everyone was stunned. Chen Fan waved his hand, as if to shoo away flies, and said angrily,
You almost killed him like this. I'm fine.
With the help of the little stone man, Henry Chu faintly woke up and said,
The Heaven Sacrifice Monument only transferred power into my body after seeking my opinion.
As soon as he finished speaking, Henry Chu's body began to make crackling sounds. Henry Chu closed his eyes tightly, as if he was suffering from unspeakable pain. Drops of sweat kept flowing down. Seeing that everyone was worried, the blind man said,
"Don't worry. The little stone man is helping him open up his soul veins."
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Shen Hongxiu's eyes widened and she said,
"Open up soul veins? Isn't that something that can only be done after the 5th level?"
Li Fingxing and Shen Taoao also widened their eyes. The blind man said calmly,
"In fact, when you recognize the sacred artifacts such as the Heavenly Monument and the Tontian Divine Pillar, it will be difficult to measure it by the level of cultivation in the human world. Xiaofan is now also cultivating according to the method of opening soul veins at the 5th level and casting the reincarnation soul altar at the 6th level, but his power has already been transformed into divine power. His current cultivation level may only be at the 5th level and 2nd level, but if he punches him, he can probably kill someone at the 6th level. As for Chu Xian's body has not yet transformed into a divine body, but the divine power transmitted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is now also changing his physique crazily. With this vast and unpredictable power, it is normal for him to reach the 7th level now. Pity. The strength of his body is too weak. Even if he solidifies the Sea of Stars, the power he can hold is extremely limited. So there is no other way. He can only transmit his power to the 5-color sacred stone. If that power is passed on to Xiaofan, and Xiaofan's divine body is used to bear it, he may be able to reach the peak of the 8th level in one fell swoop.
Everyone was stunned. How strong is the Void Terror Demon? After its power was swallowed up by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, only a small part of it could not bear the power. And it reached such a terrifying situation? Yi Hao rubbed his head that hurt from the fall and said,
"Why do I feel that among the 4 divine weapons, my heaven-reaching divine pillar is the weakest? My heaven-bearing divine pillar doesn't have this kind of power."
Shen Taoao blinked.
"Next time I go to the ancient god realm, I want to give it a try and see if my 12 wings of the God King can swallow the power of those demons." "Oops. I almost forgot,"
the blind man suddenly exclaimed, quickly helped Shen Fan up, and said,
"Those idiots outside are still attacking the barrier."
Shen Fan was excited and quickly sat down.
"Let me help them."
As he spoke, Shen Fan suppressed the fatigue in his mind, slowly raised his hands, and then gently moved them to both sides. Above the void, the barrier was immediately torn open with a small hole.
Whirring!
One after another figures flew in immediately. The next moment, many figures were torn apart by the power of the barrier, screaming in agony, and then thrown back. In the air, the 6 people groaned and quickly fell down. The blind man breathed a sigh of relief.
"I attached my spiritual power to a 7th grade strong man from the Tang dynasty. However, Li Mu and the others cannot enter the 5th restricted area. It's still very difficult to help us. There is only one thing they can do now. That is to completely seal the entrance to the 5th restricted area after evacuating all our people."
Li Fingxing immediately became sad.
"If the minister and the others seal the entrance to the 5th restricted area, wouldn't we also be unable to get out?"
Shen Hongxiu, who was rare and not funny, said in a calm tone.
"We have strengthened the seal now, but it is still unknown whether we can solve this huge threat. Sealing the entrance and exit of the 5th restricted area is the simplest and most reliable method."
Bai Rouge, who had been silent for the whole time, snorted and said,
"Then just spend it. Anyway, my uncle is here, so I'm not worried at all. Then what Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss has been trapped here for how many years? He hasn't been able to get out for so many years. And now that we are here, he can't even get out. Let's go back to the Angel God King realm to practice. Kill demons and get crystal cores to strengthen the sealing formation. Let's see whether he consumes us to death, or we consume him to death."
Hearing this, everyone present nodded. The blind man said,
"I have spread the message. Li Mu and the others will send someone to bring some things in. At the same time, I will also ask him to move in all the materials in Xiaofan's warehouse."
Li Fingxing was stunned.
"What are you doing bringing the materials from Brother Fan's warehouse?"
Bai Rouge raised his hand, but in the end, he didn't fight. He just said,
"Cultivation of beasts. Bring all the materials from your uncle's house here, and your uncle will be able to help our beast control break through."
At this time, Shen Dao pointed at the mirror image condensed by the little stone people and said,
"What should we do with those people?" "There are 2 people from the Nightmare Garden inside."
Everyone looked at the mirror image at the same time. The 6 people in the picture have dispersed, but they have not left too far. They are all wandering at the foot of the mountain, seeming to be studying the restrictions on the mountain. Out of 6, there are 2 people wearing black robes from the Nightmare Garden. One person has sharp horns on his head, and he looks like a demon from the far north. A woman wears silver armor, has an oriental face, and long hair. It is not sure whether she is from the Tang dynasty or from which force. Two other people. These two people turned out to be familiar faces. Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji from the Magic City Martial Arts University.
Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji have also broken through to the 6th level.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
The two people in the Nightmare Court are from the 6th level and 2nd level. The other two, like Zhong Hao and the others, are also at the 6th level and 1st level. It seems that the limited power of the ceiling formation is below the 6th level and 2nd level. Those who are higher than the 6th level and 2nd heaven were severely injured by the power of the ceiling formation and then thrown back.
Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan.
What should we do with these people?
Chen Fan tilted his head and said,
Let the others stay at the foot of the mountain for now. As for the people from the Nightmare Garden, kill as many as they come in.
As he spoke, he took out a pill given by Yun Songhai, swallowed it, and exhaled a breath of turbidity. Then, with a thought, he put on his helmet and took a step forward. The next moment, streaks of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air and enveloped him.
Crack!
In a flash of lightning, Chen Fan had disappeared. In the mirror image condensed by the little stone man, lightning flashed, and Chen Fan, wearing black armor, had appeared behind the two people in the nightmare courtyard.
So cool!
Yi Hao geared up.
It would be great if I could control this formation and move freely like this,
the blind man said.
With your current mental power and star power, if you control such a large formation, you will become a human in less than 3 seconds.
Yi Hao.
Forget it.
At the foot of the mountain, the 6 people who had just broken into the barrier suddenly turned around at the same time. Just behind them, a mysterious man wearing black armor appeared out of thin air.
Who?
The 6 people had already summoned the beasts and held their swords tightly. After a loud shout, the swords in the 6 people's hands were pointed at Chen Fan at the same time. The beasts and 2 demons immediately spread out and surrounded Chen Fan. Because Chen Fan was wearing a helmet, Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji didn't recognize him at all. Chen Fan's eyes flashed red. The
Whisper of the Demon King
has been activated.
Boom!
Under the gaze of Zhong Hao and the other 6 people, the mysterious man in black armor suddenly turned into a terrifying demon holding the sky and stepping on the ground.
I am the King of Demons. And if you don't surrender, how long will it take?
A group of beasts screamed and backed away, and the 2 demons in the nightmare court fell to their knees on the ground with a bang. The 2 people in the nightmare court were also trembling all over, and they were extremely frightened.
Call!
Chen Fan's body swayed, and a thunderbolt appeared in front of a man in black robes, hitting the latter's head heavily.
Bang!
The latter didn't even scream. His head was smashed to pieces. The other man in black robe was horrified. But within the barrier, there is already the power of the seal to suppress it. And after Chen Fan's mental power skyrocketed, and he activated the 2nd level of
Whisper of the Demon King,
it was easy to suppress even the 7th level pinnacle. It's just a 6th grade 2nd level heaven. But how can it compete? The black-robed man in the nightmare garden tried desperately to retreat. But his feet moved like ants. He yelled, trying to summon his own demon to attack. But the devil was lying on the ground, trembling and not obeying orders at all. Chen Fan took a step forward and punched a few more times, killing the remaining black-robed man and the 2 demons on the spot. Then, under the horrified gazes of the other 4 people, he moved his hand and put away the 2 demon crystal cores. Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji looked pale. They intend to resist, but the
Whisper of the Demon King
is completely suppressed from the spiritual level. Under the suppression of the
Whisper of the Demon King,
they were completely unable to move. Chen Fan's eyes moved to the demon with 2 horns. A voice sounded like it came from the beginning of the universe.
The Demon Clan under the Empress Yi Hongyan?
The demon clan swallowed hard.
Yes.
Chen Fan's eyes fell on the woman wearing silver armor again.
Who are you?
The woman in silver armor said with a trembling voice.
Tianma Cult? Yan Tong?
Chen Fan remained silent. Suddenly, lightning flashed around him, and he disappeared out of thin air.
Bang!
Almost at the same time, Zhong Hao, Xian Tianji and 4 other people sat down on the ground at the same time, breathing heavily.
What happened? What kind of existence did we encounter? He killed the people in the nightmare court. But why didn't he kill us? I don't know why. But this senior always gives me an indescribable feeling of familiarity. Could they be from our alliance? But Minister Li Mu and the others never told us. He speaks the language of the Tang Kingdom. And does he know that our monster Emperor Minghui is a strong man sent by your Tang Kingdom before? Impossible. If we can send people in advance, how can we join forces with the Court of Nightmares? Doesn't the Heavenly Demon Sect know the location of the barrier one step ahead of us? Isn't he a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect? It can't be someone from the Demon Sect. I've never heard of it.
The four of them lowered their voices and discussed for a while. After a while, Zhong Hao took a deep breath.
What should we do now?
Xian Tianji said.
There is a palace on this mountain. If there is really a five-colored sacred stone here, then the five-colored sacred stone must be in the palace. Nonsense!
Yang Tong from the Demon Sect said.
The problem is how to get up. When we approached the foot of the mountain just now, we found that the mountain was shrouded in formations. It was extremely difficult to get even closer.
The young man from the demon tribe said.
Let's walk around for a while and look around. Maybe we can find a way up? That senior doesn't seem to have any ill intentions toward us. We just need to be careful about the restrictions and monsters here. That's all we can do. Just take it one step at a time.
Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji nodded and stood up at the same time. Chapter 253. Is it necessary to open the passage to Tianyi Realm?
Be careful. Slow down. They're seriously injured.
At the entrance to the fifth penalty area, a group of injured people were carried out. These people are the ones who broke into the barrier before and were seriously injured by the power of the barrier. In the Nightmare Garden, there are people from all forces in the Tang, Yang and Star Kingdoms. This is the second attempt after all parties had joined forces. In the void, Li Mu put his hands behind his back and silently watched the injured being brought out. Sudden, his expression moved slightly. His body swayed, and he appeared in front of an injured person out of thin air. The wounded man's face was bloody. His armor was also shredded, and he was dying.
Minister!
Several people nearby were surprised when they saw Li Mu appearing. The injured man also opened his eyes. The nearby Nightmare Garden expert froze for an instant, lowered his head, and did not dare to move. For those who are powerful in the Nightmare Court, Li Mu is definitely the most terrifying person in all the Blue Star countries. Except for the reason that he was the first person in Tang Dynasty. The most important thing is that this person is crazy and domineering, acts unscrupulously, and never plays by the rules. When the Nightmare Court fought against the Tang Kingdom, 2 demon kings were injured at the hands of this man. Even the demon king of the East region would be extremely afraid of this person. Several demon kings would rather mess with Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue than Li Mu. Some time ago, the Nightmare Court clearly negotiated terms with Tanghua and other major countries, and obtained the qualification to enter the 5th restricted area, and then prepared to compete fairly to snatch the colorful sacred stone. As a result, Li Mu suddenly ran to the door of the 5th restricted area and crushed several 8th and 7th level people in the Nightmare Garden to death with one move. After that, he also sent people into the 5th restricted area to hunt down the people in the Nightmare Garden, killing them until they cried for their parents and had no way to go to heaven or earth. That time, the Nightmare Court suffered heavy casualties. The most annoying thing is that those who died didn't know why they died. He was beaten to death for no apparent reason. Do you think it's unfair or not? This guy is more messy than their Nightmare Garden. In the minds of the powerful men in the Nightmare Court, Li Mu is even more terrifying than several demon kings. They would rather face several demon kings than face Li Mu. Who knows if this guy will go crazy again and slap them into dust. Seeing Li Mu appear, the people in the Nightmare Court were frightened, sweating profusely, and no one dared to even move. People from other forces also lowered their heads, respectfully, and did not dare to make a sound.
Don't worry. It's okay.
Li Mu sighed softly and gently pressed the palm of his right hand on the injured man's chest. The vast and unpredictable star power merged into the injured person, making his complexion improve a lot.
Thank you, Minister.
The wounded man lying down nodded respectfully. Li Mu waved his hand gently.
Send them to receive treatment.
A group of strong men from Tang State immediately carried several injured people down. Li Mu glanced lightly at the group of people in the Nightmare Garden, and his robes moved slightly and disappeared out of thin air. A group of people in the Nightmare Garden swallowed hard. Yes, I have never been so scared when I saw the most terrifying demon. It's really scary. Chen Fan's home. The lame man and the deaf man raised their heads at the same time. Feng Tianlin, who was standing next to him as a waiter, also raised his head strangely. The figure flashed, and Li Mu appeared on the stone table out of thin air. Feng Tianlin looked happy and was about to speak. Li Mu swung his sleeves and swung his robe, and a wave of energy enveloped Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin's head was dizzy. and he fell to the playground of the first military university with a bang. Feng Tianlin. The last time he, the vice principal, and the dean of students were at Chen Fan's house. They were sent out by Li Mu. But the last time, he and the principal just moved to the first martial arts university out of thin air because their eyes were blurred. And this time,
isn't the minister too rough? Are you afraid of throwing me to death?
Feng Tianlin rubbed his waist and got up. On the other side, Li Mu spread his right hand.
Call!
A column of smoke rose up and condensed into the shape of a translucent blind man. The blind man glanced at the tea on the stone table, sighed and said,
3 old immortal guys. Are you still drinking tea here? Something big happened.
The cripple waved his hand fiercely.
Stop talking nonsense and talk about business.
The blind man sighed and recounted everything that happened to Chen Fan from the ancient god realm to the 5th forbidden zone. Even though the lame and the others had lived for tens of thousands of years, they couldn't help but change their minds when they heard the blind man's words.
The 6-eyed Abyss Lord is sealed in the ancient barrier deep in the 5th restricted area. Are you all trapped in that barrier? Is the 6-eyed Abyss Lord more powerful than those heavenly demon kings? The 5-colored sacred stone suppresses existences like gods and demons? If the 6-eyed Abyss Lord is allowed to escape from the seal, the demon city will bear the brunt.
Listening to the lame people shouting, Li Mu's face was as dark as water. Li Mu, the blind man said in a deep voice.
There is not much time left. First, let Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue, Yi Hongyan, and Chu Qingcheng who are hiding come over. Second, open the seal of the passage between Blue Star and Tianyi Realm and let us come over. Third, give me all the crystal core resources you currently control and let me take them back to the 5th restricted area.
Li Mu said nothing, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. Even when faced with the crisis of the 6th Heaven Demon King, he has never been so nervous or lost his composure. In the 5th restricted area, there are gods and demons suppressed. You know, the Demon King on the 6th day is the strongest. But he is still just a mortal after all. However, gods and demons, the blind man and the lame man are the first of the 4 holy places in the Tianyi realm. And they have only cultivated one part, such as the eyes and ears, to the realm of gods and demons. If the person suppressed in the 5th restricted area breaks out, it will be more than just the magic city. The entire Tang Kingdom and the entire Blue Star will be destroyed. Li Mu slowly raised his head and said,
Zhang Jiang guards the imperial capital, and Han Jiangxue guards the demon capital. Qingcheng, if they come, Tang will be defenseless. When the Nightmare Court takes action, the Tang Kingdom will be destroyed in an instant. Yi Hongyan, with her demon tribe, guarded the far north and blocked the Centaur army in the Sky Cave in the far north.
The cripple became a little irritable.
What the Nightmare Court wants is Tianyi Realm. Not you, Blue Star. Blue Star is a barren land for them. What are they doing occupying your Tang Kingdom's territory? To save the 6th Heavenly Demon King.
Li Mu said tit for tat.
On the one hand, they suspected that the 6th Heavenly Demon King was suppressed by my master in the Tang Kingdom. So they kept searching for him in the Tang Kingdom. On the other hand, they are also constantly plundering Blue Star's resources and want to rescue the 6th Heaven Demon King. The Tang Kingdom has been as stable as Mount Tai for so many years because Zhang Jiang and I, as well as Han Jiangxue, are sitting in the Demon City, the Imperial City, and the Demon City respectively, forming a triangle that prevents them from finding any opportunities. Once Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue are recruited, Tang's defense line will collapse instantly. After sealing the 6th Heavenly Demon King for so many years, we are obviously much stronger than the Nightmare Court. Why haven't we gotten rid of them? It's because we have to protect Tang State and have to be scattered in these 3 points of Tang State. We can't do anything at all. Once the defense line is broken and the Nightmare Court marches in, what will happen then? This time about the colorful sacred stone in the 5th restricted area. The Demon King of the East region is threatening me with the lives of everyone in the Demon City. I am not afraid of the big Demon Kings in the Nightmare Court. But if they rush to the Demon City to fight me and use the Demon City as a battlefield, what can I do? They can threaten me with the lives of everyone in the Magic City. And they can also threaten me with the entire Tang Kingdom. When the time comes, they threaten me with the lives of the entire Tang people and ask me to release the Demon King of the 6th Heaven. Should I release him or not? What they want is not Blue Star.
Maybe.
But it's precisely because they don't care about Blue Star that they can destroy Blue Star at will.
The cripples were silent. The Nightmare Court works with demons, and there is nothing they can't do. So far, several powerful men in the Tang Kingdom, including Li Mu, have maintained a very delicate balance with them. But if Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangshu have both appear in the magic city, this balance will be broken instantly. Li Mu's worries are not unreasonable. The issue is, the current threat here in the demon city is greater than the demon king of the sixth heaven. The blind man was silent for a while, and then said,
"Open the seal of the passage, and let our true self come from Tianyu realm. Although there is a lot of pressure on the Tianyu realm, the old emperor leads the 4 holy lands and the demon-suppressing army, and can hold on for at least another dozen years. After opening the seal of the passage, our true deity will separate some of the people from the 4 holy places and come to Blue Star. No matter what, let's deal with the threat of the 5th restricted area first. You were not present at the time. That thing, through the layers of seals, releases aura that makes me tremble with fear. That's an existence at the level of gods and demons."
Hearing this, Li Mu's eyes became a little strange. When the blind man saw that Li Mu was silent, he was furious.
"What are you still hesitating about?"
Li Mu opened his mouth, lowered his voice, and said something. "The 3 cripples, blind man."
No wonder you."
The voice of the mute who had been silent until now suddenly rang in the minds of the 4 of them.
"For the current plan, the safest way is to completely seal the entrance and exit of the 5th restricted area first."
The lame man frowned and said,
"We are just clones. Li Mu is too weak, and the blind man who is best at formations is still inside. If we work together to set up a seal, it is impossible to seal a god-demon level existence."
The deaf man nodded.
"It is difficult to seal the entrance and exit of the 5th restricted area. Even if you can seal the Holy Realm,
it is impossible to seal the gods and demons. But Xiaofan and the others have already used the sky-breaking demon sword to strengthen the seal. On this basis, we can send a large number of crystal nuclei through the Summer Ring to strengthen the seal formation. Didn't the blind man say that Xiaofan used the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-breaking demon sword, and then used the power of the large formation to easily kill a Void Terror demon? Although it sounds scary, the situation may not be as bad as we imagined."
Li Mu sighed.
"I will solve the resource problem. It's a pity that there is a 5th restricted area between the outside world and the barrier where the 5-color sacred stone is located. We can't go in directly, and we can't send in powerful people with strength above the 7th level."
The blind man said,
"There are Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang inside. After Xiaofan helped them cultivate the beasts, they are now killing demons crazily in the ancient demon world. In addition, I asked them to send more than half of their star power to the 5-color sacred stone every day. For the time being, the situation is still in our hands."
After saying that, the blind man looked at Li Mu again and said,
"I think you should contact Empress Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan is Suzaku, and Suzaku is good at manipulating space. And she already has a 5-color sacred stone in her hand. There is a resonance between the 5-colored sacred stones. The original orange cat, the leader of the demon sect, determined that the other 5-colored sacred stone was in the 5th restricted area through the 5-colored sacred stone in his hand. Perhaps Yi Hongyan can use the power of the 5-color sacred stone to enter the 5th restricted area. Even if she can't get in, through my mental power, I can bring in the 5-colored sacred stone in her hand, and I can hope to completely eliminate the 6-eyed Abyss Lord."
Li Mu nodded.
"I understand. Okay, I'll do it right away."
As he spoke, his figure flickered and disappeared. At this time, the deaf man took out a ball-like box from the Summer Ring. When he saw the box, the blind man was stunned for a moment.
"Deaf man, what do you want to do?"
The deaf man said,
"After passing through the layers of barriers, your spiritual power has been very weak. I will put you in a box first to prevent it from scattering."
Fart. The blind man was furious.
"No matter how weak I am, I won't say it."
Shi Lu. Before the blind man could finish speaking, he was sucked into the ball-like box. Then, the blind man's voice came from the box.
"Deaf man, this is your uncle."
Within the main hall, Chen Fan's palms were facing outward, and a flame was spitting out from both palms. Ahead is a large pot. This cauldron has been kept in the Summer Ring for some time. However, after arriving in the Magic City, I almost never left the main city during this period, so I never used it. This time, being trapped in the barrier, the cauldron finally came in handy. Chen Fan's palms were releasing flames and he was
cooking hot pot.
A group of beasts were lying on the open ground. Watching all this feebly, Chen Fan used the method of cooking hot pot to help the beasts break through, and they were already accustomed to it. But after giving all their power to the 5-colored sacred stone, they are now too weak to move, so I can only watch Chen Fan's hot pot cooking as a show.
5 stars in a row. Ha ha ha.
Li Fengxing's voice sounded very inappropriately. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Fengxing and Orange Cat. These two guys are actually playing backgammon. This heartless thing. Yi Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and said,
"If it weren't for the Tontian divine pillar in my hand, I really want to give him a stick."
Henry Chu said nothing. Shen Hongxiu and others rolled their eyes at the same time. After a while, Chen Fan put away the flame and brought down the big pot. Then, he waved to Fang Qingqing's ice-white python. The ice-white python opened its mouth and blew out a breath of cold air towards the cauldron. The temperature of the cauldron dropped sharply.
Yeah. Okay. Not bad. I'm getting more and more proficient.
Chen Fan gently patted the ice-white python's head. Like a puppy, the ice-white python looked very helpful and shook its head. The golden horned dragon of Handan snorted softly in his heart.
Who doesn't know how to spit out cold air like this toady? If you hadn't been ahead of me every time, I would have been able to help Lord Chen Fan do this kind of thing. Oh! If you take a small step slowly, your life experiences will be very different.
The Handan golden horned dragon turned his head and glanced at his master Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing and Orange Cat had a great time playing backgammon.
Wasted.
The golden horned dragon in Handan sighed, withdrew his gaze, and thought to himself,
"Is there a beast master more useless than my master?" Yi Hao and Shen Tao both got the artifact, but he only got a mouthful of northwest wind.
Chen Fan waved to Xiao Bai.
"Xiao Bai, come on. Finish this pot."
Xiao Bai walked over with elegant steps, lowered his head, and started eating. Goblin squatted down beside him, with an envious look on his face.
"Xiao Bai is about to break through again,"
Chen Fan said.
"Blind Grandpa's mental clone is gone out, and should be back tomorrow night. By then, he will bring back a lot of external materials. After getting those materials, I will help you break through one by one."
The goblin nodded respectfully.
"Thank you. You don't have to be polite to me."
Chen Fan patted the goblin on the shoulder and said,
"You just transferred all your power to the 5-color sacred stone, and you are very weak now. Go to the side and rest."
"Okay." Goblin stood up, ran to his package, and took out a can of coffee beans. Watching the goblin start making coffee, Shen Hongxiu looked at Fang Qingqing speechlessly.
"I always feel that after your goblin met Xiaofan, he seemed to be a different person. I remember that the goblin used to have a bad mouth, very mean and deserves a beating. But now, the guy is becoming very likable."
The goblin's head was close to Shen Hongxiu's ear.
"Thank you, Miss Hack."
Shen Hongxiu was startled.
"If you keep running around me like a ghost and whispering, I'll kill you."
"Sorry. Sorry." Goblin ran away quickly. Fang Qingqing's face turned red. She glanced at Chen Fan, who continued to work, opened her mouth, and said after a while,
"Chen Fan, you have been cultivating beasts for so long, and you are tired. Please take a rest." "No need."
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
"Your power is transferred to the 5-color sacred stone. My power is not. I am not tired at all."
At this time, Yi Hao suddenly said,
"Brother Fan, do you think that when we go back to the ancient god realm and the angel god king realm, can we summon the heaven-reaching divine pillar and the heaven sacrifice monument again?"
Chen Fan raised his head. He had actually thought about this before, but I was so busy raising animals that I forgot about it. Chen Fan stopped and said,
"When Xiao Bai reaches level 17, we will go over and give it a try."
The blind man was overjoyed.
"If I can still get the heaven-bearing divine pillar and the heaven-breaking demon sword, then..." Chen Fan put his palm on Xiao Bai's head.
Boom!
Xiao Bai's whole body was shaken with energy, and lights fell all over the sky. Name of the royal beast, Purple Lightning Cat King. Xiao Bai. Combat power level, level 17. Racial level, High Legend. Racial skills, Thunder Blade Plus. Thunder Flash Plus. Thunder Armor Plus. Chain Lightning, 12 targets Plus. Thunder Dragon Plus, releases dragon-shaped thunder and lightning. Can attack from a distance. Can attack at close range. Thunder Gun Plus. Lightning Strike Plus. Chen Fan's body also shook violently. The power of Xiao Bai's feedback has arrived. Although Xiao Bai's current combat power level is only level 17, his racial level is already a high-level legend. The power it feeds back is much more than even a moderately extraordinary level 27 Beast Master. After Chen Fan absorbed the power of Xiao Bai's feedback, he nodded with satisfaction. After opening the first and second levels of the Void Divine Body, his current shortcoming is only the Void Divine Power. Whether it is the first level or the second level of the Void Divine Body, they are all based on the Void Divine Power. The Divine Power of the Void is not strong. even if the first and second levels of the Divine Void body are activated. Chen Fan can only call one of the 90,000 Void characters on the first level. I don't know what level of Void Divine power it takes to call the second and third Void characters. Anyway, you have to increase the power of the Void as soon as possible. As the blind man said before, his current cultivation can no longer be measured by the cultivation system of the mortal world. Even if he stays at the 5th level, 2nd level, and 3rd level. As long as he activates a few levels of the Void Divine body, and then the Void Divine power increases, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Similarly, the basis of the Demon King's Whisper is spiritual power. 2 levels of Demon King's Whisper are also activated. But the power of these 2 levels also continues to become stronger as the mental power increases. Chen Fan touched Xiao Bai's head, picked up Xiao Bai, and placed him next to Jade, who was also very weak. Then he waved to Yi Hao.
Chu Xian is now at the 6th level and needs to stabilize his realm. Halsey, you come with me.
Yi Hao laughed and stood up. Shen Tao said hurriedly.
What about me?
Chen Fan said without looking back.
We will tell you later if we can get the heaven-breaking demon sword and the Tontian divine pillar. And we will help you get the 12 wings of the God King later. If we can't get it, you can rest in peace.
Chen Fan and Yi Hao did not stay any longer and entered the ancient god realm directly through the beast control space. Standing in the ancient god realm, Chen Fan looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao took a deep breath, stared at the Tontian divine pillar in the distance, and then stretched out his right hand. No response. No feeling either. I didn't hear the call from the Tontian divine pillar. Yi Hao gathered his energy. Still no response. Yi Hao.
Brother Fan. It doesn't seem possible.
After a while, Chen Fan shouted impatiently.
Can you help me? We are in big trouble now. The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss ran away from the ancient god realm. You suppressed this world. But that kind of demon escaped. You cannot absolve yourself of the blame. If you piss me off, I'll pull you out and make my own spine.
Yi Hao turned to look at Chen Fan. Brother Fan actually went to reason with Tontian Shinju. No, he is not being reasonable. He is clearly threatening the Tontian divine pillar. Could this be useful? This idea just came up. Above the void, a stream of light suddenly flashed quickly.
Bang!
A divine pillar reaching the sky has been held in Yi Hao's hand.
Is this okay?
Yi Hao looked at the divine pillar in his hand, and then at Chen Fan. Chen Fan also widened his eyes.
I just blindfolded you casually. But I didn't expect that the Tontian divine pillar seems to be very reasonable. Let's go to the ancient demon world. I want to get my sky-destroying demon sword.
Chapter 254 Godlike Means.
Click.
Chen Fan held the handle of the sky-breaking demonic sword. The process of him getting the sky-breaking demon sword was much smoother than Yi Hao's process of getting the heaven-breaking divine pillar. With just a wave of his hand, the sky-breaking demon sword was already in his hand. Yi Hao stood on the side with a look of jealousy on his face.
Brother Fan, I feel that I have been treated unfairly.
Chen Fan held the sky-breaking demon sword and sensed it carefully before saying,
although I can't be sure how strong it is, I can feel that the power of this sky-breaking demon sword is much stronger than the previous one.
Yi Hao was startled for a moment, sensed it, and then widened his eyes.
The same is true for the Tontian divine pillar.
Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao speechlessly.
You've been holding the Tontian divine pillar for a while, but you haven't felt it yet? Alas, the Tontian divine pillar is really a trustworthy person.
Yi Hao smiled and scratched his head.
Brother Fan, go and bring Chu Xian and Dao Tao in, so that they can also get the heaven sacrifice monument and the 12 wings of the God King.
Chen Fan nodded and took Yi Hao back to the mountaintop hall. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Chen Fan coming back with the sky-breaking demon sword. And then seeing the heaven-bearing divine pillar in Yi Hao's hand. The blind man dodged and stood in front of Chen Fan, his voice trembling slightly.
I really got it.
Very good.
Very good.
The despair I felt before has dissipated a lot. When they were at Chen Fan's house before, Li Mu once said something to him and cripple. Really. Li Mu was right to put all his hopes on Chen Fan. The blind man patted Chen Fan's shoulder gently.
Xiao Fan, Blue Star and Tianyu Realm all depend on you.
Chen Fan opened his mouth and said after a while,
don't worry, Blind Grandpa. The boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Everything will be fine. I will take Henry Chu and Dao Ao to the ancient demon realm and the angel god king realm first.
The blind man nodded. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and took Henry Chu and Shen Tao Ao for a tour of the ancient demon realm and the angel god king realm. By the way, he took out the crystal cores collected by Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang in the ancient demon world. The two youngest grandmasters of the Tang Kingdom have now completely turned into tool men, hunting the demons crawling out of the cracks like crazy. After sending Chu Xian and Shin Tao back, Chen Fan thought for a moment and returned to the ancient demon world. In the ancient demon world, a group of beast masters, led by the crying demon, blocked a group of skeleton demons. Yi Wushuang and Yuan Sanhai teamed up to fight a level 37 beholder. That thing only had a head the size of a small mountain, with a nose, eyes, and a ferocious mouth, but no body or limbs. Under the huge head, tentacles more than 2 meters long hang down, like the tentacles of an octopus and like a beard. Although Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushuang both had exotic treasures in their hands, they were still at a disadvantage when they joined forces and were forced to jump up and down in the air by the green light swept out of the beholder's eyes.
Brother Yun, you deal with the younger one. Leave this beholder to me.
Chen Fan activated his mental power and started to fly. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang were both stunned for a moment, but did not immediately move away from the beholder. Ever since they met Chen Fan, they knew that Chen Fan's methods were endless and extraordinary. But no matter what, Chen Fan is still only at the 5th level. The beholder in front of me has already reached level 36 or 37. If they didn't have a rare treasure in their hands, even if they joined forces, they might not be able to handle it.
Fan, it's too dangerous.
Yuan Sanhai slashed out with his sword, and after driving away the beholder with his fierce and domineering sword energy, he said,
"This beholder is very terrifying. Much more powerful than the demons in the Nightmare Garden in the 5th restricted area. And this monster is good at mental attacks, so it's hard to guard against."
Chen Fan didn't say anything more and directly activated the
Whisper of the Demon King. Boom!
All the demons, including the beholder, heard a bang in their heads, as if there was an angry thunder exploding. Heaven and earth change. Under their dumbfounded gaze, a demon king with the sky above his head appeared out of thin air, looking down at the people. The demons that were fighting with Yuan Sanhai's 2 beasts instantly fell to the ground, trembling. Even when the crying demon and other beast-controlling beasts attacked them, those demons did not dare to fight back. They just trembled. And the huge beholder also had a look of horror in his eyes, and kept retreating. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, countless red threads were immediately released from the phantom of the demon king holding the sky and stepping on the ground in his mind, and penetrated into the body of the beholder. To be cautious, he concentrated his efforts on dealing with the beholder. Therefore, these red threads were not activated to control other demons. But after the
Whisper of the Demon King
opened the 2nd level, just relying on the pressure of the demon king, those demons in their 20s and 30s knelt on the ground and did not dare to move rashly. Incredible. Yi Wushuang rarely spoke English. Yuan Sanhai murmured to himself,
"How on earth is this done?"
The two looked at each other, then shook their bodies at the same time and gave orders to a group of beasts. All the beasts launched their strongest attack at the same time, killing a group of demons around them on the spot. At this time, Chen Fan had already flown above the level 37 beholder.
"Surrender!"
Chen Fan looked down at the beholder below and shouted loudly in his mind.
Bang!
The beholder's huge body suddenly landed on the ground. Struggle. A violent struggle. Chen Fan could clearly feel that the beholder wanted to break free, turn around and escape.
Submit. Otherwise, it will turn into ashes.
As Chen Fan's thoughts penetrated the beholder's mind, more red threads penetrated into the beholder's body. At this moment, although the beholder still had the intention to resist, his entire body was completely controlled by Chen Fan.
Purify!
After completely suppressing the beholder, Chen Fan pressed his palm towards the beholder. Purify the 2nd level. Ordinary void demons. A strange force instantly enveloped the beholder.
Boom!
The beholder's body shook violently, and his eyes showed pain. Next moment,
Zitsizi!
Streams of black smoke emerged from the beholder's body. The beholder kept screaming and struggling to escape, but its body has been completely controlled by Chen Fan and suppressed by the Demon King's Dharma body. Although it has the idea of escape, it is completely unable to move. On the other side, after killing a group of demons, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a while,
bang!
The beholder struggled to get up and fell heavily to the ground again. There was no more black smoke coming out of his body. The word, purify, also appeared in the attribute panel of the beholder in Chen Fan's sight.
Very good!
Chen Fan continued to activate the
Whisper of the Demon King
to suppress the beholder, and then open the summoning circle. The beast controlling space is open. Do you want to sign a contract with the Void Demon, Beholder? Chen Fan clicked, yes. With a click of, yes. The tip of his left index finger hurt, and a drop of blood spilled out. The drop of blood flew out from his index finger, and fell into the six-pointed star array at the sole of his foot. The six-pointed star array immediately began to move slowly. The two six-pointed star arrays rotated rapidly, flashing a golden light, which condensed into a white paper burning with golden flames in the air, and appeared between Chen Fan and the Beholder. Surrender. Sign. Chen Fan murmured in his heart. But the words that the Beholder heard were uttered by the Supreme Demon King. There was a little more resistance in the Beholder's thoughts. Chen Fan was slightly startled. When the whisper of the Demon King was used to suppress the Phantom Demon, less than half of the red silk thread used now was used to make the Phantom Demon obey. Now that so many threads have been used, is there still resistance in the mind of this Beholder? With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, more red threads were released from the Demon King's body and penetrated into the Beholder's body, completely crushing the last bit of struggle in the Beholder's mind. Beholder signed the contract obediently. Boom! Vast and turbulent feedback power poured into Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan sat cross-legged in the air, quickly absorbed this power, and then transformed it into divine power. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were stunned. System Energy, 267-6676. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 5th grade 2nd level Heaven. Void Divine Power, 5.8 cards plus. Psychic Power, 3623 Hz plus. Soul Veins, 37 plus. Fusion of Life and Death, 19% plus. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. Divine Power grows rapidly, coupled with the power of Xiaobai and Little Skull's previous breakthroughs. Their divine power has now reached 5.8 cards. If you help the Beholder break through a combat power level later, you may be able to directly boost the void power to 6 cards. After turning on Whispers of the Demon King and Purification, as well as Void Divine Body, I feel like I am really going to become the Demon King. Whisper of the Demon King and Purification can purify, suppress and bewitch demons. The Void Divine Body seems to have greatly increased the limit of the body's power. In the past, it was impossible for the 5th grade 2nd level Heaven to contain such a large amount of power. But now that he has gained the power of the Beholder's feedback, Chen Fan feels like a large water tank with just a spoonful of water poured into it. Still far from the limit, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and flew to a crack on his right-hand side. In the cracks, crashing sounds continued to sound. After Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang killed a group of demons, there were still demons climbing up. Why are they all in their 20s? Chen Fan couldn't help but frown when he saw some attribute panels below. The Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms are indeed very strange. He, Henry Chu and others came in, and most of the demons that appeared were only over level 20. Occasionally, 1 or 2 demons above level 30 will appear. When Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang come in, a large number of demons in their 30s will appear. Chen Fan immediately retreated to the crying demon behind Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang. Then, he said, Brother Yuan, would you stand on the edge of the crack and take a look? They are treating us as bait. Yuan Sanhai and the others laughed bitterly, moved, and landed on the edge of the crack at the same time. Sudden, a scream came from below the crack. Immediately, 2 huge demons with wings flew into the sky. One is level 36, a level 37. Chen Fan looked at the 2 demons in the sky and was overjoyed. The level 36 demon is a bone dragon with wings, more than 20 meters long. It's said to be a bone dragon, but it's actually just a big lizard. But its whole body was surrounded by black mist, and its momentum was actually stronger than the previous Beholder. And the level 37 demon is a humanoid void walker with spikes all over its body. As soon as the 2 demons came out, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang couldn't help being surprised, and quickly retreated as if facing a formidable enemy. Violent! The Beholder that Chen Fan had just signed rose into the air and stood in front of Chen Fan. With a thought, Chen Fan summoned the Phantom Demon and the Little Skeleton. The Phantom Demon and the Little Skeleton glanced at the Beholder curiously, then moved at the same time as the Beholder, and surrounded the Bone Dragon with a roar. Chen Fan repeated his old trick and used the Whisper of the Demon King again to suppress all the demons. The Little Skeleton, the Beholder, and the Phantom Demon rushed up and beat the Bone Dragon. The poor Bone Dragon had just rushed into the abyss arrogantly, but before he had time to react, he was inexplicably suppressed, and then inexplicably beaten to death until he was almost alive. Chen Fan activated the purification again and purified the 12-meter-tall Void Walker.
Sign up this Void Walker as well.
Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. After being busy in the palace on the top of the mountain for so long, he suddenly reacted and remembered about signing with the devil. After turning on purification, he knew that all demons would surrender to him. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation level, he signed too many contracts with the beasts, and he may not be able to withstand the power of the beast's feedback. So he has not taken action. But now after turning on the Void Divine Body, even if he signs a few more powerful beasts, he can still withstand the power of feeding back. The summoning circle of the beast control space appeared again. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were both numb, floating motionless in the air. Yuan Sanhai, the crying demon at the time, only managed to sign the contract with the help of his masterly Mu after a lot of effort. Why did Chen Fan sign the contract with the devil as if it was for fun? And, one after another, the eyes of Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were frozen, motionless. Even if something like this were spread, no one would believe it. Right? Sudden.
Puff!
The summoning circle activated by Chen Fan exploded. In order to prevent voiding, before the Void Divine Power reaches 10 cards, you can no longer sign contracts for beasts above level 30. Only after the Void Divine Power reaches 10 cards and the system is successfully upgraded again can you sign up for a beast control of level 30 or above. Prevent voiding? What's the meaning? System upgrade. When he broke through to the second level, the system was upgraded once. But from that time to now, the system has never been upgraded. If you want to sign more beasts above level 30, do you need to upgrade the system? Chen Fan looked at the prompt that the system popped up and was a little annoyed. Sure enough, I thought it was too simple. At this time, Yuan Sanhai flew over and asked with some concern.
Fan, are you okay? Why did the summoning circle explode?
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang had never seen such a thing like summoning a magic circle to explode.
Fine.
Chen Fan looked at Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang and narrowed his eyes. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang felt a little frightened when he saw them. Chen Fan grinned and said,
Brother Yuan, Brother Yi, let me give it a try and help you sign up these two demons. Ah!
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were shocked. Immediately, Yuan Sanhai waved his hands and said,
No, signing a contract with a demon is no small matter. This is different from signing a contract with an ordinary beast.
Yi Wuxuang also said,
Yes, these demons are full of negative emotions and evil thoughts. Even if they can successfully sign the contract, it will be very troublesome. Sanhai's crying demon was Sanhai's master who used a secret method to suppress his evil thoughts. And finally, he was able to successfully sign the contract. After signing the contract, Sanhai has to use his mental power every day to suppress the evil thoughts transmitted from him. If given the choice, most people would not choose to sign with these purebred devils.
Yuan Sanhai nodded and said,
It's okay for demons. Purebred demons are indeed too scary. And the demons of these realms, I don't know why. Even the demons of more than 20 levels, the evil thoughts are worse than my crying.
The devil is even more terrifying. I know.
Chen Fan nodded slightly and waved towards Yuan Sanhai's crying demon. The crying demon immediately flew over.
Purify.
Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed his palm at the crying demon. A burst of black smoke rose up, and the crying demon screamed, then fell to the ground with a pop.
Fan, what are you doing?
Yuan Sanhai felt the pain of the crying demon and was shocked.
I'm helping to purify it.
As soon as Chen Fan finished saying this, he retracted his palm and said,
Feel it. It's okay now. I've been so busy during this period that I forgot about it. I'm sorry.
Yuan Sanhai immediately narrowed his eyes.
Next moment,
he opened his eyes and stared.
How is this possible?
Yi Wuxuang had strong mental power and felt the changes in the crying demon. But he was still a little unbelievable. He stared at Yuan Sanhai closely.
What's going on? You're talking. But I'm so anxious.
Yuan Sanhai looked at Yi Wuxuang and said,
I can't feel a trace of evil thoughts in the body of the crying demon. It is as pure as a newborn child.
Yi Wuxuang, even his master Han Jiangxue and Yuan Sanhai's masterly Mu would not be able to do this with such a method, unless the legendary master arrives. However, even the legendary master, the martial ancestor of Blue Star, has never heard of such a heaven-defying method. Surprisingly, it can purify demons. And it's so light and calm. Yi Wuxuang blinked, and his breathing became rapid.
Let's try it first.
Chen Fan said.
Brother Yun now has 3 beasts. And Brother Yi only has 2 beasts. But your cultivation realm is already at the 7th level and 4th level. And your mental power is strong. In theory, you can sign 1 or 2 more beasts. It should be very easy.
That. Yuan Songhai rubbed his hands nervously. Yi Wu's eyes were filled with stars, and he nodded fiercely.
Give it a try.
The two took out some crystal nuclei from the summer ring and began to quickly arrange them. The process for ordinary people to sign a contract to control beasts is a bit complicated, even for beings like Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang. They were so shocked and excited that it took them a while to complete the arrangements. With a thought in Shenfan's mind, the Void Walker immediately walked into the magic circle arranged by Yuan Songhai. Afterwards, Yuan Songhai opened the summoning circle in the beast control space.
Sighing with him,
Shenfan completely suppressed the Void Walker and murmured in his mind,
"How dare you resist the Demon King's order?
Sign!" Yuan Songhai raised his head and stared at the Void Walker. If this demon can sign a contract, the power of feedback should help him break through to the 7th level and 5th level in one fell swoop. I saw the Void Walker squatting down slowly, kneeling on one knee, and pointed at the contract.
Success?
Yi Wuxuang on the other side looked at this scene, clenching his fists and shaking with excitement.
Devil.
And it's a terrifying demon of this level. He was completely suppressed by Shenfan and couldn't resist at all. It's unimaginable. After he and Yuan Songhai each signed such a demon, they would probably be able to break through to the 7th level and 5th level. And with such a powerful demon, it will be much easier to kill demons in the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms. Boom! Yuan Songhai's whole body shook, and the stars in the sky fell. The power fed back by the Void Walker flowed into his body like a torrent, making the joints all over his body make a sound like frying beans.
What a powerful force.
Yuan Songhai laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha. So strong. Sifan. Thank you very much. Shenfan smiled and nodded, then flew to Yi Wuxuang's side again. The bone dragon, which had been beaten half to death by Little Skeleton and the others, also flew over in a dangling manner. Yi Wuxuang felt a little distressed. He felt quite comfortable watching Little Skeleton and the others beating up the bone dragon. But now Shenfan is ready to help him sign this bone dragon. If he had known better, he should have stopped Little Skeleton and the others from beating the bone dragon. Now beating the bone dragon half to death is heartbreaking. Shenfan followed suit. The signing between Yi Wuxuang and Gu Long also went very smoothly. The two of them had the strongest talents among their peers. The reason why I haven't signed another contract with other beasts in recent years is not because I can't sign a contract, but because I haven't found a suitable and powerful enough beast. After all, at this level of cultivation, it would be impossible for them to sign a contract with a level 1 or 2 beast master. Now it is easy to sign a contract with such a high-level beast master. Just the powerful force of the beast master's feedback has benefited them a lot. Yuan Songhai looked at Shenfan gratefully and said, "Xiao Fan, please send us back to the palace on the top of the mountain first. If we make an impact, we should be able to break through to the 7th level and 5th level within 3 days." Okay. Shenfan took Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang back to the palace on the top of the mountain without stopping. Huh? The blind man was stunned for a moment. Why are you back? Your strength has increased dramatically? Less than half a day. The auras of Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang puzzled the blind man. Yuan Songhai smiled slightly and said, "Xiaofan helped us sign a contract for a demon. I signed a contract for a level 37 Void Walker, and Wuxuang signed a contract for a level 36 Bone Dragon. So we come back and prepare to sprint and break through to the 7th level and 5th level. What a godlike method." Yi Wuxuang smiled and nodded. Unbelievable. Everyone's eyes were turned to Shenfan, except for the blind man who had no eyeballs in his eyes. The eyes of others, including Henry Chu's, became extremely eager. Shenfan said a little helplessly, "Originally, Chu Xian and I went to the Demon City Pet Beast Market to buy a batch of beasts, and those beasts were going to be signed for them. But now that I'm trapped here, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out in a short time. Now I want to see if I can help them sign a few demons in their 20s. Let's go!" Shen Hongxiu immediately took Shenfan's hand. "Go right away." Shenfan patted Shen Hongxiu's arm and said, "I can suppress and conquer demons, and then purify demons. But whether you can sign a contract with a demon, or with other beast masters, is also limited by your own talent conditions, and may not be can succeed. Don't blame me if you can't sign the contract." Chapter 255 Empress Yi Hongyan is in trouble. Boom! Li Fengxing's body exploded with energy. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Li Fengxing laughed wildly. "I have surpassed you all. My confidence is back. 3 void demons stood in front of Li Fingxing. Behaved. Both Henry Chu and Yi Hao just signed a contract with a void demon, including their previous beasts. Chu Xian and Yi Hao now have 5 beasts, with the help of Chen Fan, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing, as well as Shen Daodao and Bai Rouge. Each signed 2 void demons, bringing the total number of beasts to 5. Unexpectedly, Li Fingxing actually signed 3 void demons in one go. This made Li Fingxing go crazy with joy. He glanced at Yi Hao and Chu Xian with squinted eyes, looking proud of the world and looking forward to Zixiong. Bai Rouge was so angry that he kicked him over.
Why are you so arrogant? Isn't it my uncle who helped you sign the contract? Without my uncle's help, you could have signed a contract with a hammer. Hee.
Li Fingxing looked at Chen Fan and scratched his head in embarrassment.
What is going on?
Shen Hongxiu said strangely.
Chu Xian is now at the 6th level, and his mental power is obviously much higher than him. How come he can sign another void demon?
Li Fingxing smiled proudly.
Because I am more talented than Henry Chu.
Everyone was speechless. In the world of beast masters, the talent of a beast master is indeed measured by the number of beast masters. Being able to sign more beast masters means stronger talent. But Fang Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled and said,
You have signed a contract with 3 void demons at once. Stop playing backgammon when you go back. Practice hard, and you should be able to break through to the 5th level in one fell swoop.
Li Fingxing clenched his fist, and a burst of energy exploded in his palm. Then, he said calmly,
My current strength is no longer weaker than that of the 5th level realm. It is easy to break through the 5th level realm. The most important thing is that I now have 6 beasts, and 3 of them are level 28 void demons. When the time comes, Brother Fan will help these beasts break through once, and my strength will be enough to dash upwards and throw you far away. You guys, don't leave me behind. Wait for me.
While Li Fingxing was still feeling proud, Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao were pulled into the beast-controlling space by Chen Fan. Magic City. Chen Fan's home. The 3 cripples and Li Mu were sitting at the stone table. In front of Li Mu, 2 virtual screens stood. On a virtual screen, there was Zhang Jiang, the younger brother of Chen Fan's master Zhang Hai, who was in the imperial capital. On a virtual screen was Han Jiangxue, Yi Wuxuang's master, who was sitting in the demon capital. Zhang Jiang looks to be about the same age as Li Mu, with a rugged face and a resolute expression. Han Jiangxue looks much younger. She doesn't look like Yi Wuxuang's master at all, but more like Yi Wuxuang's sister. Zhang Jiang looked solemn and said,
Do you want me to go to the Magic City?
Li Mu shook his head.
No. If you come to the Magic City, who will be in charge of the Imperial City?
Han Jiangxue's face was a bit ugly, and her eyes were gloomy.
Li Mu, if Chen Fan makes a mistake, I will kill you.
Li Mu smiled bitterly and said,
I can't control these things. I never thought that he would run from the ancient god realm to the barrier of the 5th restricted area.
Han Jiangxue snorted lightly and said no more. Zhang Jiang frowned and asked again,
Is there still no response from the far north?
Li Mu shook his head.
I'm afraid something happened. Yi Hongyan and I have a unique way of contacting each other, but we can't contact her at all now. The demon tribe said that the Empress left, but where she went, no one else knows.
Han Jiangxue raised an eyebrow.
Has she left the far north? What happened? Li Mu, are you still hiding something from us?
Zhang Jiang also glanced at Li Mu a little annoyed. Li Mu was silent for a moment and then said,
The nail I buried in the Garden of Nightmares sent me a message. 3 days ago, the Demon King of the Eastern region and the Demon King of the Western region went to the far north. What?
Zhang Jiang was surprised.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Li Mu said.
I just received the news.
At this time, the cripple spoke.
The Nightmare Court wants to take advantage of your attention. When you are all in the 5th secret realm of the Demon City, it wants to kill Yi Hongyan in one fell swoop. After all, Yi Hongyan also has a 5-color sacred stone in her hand. It is much easier to kill Yi Hongyan and snatch the 5-color sacred stone from Yi Hongyan than to get the 5-color sacred stone in the 5th penalty area. Although they still don't know the situation in the 5th restricted area, they can't enter at level 8 or above. Even if the Demon Kings come out in full force, it won't help.
Zhang Jiang said in a deep voice.
The Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the West region, although they were seriously injured by Qin Sheng 18 years ago, they are very powerful. I don't know if their injuries have recovered in the past 18 years. Didn't you receive the distress signal from Yi Hongyan? No.
Li Mu shook his head.
I'm going to the far north,
Han Jiangxue said.
If something happens to Yi Hongyan, the world will be in chaos.
This time, Li Mu had no objection. If something happens to Yi Hongyan, the five-colored sacred stone will probably fall into the hands of the Nightmare Court. When the time comes, no one will be able to defeat the Nightmare Court. On the other hand, the centaurs from the far north will also flood into Blue Star, making the monster-infested Blue Star even worse. Li Mu took a deep breath, turned to look at the three cripples, and then bowed to them.
What are you doing?
The lame man's eyes widened.
We old guys are just clones and can't fight against the strong ones in the Holy Realm. Do you still want us to deal with the Demon King of the East region?
Li Mu said.
Fighting alone. The clones of your elders will naturally not be able to compete with the Demon King of the East region. But the three of them join forces and control the Demon Capital Formation, which can block them for at least half a month. Please help the three seniors.
On the virtual screen, Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue also looked at the three cripples. The lame man, the deaf man, and the mute looked at each other. Well, the lame man sighed.
You really treat us like cattle. That's all. Let's just take a walk.
As he said that, the three cripples' bodies flashed with light, and a figure each came out. Immediately there appeared on the field two lame men, two deaf men and two mute men. Immediately, the three people who had just walked out turned into a stream of light and headed towards the demon capital of Tang Dynasty. Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue on the virtual screen breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Han Jiangxue glanced at Li Mu again and said,
Chen Fan and the others are trapped inside. Are you just waiting outside? Is there no other way?
The cripple waved his hand and said,
You don't have to worry too much about Xiao Fan's affairs. Tonight, we will ask the blind man to send the prepared resources in. The blind man is the strongest formation master in the Qianyu world for tens of thousands of years. With his help, and with the help of Xiao Fan and his 4 magical weapons, even if they cannot completely eliminate the sealed demon, they can at least suppress him for hundreds more years. But our biggest trump card is not being blind, but Xiao Fan. Throughout the ages, there have been countless masters of animal breeding. Who can compare with him?
Zhang Jiang's expression moved slightly.
Senior, what you mean is,
the lame man grinned and said,
there is also a god-level being with him. Thunderstone Man. Among the resources Xiao Fan asked us to send in, there are many resources prepared just for this Stone Man. If he can restore the power of the Thunderstone Man, and even help the Thunderstone Man break through the combat power level, maybe everything can be solved.
Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue looked at Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu smiled and nodded slightly. Han Jiangxue snorted and said,
No matter what, you must find a way to rescue him. Otherwise, I will really kill you.
Li Mu wiped his sweat and nodded.
Don't worry.
Late at night, in the palace on the top of the mountain, Xiao Hei's voice rang out.
Those idiots outside are blasting the barrier again.
Chen Fan and others, who were sitting cross-legged, all opened their eyes. Really? Somewhere above the barrier, light shone again. But this time, the demon sealed underground did not move. The little stone man once told Chen Fan and the others that in the past, the demons underground would rush out with all their strength at this time every night, and then bombard the barrier. But last night, after Chen Fan used the Sky Sacrifice Monument to devour the Void Fear demon, there was no movement in the ground today. Chen Fan jumped onto the stone platform in the center of the hall, gently held the 5-colored sacred stone in his palm, then closed his eyes and sensed it. Everything under the ground appeared in his mind again. There was no movement from the 6-eyed Abyss Lord and the remaining 3 Void Terror demons. If Chen Fan hadn't been able to sense the overwhelming demonic energy surging on their bodies, he might have thought they were dead. The blind man came over and said,
They have suffered the consequences of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, so they probably don't dare to act rashly. But you still have to be careful. Be careful of these demons' tricks.
Fang Qingqing stood up, walked to the bottom of the stone platform and said,
We have all rested for a while. Let's give all our strength to the colorful sacred stone.
Chen Fan was a little hesitant.
You just broke through to the 5th level in the afternoon, and now you still need to stabilize the state. It doesn't matter,
Fang Qingqing said.
We can't do anything else to help. Our power is given to the 5-color sacred stone. Even if it can play a little role, it is enough.
Shen Hongxiu, who bickered with Fang Qingqing every day, rarely provoked her this time. Instead, she nodded and said,
Yes, the restoration of a little bit of power from the 5-color sacred stone can make this barrier more stable and make us stronger. Safety. Xian Chu and Yi Hao did not speak, but walked silently to the bottom of the stone platform. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. After everyone brought the beast to the stone platform, they transferred their power to the colorful sacred stone. Chen Fan activated the formation and opened a small opening in the barrier. Everyone immediately looked at the mirror image condensed by the little stone man. I saw figures flying in quickly from the small opening.
Hey, there are a lot of people coming.
After seeing the people who entered the barrier clearly, Chen Fan grinned.
The Nightmare Court sent more people in this time than the other forces combined.
After saying that, Chen Fan turned to look at the blind man.
Grandpa Blind, has your spiritual power returned? Back?
The blind man pointed at a woman on the screen and said,
It's on her.
Chen Fan took a closer look and blinked.
I seem to have seen it somewhere. That's Feng Xiaoxiao, Feng Tianlin's sister.
Yi Hao said.
The one next to her is Shangwan Sanlong's sister, Shangwan Xiu'er.
Everyone was stunned for a moment. Yi Hao smiled proudly and said,
I have information about the beauties from the first martial arts university.
Chen Fan. Everyone. Shen Tao Tao.
Give me one.
Yi Hao.
1,000,000 copies.
Shen Hongxiu picked up a crystal core without star power on the ground and threw it towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao tilted his head, and the stone hit Li Fengxing on the head. Li Fengxing glared at Shen Hongxiu.
Just because I signed a contract with 3 void demons. Are you jealous until now?
Shen Hongxiu. On the mirror screen, Feng Xiaoxiao took out a box and was about to open the box.
Sudden.
The ground shook violently. A ghost hand condensed with black energy suddenly broke through the seal and grabbed Feng Xiaoxiao.
Ah!
Although Feng Xiaoxiao knew that the barrier was extremely dangerous, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. He immediately backed up quickly with the box in hand. Everyone who had just been sent and attacked the ghost hand condensed with black energy at the same time. But the attack from a group of 6th level realms, hitting the ghost hand, was unable to shake the ghost hand at all. The critical moment. Boom! The sky-breaking demon sword fell from the sky and nailed the ghost hand to the ground. The tyrannical and unpredictable power bloomed from the sky-breaking demonic sword, instantly blasting the huge ghost hand into wisps of black energy and dissipated without a trace. When Feng Xiaoxiao saw this, he immediately opened the box. There was a flash of light in the box, and the blind man had taken back his mental power. The blind man spread the palm of his right hand. In his palm was an ordinary silver ring.
The materials Li Mu and the others collected are all inside.
The blind man handed the Xiumi ring in his hand to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took it, put it away, and said,
I'll go down first and deal with those guys from the Nightmare Garden.
Henry Chu suddenly said,
Use the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
Chen Fan was stunned and nodded. Yi Hao howled miserably.
Why is his Heaven Sacrifice Monument so powerful? But I only have 1 stick.
The words just fell. The towering pillar beside him suddenly flew up, hitting his head with 3 sticks.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Yi Hao, who was already weak, was beaten to the ground. Shen Tao outside softly.
Seeing Haozi being beaten, I suddenly felt indescribably happy.
Li Fengxing came over and said,
Why?
Shen Nato glanced at Li Fengxing and sighed.
For whatever reason, I'm more happy than seeing you get beaten. I'm tired of seeing you get beaten all the time. Haozi is too cunning and rarely gets beaten.
Li Fengxing raised his head slightly and touched his chin.
Really? Have I ever been beaten?
Everyone. The blind man ignored the banner of Shen Dao and the others, and spoke a few words to Chen Fan via mental telephony.
I understand.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. At this moment, the group of Nightmare Court experts who had just entered suddenly surrounded Feng Xiaoxiao and the others. There were only 5 people from Tang who came in this time. The number of people in the Nightmare Court reached 25,
which was more than the total number of people from all other forces. Several people from the Tang Kingdom were startled, and while retreating, they summoned the beast. Seeing this, the people from the Heavenly Demon sect and the Monster Clan also stood together with the Tang people.
What do you want to do?
Feng Xiaoxiao said with a gloomy face.
You just came in, and you want to deal with us?
On the side of the Nightmare Court, a man in black robes said with an evil smile.
Feng Xiaoxiao, what is in the box in your hand? Why did this change occur? Your Tang State, or the Heavenly Demon sect, has much more information than our Nightmare Garden. Do you take the initiative to say it? Or do you let me pry your mouth open?
Just as Feng Xiaoxiao was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head and looked behind the group of people in the Nightmare Garden. Just behind the group of people, a flash of lightning lit up, and a mysterious man wearing black armor appeared out of thin air.
Sacrifice to heaven!
As soon as he appeared, Chen Fan didn't say a word and directly activated the Heaven Sacrifice tablet that Henry Chu summoned again. The memorial monument swelled in the wind and instantly turned into a black hole. A man in black robes, and the demon they summoned were completely unable to control their body shape, and were sucked in by the power of the heaven sacrifice monument.
No!
There were screams one after another, under the horrified gaze of Feng Xiaoxiao and others. All the people and demons in the nightmare garden were turned into mummies in an instant. Then, Chen Fan tilted his head slightly, and looked at Feng Xiaoxiao and others. Feng Xiaoxiao and others subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chapter 256. A lot more batteries.
Escape!
The first to take action were the people from Yang State. A group of beast masters from the Yang Kingdom fled in all directions. People from the Star Kingdom and other countries, as well as people from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Monster Clan, were not slow in their movements, and they all rushed into the distance crazily. Only the people from Tang State, although they showed fear on their faces, did not flee immediately. Chen Fan glanced at the group of people fleeing, held his throat, and shouted softly,
"Stop! Whoever dares to move will die!"
Chen Fan said this after activating the
whisper of the Demon King.
As soon as he said this, everyone stopped instantly.
The language of the Tang dynasty? Is he a strong man from the Tang Kingdom? No. It's impossible. There's no way you can get in if you're above the 2nd level of the 6th level. Feng Xiaoxiao and the others are also scared. They can't be from the Tang Kingdom. Damn it. Why are there such terrifying beings in the barrier?
One thought after another flashed through everyone's minds. The previous scene was too terrifying. A group of 6th level demons and demons from the Nightmare Garden died without any chance of resistance. If the mysterious man in front of me wants to take action, no one here can escape. The fear and panic in everyone's hearts, inspired by Chen Fan's
whisper of the Demon King,
almost reached the extreme. And under the influence of the
whisper of the Demon King,
no one can have any thoughts of resistance in their hearts. All those who escaped for a certain distance felt as if their feet were nailed to the ground. There was a voice in their heart shouting that they wanted to escape, but they were completely unable to move. The only 2 people on the field who could still remain calm were Feng Xiaoxiao and Shangwen Xiuer. But even these 2 people, after seeing the miserable death of the people in the nightmare court with their own eyes, their faces were pale and extremely nervous at this moment.
Come all over.
Chen Fan raised his fingers towards everyone. A group of people who had just escaped not far away came back tremblingly. Chen Fan said in a hoarse voice,
"If you don't resist, nothing will happen."
As he spoke, he spread the palm of his left hand. The wisp of black energy that the blind man placed in his palm flew up instantly, and then split into many strands of black energy that wrapped around everyone's foreheads. Like a ribbon, the black energy covered everyone's eyes. Many people reached out and wiped it off their faces, but there was nothing on their faces.
I can't see my eyes? Me too. Damn it.
I can't see anything. And my mental power is also sealed. What exactly is this? What should we do?
A group of people became a mess.
Shut up,
Chen Fan said in a hoarse voice.
Stop making noise.
The noise, like being cut by scissors, suddenly returned to calm. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and activated the power of the formation. Crack. Everyone's body was flashing with electric light. The next moment, everyone, including Chen Fan, moved to the side hall of the palace on the top of the mountain. Afterwards, Chen Fan separated these people and locked them in different rooms. The people of the Tang dynasty were locked in a room. The people of the demon sect are locked in a room. The people of Yang State were locked in a room. As soon as everyone entered the room, the restrictions on their faces were instantly lifted, and their eyes could see again. Bang! The door is closed. There was dead silence. Immediately, each room immediately became noisy again.
Where is this? What does he want to do by locking us here? In a short period of time, our lives should not be in danger. He killed all the powerful men and demons in the Nightmare Court, but did not touch anyone from other forces. Look at these pillars and these sculptures. We are probably locked up in a palace on the top of the mountain. What? He moved us from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain without any feeling? Can this person control the ancient formation?
In the room where a group of people from the Tang dynasty were imprisoned, everyone looked around and felt frightened.
Sudden,
the door opens. Zhong Hao, Xian Tianji and others who came in last time staggered in. As soon as they came in, Zhong Hao and others couldn't help but shook their heads and wiped their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Zhong Hao was stunned for a moment.
What's going on? Why did you all come in?
Feng Xiaoxiao sneered.
Why were you arrested? Were you invited in? Etc.
Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly changed his expression and said,
Zhong Hao, you came in yesterday. 1 day earlier than us. Why were you arrested now? You've been here for a day. What have you discovered?
Everyone gathered around. Zonghao smiled bitterly, shook his head and said,
How can I find anything? As soon as we entered yesterday, the 2 people in the Nightmare Court were killed by a mysterious man. Then the rest of us walked around the edge of the mountain and found a way up. But there are powerful restrictions on the road. As soon as we stepped on the steps, we were thrown out by a powerful force, and there was no way to go up the mountain. Originally, we wanted to wait for you to come today and discuss it together to see what to do. I was caught here.
Feng Xiaoxiao frowned and said,
That mysterious man speaks the language of our Tang country. Has he communicated with you?
Zonghao said,
As soon as he appeared, he killed the 2 people and the devil in the Nightmare Court with 1 punch. Afterwards, he asked the monsters who got up with us if they were from Empress Yihongyan. Later, he also asked people from the demon sect.
Feng Shishu's eyes lit up.
Didn't I ask you in Xiantianji?
Zonghao shook his head.
No.
Feng Shishu's eyes lit up.
Then we can rest assured.
Xiantianji's expression changed.
Do you suspect that Senior is from our Tang country?
A group of powerful men from the Tang dynasty present all had their eyes widened. Before they entered the barrier, there were numerous instructions from above. But no one had ever told them that there would be strong men from their own side to support them. What's more, this barrier excludes the strong ones above the 2nd level of the 6th level and the 2nd level. And the strong ones above the 6th level and the 2nd level can't get in at all?
Alright.
Feng Xiaoxiao said,
Don't worry too much. It should be fine.
At this time, a middle-aged man came over and said,
Xiao, do you know something?
Feng Xiaoxiao shook his head and said,
If I knew something, I wouldn't have been so frightened just now.
In the main hall, Chen Fan was sitting on the ground, counting the things that Li Mu had sent in with the Sumer ring. The blind man, with Li Fengxing and Fang Qingqing, was holding a bunch of crystal cores and was arranging the formation. The formation is centered on the colorful sacred stone on the stone platform in the center of the hall,
and connects the rooms where powerful people from all sides are detained. After working for a long time, the blind man came back.
That's it,
the blind man said.
But the temporary formation has limited power. You have to go knock those batteries in there.
Li Fengxing, who had endured it for a long time, finally couldn't help it anymore.
Brother Fan, what on earth are we doing? What is the use of this formation? What kind of battery?
Chen Fan pointed at the 5-color sacred stone on the stone platform and said,
It's just to charge the 5-color sacred stone. We people, we must not let them know about our affairs here. So we can only keep them in those rooms. After that, through the formation arranged by the blind grandpa, extract their star power and give it to the 5-color sacred stone.
Li Fengxing's eye circles suddenly turned red.
So this is the battery we have been making for so long. And finally someone came to replace us. It's not a replacement,
Chen Fan said.
You go back to meditate. After you have a good rest, you still have to continue to charge the 5-color sacred stone.
Li Fengxing, the orange cat, wandered over and said,
Chen Fan, can't you catch a few more demons and sign contracts? It's a bit unbearable to draw the star power twice a day. I'm so weak now that I can't even walk without feeling.
Chen Fan pursed his lips.
You really think it's easy for me to sign a contract to control the beasts? Right.
The orange cat rolled his eyelids.
Isn't it?
Chen Fan shrugged.
I signed a contract to control the beasts. And there is an upper limit. I signed a contract with a demon before but failed. So I thought of helping Brother Yuan and others to sign a demon.
Okay.
You all go and have a rest. I'm going to bang those batteries.
Chen Fan thought and put on the helmet again. A few thunders flashed past, and Chen Fan moved directly to the room where the powerful men of the Tang dynasty were imprisoned. There was a faint light shining on the door, and many runes could be vaguely seen flowing on it. That's a restriction placed by the blind man. Even if the 9th grade realm is locked inside, it is impossible to break out. Chen Fan's palm gently pressed on the door. The heavy door was pushed open. Chen Fan stepped in slowly. In the room, Feng Xiaoxiao and others were originally sitting. When they saw the mysterious man in black armor coming in, they all stood up immediately. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said,
Everyone, I need your help.
Everyone looked at each other. Feng Xiaoxiao took a step forward and said,
Senior, please tell me.
Chen Fan said in a deep voice,
You all came here for the 5-color sacred stone. But I don't know that the 5-colored sacred stone suppresses a demon that destroys the world. Once the demon breaks out of the seal, the demon city will bear the brunt. And the Tang kingdom will bear the brunt. What?
Feng Xiaoxiao and others were shocked.
Humph.
Chen Fan snorted softly and said,
You can't imagine how terrifying it is. If it breaks out of the seal, not to mention the Tang Kingdom, the entire blue star will be destroyed.
Feng Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice.
What should we do? Can we be of any help? This is the purpose of bringing you here.
Chen Fan said.
I need your power. To be precise, the 5-color sacred stone needs your power. The formation has been set up in this room. Once the 5-color sacred stone is in operation, it will extract the star power from you. What you have to do is not to resist and deliver star power to the 5-color sacred stone normally. Don't worry. The 5-colored sacred stone will not drain your star power, nor will it cause any harm to you. You'll only be weak for a while.
Feng Xiaoxiao and others looked at each other and nodded at the same time.
Okay. Please.
Chen Fan bowed slightly and exited the room where the monsters are imprisoned. Chen Fan walked in. A group of monsters immediately became nervous. Chen Fan talked about the colorful divine stone suppressing demons. A group of monsters were shocked.
I know Yi Hongyan. You're Demon Empress,
Chen Fan said.
So don't worry. I won't hurt you, as long as you cooperate.
A demon woman smiled bitterly.
Besides cooperation, do we have any other choice? There is another option,
Chen Fan said coldly.
Death.
A group of monsters stopped talking. No one would be happy to die if they could survive. What's more, it's just star power being extracted, not life force. The room where the powerful men of the Star Kingdom are imprisoned. Chen Fan walked in and told the story about the 5-colored sacred stone suppressing demons.
Why should we trust you? What if you have some other plot? Even if what you said is true, when the demon rushes out, the country of Tang will be destroyed first. What does it have to do with us? Yes. Why should we help Tang would do such a thing? Who are you? Why do you want to imprison us? We are all from the Star Kingdom. You have offended our Star Kingdom.
Chen Fan took a step forward and slapped the person who said, offended, flying away, with blood spurting from his mouth. A group of powerful people from the Star Country, who were still shouting just now, were all mute in an instant.
Talk.
Chen Fan walked over step by step.
Go on.
A group of strong men from Star Kingdom retreated continuously. But no one dared to resist. When he first entered the barrier, the mysterious man in front of him wiped out a group of powerful men in the Nightmare Court with a slight movement of his fingers. Compared with those in the Nightmare Garden, they are not much stronger. Who dares to resist? Chen Fan said coldly.
I have already told you. You have to contribute your strength whether you are willing or not. I'll say the ugly things first. When extracting star power, I will kill anyone who dares to resist.
After saying this, Chen Fan turned around and left the room without looking at these people. The room where the powerful members of the demon cult are imprisoned. Chen Fan once again talked about the 5-colored sacred stone suppressing demons. None of the powerful men from the heavenly demon sect spoke. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then made several gestures with his index fingers, as if speaking in mute words.
I am the leader of the demon cult. You haven't come forward to pay homage yet.
A group of powerful men from the demon sect were all shocked. Just now, they were still speculating about the identity of the mysterious man. Never imagined. But no one moved. Although the mysterious man in front of him knew the code words of the demon sect. But this is really unbelievable.
Huh? I don't believe it.
Chen Fan's finger gently touched the ring he had taken from the orange cat. The purple gemstone on the ring immediately emitted a bright light. The eyes of a group of powerful men from the heavenly demon sect widened even more. This is the leader of the demon sect's token. Maybe someone else can learn the hand gesture code and then impersonate it. But not this ring. Moreover, only through the inheritance of the old leader can such a ring be activated.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A powerful man from the heavenly demon cult knelt down on one knee, his eyes full of excitement.
See the leader? You?
Chen Fan couldn't help but rolled his eyes when Orange Cat tricked him into wearing the ring, and then took the opportunity to make the ring recognize him as its master. He almost wanted to beat Orange Cat up. But in addition to being a token of the leader of the demon sect, this ring also contains a very powerful shield that can cover the body and condense into the shape of armor. So Chen Fan always kept the ring on him. I didn't expect that it would be used to fool these guys from the demon sect now.
Okay. Get up,
Chen Fan said.
You will stay here during this period and help recharge the colorful sacred stone with peace of mind. Also, don't reveal my identity. Yes.
A group of strong men from the demon sect responded respectfully. The room where the beast masters of Yang Kingdom were imprisoned. Chen Fan opened the door and walked in. A group of beast masters from the Yang Kingdom were about to speak. Chen Fan rushed into the crowd with a vigorous step and started working with his hands left and right. One slap after another, he knocked down a group of Yang Kingdom strong men to the ground.
Baga!
A group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom were furious. Chen Fan dodged and kicked the man in the chin, kicking his whole body into the air and hitting the wall hard.
Come!
Chen Fan said coldly.
Can you tell me more about Baga?
As he said that, Chen Fan kicked a few more people around him until they spurted blood.
Grown-ups!
A strong man from the Yang Kingdom covered his chest and said,
Even if you want to hit us,
you should at least give us a reason. Right? After entering this room, we have always behaved ourselves and did not dare to make any rash moves.
Chen Fan ignored him and turned around and walked out of the room. As he walked, he said,
I will extract your star power through the formation and give it to you obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you.
After walking through each room, Chen Fan returned to the center of the hall. Li Mu sent in a lot of things. Some people have been busy during this time, and what he looks forward to most is Little Stone Man. That's a god-level existence. If there are enough materials to help the Little Stone Man break through, maybe everything will be solved. Chapter 257 Martial Ancestor.
Zizizi,
Feng Xiaoxiao and others were surrounded by a flash of lightning. A strange force extracted the star power from their bodies and merged it into the colorful sacred stone in the center of the hall. This situation didn't last long. After only a short while, everyone collapsed on the ground, each one gasping for air. In the main hall, on top of the colorful sacred stone, a beam of light suddenly shot out into the sky. In an instant, powerful power spread from the light pillar in all directions. The blind man stood at the gate, head slightly raised. I saw the barrier appearing again above the void. Spiritual lines crisscrossed each other like a dragnet. The seal was strengthened a little. But for this ancient formation, it is still a drop in the bucket. These people who were sent in were only at the 6th level, 1st and 2nd level, and there were not many of them. How easy is it to strengthen this ancient formation? Fortunately, there are 4 magic weapons including the sky-breaking demon sword to consolidate the formation. And Li Mu sent in a lot of resources. I can finally feel a little more at ease. The blind man turned around. In the main hall, Chu Xian and Yi Hao were practicing. All the imperial beasts also looked decadent and were resting in a corner of the hall. This is the case every time the star power is extracted from the colorful divine stone. Even Xiao Hei, who was mean-mouthed and noisy, was lying in the corner with his head drooped and weak. As for Chen Fan, he was still sorting out the resources sent in by Li Mu. Many crystal nuclei were pulled out by Chen Fan. Chen Fan placed the crystal nuclei in multiple areas according to their levels. Soon, these piles of crystal nuclei piled up into hills. Powerful power was released from the crystal core, making people nearby feel as if they were in a storm vortex. The blind man came over, sat down next to Chen Fan, and watched Chen Fan's movements quietly. After Chen Fan sorted out all the crystal nuclei, he turned to look at the blind man and said, Blind Grandpa, I have already picked out these crystal nuclei. These crystal nuclei picked out are not used by us bees controlling breakthroughs. A total of 7 to 850 crystal nuclei. There are 5 level 45 crystal cores, 20 level 44 crystal cores, and 60 level 43 crystal cores. If these crystal nuclei are used to strengthen the seal, how should they be used? With that said, Chen Fan materialized the seal formation. Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu and others, who had originally closed their eyes, opened their eyes. Everyone looked at the piles of crystal nuclei and couldn't help but gasp. Levels 36 to 40 belong to the Emperor level. Levels 41 to 45 belong to the Legendary Dominance level. Level 45 Crystal Core. Anyone is a priceless treasure. A level 45 monster is probably a Blue Star Peak monster. Right. At least, Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu have never heard of any monsters of a higher level than level 45. In order to deal with the 6-eyed Abyss Lord in this seal, Minister Li Mu and the others also spent a lot of money. The blind man nodded slightly, as if touching a virtual screen, and kept clicking on the embodied array. 5 level 45 monster crystal cores are placed at these 5 points. 20 level 44 monster crystal cores are placed at these 20 points. 60 level 43 monster crystal cores are placed in these 60 locations. As the blind man said, Chen Fan used the power of the formation to move the monster crystal nuclei to one position after another. As the crystal nuclei flew out, thunderous sounds and rumbling sounds came from the void. There are a lot more of these selected crystal nuclei. There are still many left. Chen Fan glanced at the 5-colored divine stone on the stone platform and said, The remaining crystal nuclei should all be given to the 5-colored divine stone. Yes,
the blind man said.
I will go to the stone platform to arrange a star-gathering array. And then you will place these crystal nuclei in the star-gathering array.
As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared on the stone platform. Some of the crystal nuclei around Chen Fan immediately flew up and slowly rotated around the blind man. The blind man counted his fingers.
TSK, 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 TSK.
The crystal nuclei were immediately embedded into the stone platform. In less than 3 minutes, a star-gathering array had been deployed. The blind man flicked his sleeves gently. The crystal nuclei piled up in front of Chen Fan immediately flew up and fell into the star-gathering array on the stone platform. The star-gathering array was activated, and ribbons of different colors were immediately released from the crystal cores, converging towards the 5-color sacred stone. The colorful sacred stones floating above the stone platform cheered and spun around. It's faster. The star power on all the crystal cores immediately surged towards the colorful divine stone like a tide.
Very good.
Yi Hao walked over, looked up at the 5-colored sacred stone on the stone platform, and said,
If the 5-colored sacred stone can restore its power, it will not only be as simple as suppressing the demon. Right. If it doesn't work, can we get rid of that demon once and for all? It's not that simple,
the blind man said.
Don't talk about this kind of existence at the level of gods and demons, who don't know how strong they are. Even the existence of the demon king of the 6th heaven that Blue Star is currently suppressing cannot be eliminated by ordinary means. It kills. Back then, Shino, your martial ancestor of Blue Star suppressed the demon king of the 6th heaven. But even if the 6th heavenly demon king is seriously injured and sealed, with the power of Li Mu and Zhang Jiang, they cannot kill the 6th heavenly demon king, unless martial ancestor returns from Tianyu realm. Or Lame and I can come from Tianyu realm. Otherwise, the 6th heaven demon king will eventually become the biggest threat to Blue Star. The demon king of the 6th heaven?
Chu Xian and Yi Hao looked at each other. They didn't know as much as Chen Fan, but Li Mu had mentioned this name before when they brought back the Sky Sacrifice Monument and the Tontian Divine Pillar. Everyone still remembers that day. After Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Shen Naonao released the auras of the 3 divine weapons. Li Mu laughed wildly and said,
God help me!
Tang Country, several times. At that time, the blind man also asked Li Mu whether these 3 magic weapons, plus Chen Fan's sky-breaking demon sword, could get rid of the 6th heavenly demon king? Li Mu put away his smile, shook his head solemnly and said,
I'm afraid not. With such a magical weapon, if it were in the hands of Zhang Jiang and I, we would indeed have the confidence to compete with the demon king of the 6th heaven. But the origins of these magical weapons are strange, and the power contained in them is so domineering and ferocious that it can destroy the world, and no one else can control it except themselves. And Chen Fan and the others are too weak now to unleash the power of these artifacts.
Hearing the name,
Demon King of the 6th heaven,
again, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. The blind man was silent for a moment, and with a slight thought in his mind, his mental power dragged out Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang, who were practicing in seclusion. Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang looked confused. The blind man said,
You two have successfully broken through to the 7th level and 5th level, so you should relax first. If you want to break through to the 8th level, there is no need to rush. Yes.
Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang nodded respectfully and sat down cross-legged on the side. The blind man said,
Now, the hope of this world lies in your hands. Actually, you should know many things. Who is the demon king of the 6th heaven, and how big of a threat is he? Sanhai and Wuxuang should have heard a little bit about him.
Yun Sanhai nodded and said,
My master once said that is the biggest threat to our Tang country and our Blue Star. But he didn't say much about how strong or terrifying it was. I just frown every time he says that name.
The blind man sighed and said,
It's not just the old guys in Tianyu world who are frowning at him. Thinking of these people, I can't sleep at night. I have also fought against the 6th heavenly demon king. The 6th heavenly demon king is actually the weakest among the 7 heavenly demon kings. But it's embarrassing to say that I can beat her by 1.5 moves. But it's hard to suppress her, let alone kill her.
Yi Hao's eyes widened.
Is the 6th heaven demon king the biggest threat to Blue Star? There are 7 such existences in total?
The blind man smiled bitterly and said,
There are actually not only 7 demon kings. Strictly speaking, there should be 8. There is a more powerful existence called the Great Heavenly Demon King. Under the leadership of the Great Heavenly Demon King, the Heavenly Demon Clan fought with us for more than 30,000 years. We in Tianyu Realm tried our best, and countless strongmen died before we finally suppressed them and forced them to retreat. Blue Star only has one sixth heaven demon king, and it has been sealed. The pressure is much less than that of Tianyu World.
Bai Rouge couldn't help but ask.
Grandpa Blind, are your enemies in the Tianyu Realm the demon clan? What is the relationship between the demons and the Nightmare Court that day?
The blind man said.
The demon clan itself is an evil and powerful race. It is precisely because we tried our best to crush the heavenly demon clan that invaded the Tianyu Realm that these powerful heavenly demon clan hid in the darkness and formed the Nightmare Court. After they formed the Nightmare Court, they attracted countless Star Warriors from the Tianyu world to join them by using conditions that could help Star Warriors or Beastmaster sign contracts with powerful demons. Sad.
Deplorable.
At the beginning, we didn't expect them to do such a trick. We never thought that they would actually use the power of our Tianyu Realm to deal with our Tianyu Realm. By helping the Star Warriors sign powerful demons, they madly absorbed the Star Warriors from the Tianyu Realm, and then expanded the Nightmare Court. By the time we react, the figures of the Nightmare Garden have spread throughout the Tianyu Realm, killing them endlessly. As for those demon kings, although we killed a few of them, the others hid in the darkness and controlled the Nightmare Garden, forcing us to retreat step by step. That's all. Let's not talk about the affairs of Tianyu Realm for now. Let's talk about Blue Star first.
The blind man sighed again and said,
Blue Star and Tianyu Realm are connected. I don't know when exactly it happened. More than 300 years ago, an idiot got a colorful divine stone. Boom!
There was a loud noise from the corner of the hall. Everyone turned their heads and saw the orange cat angrily raising its little paw and hitting the ground with a bang. Xiao Hei was furious.
Silly cat! Why are you so crazy again? You scared me to death.
Gongzi and the others also looked at the orange cat angrily. The orange cat looked at the blind man faintly. The blind man said,
If you look at me like this again, I will stew you in Sealfan's big pot. Huh?
The orange cat snorted coldly and turned his head. The blind man continued,
The idiot who got the five-colored sacred stone was the previous leader of the demon sect. That idiot has a five-colored divine stone on his body. So through that five-colored divine stone, he sensed the five-colored divine stone in our current hall. Afterwards, the people from the Nightmare Court focused on the five-colored sacred stone in his hand and came after him. Although the demon sect is not weak, how can it withstand the Garden of Nightmares? Fortunately, that kid had some brains. He sent away the demon sect members early and escaped this disaster. But others escaped this disaster. But he himself did not escape it. The leader of the demon sect was beaten to death by the people from the Nightmare Court, and finally escaped with the five-colored sacred stone. After hiding for a long time, this idiot relied on the induction of the five-color sacred stone to find the crack between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star more than 100 years ago. On the one hand, he naturally wants to find another five-color sacred stone and achieve supreme cultivation. On the other hand, he also wants to escape into Blue Star to avoid being pursued by the Nightmare Court. But this idiot never expected that the Nightmare Court found the crack connecting Tianyu Realm and Blue Star one step ahead of him. Therefore, outside the crack, there are a large number of powerful people from the Nightmare Court stationed. Among them is the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. He took the five-colored sacred stone and fought against the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. He was beaten half to death by the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, and finally escaped into the Blue Star. Damn!
Shen Tao shouted angrily.
So, the sixth heavenly demon king was brought in by the leader of the demon cult?
In the corner, the orange cat lay on the ground, holding his head with his little paws. Fong Qingqing raised her eyebrows and said,
I have always thought that the demon sect was our ally in the Tang Kingdom, but I didn't expect that they turned out to be the culprits.
Shen Hongxiu gritted his teeth.
Next time you meet someone from the demon cult, beat him to death,
Li Fengqing said coldly.
If you catch the people from the demon sect, break their feet and throw them into the cesspit.
Shen Tao nodded.
Use Haozi and the Tontian Divine Pillar to give them a few sticks.
Yi Hao was furious.
Are you really mocking me for calling my Tontian Divine Pillar a troublemaker? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death with a stick.
Shen Tao shrank his head. Chen Fan. Not long ago, he ran into the room where the Heavenly Demon Sect's people were being held and told them that he was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Bai Rouge immediately asked,
What happened next? Later, when we were at Qixing Mountain, the damn leader of the demon cult finally received his retribution and was beaten to death by the Nightmare Court. Right.
The orange cat in the corner suddenly waved its little paw.
I and the Garden of Nightmares are inseparable.
Gongzi. Jade and other beast masters were frightened. Gongzi was so angry that he bared his teeth at the orange cat. Jade flew up angrily and landed on Qinfan's head. Everyone. The blind man was silent for a moment before saying,
Later, the leader of the demon sect took a group of remnants of the demon sect and fled into Blue Star. On the 6th day, the demon king also rushed in because of the 5-colored sacred stone. When Qin, your Blue Star martial ancestor, saw this, he held down the demon king of the 6th heaven and beat him violently. The leader of the demon sect also took the opportunity to escape.
Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Fong Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim,
Our Blue Star martial ancestor is so powerful.
Li Fengxing was stunned and said,
Blind Grandpa, is martial ancestor more powerful than you and lame Grandpa?
Just now, the blind man said that he could beat the 6th heaven demon king with 1.5 moves. But he could not suppress him or kill him. The blind man silently looked at Li Fengxing, opened his mouth, and said after a while,
In my prime, I was definitely better than your Blue Star martial ancestor. TCH.
Li Fengxing showed an expression of disbelief. The blind man was furious and slapped Li Fengxing to the ground.
You brat. You think I'm bragging? Right. I'll beat you to death.
Qinfan quickly grabbed the blind man and said,
Grandpa Blind, please continue talking and ignore him.
Li Fengxing rubbed his head in frustration. The blind man continued,
I am indeed stronger than martial ancestor, and I am not bragging.
Everyone was silent, and their expressions were a little weird. You are so old. Why do you still care so much about face? Seeing this, the blind man said angrily,
Have you seen my eyes? Remember the lame man's leg? The 4 of us have cultivated this part to the extreme, turning this part into a divine body. It's just that. In order to compete with the great heavenly demon king, I gave the godly eyes I cultivated to the old man emperor. And the cripples and the others also gave the old man emperor their cultivated parts. That's far away. We'll talk about these things later.
The blind man said,
I just said that martial ancestor beat the demon king of the 6th heaven. But I just said it lightly. In fact, it was Wu Zhu and his wife who teamed up to beat the demon king of the 6th heaven. Then, the demon king of the 6th heaven was sealed.
Martial ancestor's wife is also so powerful. Fong Qingqing frowned and said,
Since Wu Zhu and the others are so powerful, why didn't they kill the 6th heavenly demon king instead of just sealing him? If we had killed the 6th heaven demon king, Blue Star wouldn't be such a big threat now. In addition, now that Blue Star is threatened by the demon king of the 6th heaven, why don't martial ancestor and the others stop taking action?
The blind man tilted his head slightly and silently looked at Qinfan. Monk Qinfan Zhang is confused. What do you think I am doing? I am not a martial ancestor.
Ahem,
the blind man said.
They also have their own reasons.
In short, Wu Zhu and his wife did not kill the 6th heavenly demon king. They just sealed the 6th heavenly demon king. Originally, this was no problem. But more than 10 years ago, due to some changes, Wu Zhu and his wife returned to Tianyu realm. As a result, the nightmare court reappeared.
Everyone was shocked.
Martial ancestor and the others are also from Tianyu realm.
The blind man opened his mouth and said after a while,
Martial ancestor is indeed from the Tianyu realm. He comes from an ancient family in the Tianyu world. The Qin family. His name is Qin Han.
Chapter 258 Secret. Everyone looked at Qinfan. Qinfan was stunned for a moment.
Look what I'm doing. I'm just an ordinary time traveler.
Everyone. Henry Chu suddenly asked.
Why did martial ancestor leave Blue Star? Even if he went to Tianyu realm, can't we go to Tianyu realm to find him and come back?
The blind man sighed softly, shook his head and said,
Qin Han left Blue Star because the Qin family of Tianyu realm and the Nightmare Court teamed up to kidnap his wife.
What? Everyone was shocked. Isn't martial ancestor Qin Han a member of the Qin family? Why did the Qin family join forces with the Nightmare Court to capture Wu Zhu's wife? But the blind man obviously didn't want to say too much. He just said lightly,
Qin Han is amazingly talented and brilliant. He is the best candidate for the next generation of human emperor. It's a pity that gods will play tricks on people. He left the Qin family and the Tianyu world. He was regarded as a defector by the Qin family and is unforgivable. The Qin family took advantage of the fact that the 4 holy places of Tianyu realm were entangled by the Nightmare Court. And we old guys were in seclusion again. And used this method. I only learned about these things after entering Blue Star. It's a pity it's too late. 18 years ago, Qin Han went to Tianyu realm and the Qin family alone. But Cripple and I are still in seclusion. When I broke through the passage seal and sent the clone into Blue Star. And when I knew all this, I was already at my wit's end. The passage seal was placed by Chen Han. On the other side of Tianyu realm. My true self has enough power to send the clone over. But the clone here does not have enough power to break through the seal and return to Tianyu realm. As a result, Blue Star seems to have become an isolated island.
The blind man said quietly.
Li Mu and Zhang Jiang, as disciples of the martial ancestor, naturally have ways to open the seal. But Li Mu and the others are wary of people from the Tianyu realm. Martial ancestor is my master?
Bai Rouge exclaimed.
The blind man looked at Bai Rouge and said, Your father is a disciple of Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang is a disciple of Chen Han. And Chen Han is indeed your master.
Chen Fan glared at Bai Rouge.
Don't interrupt. Just listen to the blind grandpa continue talking.
The blind man said,
Li Mu and the others do have the key to the Tianyu realm. However, because of the Chen family's plot against Chen Han and his wife, Li Mu and the others are wary of the people in Tianyu realm. Don't believe us, and even hate us a little.
Chen Fan and Shen Hongxiu looked at each other, but said nothing. They have no right to intervene in the grievances of these people of the older generation. The blind man continued.
At the same time, Li Mu refused to give us the key. He also wanted to keep us here, forcing the blind man and I to help him. Humph. Such a little trick.
The orange cat came over at some point and said,
Little trick? Then didn't you fall for it too?
The blind man waved his hand and swatted the orange cat away. The orange cat rolled twice and landed at the feet of the little skeleton. A cat and a skeleton.
You look at me and I look at you. Motionless. Immediately, the orange cat snorted and said,
What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome orange cat?
The little skeleton slowly raised his palm and then raised his middle finger. Orange cat. Seeing this, Gongzi on the side raised his front paws, trying to imitate the little skeleton. But the honey badger's claws are not suitable for this kind of action. Gongzi tried several times, but it didn't work. So he gave up angrily. Jade flew over Chen Fan's head and landed in front of the orange cat. He stretched out his little hand and gave a middle finger like the little skull. The orange cat was furious and yelled at Chen Fan.
Chen Fan! Look! The little skeleton taught Jade bad.
Chen Fan turned his head.
Who taught little skeleton this trick?
The orange cat was annoyed.
How could I know?
Shen Hongxiu, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked.
Blind Grandpa! The six-eyed abyss lord sealed under our feet should be more terrifying than the six-day demon king. Right. Your mental power escaped before. Didn't you explain the matter clearly to the minister and the others? If this six-eyed abyss lord is allowed to rush out, the demon city will be crushed to pieces in an instant. Is it possible that the minister and the others, under such circumstances, are still unwilling to open the seal of the passage and let you come in? Or to find the martial ancestor and come back?
Fang Qingqing and others immediately looked at the blind man nervously. The blind man nodded.
No matter how terrifying the demon king of the sixth heaven is, he is still the same as us. We are all mortals. But the six-eyed abyss lord sealed under our feet is already a god-demon level existence. But in comparison, the demon king of the sixth heaven is actually a bigger threat.
This, everyone was stunned for a moment. The blind man said,
Although the seal of the sixth heavenly demon king was placed by Chen Han, I don't know what went wrong, causing the sealed sixth heavenly demon king to wake up. It was precisely because the leader of the heavenly demon sect was aware of the aura of the sixth heavenly demon king that he panicked and tried to run away with the five-colored sacred stone. But in comparison, the possibility of the six-eyed abyss lord here breaking out of the seal is much smaller than that of the sixth heaven demon king, because there are colorful sacred stones and ancient formations here. After we use 4 magical weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument to consolidate the seal, the six-eyed abyss lord should be unable to break the seal and escape in a short period of time. On the contrary, it's the demon king of the sixth heaven. Chen Han is not here. The seal that Chen Han set back then may not be able to seal the sixth heaven demon king anymore. Once it breaks out of the seal, no one can rival Blue Star now. Even if Li Mu and Zhang Jiang were put together, it wouldn't work,
Henry Chu said in a deep voice.
So, the only way is to open the seal of the passage between the two realms and go to Tianyu realm to find reinforcements.
The blind man rubbed his temples with a headache, and after a while he said,
This road is also impassable.
Chen Fan was surprised.
Why? The minister was unwilling to give you the key before. Now that the whole world is facing annihilation, why is he still unwilling? You will know in the future.
The blind man shook his head and did not give an answer. Henry Chu suddenly said,
Blind Grandpa, Is the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven really so scary? Except for Martial Ancestor. Is there no one in our blue star who can compete with it?
Li Fengxing couldn't help but ask.
I heard Brother Fan tell you about the Seven Stars Mountain. The Demon Empress killed a group of 9th grade experts with just a few seconds. Could it be that this kind of existence can't deal with the 3rd grade?
Sixth Heavenly Demon King? Is Yi Hongyan the Empress of the Demon Clan?
The blind man said.
I'm afraid she's still far behind now. The 9th level is called the Legendary Realm. And above the legend there is the Holy Realm. There are 7 saints in the entire Blue Star. There are 4 from the Tang Kingdom, 1 from the Yang Kingdom, 1 from the Star Kingdom, and 1 from the Monster Clan.
Chen Fan's expression changed.
Are they the minister and the others? The blind man nodded.
Li Mu and Zhang Jiang, as well as Han Jianxue and Chu Qingcheng, are the 4 saints of the Tang Kingdom.
Yi Hao and others were shocked.
Chu Xian and his second uncle are in the Holy Realm.
When they were in Donghai City, many people had already heard of the legend of Chu Qingcheng. Everyone knew that he was an earth-shattering being. However, Chen Fan and others still did not expect that Chu Qingcheng would be so powerful. Chu Qingcheng was one of the 4 holy realms of the Tang dynasty. The blind man ignored everyone's surprise and continued.
But in fact, there is a demigod realm above the holy realm. Cripple and I are in the demigod realm. The 7 heavenly demon kings are also in the semigod realm. Chen Han is also in the demigod realm.
Everyone. Blind man.
The time is too short. There is not much time for Li Mu and the others to grow up. The 4 Li Mu from the holy realm. Even if they join forces with Yi Hongyan, Yang Gua and Xinghua, they still can't stop the 6th heaven demon king. The gap between the holy realm and the demigod realm is huge. As for Li Mu and the others, they are still in the holy realm. Quickly.
Everyone looked strange. The blind man said.
Quick success is not looking down on them. But it is true. Except for Chen Han. All the saints in Tianyu realm have lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years. But how old is Chu Xian's second uncle Chu Qingcheng? 18 years ago. Chu Qingcheng, who broke through to the holy realm, was only 19 years old. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang are only a little over 40 in age. Their ability to break through to the holy realm is certainly related to their extreme talent. But the most important reason is, it's because Chen Han brought them to Tianyu realm and dug up the ancestral graves of our 4 holy lands.
Everyone. The blind man said, a little annoyed.
This brat took advantage of the 4 holy lands to fight against the Nightmare Court. While we 4 old guys were in retreat, he went to the ancestral home of the 4 holy lands and raided our lair. Just because he raided our lair, we old guys were so angry that we ran out. As a result, he brought people back to Blue Star and then sealed the passage. If I meet him now, I will catch him and beat him to death.
The orange cat leaned over and asked.
Are you sure you can beat me? Snapped.
The blind man slapped the orange cat and flew it away. Chen Fan and others were expressionless and motionless. We are professionally trained to do it unless we can't help it. The blind man sighed and said.
The power of the 4 holy lands was originally prepared for the new generation of emperors. Chen Han distributed those powers to his 6 disciples. He might as well use it himself. If he absorbs that power, he might be able to surpass us in one fell swoop. And then kill all the demons.
Shen Tao couldn't help but ask.
Blind Grandpa, didn't you just say that we in the Tang Kingdom only have Minister Li Mu and 4 other holy realms? Why did you say that Martial Ancestor has 6 disciples?
The blind man said angrily.
Those from Yanggua and Xinghua are also his disciples.
Everyone. Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter.
Forget it from the Star Kingdom. Why do you want to accept the Yang Kingdom as a disciple?
The blind man said.
In addition to the power of the 4 holy places, the power of Mrs. Chen Han was also distributed to these 6 disciples.
Everyone. The blind man touched his head and said.
To be honest, I can't understand it. 4th Chen Han's wife, at her peak, was not much weaker than us old guys. Why did she suddenly lose her strength? Just because she lost her power. The Nightmare Court and the Chen family took advantage of her. Now that she has been captured by the Chen family, her life or death is uncertain. And because she was in the hands of the Chen family and the Nightmare Court, Chen Han took action again. We can't send the information back to Tianyu realm. Damn it! Every time Blind Grandpa talks about the key to the passage between the 2 worlds, he stops talking about it.
Henry Chu said.
Is it because the key is among us? Because the key is among us, and we can't leave this barrier now. So, Minister Li Mu and the others can't open the passage seal at all?
Everyone. Chen Fan.
Are you guessing? What are you looking at me for? I have the key to the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. I don't even know where the Tianyu Realm passage is. If you doubt me, you might as well doubt Xian Chu. His second uncle is Chu Qing Cheng. As for me, I'm just an ordinary outsider.
Fong Qingqing pursed her lips.
The foreign place you are talking about. Are you talking about the Earth or the Imperial capital?
Chen Fan smiled coquettishly.
It's all the same. It's all the same.
What's the same? Fong Qingqing glanced at Chen Fan resentfully. At first, she thought Chen Fan was from Earth. Later, she thought Chen Fan was from the Imperial capital. Now, she didn't know where Chen Fan came from. Shen Hongxiu.
You too. Don't go off topic. I also suspect that the key should be with Henry Chu. Blind Grandpa. Don't you think so? The Nightmare Court wants to capture Xian Chu and Grandpa Chu. Isn't it because they want to find the key?
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
I can open a gap in the barrier. Can I take this opportunity to send Henry Chu out?
The blind man shook his head.
No. The power of this seal is too strong. After you tear a gap, you can send people in from the outside. But it is impossible to send people out from the inside. Otherwise, the six-eyed Abyss Lord Underground would have taken the opportunity to escape long ago. Besides, I didn't say that the key was with Henry Chu. It's all your guesses.
Bai Rouge pursed his lips.
Why don't you tell us where the key is at this time?
Blind man.
I told you. What's the use?
Bai Rouge blinked. It's really useless. It doesn't matter whether the key is with these people or not. They couldn't get out at all.
Call!
The blind man exhaled heavily and said,
Whether it is Tianyu Realm or Blue Star, hope lies in you. Xiao Fan won't talk about it anymore. He has shocking secrets one after another. Now Chu Xian has the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Yi Hao has the Heaven-bearing Divine Pillar. Now Dao has the 12 Wings of the Divine King. And Yi Hongyan has the 5-colored Divine Stone. Once you can fully control its power, or understand the secrets of gods and demons, maybe everything will be solved.
Fong Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu looked at each other, both feeling a little discouraged. Henry Chu and the others all got the magic weapons, but they had nothing and seemed very useless. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly, glanced at the 5-colored sacred stone on the stone platform, and said, My heaven-breaking demon sword and Chu Xian's heaven sacrifice monument seem to be just projections. But the 5-colored sacred stone in Empress Yi Hongyan's hand and this 5-colored sacred stone are not projections. If she gets this 5-colored sacred stone again, will she be able to reverse the situation? It's hard to say, the blind man said. The power of the 5-color sacred stone is unpredictable. The key depends on whether Yi Hongyan can truly control it. Like that idiot from the Heavenly Demon sect, who took the 5-colored divine stone and only cultivated to the middle stage of the Holy Realm through the 5-colored divine stone. In the end, even with the 5-colored divine stone, he was crippled by the Demon King of the 6th Heaven, and then was hunted down by the Nightmare Court. There is no way into the land, and there is no door. The orange cat felt a little tight in his chest, and waved his paw fiercely. I and the Garden of Nightmares are inseparable. Shen Hongxiu glanced at Chen Fan helplessly. Si Fan, are you, this orange cat, insane? Chen Fan. It was a night of heavy rain. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Ah! Chen Fan screamed and covered his forehead with both hands. What happened? The blind man was startled and put his hand on Chen Fan's shoulder. Next moment, a ray of light burst out from Chen Fan's forehead. In the light, Yi Hongyan's shadow appeared. The blind man was stunned. Yi Hongyan? Shen Hongxiu and Fong Qingqing said in unison. So beautiful? Yi Hongyan? He saw Yi Hongyan's shadow, silently looking at Chen Fan, and said, I wonder if you can come at night. Hong Wax will teach you how to carve 5 points first. Chen Fan. Shen Hongxiu translated. She said she wanted to make a date? Huh? Chen Fan. Yi Hongyan. The child is full of bitterness, but he can bear it without being angry. Chen Fan was a little crazy. Speak humanly. Shen Hongxiu then translated. The baby feels bitter in his heart, but the baby doesn't say anything. Chen Fan. What the H.L. Yi Hongyan. Raise your hands and look at the moon without saying a word. Lower your head and think about you. You don't know. Chen Fan. Shen Hongxiu's face turned livid. She said she missed you but you didn't know. Who are you? The blind man was about to collapse. Li Mu said he wanted to ask you for help. What are you doing? Li Mu couldn't contact you before. Right now, I am being chased by the Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the West region. Yi Hongyan said Fong Qingjian. But they can't catch up with me. And now they are a little angry. Everyone. Chen Fan was surprised.
The Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the West region?
The blind man immediately said.
It is also a saint-level existence. There are 5 great Demon Kings under the 6th Heaven Demon King, and they are powerful.
After saying that, the blind man looked at Yi Hongyan.
Where are you now? Why can you penetrate the barrier seal and communicate with Chen Fan?
Chen Fan snorted coldly and said,
When we were at Qixing Mountain in Donghai City, she pointed her finger at my forehead, and it was obvious that she had left a backdoor in me.
Yi Hongyan.
There is a true meaning in this, but I forgot to explain it.
Shen Hongxiu.
It makes so much sense for me to translate it for you one last time. I don't know what to say.
Chen Fan. At this time, the 5-colored sacred stone on the stone platform suddenly flew down and started spinning around Yi Hongyan. Chen Fan was shocked and said hurriedly,
The 5-color sacred stone cannot be taken away yet. There are gods and demons suppressing existences down here. Once the 5-color sacred stone is taken away, Tanghua and Blue Star will be crushed into powder in an instant.
Yi Hongyan glanced at the 5-colored sacred stone and lightly hooked her finger towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan carried the sky-breaking demon sword behind his back and immediately flew out of the palace on the top of the mountain.
No.
Yi Hongyan frowned.
The power of the sealing barrier is too powerful, and I can't summon the sky-breaking demon sword.
Chen Fan stood up and said,
I'll help you.
Chapter 259, Breaking Through to the 6th Level. The system is upgraded for the 2nd time. Following Chen Fan's soft drink, the barrier shook for a while, and a small hole opened. The sky-breaking demon sword turned into a stream of light, flew out of the small opening, and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Chen Fan paid close attention to the underground seal, but there was no movement from the 6-eyed Abyss Lord, who was sealed underground.
Call!
Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Hongxiu came over, sat down next to Chen Fan, and said angrily,
Are you familiar with her?
Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing and others all looked at Chen Fan. Yi Hao grinned.
Brother Fan deserves to be called Brother Fan. He has been with us all the time. We were never separated when we were in Donghai City, and we were not separated much in the Demon City. But he managed to get the Demon Empress.
Shen Taoa nodded repeatedly.
I won't accept it.
Shen Hongxiu was furious, grabbed a sweet potato-like thing on the ground, and threw it at Yi Hao. Yi Hao caught the sweet potato and put it back.
Don't throw things away. Brother Fan has sorted them out. Brother Fan, how on earth did you fall in love with the Demon Empress? Didn't you say that you only met her once? We only met once.
Chen Fan blinked. How do you say this? I've only met him once in real life. In a dream, I experienced a life. Although the dreams are broken intermittently, each dream still reveals a lot of information. What if that wasn't a dream, but a fragment of memory from a past life? Oh yeah. Maybe not just one side. After returning from the 5th restricted area that day, I was woken up while sleeping and found Yi Hongyan standing at the head of the bed. But I don't remember anything about what happened after that. When he woke up later, Chen Fan always thought it was just a dream. Now think about it. When she was at Qixing Mountain, Yi Hongyan pointed her finger at his forehead, which really left a backdoor in his body. This woman. Chen Fan was a little annoyed and plucked a pile of materials in front of him. The blind man said,
Xiao Fan, can these things help the little stone man break through?
Yi Hao's eyes widened immediately.
Brother Fan is going to help the little stone man break through? By the way, I still don't know what level the little stone man is.
Chen Fan frowned.
It's difficult. I'm afraid it will take some time.
In Chen Fan's sight, the little stone man's combat power level and racial level were both question marks. There are also many question marks regarding the material on the evolution route of the little stone man below. According to the previous tips, if you want to help this level of beings break through, you must at least wait until the next system upgrade. The next upgrade of the system seems to have to wait until Chen Fan's void power reaches more than 10 cards. Chen Fan squinted at the little stone man for a while and said,
Little stone man, don't you know what level you are?
The little stone man shook his head.
I seem to have experienced many battles and been seriously injured. And now my memory is a bit broken. I only remember that I am a guardian created by the Dutian divine clan. It seems that more than 10,000 years ago, the heaven and earth changed, and a rift appeared in the ancient god world. That lord of the 6-eyed abyss fled here at that time. The powerful men from the Dutian god clan came after him, and finally suppressed the 6-eyed abyss lord at the bottom of the mountain, and then left.
Chen Fan was taken aback and said,
I wanted to ask this question last time. Do you mean to say that the people of the Dutianyi clan were hunted down from the ancient god realm? Are there people from the Dushanai clan in the ancient god realm?
The little stone man was stunned for a moment.
There should be. Right. I have a headache and can't remember anything.
Chen Fan pursed his lips. Is this little stone man's memory really broken? Or is he just pretending to be stupid? Chen Fan said.
How strong is the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss? Can't even the Dushanai clan kill him? Isn't the Dushanai clan a divine clan? I don't remember.
The little stone man shook his head again and said,
It seems that he can be killed. But I don't know why. But he didn't. My mission is to protect the seal and the colorful sacred stone here. Other things are not my place to consider.
Chen Fan. This is really a stone. I don't know if I ask 3 questions. Bai Rouge asked.
Uncle, what should we do next?
Chen Fan said.
You don't have to think too much. Just practice hard during this period. If you have any questions about cultivation, just ask Blind Grandpa. I have now obtained a large amount of resources, including crystal cores and spiritual grass and spiritual fruits with various properties. I will help your beast control to break through multiple combat power levels and racial levels, through the star power fed back by multiple beast masters. Your star power will far exceed that of beast masters or star warriors of the same level. But the realm of cultivation requires you to understand and make breakthroughs on your own.
Everyone looked serious and nodded at the same time. Chen Fan stood up and said,
I'm going to the ancient demon realm to see if I can get another sky-destroying demon sword.
Everyone. After a while, Chen Fan came back. But both hands were empty. Fong Qingqing asked in a low voice.
Isn't it possible?
Chen Fan laughed.
I'm very happy. Apart from calling me there. The sky-breaking demon sword finally spoke to me.
Yi Hao was stunned.
Did you speak? What did you say?
It said. Chen Fan put away his smile and said,
Get out!
Everyone. With a flash of mental energy, Chen Fan collected all the materials placed on the ground into the Sumer ring, then found a place in the corner of the hall and sunk into cultivation. A month later, just under everyone's gaze, Yun Sanhai's Void Walker shouted loudly, and his whole body shook violently. Breakthrough again. Level 40. Although Yun Sanhai had been mentally prepared, seeing his demon break through to level 40, his eyes were still a little red. Level 40 Beast Master. Before entering Chen Fan's 4 realms to practice, he didn't even dare to think about it. The level 32 Crying Demon finally managed to sign the contract with the help of his master, Li Mu, after a lot of effort. As a result, after being trapped here, he now has 2 level 40 demons, a level 40 Void Walker, a level 40 Void Dragon. The other 3 beasts, including the Crying Demon, have now reached level 36. With the help of the star power of these 5 beasts, he now feels that he has touched the bottleneck of the 8th level. Fan. Yun Sanhai looked at Chen Fan, his eyes full of gratitude.
Thank you.
Chen Fan smiled and nodded slightly. Yi Wushwang's eyes also shone.
This time, we can try to break through the bottleneck of the 8th level.
Speaking of this, Yi Wushwang suddenly looked worried and asked,
Xiao Fan, I see that every time you help our beasts break through, you have to spend a lot of resources. And you need a lot of crystal cores of more than 30 levels. Are there enough resources now?
Before Chen Fan could speak, the blind man had already spoken.
Don't worry about these. First of all of you demons who have signed contracts with the 4 realms such as the Ancient God Realm, the materials for breakthroughs mainly come from those 4 realms. Secondly, Li Mu and Zhang Jian have exerted pressure on Yang Kingdom, Star Kingdom, and even the Demon Sect, causing those countries and forces to donate a lot of resources and bring people in. Yun Sanhai and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. The blind man added, Don't go to the Ancient God Realm during this period. Just prepare to attack the 8th level realm here. Yes. Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushwang nodded. At this time, Shen Hongxiu wiped Chen Fan's sweat with a towel and said,
You should also take a rest. In addition to training during this period, you are training our beasts. You are the one who is working the hardest.
Chen Fan nodded silently, walked to the edge and sat down. Yi Hao's Holy Moon Morning Glory immediately came over and used a big leaf as a fan to fan Chen Fan. Fong Qingqing's ice white python saw this and shook its head towards the Holy Moon Morning Glory. Holy Moon Morning Glory walked to the edge with a pouted mouth. The goblin immediately came over carrying 2 large buckets of water and placed the 2 buckets of water on Chen Fan's left and right sides. Then, the ice white python opened its mouth and blew out a mouthful of cold air. The 2 buckets of water froze instantly, and a trace of white gas appeared. The surrounding air immediately became much cooler. Chen Fan smiled and patted the ice white python's big head. This guy now has 2 horns on his head and seems to be evolving to the next level of the Abyss Ice Dragon at any time.
The cold air
That was rarely put to use in the past is now estimated to be able to easily freeze a mid-level 6th grade Beast Master or Star Warrior. Next, it was his turn to break through. Chen Fan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. System Energy 679766676. Host Chen Fan. Level 5th grade 4th level Heaven. Void Divine Power 7.5 cards plus. Psychic Power 4239 Hz plus. Soul Veins 95 plus. Fusion of Life and Death 75% plus. In this month, Chen Fan did not use any system energy and purely relied on the huge Void Divine Power to open up his soul veins. 2 soul veins were opened in one day, and within a month, the number of soul veins increased from more than 30 to 95. There are only 4 soul veins left. If you open up 4 more soul veins and break through to the 5th level and 5th level, you can reach the 6th level, and his void power has also increased significantly due to the large number of beasts to control. A month ago, his void power was 5.1 calories, and now, his void power is already 7.5 cards. Chen Fan took a look at the system energy. Already 6797 W system energy. If these energies are used to increase the divine power of the void, it should be able to increase the divine power to more than 10.5 cards in one fell swoop. By then, he will be able to sign more demons above level 30. But, let's break through to the 6th level first. Chen Fan thought for a moment and directly consumed more than 2 million system energy to open up 99 soul veins. As his soul veins reached perfection, countless starlights flashed around Chen Fan. 5th grade and 5th heaven. Only the last step of life and death fusion is needed to break through to the 6th level. 6th level realm. Life and death. Escape from the mortal world. Cultivation is a path that defies heaven. Every step forward, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Only by traveling between life and death and understanding the mysteries of life and death can we transcend the mundane world. At the 5th level of the realm of life and death, 99 soul veins have been opened up. Through these 99 soul veins, the soul of the Beast Master will integrate the spiritual platform and the heavenly gate into it. Only when you reach this state can you truly reach the level of your soul. The strengthening of the soul will directly widen the distance between Beast Masters or Star Warriors of the same level. When the time comes, skin can be refined into gold. Bones can be refined into jade. The cold and heat will not invade. You can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. And you can come and go freely. Fusion of life and death, 75% plus. Chen Fan scanned the last life and death fusion and chose to use the system energy directly. Another 250W system energy is consumed. The fusion of life and death finally became 100%. There seemed to be countless phantoms flashing through Chen Fan's mind. All kinds of unspeakable realizations gave him a feeling of being completely reborn. Boom! A burst of energy bloomed from him. The stars are falling all over the sky. 6th grade and 1st level. Yun Sanhai and Chu Xian on the other side were stunned. Didn't you just break through to the 5th level and 5th level? Why did he break through again in the blink of an eye? System Energy 633766676. Host Chen Fan. Level 6th grade. 1st level. Void Divine Power 8.8 cards plus. Psychic Power 4859 Hz plus. 5-layer Soul Altar 0 layer plus. The power of the void has increased. My mental strength has also increased a lot. Chen Fan was overjoyed. The Void Divine Body. He cultivated has broken through to the 3rd level of Demon Heart. The power of the Void Divine Body is based on the divine power of the void. Now that he has opened the 3rd level of the Void Divine Body, he is like a 3-year-old child getting a rocket launcher. He can't carry this rocket launcher at all. Same goes for Whispers of the Demon King. Whispers of the Demon King is based on spiritual power. The 3rd level is also activated. The stronger Chen Fan's mental power is, the more powerful he can unleash the Whisper of the Demon King. Chen Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart and directly clicked on the plus sign behind the void power. Does it need to consume 2W system energy to increase 0.001 void power? Please click yes to confirm. To increase the void power by 1.2000 W of system energy is required. Chen Fan consumed a full 4000 W of system energy and increased the void power to 10.8 calories before stopping. See! As the divine power of the void surged, the divine power of the void escaping from Chen Fan's body condensed into golden lightning, which circled around him
and formed a series of electric snakes. This power. Yi Wuxiang swallowed hard and said,
I have just broken through to the 6th level. Why does his power make me feel terrified? 6th level realm?
The blind man smiled and shook his head and said,
His power can no longer be measured by Blue Star's cultivation realm. His current power could crush an ordinary 7th level person to death.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxiang were shocked.
This is divine power,
the blind man said in a deep voice.
The divine body has just been formed. Even if it increases by 1 point of divine power, it will be earth-shattering. If he hadn't spent most of his time in the past few months helping your beast master break through, he might have become stronger now.
Yuan Sanhai, Yi Wuxiang, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing all had slightly red faces. Sudden, Chu Xian's body moved, and black energy erupted from his body. Li Fingxing, who was closest to him, was shocked. He rolled and ran out, shouting,
Brother Fan! Blind Grandpa! Henry Chu has turned into a demon.
The blind man flicked his sleeves, and a force enveloped everyone present and moved them out, far away from Henry Chu.
Stop talking nonsense!
Chen Fan stood up and said,
Where did he become a demon?
After sensing it, Chen Fan said,
Chu Xian's power is a bit strange. With the help of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, his body seems to be transforming into a divine body?
The blind man nodded.
However, this power is indeed a bit too evil.
Li Fingxing ran to Chen Fan and shouted,
It's not just evil. I didn't feel this way when I met powerful demons in the ancient god realm. When the black energy came out of his body, I thought the devil from under the mountain had rushed out.
Yi Hao came over and said,
Brother Fan, can't you purify demons? Can you help Henry Chu purify it? What a waste of purification.
Chen Fan said,
I told you. He didn't turn into a demon. It's just that the power of the Heavenly Sacrifice Monument is indeed dark. Let's take a look first.
Chen Fan just sat down. A system prompt popped up in my mind.
The system is being upgraded.
Please wait. Another blue bar appeared in the middle of the system panel. The second system upgrade? The last time the system was upgraded was when he broke through to the 2nd level. Chen Fan was ecstatic. Finally, you can sign up with demons above level 30 again. Whether he can sign 1 contract or 2, his overall strength will skyrocket again. A large number of beasts, combined with systematic cultivation. Hold on for a while longer. Hold on for a while longer. Give me enough time. Even the 6-eyed Abyss Lord at the level of gods and demons will not be afraid. Chapter 260. Kick over the waves of the world with both feet, and bear all the sorrows of the past and present on one shoulder.
Ding! System upgrade successful.
Apart from the prompts, Chen Fan did not notice anything unusual. The last time the system was upgraded, there was an extra system panel of its own. Chen Fan concentrated his energy and looked towards the system panel. System energy, 233766676. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 6th grade. 1st level. Void Divine Power, 10.8 cards plus. Psychic Power, 4859 Hz plus. 5-layer Soul Altar, 0 layer plus. Void Pollution Degree, 10 out of 100. On the system panel, there is an additional
Void Pollution Degree. What's this?
Chen Fan's mental power was concentrated on the
Void Pollution Degree,
and he began to check the description of the
Void Pollution Degree. Practicing Void-type Taoism will be polluted by Void. Signing up with the Void Demon will also lead to being polluted by the Void. The Void will pollute the divine body, soul, and thinking. The increase in Void pollution will increase the host's strength, but it will also make the host's soul become demonized, and its mind goes crazy. Once it reaches 100/100, it is very likely that it will completely lose its self-awareness and turn into a Void demon that only knows about destruction and killing.
Chen Fan. This cheating system. The Void Divine Power will only be upgraded after it reaches 10 cards, and the pollution level will be told to him only after the upgrade. If he didn't immediately increase the Void power to 10 cards, and the system didn't upgrade a second time, wouldn't he have been kept in the dark? By then, if the Void pollution level reaches 40, 50, or even higher, and falls into madness, I am afraid that I will not know what is going on. Chen Fan subconsciously shed a cold sweat and continued to check the instructions.
After the 4th level of the purification skill is activated, you can use the purification skill to eliminate pollution. Eliminating pollution requires a certain amount of Void energy.
Purify the 4th level? Chen Fan glanced at the system tree. Purify the 1st level. Ordinary demons. Purify the 2nd level. Ordinary Void demons. Purify the 3rd level. God-level demons. Purify the 4th level. God-level void demon. Purify the 5th floor. The last time he turned on purification, the system energy was not enough. So Chen Fan only turned on the 1st and 2nd levels. Now the system energy is still 2337W. Chen Fan didn't stop for a moment and directly opened the 3rd level of purification. Purifying the 3rd layer consumes 800W of system energy. This is a lot less than Void Divine Body and
Whisper of the Demon King.
The 3rd layer of Void Body and
Whisper of the Demon King.
Both require 1600W system energy. But the 4th level of purification cannot be opened. Purifying the 4th layer consumes 1600W of system energy. Not enough. Just a few 100,000 short. A few more hours should be enough. This time I endured it for a full month and accumulated 60 million void energy. Unexpectedly, in an instant, it was no longer enough. Chen Fan was a little irritable. In this month, if he hadn't been trapped here, he would have cultivated more than 2,000 beasts by a conservative estimate. Shop number 9. Feng family, Chu family, Shangwan family. What a big loss. If he had not been trapped in the barrier during this period, his current system energy would probably have doubled. Chen Fan touched his chin, showing melancholy. Seeing this, Yi Hao came over and said,
Brother Fan, your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds.
And you have achieved breakthroughs as soon as you say you have. Why do you still look unhappy?
Bai Rouge also ran over, put a strawberry into Chen Fan's mouth, and said,
Uncle Master, are you thinking about the monster in the seal again? It's okay. We can afford it.
Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing also gathered around. Chen Fan raised his head slightly and said,
I have an idea. I want to help Feng Xiaoxiao and the others cultivate their beasts.
Everyone was stunned. Yi Hao blinked.
Is this charging those batteries?
Outside the barrier, all the people sent in by various forces were killed, except for the people from the Nightmare Court. And the people from other forces were imprisoned in the side halls of the mountaintop palace. Every once in a while, these people will have their star power extracted by the 5-colored divine stone. Just like a bunch of
batteries.
Shen Hongxiu glanced at the passage to the side hall and said,
It is theoretically beneficial to help their beast masters break through. However, our resources are limited. In order to strengthen the power of the sealing formation, too many crystal nuclei were consumed, and that group of people is huge in number. I have thought about this issue too.
Chen Fan said,
So my plan is to help them cultivate the beasts, and then send them to the ancient god world to be tool men and let them hunt demon, collect crystal cores, and gather spiritual materials.
Li Fengqing's eyes widened immediately.
In that case, wouldn't it expose your beast control space and the ancient god realm?
Fang Qingqing smiled and shook her head and said,
No. Blind Grandpa has placed restrictions on them. As soon as they leave the side hall, they can no longer see anything. Send them to the ancient god realm. And it's impossible for them to know about the beast controlling space and the ancient god realm. But there are a lot of people. So Chen Fan may have to put some effort into it.
Henry Chu nodded.
Not bad.
Shen Taoao tilted his head and said,
But are those guys too weak? They are all in the early stages of the 6th level. Like Zhong Hao, Xian Tianji, and Feng Xiaoxiao. They have just broken through to the 6th level. Those guys from Yang Kingdom and Xing Kingdom will die if they die. It doesn't matter. But we, the people of Tang State, can't let them die in the ancient god realm. Right? Shangwan Xiu is still Songlong's sister. Only in the early stage of the 6th grade?
Shen Hongxiu glanced at Shen Naotao disdainfully.
Has your vision changed after you got the 12 wings of the God King? I am only in the 5th level and 5th level. But I look down on the early stage of the 6th level? You're jealous.
Shen Naotao said with a smile.
You're just jealous. Grandpa Mu taught me the secret skills of Haotian Palace. Even if I don't use the 12 wings of the God King or control beasts, it's easy to kill several 6th level ones. If I use the beast control, then I use the 12 wings of the God King. Okay. Stop bragging. I can't listen anymore.
Li Fengqing interrupted Shen Nato and said,
Brother Fan has already said that. Just raise your hands in agreement. What nonsense.
Shen Taoao.
You are jealous too. Okay. Stop arguing.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
You should also practice and break through to the 6th level as soon as possible. I'm going to see their beasts.
As he said this, Chen Fan thought. His body flashed with light. He put on his helmet and mask, and then walked towards the side hall.
Hey, Chen Fan.
Seeing this, the orange cat shouted, take more care of the people of the demon sect. Huh? Yi Hao and others all looked at the orange cat. Orange cat coughed lightly and said, Chen Fan is the leader of the demon sect. Isn't it normal for him to take care of the demon sect? Yi Hao and others looked at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan turned around, raised his hand, waved the ring in his hand in front of everyone, and said, When I picked up the token of the leader of the demon sect, they relied on me, and there was nothing I could do. What a bullshit leader. I haven't received any benefit from the demon sect. Now I have to give them benefits. If any of you wants to be the leader of the demon cult, I will give him the ring. Everyone turned their heads silently. The orange cat's lungs were exploded with rage. Leader of the demon cult. When did the position of the leader of the demon sect become so worthless? A bunch of little brats. They still look down on the demon sect? No. We have to find an opportunity to popularize the knowledge of the demon sect to them. Let them know how powerful the demon sect is. Chen Fan pushed open the side hall, where the powerful men of the Tang dynasty were imprisoned. In the spacious side hall, Feng Xiaoxiao and others were sitting cross-legged in meditation. As soon as they saw the mysterious man in black armor coming in, everyone suddenly opened their eyes. Chen Fan silently glanced at everyone. Summon all your beasts. Feng Xiaoxiao and others were silent for a while. Immediately, summoning arrays appeared on the ground one after another, and the beasts climbed out of the summoning arrays one after another. Chen Fan silently checked the attribute panels of each beast, and then memorized the data in his mind. With his mental strength, he already has a photographic memory, and memorizing such a small amount of data is easy and natural. After memorizing all the data, Chen Fan turned around and walked out. Feng Xiaoxiao and others. Mysterious. Baffling. Xian Tianji couldn't help but sigh softly. How long will this kind of life last? Everyone was silent. Xian Tianji smiled bitterly and said, People outside have no idea what's going on inside. They think we are trying to break the formation and look for the 5-color sacred stone. Who knew that as soon as everyone came in, they would be caught and used as batteries? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Xian Tianji and said faintly, How do you know? People outside don't know. Xuan Tianji. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes. Xiao, you must know something. Right. Everyone looked at Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, and then said, I know everyone feels very uncomfortable, but we're not doing it in vain. Our hard work has not been in vain. We are saving our country and the world, even if you stay here for 10 or 20 years. So what? We are all still young. We can afford it. Zonghao nodded and said, Xiao is right. Although we have never seen how terrifying the sealed demon is. But I believe what the mysterious man says. There was no need for him to lie to us. If such a terrifying existence is allowed to break out of the seal, the Tang Kingdom will be crushed into powder in an instant. Now I just hate that my cultivation is too weak, and I can't be of much help. It would be great if some of us were in the 9th level. Everyone pursed their lips and nodded slightly. The previous decadence was gone. Many people had determination in their eyes. Shang Wanxiu sighed and said, There are so many of us together, but we are not lonely at all. The one who is truly lonely is the senior who just left. I don't know who he is, but the biggest pressure now is on him alone. Minister Li Mu and the others can't get in. No one can help him except us. Seeing him reminds me of a poem. Kick over the waves of the world with both feet, and bear all the sorrows of the past and present on one shoulder. In the room, many people's bodies froze. There are also people whose eye circles are starting to turn a little red. How did Chen Fan know that the people in Tang State had red eyes like Lin Daiyu? He walked around the other side halls and recorded all the information about the beasts. Then he returned to the main hall, took out his smartwatch, and recorded all the data on the form. After recording it, Chen Fan immediately took out the materials from the Shumi ring and began to search for corresponding materials based on the previous data. Bai Rouge wanted to come over to help organize, but Chen Fan scolded him back. Time passes little by little, like quicksand between fingers. Yuan Songhai and Yi Wushuang are attacking the 8th level. Yi Hao, Shen Taothao, and others are attacking the 6th level. Chu Xian broke through to the 6th level early because of the power swallowed by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. But now, he is also impacting on a higher level. The blind man has been studying the ceiling formation because Chen Fan can materialize the formation diagram, which provides convenience for him to study the formation. Xiaobai and Gongzi are the most relaxed, but because they have to provide star power to the 5-color sacred stone every day, they are not as noisy as before in the outside world. The mean-mouthed Xiao He looks so weak now that he doesn't even bother to say a few words.
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast stopped singing Cantonese songs mainly because of lack of energy. Only the orange cat howled from time to time. But no one paid him any attention. Chen Fan felt like he was racing against the speed. He obviously needs time. Just like last month. If he stays up for a while, he can gain a lot of system energy. But at the same time, there was an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart. For such a long time, there has been no movement from the six-eyed Abyss Lord underground. This is something wrong. Chen Fan checked the five-colored sacred stone several times. No abnormalities were found. But he didn't believe that such a domineering and crazy existence would just accept his fate. He brought a group of friends to gather together here. I'm afraid the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss also had this idea. Right? However, now that the ceiling formation is getting stronger and stronger, the power of the five-colored divine stone is slowly recovering. And there are 4 divine weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword to stabilize the formation. It is not that easy for the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss to break out. Chen Fan picked up a red fruit and put it aside. He thought of Yi Hongyan again. Yi Hongyan is now being hunted by 2 demon kings. It is impossible to say that I am not worried. However, when Yi Hongyan's shadow appeared before, she said something that the demon king of the east region and the demon king of the west region could not catch up with her. And she was so angry that she was angry. This made Chen Fan feel a little relieved. Now that Yi Hongyan has the 5-colored divine stone and the sky-breaking demon sword in her hands, it might not be that easy for the demon king of the east region and the demon king of the west region to hurt her. Right? Well? Chen Fan sighed secretly. Even Ministerly Moo and Blind Grandpa cannot control his sky-breaking demon sword. But Yi Hongyan can control it. And he can also control Yi Hongyan's colorful sacred stone. Everything in the dream was indeed true. I hope Yi Hongyan can get rid of the demon king of the east region and the demon king of the west region as soon as possible. If she can get rid of the 2 demon kings in the nightmare court early, then she can use the back door to send the colorful sacred stones in her body here. 2 colorful divine stones, combined with several divine weapons such as the heaven-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument. Can you get rid of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord? Can this terrible evil be dealt with once and for all? Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help gritting his teeth. The burden on me is too heavy. The pressure is too much. But forced into a desperate situation, there is no way out. The knife is so sharp that you have to fight. If you don't win, you will perish. Sudden, the little stone man came over, turned his palm towards Chen Fan, and released a 7-color divine light, covering Chen Fan. You're a little upset, the little stone man said. You have an aura about you that scares me. Let me help you calm down. Enveloped by that divine light, Chen Fan felt like bathing in the sun in winter, with a warm feeling. Thanks. Chen Fan raised his head and nodded slightly towards the little stone man. Seeing the little stone man, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide. When he had just collected the beast control materials, he was still thinking that he now had strong mental power and excellent memory. Unexpectedly, I forgot one of the most important things. System upgraded. You can really see the level of the little stone man. Monster name, Thunderstone Man, Guardian of the Divine Stone. Combat power level, 3rd level of the World of Freedom. Race level, Creation of the Ancient God. Monster attribute Thunder. Monster status, Friendly. Happy. Requirements for breaking through to the 4th heaven, the first method. The second method. Racial level evolution route, None, created by the ancient gods. Only by breaking through the free mortal realm can the racial level be improved. In the realm of freedom? Chen Fan searched in his mind. This was the first time he heard about this level of cultivation. Maybe I have heard it in my dreams. But those dreams are vague and fragmented. Even if I have heard it in my dreams, I may not remember it. Chen Fan raised his head, looked at the little stone man and said, You said before that you don't know your cultivation level or combat power level. The little stone man shook his head. I don't know. Chen Fan asked. Then have you ever heard of the name of a cultivation level like Free Mortal Realm? The little stone man scratched his head. I seem to have heard it, but can't remember it. Chen Fan. Xiao Fan. What's wrong? The blind man came over and said, What is the World of Freedom? Chen Fan frowned. Grandpa Blind. Haven't you ever heard of this realm of cultivation? The blind man shook his head. I've never heard of it. Chen Fan was silent for a while. If you don't know, you don't know? The system is now upgraded. And you can see the little stone man's combat power level and breakthrough route. This is the most important thing. If you can find these materials to help the little stone man break through. Help the little stone man break through. Chen Fan became a little excited. With so many people present, Even if they all break through to the 9th level, they are still not as good as a god level being breaking through to the 1st level of heaven. Although the power of the little stone man is already very weak. At this level, he can control the colorful sacred stones and easily kill the void terror demon. Chen Fan took a deep breath and immediately wrote down all the materials needed to increase the little stone man's combat power level. Help the little stone man break through as soon as possible. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled.